This is the contract gem. Once a target willingly accepts the life gem, its soul and consciousness will be dominated by the summoner. This is supposed to be a powerful ability, but it has a very obvious drawback. The creature must completely and willingly agree to form a contract with the master. Otherwise, swallowing the gem will do absolutely nothing. Su Jingzhao, want some candy? The young man materialized a gem, tempting his friend in front of him. Su Jingzhao replied with just one word, get lost. Seeing him so dejected and sad, she felt she was a bit harsh, and fearing he might do something stupid, she grabbed his head and advised him gruffly. Don't give up so easily. The world is a vast place, and there's bound to be some creature that will agree to be controlled by you. Zhang Ping put a hand to his forehead and yelled back, that's easy for you to say. Who besides me would ever agree? Wait a minute. Myself? That's right. Why didn't I think of that before? He froze for a few seconds, then shot up, pulled out the gem, and shoved it right into his mouth, chewing loudly, which scared the daylights out of his friend. What are you doing? Su Jingzhao asked in alarm. A green light enveloped Zhang Ping's body, then vanished. Luckily, nothing world-shaking happened. Su Jingzhao jumped to her feet, grabbing him by the collar and asking worriedly, are you okay after that shock? Zhang Ping replied awkwardly, no, I'm fine, as long as you're okay. Don't do that again, you scared me. Su Jingzhao said with a sigh of relief. It's getting late. She told him to hurry back to the dorm, saying she had to report to the patrol squad tomorrow. So you're really graduating? Zhang Ping asked curiously. Yeah, I've already mastered everything in the books. From now on, I just need to rely on real combat to gradually improve myself. Don't lose heart, wait for the day you become stronger, maybe we could even become partners. Su Jingzhao said, turning back with a smile. Zhang Ping felt that was true. Joining the patrol squad to protect her homeland has always been her dream. Now she finally has the chance to make it a reality. However, as for becoming partners, he should forget it. Because of his useless ability, the school had assigned him the farmer class. Yeah, I should probably just go home and be a farmer. Zhang Ping replied with an awkward laugh, smiling on the outside but crying on the inside. No matter how you put it, they probably wouldn't see each other much anymore. Even though she was the original owner's childhood friend, parting like this still felt a bit sad. I really want to hug her, Zhang Ping thought to himself, and yet, 3 seconds later, his hands moved on their own, pulling her into an embrace. Su Jingzhao, flustered, stammered a goodbye and hurried away. After his friend left, Zhang Ping felt something was off. Just now, my body moved on its own. Is my subconscious giving orders to my body? Ah, was that just a coincidence? I need to test this, to see just what the extent of this control is. He began to issue commands to himself to test it, like flying like a superhero, then practicing martial arts like a master, and even dancing disco like a rock star. His body was tormented until it couldn't move anymore. How the heck is this real? This is completely surreal. Truly, anything can happen in this world. How? How in the world is this possible? Even if it's not a perfect 10, 3 out of 10 isn't bad, and it needs to be at least a 7. Zhang Ping had given himself the command. By making a contract with himself, he can now seemingly make himself perform any action, but he can't go beyond the scope of a normal person, for example, flying or transforming into other species. Additionally, some movements never performed before can now be executed from memory. So theoretically, as long as his physical strength meets the standard, he can master all kinds of martial arts. He just needs to figure out how to increase his physical strength to get stronger, but there's still something Zhang Ping needs to test. And so, the next day, the young man groggily woke up in the cafeteria, with his entire body aching, having no idea what had happened before. It turns out that before going to sleep, he had ordered himself to go for a morning run, so his body automatically got up and went for a run while he was asleep, without him knowing a thing. How insane is that? This is great. His theory from the day before was indeed correct. The body can carry out commands without the brain's conscious awareness. Zhang Ping, overjoyed and excited, slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud, but then felt embarrassed and looked around to see if anyone had noticed his disheveled state. Luo Shiyu has arrived. Oh, it's Luo Shiyu, the goddess Luo Shiyu. The shouts from the side distracted Zhang Ping. That girl is Luo Shiyu, the school belle admired by everyone. But what the heck? What Zhang Ping saw in front of him was not that at all. It wasn't Luo Shiyu, but a disgusting monster. Zhang Ping's face turned pale as a sheet, and he looked around in fear, wondering what this was. Can't the others see it? Why are they still flocking around and flattering her? You don't look so good. Are you sick, Zhang Ping? Luo Shiyu approached, patting his shoulder to ask. He was scared out of his wits, but he had to calm himself down, pretend to be fine, and find an excuse to bolt. After leaving the cafeteria, Zhang Ping was utterly bewildered. A series of questions popped into his head. Why are there mutant beasts in the school? Hasn't anyone discovered them? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? I have to report this to a teacher quickly. With that thought, he sprinted towards the teacher's office. But holy smokes, the scene before him was even more terrifying. A mutant beast was munching on its breakfast. Zhang Ping was scared, stiff, and he hastily scrambled up to the rooftop to calm down. But how could he possibly be calm? He was scared to death. Zhang Ping was in a state of absolute terror, clutching his head and muttering repeatedly, "This isn't normal. This isn't normal. Could this place be hell on earth? Holy crap." After a long while, he finally regained his composure and held the gem in his hand. He wondered, "It was after I swallowed this thing that I started seeing those mutated beasts, right? No matter what, I need to get back to normal first." With that, he popped it into his mouth and chewed furiously. However, he didn't feel normal at all. Instead, a stream of blue energy enveloped his body. A notification chimed, "Appraisal in progress, appraisal successful, replaying scene." Zhang Ping, startled, shot up to his feet. "I've awakened the appraisal skill." He raised his hand to check, and indeed, it was a success. His information appeared before him. Summon Beast, Zhang Ping, Master, Zhang Ping, Race, Human, Level 1, Growth, Value, 3 stars. Stamina, 11, Mental Power, Infinite, Energy, 12. Agility, 11. The average value for a normal person is 10. Talent, Contract Gem, Level 1. Beginner Appraisal Skill. Allows you to see your own specific stats and can perform an appraisal on a target. The success rate of the appraisal is related to the power difference between the two parties. A new talent? Could it be related to me swallowing that jewel again? Zhang Ping wondered after returning to the classroom. He began to seriously think about what he had just experienced. First, he had become his own summoned beast and contractor. Second, he could only be controlled by his own contractor self, so his body and mind were not affected by any external interference. Third, because of these two coexisting states, all illusionary arts were ineffective against him, which allowed him to see the true identity of the aberrant beasts. Fourth, these aberrant beasts were all very high-level Tianqiang foxes, and since Zhang Ping was only level 1, he was no match for them at all. Fifth, thanks to their cognitive distortion skill, even if a Tianqiang fox was eating someone right in front of them, to others, it would just look like two students having a conversation. That's why other people usually couldn't notice anything unusual. Speaking of mental control abilities, I remember Su Jingjiao's ability is also mind-related. Maybe she has a way, Zhang Ping thought, and so after school, he dragged himself over to his friend's place. Along the way, he saw countless aberrant beasts disguised as humans. He found it hard to understand why there were so many. Zhang Ping quickly arrived at the patrol team headquarters, where he was greeted by an incredibly beautiful receptionist. But on the inside, you know how it is. She was a disgusting aberrant beast. "I'm here to see Su Jingjiao. Today's her registration day," Zhang Ping asked, trying to suppress his fear. A short while later, she finally appeared. "Zhang Ping, what are you doing here?" He scratched his head awkwardly and explained, "I was a little worried about whether you'd fit in, so I came to visit you." Su Jingjiao smiled and pointed to the new teammates she had just met. "It's okay, let me introduce you. These are all my teammates. Everyone takes really good care of me." As she spoke, she showed great determination, saying she would have to work hard to become stronger, so she could go out and fight aberrant beasts and avenge her parents. "Oh right, we're still short-staffed. Do you want me to recommend you for the patrol team?" Su Jingjiao teased Zhang Ping. The young man awkwardly declined, saying he was better off going back to farming. After some brief small talk, Zhang Ping made an excuse to get out of there quickly, a smile on his face. But his heart was filled with sorrow as he silently bid farewell to his friend Su Jingjiao, because the childhood friend he once knew was now just an aberrant beast in disguise. On his way back, Zhang Ping still couldn't understand. Isn't the patrol team supposed to be the strongest force in Mingju City? How could it have completely fallen into enemy hands? Su Jingjiao had clearly just arrived today, yet she had also become their food. Zhang Ping clenched his fists, standing frozen in the middle of the street as he realized a certain truth. The Tianqiang foxes hadn't just infiltrated the school, but the entire city. Everyone in Mingju City was nothing more than livestock being raised by them. Then, he decided to use his appraisal skill to investigate a bit, just to see. Based on what he could see, Zhang Ping began to analyze every detail. A large portion of the Tianqiang foxes were mid to high level, yet the patrol team, with its large number of high-level awakeners, couldn't defeat them. The very powerful one that killed Luo Xiyu, his intuition told him that if he used his appraisal skill on it, his position would be instantly locked onto. It might be a peak level, or even a monarch level entity. The fact that other Tianqiang foxes could defeat awakeners of a higher level must also be its doing, making them unlike ordinary aberrant beasts. The Skyhowl foxes are highly intelligent, and their specialty is camouflage, appearing to live in harmony with humans on the surface. But that's just a facade. Their primary targets are mostly people with great power, or people with prominent social status, while everyone else is just emergency food they keep penned up. Confronting a Skyhowl fox head-on is no different from a death wish. But he couldn't just stand by and watch countless innocent people become their food. Zhang Ping decided he had to become stronger. And so, he started waking up at 4 in the morning to go for a run, waking up earlier and earlier these days. It seems the more his stamina improved, the less rest his body needed. Zhang Ping yawned widely, lamenting the several days of persistent training. His body had also leveled up, and besides training every day, he tried to create gems, swallowing them in the hope of gaining double the abilities or a talent like before. But ever since awakening his appraisal skill, the gems he created were all colorless and had no effect when swallowed. But guess what? Today, Zhang Ping actually managed to form a deep purple gem. This color really wasn't appetizing at all, but he hoped it would work this time. With that thought, he squeezed his eyes shut and gulped it down. Oh, what an amazing feeling! He had awakened a new talent. Zhang Ping quickly opened his status window to check. Beginner Nightwalker, gaining night vision, greatly reduced presence at night, and greatly increased movement speed, reduced weight, and becoming completely invisible in the dark. Contract Gem Level 2, Additional Effect Level 2, a new talent has been activated. Zhang Ping couldn't stop grinning as he looked at the effects. Could it be that he could awaken a new talent every time he leveled up? Wouldn't that make him invincible? There's no time to waste. I have to go train now and test out the effects of this new talent. Zhang Ping said, then activated Nightwalker and ran straight to the training ground. It seems my vision is even better now than during the day, he thought to himself, then suddenly noticed a ring on the grass. So he went closer to pick it up for a look, and after a moment of appraisal, he learned its origin. It was an assassination ring. After wearing the ring, all living creatures will unconsciously ignore the wearer. High-level awakeners are immune. Looking into the ring, the scene that had just occurred was suddenly replayed, leaving Zhang Ping staring with his mouth agape. It's them! A Sky-Howl Fox again, Luo Xiu, and someone else. Is he the owner of this ring? Zhang Ping exclaimed. From the looks of it, in that man's eyes, Luo Xiu was still human. Zhang Ping assumed he was Luo Xiu's enemy, but on second thought, something felt off. No, that can't be right. Luo Xiu is a fox, and given his situation, he wouldn't make enemies with anyone. Then there's only one possibility. Besides me, there are others in Mingju City fighting these creatures in the shadows. Zhang Ping silently calculated. Who's there? The voice of a mutated beast echoing from a distance startled Zhang Ping. His heart pounded wildly, and he hurriedly looked for a place to hide. The mutated beast searched, looking around and sniffing for a long time before finally leaving, not finding the ring. Someone must have taken it. There's no trace of its aura. How could they hide it from me? It must be a mid-level awakened one or higher. I must report to His Highness the Prince immediately. It muttered before quickly vanishing into the night. Zhang Ping, standing nearby, didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Only now could he relax a little. They intentionally left the ring here, so putting it back now would be even more suspicious. The only option was to keep it. After some thought, he said screw it and pocketed the ring, completely losing the mood to train. Zhang Ping returned to his room to get ready for class. Sitting in deep thought for a while, he thought about what just happened and took out the ring to examine it. Earlier, because it was still dark, the Nightwalker and the assassination ring completely concealed their presence. It seems that strength isn't just limited to one's own energy, but can also rely on equipment. He thought, Zhang Ping, run away. Lost in thought, a voice whispered in his ear, startling him so much he jumped up, shouting, "Who's there? Who's talking?" The voice enveloped him again. They're here. Zhang Ping had no more time for questions. He immediately dove into bed, pretending to be fast asleep. And just as expected, that group really came, creeping inside, ready to eliminate him right then and there. But their leader stopped them, stepping forward to touch and inspect him. His mind was full of questions, yet there wasn't the slightest emotional fluctuation. If this piece of trash were to slip through the net, he would surely fight to the death. And I can't sense any aura from the ring either. The guy next to him, seeing him stand still as a statue, spoke up curiously. Your Highness the Prince, why don't we kill him? This guy wakes up early to run every day, but he didn't go today. There's definitely something strange about this. It's not him, he's just a type of food with no use. Don't waste food carelessly, the prince replied irritably. The others were practically drooling, but they still had to restrain themselves and nod, saying yes, sir. After they left, Zhang Ping's eyes flew open in a panic. Scared out of his wits and drenched in cold sweat, he sat up and spat the ring out of his mouth. That was too dangerous. I almost died of fright. I forgot that I wake up early to run every day. Thankfully, I just forced my body to sleep. Otherwise, I would have exposed myself. Zhang Ping complained, then he remembered the voice from before. It sounded like it belonged to Su Jingjiao, but could it have been a hallucination? What am I getting all sentimental for? I have to get stronger quickly to avenge her. Anyway, in order not to arouse Tian Chenghu's suspicion, I'll just pretend to live my life as usual. Zhang Ping reassured himself so he could continue living in this hellish environment. During his lunch break, Zhang Ping dragged himself to the cafeteria to refuel. While eating, he overheard some information being spread by a few gossipy girls nearby. Hey, have you heard? The patrol team near our school found a body today that was cut in half. The girl breathlessly recounted to her friends standing next to her. Seeing her friend's horrified expression, she continued, "What's more, the body belongs to the notorious He Zijing, the #1 assassin of Mingzhu City. The previous city lord was seriously injured by him. His old wounds eventually reopened, leading to his early demise." Zhang Ping perked up his ears to listen in, a question forming in his mind. Could it be that person in white? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. As he went to put away the food, he secretly pondered that even the #1 assassin was taken out. The strength of the transformed Luo Tianyu was truly unfathomable. Was revealing the corpse's identity this time a warning to the forces that want to oppose Tianchang Lake? Zhang Ping guessed that they would definitely increase their security later, so he needed to quickly find some new equipment for self-defense. "I'll take a trip to the blacksmith's forge after school," he thought. But what the heck is this? It's not often I get a chance to go out, but this is so disappointing. It seems like all the forges in the city are controlled by Tianchang Lake now. Seeing these monsters carrying loudspeakers to sell weapons is incredibly depressing. Just then, a successful appraisal notification from the system rang out. 100 successful appraisals. Beginner appraisal skill has been upgraded to intermediate appraisal skill. After upgrading, it can appraise the target's growth value. Zhang Ping immediately activated it to test. Tianchang Lake Aberrant Beast. Race: Aberrant Fox. Growth value: 1 star. Rank: Intermediate Aberrant Beast. Level 15. Talent: Perception Distortion. Can alter the target's perception, forcing the target to be unable to detect abnormalities. "Young man, come take a look," the Tianchang Lake creature called out, holding a loudspeaker. Zhang Ping waved his hand in refusal and walked on. The most important thing now is to find a place that hasn't been taken over yet, he thought. While engrossed in his search, he passed by the Soul of Steel forge and overheard the sound of arguing inside. The young man curiously stepped inside to check it out. "My goods are the best. Look at this texture, look at the shine, blah blah. I know things aren't easy for you, so if you want to buy it, I'll bite the bullet and give you the lowest price." The salesman rattled on with his pitch, but the old shopkeeper just sat there puffing on a cigarette, not paying a lick of attention to him. He even blew a puff of smoke right into the guy's face. The man roared in anger, about to go all out on him. But just then, Zhang Ping appeared and walked in, picking up the sword to appraise it. Ornate 1, handed sword, quality, normal. A useless-looking weapon. It looks good, but is unusable. Moreover, it has been broken before, so its value is questionable. The guy was furious at having his sale stolen, turning and yelling, "Who's there? You stinking brat, how dare you steal my business?" Zhang Ping leaned back to dodge his attack and quickly said, "Wait, that sword is going to break." But before he could finish his sentence, the guy had already snatched it and, well, goodbye blade. He stood there awkwardly holding the broken blade, and with nothing else to do, he angrily turned to vent on Zhang Ping. "Damn it, you dare ruin my business. Do you have any idea who I am?" What a random question. Zhang Ping didn't even know the guy's father, let alone the guy himself. Seeing that his opponent remained silent, the guy went berserk, activating his skill as his muscles bulged, his clothes tearing apart, his eyes glowing brightly as he roared, "I am the direct disciple of Master Ma from the Xingyi Martial Arts Hall. Take this." With that, he lunged forward, continuously attacking Zhang Ping. If this were the old Zhang Ping, he would have been beaten to a pulp. But for the current Zhang Ping, this was nothing more than a passing breeze, like a few buzzing mosquitoes. He just stood still in one spot, and with a slight lean, he dodged all of the guy's moves, and even gave him a loving kiss straight to the cheek, a slap so loud you could hear it from a mile away, as he clutched his face in pain. He bent over, muttering curses about the rotten kid having no martial honor, using his strength to bully the weak, and was that all he had? Zhang Ping smirked and activated his appraisal skill to check. Name Lu Bao Guo. Race human, growth potential, 1 star, first tier rank, low level awakened, with talents named Earth-Shattering, Invincible Berserker, and Primordial Chaos Energy. Any skill used will have an incredibly powerful special effect, but only the user can see them. Overuse will cause the user to become immersed in their own world, unable to break free. That guy was getting his butt kicked, but his mouth was still running non-stop. He wouldn't shed a tear until he saw his own coffin, still pointing and cursing. "You better watch yourself when you get out of here." Zhang Ping laughed contemptuously, wondering if this guy came here just to be a clown. Taking the opportunity when he turned his back, the guy despicably rushed in for a sneak attack. He looked beat up but still had a lot of fight in him, though it was all for nothing. Zhang Ping showed him a world of pain, sending him rolling on the ground with another blow, unable to even lift his head. "Still trying to sneak attack me? So who's the one using their strength to bully the weak now?" he said, dusting off his hands. "Besides, I was only gone for a little while, and the shop is already this noisy?" A voice called out from outside. Oh, it turned out to be the shop's owner, that sexy but untouchable red-haired woman. Cracking her knuckles, she looked at the scoundrel sprawled on the floor and threatened him. Are you going to get out yourself, or should I see you out? The guy was scared witless and immediately scrambled to his feet to run away. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ping also felt a chill, thinking it might be better to go to another shop. However, before he could even reach the door, the woman blocked his way. "Stop right there. Let's have a talk." Zhang Ping was genuinely scared now, thinking he was in for a world of hurt. He was pinned against the wall by the woman with 2 huge watermelons, his face blushing as he stammered, "Talk about what? What is there to talk about?" The woman was determined not to let him go, cornering him to show the kid what fear was. "I'm just a weak, single maiden, struggling every day to make a living, and I also have to take care of my uncle, who's distraught because his daughter has disappeared. I see you've got a great physique, so how about?" the lady said, pressing closer with an excited look in her eyes. Zhang Ping was so embarrassed he didn't dare to breathe too hard, panting as he replied, "What you mean is..." Not letting him get any funny ideas, the woman grinned gleefully, immediately put his head in a lock under her arm, and dragged him inside. "Stay here and be a blacksmith, take care of old man Lu Tifeng, and help watch the shop while you're at it. Of course, room and board are included, and you'll get a salary." What a hell of a way to recruit someone. Zhang Ping stared at the 2 watermelons right in front of his nose, silently weighing his options in his mind. If I can learn blacksmithing skills, I could save a lot of money on equipment in the future. Plus, this shop doesn't seem to be controlled by Tian Changhu yet. With that said, he nodded in agreement, determined to give it his all, and shouted a slogan, "I will become the king of blacksmiths." The woman was overjoyed to have found a subordinate with such ambition, and she happily gave him a playful slap across the face that nearly knocked his teeth out. "Ha ha ha. Excellent, just as expected of the person my father had his eye on." Zhang Ping cried a little on the inside. He silently reassured himself that he first had to survive under her command. A few days later, Zhang Ping was camped out at the Soul of Iron Forge. He ate, slept, and even relieved himself there, not giving a damn about his dorm for even a second. "A little hotter, little bro, Zhang Ping," the older woman shouted, in a way that would make anyone hearing it blush. "Sister Jusei, are we really okay doing this?" Zhang Ping asked, questioning his own existence. "It's fine, no one will come here." "Very good, feel the temperature," the girl replied firmly. This situation would make anyone suspicious, but luckily, it's not what you're thinking. They were just learning how to forge weapons. Jusei stood by with her arms crossed, instructing sternly, "This is our unique technique. The dough forging technique, just like kneading dough, allows the materials to blend completely." Zhang Ping hung on every word. He followed the rules exactly, not daring to slip up for a second, afraid that another loving slap would knock his block off. After speaking, she turned to go outside, instructing Zhang Ping, "Wait for me a moment. I'm going to the storage room to get a mold. Pour the fuel from the nearby container, and definitely don't let the fire go out." Zhang Ping, holding a lump of iron, just grunted and nodded. But as soon as she left, the young man shot up and looked around in a panic. Is all of this stuff fuel? When he looked again, he realized he was in deep trouble. The fire was about to go the hell out. Zhang Ping was scared his pants would fall off. He frantically grabbed everything around him and threw it all into the furnace. Finally, he tossed it into the forge below to continue heating. With that, he casually threw the ball he had just formed inside, and just like that, as soon as the words were out, there was a loud bang, and a world-shaking explosion occurred. But were you surprised? Flames suddenly rushed towards Zhang Ping. His heart opened its mouth and swallowed them all. "Am I a goner?" he thought in fear. Then he cried out in pain, and the 7 streams of fire completely vanished along with it. Huh? Why did the fire go out? Zhang Ping looked around and wondered aloud. Only now did he feel his heart was piping hot, and his whole body felt incredibly uncomfortable. Appraising Summon Beast Attribute Panel, Zhang Ping. Master, Zhang Ping, Race, Human, Level, 3, Growth Value, 4, Star, Stamina, 16, Mental Power, Infinite, Energy, 15, Agility, 18, Talents, Gemstone, Contract, Level 3, Nightwalker, Beginner, Appraisal Skill, Intermediate, Fire Eater, Beginner. It can convert flames into elemental fire energy by swallowing and storing them in the body. It can also release this energy at any time until the reserve of elemental fire energy is depleted. Current elemental fire energy is 100 out of 100. Zhang Ping's eyes went blurry looking at his own attribute panel. He read through it once and silently analyzed, "My growth value has increased again. Based on the previous situation, but if I'm not mistaken, awakening a new talent adds to the growth value, while upgrading an old talent consumes the growth value. As long as I keep awakening new talents, my growth value will be infinite. But I remember that other people's growth values are limited. Could it be that only I can awaken multiple talents?" At this point, he began to question his reality. Reading the part about the Fire Eater was even more freaking unbelievable. He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. In any case, I had already leveled up to level 3 by swallowing a level 3 gemstone. Why was the gemstone's effect only activated at night? Could it be that it requires a specific timing? The question remained unanswered. Jusei walked in from outside and yelled, startling the young man. What happened? Why is the room in this state? Seeing he didn't answer, she rushed over and questioned him urgently. Wait a minute, you didn't put the Scarlet Serpent scale into the furnace, did you? That thing explodes, I just forgot to tell you. She was a real walking disaster. If he hadn't awakened his talent, the young man would have been a goner. Zhang Ping was quite scared, not answering the question and only daring to stammer. Sister C, the cost of the damage in the room. Jusei, being a beautiful and generous person, immediately cut in. What are you talking about? It's good that you're okay, but how did you put out the fire? The flames caused by the Scarlet Serpent scale aren't easy to extinguish. Zhang Ping had no idea how to explain. He couldn't tell the truth about his talent, so he could only scratch his head awkwardly and make up an excuse. It's a long story. Seeing this, Jusei didn't press him further, as her attention had now shifted to something more interesting. Wow, is this fusion material really this good? She looked at the round pellet that Zhang Ping had thrown into the furnace earlier and exclaimed in surprise. But this requires the highest temperature to achieve its effect. Kid, you really are talented. Zhang She was truly mistaken. With your current performance, you could easily get into the 3 major organizations. Jusei picked it up to observe, placed it in a mold, and spoke these words of praise while working. Zhang Ping was pleased to hear this. He watched her hammer away and asked curiously, Sister C, everyone always considers the patrol team and the investigation team to be among the 3 major organizations. So what's the third one? The material in Jusei's hands, after being hammered repeatedly and thoroughly worked over, had finally cooled down. She picked it up and meticulously inspected it while answering her junior's question. Mingzhu City does indeed have a 3rd organization, but as for what that organization is called, or what it does, no one knows. With that, she turned to Zhang Ping, handed him the newly forged knife, and said, Oh right, you wanted to buy equipment before, didn't you? If you don't mind, take this. Zhang Ping took it, his eyes shining with delight. Such a good dagger must be very expensive, right? As he spoke, he activated his appraisal skill, Beauty's Tear, good quality. Made of cold iron, it can easily inflict damage on mid-level mutated beasts, level 10 to 19 and below. Jusei didn't leave him wondering and stated its price directly. Based on the market price of the materials, it's probably around 100,000, I guess. 100,000 was equal to 3 years' salary for a poor guy. After hearing the price, Zhang Ping's head spun, his jaw dropped, and his eyes blinked as he shouted, Holy cow! Can someone with a monthly salary of 3,000 like me even accept this? Seeing his naive reaction, Jusei laughed so hard she could have flipped a table. Haha, consider it a reward for your progress. After giving the gift, she didn't stay long. She turned to leave, not forgetting to remind her new employee. I have a mission, so I'm leaving first. But are you sure it's okay for you not to go back to school? Zhang Ping affirmed resolutely. It's fine. I already completed the graduation procedures. All right, take care of the old man. He's a bit out of it, so don't let him open for business. Zhang Ping heard Jusei's reminder loud and clear, but he still didn't feel at ease. Even though the forge wasn't open for business and shouldn't attract Tian Shanghu's attention, the commotion just now was too big. It was hard to avoid attracting their attention, so he had a bold idea as night fell. He decided to use his Nightwalker ability to patrol the area, and without hesitation, he put his plan into action. As dusk settled, the young man went out to scout alone, and before him appeared a celestial fox in the form of a child. Mutated beast name: Celestial Fox Mutated Species, Level 3, 4-star growth potential. Low rank mutated beast. Talent: Perception, Distortion. Looking at these stats, Zhang Ping was a bit surprised, because this was the first time he had seen such a low-level celestial fox. It's the same level 3 as me, and with my enhanced equipment, I can probably beat it. If I just hand over the celestial fox's corpse to them, I might be able to attract the attention of the higher-ups. He thought, getting into a stance to attack. Are you about to attack a child? Don't move, or I'll run you through. A voice called out from behind him, stopping Zhang Ping's actions. At the same time, ice-type magic enveloped his arm, and Zhang Ping was frozen in place, unable to move. This girl is probably a much higher level than me. Even with my Nightwalker talent and my assassination ring, she still detected me, he thought to himself. If you don't want to get logged out, find me at the orphanage's martial arts training ground, she continued, and then she vanished. The ice on Zhang Ping's arm also gradually melted away, and the young man felt a chill run down his spine hearing her enchanting voice. He turned around but saw no one. She was gone. It seemed she wasn't on the same side as the celestial fox. Otherwise, I would have been a goner. Zhang Ping broke out in a cold sweat as he speculated. Speaking of the martial arts training ground, Zhang Ping recalled some of the original owner's childhood memories. He grew up in an orphanage, and as a child, he practiced the king's 8 fists in a nearby park, which is why he named the park the orphanage's martial arts training ground. That girl knows me, but how could she know my secret? Zhang Ping stood before the park entrance, clenching his fists, certain in his heart. But not only that, he was also overly confident, making an accurate judgment. That girl was watching him, which is why she stopped him just as he was about to make a move. She must have had a purpose for leading him here. Although he didn't know what it was, Zhang Ping still quietly went inside. But what a surprise! From the woods, a massive mutated beast emerged, growling as it prepared to have its dinner. Zhang Ping activated his appraisal mode, and all of its stats appeared right before his eyes. Armored poison, tail rat mutated beast. Just hearing the name sounds incredibly cool. A rat that's also armored. Race, mutated rat. Potential, 2 stars. Rank, low rank mutated beast. Level 5. Talent. Deadly poison tail. It has a poison sac in its body and can release deadly poison through the bone spur at the end of its tail. They say if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. Knowing it inside and out like this, Zhang Ping felt he could take on 10 of them. He was just bluffing though. After seeing its status window, the young man was actually pretty scared, his face dead serious as he secretly calculated his odds. This poison tail rat is 2 levels higher than me, but it seems relatively cautious. Maybe if I slowly back away, I can escape. Just as he thought about running, Zhang Ping felt something was off. With such strong determination, why would he run away? Damn it! He quickly regained his courage, tightly gripping the knife that Sister C gave him. Turn back? Why should I? No way! If I don't deal with it right now, the orphans who come to play in the park tomorrow could be attacked by it. It's just a low-rank mutated beast. With the equipment Sister C gave me, I will win. Zhang Ping tried to reassure himself. Just my damn luck. In a situation like this, I'm the only one thinking about others' safety. He charged forward, full of fighting spirit, ready to face that bizarre version of a rat head-on. In his past life, he had read plenty of power fantasy stories. The main characters would illogically become master fighters right after awakening, even though he himself had no combat experience. But I can just order my summoned beast to fight. Zhang Ping thought as he parried the rat's attack, while thinking to himself. And wouldn't you know it, the thing even used a move where it rolled up into a ball like a steamroller. Zhang Ping defended with all his might, but the rat's exterior was too tough. Even the beauty's tear in his hand couldn't cut it. Gritting his teeth and straining, he still couldn't block it. Zhang Ping racked his brain, firing up all his neurons to think of a way. Aha! That's it. Just like a game where you control your own character. He used his consciousness to command his body to move, jump up, duck down, step back, tumble to dodge, and so on. After a while of flailing around like a monkey on a vine, Zhang Ping realized the rat's eyes were its weak point. It was the only spot not covered by armor, but it was a bit difficult when it rolled into a ball to defend itself. He had to find a way to break through its defense. Zhang Ping was thinking so hard, his butt was practically pointing at the sky. And yet, he actually thought of a way. What's the point of having fire if you don't use it to light things up? The true fire wielder became Zhang Ping's trump card. In an instant, he got up and took a stance, preemptively commanding himself to use the Bright Pearl Fist to chase the rat. Who knew the description of the Bright Pearl Fist in the history books would actually be useful? This move relies on physical superiority to crush smaller enemies. Zhang Ping said excitedly as he automatically moved forward. First, lure it out, then proceed to roast it into a smoked rat dish. Don't be mad at me, okay? Zhang Ping said to it as a final farewell, then took the opportunity, when it lowered its defense, to directly strike its weak point. An explosion immediately followed. Ding! Level up from 3 to 4. Ding! Stamina increased from 15 to 16. Ding! Strength increased from 15 to 17. Ding! Agility increased from 18 to 19. The continuous stat increase notifications made Zhang Ping pause to check, before he even had a chance to pull his knife out of the mutated beast. He was quite happy, but Zhang Ping felt something was off. The appearance of this poison-tailed rat was a bit strange. Besides the Tianchang Hu, aren't there supposed to be no other mutated beasts in the city? He wondered. While he was lost in thought, a pitch-black shadow approached from behind without him noticing, then wrapped around and engulfed Zhang Ping. He only had time to yell, "What the hell?" before falling down, completely clueless as to what was happening. "I'll give you 5 minutes to prove you're human." The girl's voice spoke out again, as a sword was pressed against Zhang Ping's neck. The young man, his limbs restrained and enveloped by water magic, was stunned and bewildered, silently cursing in his head. "Prove I'm human? I'm already human. Why do I have to prove it?" Zhang Ping didn't answer her. His whole body was drenched in sweat as he carefully observed his opponent's every move, secretly plotting some dirty tricks in his mind. Could it be that she also realized there are mutated beasts hiding in the city, but just doesn't know how to distinguish them? Is that why she's telling me to prove myself? She probably became suspicious when I was about to attack that Tianchang Hu. He tried to force a sycophantic smile and replied, "Could you give me a little hint, that poison-tailed rat? Could she be testing me?" he thought. 4 minutes left. The girl completely ignored Zhang Ping's words, coldly pointing her sword and giving an order. 2 minutes left. While the girl waited impatiently, the young man was still trying to appraise her. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed 20 times, appraisal failed 999 times. Intermediate appraisal skill has been upgraded to advanced appraisal skill. Advanced appraisal skill can identify a target's faction. The system suddenly chimed, sending a flurry of notifications. Appraisal successful. Name, Yu Sishin. Race, human. Faction, cleanup squad. Growth value, 5 stars. Rank, high level awakened 1. Level 28. Talent, water element control, can store water elemental energy by drinking water. Furthermore, she can freely manipulate the surrounding water elemental energy into her body. After reading the information, Zhang Ping's jaw dropped in astonishment. So strong, level 28 no less, no wonder she was so hard to appraise. Even Nightwalker and the assassination ring are useless against her. Zhang Ping continued to furrow his brow, shaking his head as he tried to analyze the situation. Faction is the cleanup squad. I've never heard of it. Could it be the third major organization? Besides the patrol team and the investigation team. 1 minute, the girl shouted, pressing her sword even closer. Zhang Ping tried to stall for time, yelling back in a panic. Wait, you call this small park a training ground, so you must be from the same orphanage as me, right? As he spoke, he tried to search through the original owner's memories, but in his memories of the orphanage, there was no one named Lu Sishan. If she's from there, she must have changed her name. Zhang Ping deduced, then blurted out the names he knew are Yu Lu Torin, Lu Yishou, Lu Sheng, Lu Xingyu, Lu Sisi. As the last name was spoken, the woman suddenly swiped her sword, grazing the young man's cheek. That doesn't prove you're human, she said. Zhang Ping was pretty spooked, but based on her reaction just now, he was more than confident, stating with certainty that she was Lu Sisi. She's 3 years older than me. When I entered Mingzhu Academy, Lu Sisi had already graduated and joined the patrol team. If it's something only she and I would know. Zhang Ping thought, then recalled the time she taught him martial arts. This move is the heaven-shattering, earth-splitting, size invincible fist. You have to learn it well. Yes, ma'am. Back in the present, Zhang Ping gave a goofy grin, laughing as he reenacted the scene. First form, second form, third form. Ha ha ha. Heaven-shattering, earth-splitting, size invincible fist. The woman's hair stood on end watching him flail around. The old memory resurfaced, and it looked incredibly cringy. Sis, you really are sissy. So you. Zhang Ping was gleefully and excitedly preparing for a reunion. But before he could even finish his sentence, she cut him off coldly. A reunion? Now, work comes first. Second question. According to the Academy's records, your ability is Contract Gem, which was rated useless grade because its activation conditions couldn't be met. So what the hell have you been doing all this time? Meeting an old acquaintance and there's not even a hint of warmth or affection. And on top of that, he had to answer questions like it was an interrogation. How pitiful for him. Still, it was better than nothing. Zhang Ping relaxed, gradually letting his guard down, and told this big sis everything he had been through. 2 weeks ago, I ate the Contract Gem, becoming a summoned beast that can only be controlled by myself. Because of that, I can immunize myself against the illusions of aberrant beasts and see through their disguises. According to my recent research, there is currently a large number of Tianchang foxes lurking in the city. I suspect a whole pack has infiltrated Mingzhu due to their innate racial talent of cognitive distortion. Cece was extremely alarmed by what Zhang Ping said, and she hurriedly grabbed him to ask urgently, "Is everything you said true?" Zhang Ping proved to her that what he said was completely true, listing a series of people whose bodies had been taken over by the celestial constant foxes. Luoy Street, the owner of the Wanshang breakfast shop, the furniture store owner, Juan Hall, Longzhou, the 3 blacksmiths of Longshang district, the weapons school, and also the celestial constant fox you stopped me from attacking. These are all low-level celestial constant foxes. You can go verify it. Cece still wasn't fully convinced, telling him to stay put and wait for her while she contacted someone. Jinba, is this information reliable? The person on the other end immediately replied, the first thing we can be sure of is that this type of aberrant beast called the celestial constant fox has never been discovered around Mingzhu, but this cognitive distortion ability has appeared before, and it matches Zhang Ping's description. I've secretly sent people to capture the 2 nearest individuals. They should be back soon. Just as he finished speaking, on his end, a celestial constant fox lunged at him. Before it could do anything, he beat it to a pulp, forcing it to reveal its true form immediately. It seems the information is true. We finally know what the enemy is. Notify the other teams. Eliminate the targets directly, he ordered his subordinate. After verifying the information, Cece seemed to trust Zhang Ping a little more, but she still couldn't be completely sure. You suddenly have the ability to see through the celestial constant fox's illusions. Could this be a trap deliberately set by the enemy? So for the time being, I can only use you as a guide, and I will secretly protect you. If you discover anything else, you can contact me." CC retracted her water magic, instructing Zhang Ping. The young man stretched and felt it was all right, surprised to suddenly have an ally, but he still had to ask again. "Protection and surveillance? Fine, as long as we can deal with the celestial constant foxes, anything goes." CC turned to leave, tossing something to him as she gave instructions. "This is a pair of jades. One is called cold jade, and the other is warm jade. When you're in danger, just cover the cold jade with fire. The warm jade in my hand will heat up, and I'll know you're in danger and can come to your aid immediately." At this point, she still didn't feel it was enough, raising her voice and speaking in the tone of a superior. "But I still require you to strengthen yourself. No one can guarantee your safety 100% of the time." Zhang Ping fiddled with the cold jade in his hand for a moment, trying to warm it up. Then he scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "Sis, I was also planning to find a martial arts dojo to learn some techniques, but I don't have enough money for the tuition." Looking at her clueless subordinate, CC was extremely exasperated. She relented and told him, "I will request funding from the organization. You should take some time to find a suitable dojo." Zhang Ping was delighted, his eyes crinkling with joy. He immediately clasped his hands and replied, "That's great. Thank you, Sis C." He was so grateful he would have kowtowed if asked, let alone just say thanks. A few days later, with the support funds in hand, Zhang Ping strolled around town to pick a dojo for his training, but a couple of things were still bothering him. There have been far fewer celestial constant foxes around lately. They must have all been dealt with by the cleanup team. CC didn't tell me her identity, so it seems she still doesn't trust me enough. If my appraisal skill hadn't leveled up, allowing me to identify a target's faction, I still wouldn't have known she was part of the cleanup team. But how did they know from the very beginning? Mutated beasts have invaded Mingzhu City, but whatever, as long as it helps resolve the Tianchang Lake situation, anything goes. Besides, they offered 10,000 Mingzhu coins right off the bat. That's pretty generous. Zhang Ping thought to himself as he walked, stretching a few times to clear his head. Learn martial arts? Does anyone want to learn the Beast King Fist? A girl handing out flyers up ahead shouted loudly, catching Zhang Ping's attention, so he ran over for a look, but holy crap, after reading the info, he just wanted to get out of there. Basic introductory fist techniques are 500 Mingzhu coins. The first 3 forms of the Beast King Fist are 3,000 Mingzhu coins, and the middle 3 forms are 3,500 Mingzhu coins. The final 3 forms are 5,000 Mingzhu coins, and the ultimate secrets of the Beast King Fist cost 9,999 Mingzhu coins. That's really expensive, and I don't even know if it suits me, Zhang Ping said to the girl while reading. Seeing someone finally approach to take a flyer, the girl was overjoyed and eagerly tried to persuade him, saying it was definitely. "Our Beast King Fist martial art is very famous in Mingzhu City." Zhang Ping said nothing, just looking at her silently because he didn't have that kind of money. Seeing this, the girl quickly handed him the flyer. "If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate for you." Before Zhang Ping could refuse, she had already gotten into a stance, and Zhang Ping couldn't let the opportunity go to waste. He commanded his body to learn the first 3 forms of the Beast King Fist, the Ape King form, the Giant Crocodile form, and the Phoenix Claw form. She then performed the first form, then the second, and finally finished with the third, while Zhang Ping stood by and secretly observed this Beast King Fist. Both the footwork and the techniques were very powerful, much better than the Ming Fist. It was truly a decent martial art. The movements were diverse and not rigid, but it was clear she wasn't proficient enough, failing to display the true power of the Beast King Fist. And sure enough, she immediately tripped and fell flat on her face. Who allowed people from the Beast King Fist dojo to hand out flyers here? Suddenly, a few burly thugs appeared, approaching the girl with a menacing aura to intimidate her. Getting up from her fall, she awkwardly scratched her head and explained, "I didn't know I couldn't hand out flyers here. What's so great about a weak martial art like the Beast King Fist? I suggest you come to our Xingyi martial arts gym instead." Another one of them chimed in, lightning 5 consecutive kneels. Zhang Ping shouted when he saw him, leaving the others completely confused. The guy was fuming with rage, his mouth moving faster than his brain as he retorted, "It's lightning 5 consecutive kicks. You're the one who's gonna kneel." Liu Baoguo roared furiously with all his might. "I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened at the blacksmith shop, and today is the perfect chance. Shang Da, Shang get him. I won't let you bully him." The girl rushed forward to block them, but the 2 thugs paid her no mind. They immediately unleashed their power, their eyes turning bloodshot and muscles bulging until their clothes ripped apart. "Step aside, little girl, or we'll take care of you too." Zhang Ping activated his appraisal skill to check on Xiang Er. Race, human. Faction, Xingyi, martial arts gym. Growth, 1 star. Awaken rank, beginner. Grade, 4 star. Talent, body fortification. Reduces intelligence by 70% in exchange for a certain level of body fortification skill, with a maximum body fortification of 30%. The other guy, Shangda, had similar stats to his brother from another mother, leaving Zhang Ping startled after reading them. He looked at them in a new light, trading intelligence for body fortification. "Are you guys sure that's a talent?" he asked in alarm, then turned to the girl and activated his appraisal skill on her. Name, Wang Jiamen. Race, human. Beast King Martial Arts Hall influence. 7-star growth potential. Beginner level awakened. Level 3, talent. Diligence makes up for lack of intelligence. Learning ability is reduced by 90%, but any skill can be mastered through persistent daily training. The growth rate for repetitive training increases by 10%, up to a maximum of 100%, which is such a high growth value. I can't believe the weakest one turned out to be Wang Jiamen. Zhang Ping helplessly held his head, too exasperated to speak, but for her to stand up for him with her current strength, isn't that just asking for a beating? With that thought, he placed the stack of flyers into her hands with a thud and gave her shoulder a firm pat. "This is my problem, so let me handle it myself. There are 3 of them. You'll be at a huge disadvantage if you handle it alone." Wang Jiamen tried to stop him, but Zhang Ping replied nonchalantly with brimming confidence. "It's fine. Didn't you just demonstrate the Beast King fist? This is a perfect opportunity to use them for some practice." As soon as he finished, the 2 big guys charged at him furiously. Zhang Ping made no grand gestures, standing still to let them attack. The first move was a chop to the first guy's neck. The second was a palm strike to the stomach that sent the other flying 10 meters away. The third move was a special delivery for Lu Baoguo, a kick right to the family jewels. Finishing his 3 moves, the young man confidently dusted off his hands. "Too bad, you should have brought at least 2 more people. Your precious lightning 5-hit combo has already been defeated." Lu Baoguo clutched his groin in agony, unable to say another word. Zhang Ping cheerfully turned to Wang Jiamen. He teased with a smile, "Let's go. Take me to the Beast King Fist Hall to register. You're amazing. You learned the Ape King form just by watching it once. So, in the future, if there are any moves I don't understand, can you teach me?" she said cheerfully as they walked, putting on an incredibly cute, adoring expression. "This is great. With your help, I'm sure I can become strong quickly." Looking at her, Zhang Ping felt a sense of peace, silently concluding that she had immense potential. In the future, she would at least become a high-level awakened and maybe even a top-tier one. Who knows, perhaps he would be the one asking for her help someday. Zhang Ping thought innocently, completely unaware that this would later become the biggest mistake of his life. The moment he stepped into the dojo, Zhang Ping witnessed the chaotic scene inside, where people were laughing and crying, looking like they'd seen a ghost after hearing some news. Someone spotted the instructor at the end of the street. "What? The instructor is back already?" One person yelled in a panic. "Oh my god, didn't the instructor say he'd be back in 2 days? Another person chimed in, "Oh, what do I do? I haven't even learned half of it yet." And the Ape King form move. Yet another person cried out, pulling at their hair in despair. Seeing his comrades in peril, one young man gleefully rubbed salt in the wound, laughing at their misery. "This is what you get for slacking off. Just wait for your punishment, ha ha." One girl fainted on the spot. "My body bids farewell, my soul departs. Amen." Zhang Ping was completely clueless about what was going on. He turned to Wang Jiamen with a puzzled expression. Why does everyone seem so terrified of the instructor? At the mere mention of the instructor, the girl looked absolutely petrified. She covered her face in anguish and replied, "Our instructor, by D, is notoriously strict. Anyone who fails to complete their assignments receives a harsh punishment." "So what about you? Have you ever been punished?" he asked curiously, expecting her to say she was a model student. But no, Wang Jiamen proudly boasted, "I get punished the most. It took me over a month, and I still couldn't even meet the standard for the basic fist techniques." A moment later, the fearsome, legendary instructor returned, just as the rumors foretold. Wang Jiamen quickly turned to warn Zhang Ping, "The instructor is here. Stand at attention." The instructor had just returned and was already flexing on the miserable students. "Everyone stand at attention. Your posture is wrong. The penalty is 50 laps, he roared. Zhang Ping watched from the side, silently appraising him. Name, Bai D, race, human, faction. Beast King Fist Dojo, growth potential, 1 star, class, high, rank awakener. Level, 25, talent. Dietary transformation, changes body shape by consuming corresponding food. The number of storable forms is related to the user's level. He currently has a wolf form and a berserker lion form stored. So strong, his level is almost comparable to Sister Cece's. Zhang Ping thought to himself, so you're the kid who helped teach the Xingyi Fist Dojo a lesson yesterday. The instructor suddenly noticed the unfamiliar young man and walked over. Zhang Ping, brimming with confidence, replied coolly, "What if I am?" Showing no courtesy, the instructor immediately threw a punch to test his strength. "Kid, catch this." Zhang Ping only had time to say 3 words. Wait a minute, but he was already met with a flurry of strikes. He dodged while cursing, "You're going too far. You'd attack a newcomer like me just because we disagreed? Bai Di, never one to lose a verbal spar, retorted. Newcomer, I heard that you learned the Flame King form after watching it just once. Zhang Ping blocked here and dodged there, but he still ended up taking a punch straight to the head. After giving the kid a love tap, Bai Di laughed heartily. Haha, I didn't believe it before. Now I do. Your comprehension is truly excellent, kid. At this point, he turned towards Wang Jiamin and let out a sigh. It's just a shame that the person who demonstrated the Flame King form for you was a complete amateur. Some of the footwork was extremely off. I'll correct it for you later. Zhang Ping happily bowed his head to thank the instructor, thinking it was over. But no, the fun was just beginning. Next, it's time to check if you've all been slacking off. He glared with sharp eyes at the students below and threatened. Everyone line up and spar with me one by one. If you don't meet the standard, you'll be eating dirt, doing push-ups. 500 of them, and run 10 kilometers for me. Standing in the back, Zhang Ping could only smile wryly, thinking his future looked bleak. As expected of a reinforcement-type awakener, his training methods were also simple and brutal. At that moment, Wang Jiamin suddenly became shy and embarrassed. Pointing at Zhang Ping, she looked at him with hopeful eyes and said, the instructor won't teach me much, so since he's going to correct you later, could you teach me privately? Faced with a pretty girl, anything is possible, so Zhang Ping kept his word. No problem, come with me to the smithy after class. I'll help you practice. Wang Jiamin was overjoyed, cheering loudly. Really, I was worried you'd turn me down. I'll be in your care from now on. Hearing her words, the young man felt something was off and used his appraisal skill again. Looking at her clumsy but diligent skill, he couldn't help but curse. What the hell? This talent of yours is designed to torture your teacher, isn't it? No wonder Instructor Bai Di doesn't want to teach you much. A few days later, to kill two birds with one stone by making studying and training convenient, Zhang Ping invited Wang Jiamin to the forge. They could train together, and she could also watch the shop. However, this marked the beginning of Zhang Ping's ordeal. The girl kept making mistakes to the point that he had to hold his head in helplessness. I'll have to break the Flame King form down into small movements, and have her practice them one by one. That's the only way it'll be even slightly effective. He had just finished the thought, without even starting yet. She collapsed with a thud, so damn powerless. On the other hand, Zhang Ping felt this Beast King fist was a bit brain-dead. After practicing for the past few days, he vaguely felt his level showing signs of increasing. Zhang Ping, I'm back. Chi Se's loud shout startled the young man. Sister Se's back. You keep practicing, I'm going to check on her. Zhang Ping instructed Wang Jiamin and then went outside to meet the proprietress. As soon as she got home, Chu Se started complaining to her employee. This time we were almost done for. I don't know what the hell is going on, but the number of wild beasts and mutated beasts outside has dropped significantly. We had to venture deep into the northern mountains and ended up running into a pack of wolves. All of them were storm wolves. Zhang Ping let out a startled hun and quickly asked, Are you okay, sis? Chise laughed heartily. Luckily, we used shovels to dig a hole and hide. Since the wolf pack couldn't find its prey, they went off to attack the nearby savages. Saying that, she pulled out the spoils she'd picked up, boasting, I took the chance to profit while they were fighting, and got a few good items from that wolf pack. Come on, give me your hand. Genuine items like this are rare. Zhang Ping cautiously took it and activated his appraisal skill to inspect it. Gem of Wind, rare quality. An extremely rare biological crystal that can be used to store wind elemental energy. Through mental control, one can release the energy, forming attacks like wind blades and tempests. Chu Se smugly showed it off. Even a kid holding this could cast wind blades from thin air, storms, and all sorts of spells. Zhang Ping examined the gem for a moment when suddenly, some kind of power washed over him, and voices echoed in his ears. He heard someone whispering, Darling, we can't do this in broad daylight. Oh, don't undress me, move your hand, I'll do it myself. First stance of the Fan Clan's Blade Breath, Blade Energy Unleashed. Follow my lead, birds in the trees pair up, green waters and blue mountains smile. UA-12 is dead. Damn you humans, today I must devour 2 more of you. Zhang Ping's mind was a mess from hearing all this. Wondering what these strange sounds were, he hurriedly opened his status panel to check. In addition to his existing talents, he had awakened another one. Beginner Wind Whisperer. The possessor of this talent randomly hears strong emotional thoughts within a 10-mile radius and cannot actively control it. It really was a new talent, just like the Fire Eater one from before. Zhang Ping thought with a joyful smile, but then the voices of mutated beasts echoed in his ears again. That Tiancheng Fox said, Day 6. Inside the shop, besides Wang Jiamin, there's also a man. It seems that man is the one who got us scolded by His Majesty back at the academy dorms. He smells quite delicious. Let's eat them this afternoon. I'll take the kid. You can have Wang Jiamin. Zhang Ping's heart leaped into his throat when he heard this. So, they were being watched this whole time without a clue. In a situation like this, even for a quick-witted guy like him, the only option was to seek help from CC. Zhang Ping quickly sent her a signal using the cold jade. He waited, his heart pounding with fear. Why hasn't Sister CC arrived yet? He could feel the two Tiancheng foxes were losing their patience, that they could pounce at any moment. Both of them were intermediate-level Tiancheng foxes, so even with Sister C's help, they stood absolutely no chance. Chiyuse noticed that the young man's face looked pale and came over to ask, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Zhang Ping, still lost in thought, hurriedly came up with an excuse to get her out of the shop and away from the danger when she called out to him. "Oh, that's right, see, it seems you haven't visited Uncle Lu since you got back, have you? Why don't you go see him first? I'll go buy some groceries to cook for everyone." Thinking it was a good idea, she nodded in agreement, eagerly waiting for the meal personally cooked by her junior. Having tactfully sent one person away, Zhang Ping planned to use this chance to get Wang Jiamen out of there. To avoid harming an innocent person, just as planned, Zhang Ping immediately ran to the backyard of the forge and meeting up with Wang Jiamen. She was training diligently when he suddenly pulled her outside, leaving her completely clueless. "Don't make a sound, follow me. Where do you two think you're going?" The disgusting voices of the two Tiancheng foxes, in the form of Wang Jiamen's parents, suddenly appeared before them, freaking Zhang Ping out completely. Zhang Ping couldn't help but mutter "damn it," then stood in their way to prevent them from getting any closer. Wang Jiamen, standing behind him, didn't understand anything and called out, "Mom? Dad? Why are you here?" "Zhang Ping, they're my parents. It's okay." The young man said nothing, activating Inspect to check their stats. Mutated Beast Tiancheng Fox, Race Mutated Beast, Growth Potential. 1 star, Rank, Intermediate Mutated Beast, Level 15, Talent, Perception, Manipulation, can alter the target's perception, forcing the target to be unable to detect any abnormalities. The other one was similar, but just 1 level higher. "Min, who is that next to you? Why does he seem so afraid of your parents?" The Tiancheng fox in human form spoke with a pitiful tone. The completely innocent Wang Jiamen explained, "He's my friend from the dojo." Zhang Ping was disgusted listening to their fake act, but still wouldn't let the two of them get near her. Dark room space. Perfect. Zhang Ping smiled inwardly, relaxing his guard slightly when he realized CC had arrived. "Huh, what is this?" Wang Jiamen screamed in fear at what she saw in front of her. The two Tiancheng foxes realized they were trying to escape and immediately lunged at them. Zhang Ping kept telling Wang Jiamen to ignore them, but how could she possibly do that? In her eyes, they were her parents. Zhang Ping held her tightly, preparing to escape into the dark room. But he was unlucky. Before he could get away, they closed in and landed a clean slash across his back, causing blood to gush out. The two of them tumbled to the ground, but he was still ready to fight. The young man got up, said he was fine, and raised his weapon to face them. Wang Jiamen naively asked her father why he did that. "Don't go over there. They're mutated beasts," Zhang Ping explained. "Oh, so you can see through our disguise?" The mother Tiancheng fox no longer bothered to hide it. "Then we have even more reason not to let you live." The other one roared and opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, raising its clawed hand and lunging forward. Zhang Ping tried to defend himself but was completely overwhelmed. "So fast, I can't dodge it at all. Is this the difference in levels?" "Min, my good daughter." The monster bared its fangs, preparing to bite its beloved daughter's head. Wang Jiamen in its arms kept calling "Mom, Mom." They were in an extremely tense situation, and Zhang Ping was also at his limit. Just then, Cici appeared. She shouted, "Zhang Ping, get out of the way," then delivered a few deadly kisses to the two monsters. Then she mercilessly sent them to meet their ancestors. Wang Jiamen still didn't understand anything, screaming for her not to stab her parents. However, it was too late. "Is everyone okay?" Cici asked. "But why? Why did you have to stab my parents?" Wang Jiamen questioned tearfully. "They are no longer your parents, just Tiancheng foxes disguised as them," Zhang Ping tried to explain. "No way, you're lying to me. They're obviously my parents." The girl collapsed, clutching her head in agony, and sobbed in Zhang Ping's arms. It made sense. An innocent girl who had never experienced the world, suddenly witnessing her parents die right before her eyes. It would be strange if she didn't break down. Holding Wang Jiamen, Zhang Ping turned to ask Sister Cici, why didn't the Tiancheng foxes reveal their true forms? Cici offered her own judgment. There might be a king-level Tiancheng fox in the city. It's enhancing the entire clan's illusionary talents. Therefore, even low-level Tiancheng foxes can evade high-ranking awakened ones. And the ones we dealt with before only revealed their true forms outside the city. Zhang Ping knew if he didn't act now, Wang Jiamen would never believe him, so in this case, only he could expose their disguises. With that thought, he walked over and touched the two corpses to prove it to her. "Wang Jiamen, these two mutated beasts murdered your parents and then disguised themselves as them. This is the truth." Wang Jiamen, with tears and snot streaming down her face, looked at the truth before her with immense indignation. Meanwhile, In the Tianchang Fox's territory within the city, 9 of their brethren had kicked the bucket this week. It seems the humans have found a way to break our illusions. The Tianchang Fox, Luo Xiu, sitting majestically on high, spoke up. Your Highness, why don't we just wipe them all out and take over this city? One below paced back and forth with its arms crossed and offered an opinion. Then what will we eat later? Grass? A chubby one, who was mukbanging a human leg, interrupted with a curse. Seeing the chaotic uproar below, Luo Xiu signaled for the crowd to be silent, then gave them a lecture. Fools. Wiping out humanity is impractical, and it's a waste of food. What we need to do is drag out those hiding in the shadows, then purge them one by one. After saying that, it turned to the human beside it and asked, I wonder if the Vice City Lord has any countermeasures? That chubby man replied politely. Your Highness the Prince, we can lead other races in, to muddy the waters in Mingzhu City, and then focus on purging the human experts one by one. How do you know they are still in the city? Luo Xiu, the Tianchang Fox, asked curiously. He feigned anger, clenching his fist as he explained, of the 3 major organizations, besides the patrol team and the investigation team, there is still one more team. Previously, the city lord was injured by Wang Zhang and fled. I suspect he's hiding within that organization. I know he won't leave the city. He's definitely waiting for us to show a weakness. Hearing this, a tall, skinny one rudely interrupted. Your Highness, I think this idea of bringing in other races isn't bad. Yes. I was just thinking I wanted a change of palate. Luo Xiu found this quite appealing and stood up abruptly. However, the king is still in a deep sleep. Although you help our clan, if you dare to make any small moves, I will eat you too. I hope you understand your place. Huang Ziming, that guy, was frightened. He hurriedly knelt down to suck up. This subordinate wouldn't dare. This subordinate dedicated his whole life to Mingzhu City, but it's a pity the city lord is useless. Minshao City has been stagnant for too long. I only hope that a truly powerful person can take charge. After losing her parents, Wang Jiamin was still heartbroken and couldn't stop crying. I'm sorry, if only I had noticed sooner, she whimpered. Cece, not one for words, cut her off directly. Even if you had noticed sooner, what could you have possibly done? Seeing the situation was getting tense, Zhang Ping hurriedly stopped the woman, afraid she would say something harsh that would be a huge blow to the fragile girl. Enough, it's all my fault, because I'm too weak. Someone like me can't even learn the simplest fighting techniques. Why did this happen to my parents? Why wasn't I the one who died? Wang Jiamin screamed in pain and helpless despair. Zhang Ping stepped forward and pulled her into a comforting hug. Listen, it's not your fault. I'm just like you. I also had someone very important to me who was devoured by a Tianchang Fox from the patrol team. I always think, if I had stopped her from joining the patrol team that day, would this tragedy have been avoided? But I know that even if I could turn back time, the outcome would be the same. The patrol team was her dream. No one could have stopped her, and no one can change fate. So, what happened to your family is not your fault, but you can change the future, become stronger, and protect other important people. I believe your parents in heaven would surely be very proud of you. Hearing these heartfelt words of comfort, Wang Jiamin stopped crying immediately and thanked the young man for being there for her. As for the monsters in this city, trust me, I will definitely eliminate all of them, Zhang Ping continued. But at that very moment, for some reason, fresh blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. He then collapsed and passed out. The 2 girls were scared out of their wits, calling his name repeatedly. I just forced my body to hold on. I didn't expect it to only last for a moment, Zhang Ping thought as he sank into darkness. Sometime later, the young man finally woke up, much to the girls' relief. How long was I out? Zhang Ping asked, touching his forehead. Cece reminded him, don't move around too much, or your wounds will reopen. Wang Jiamin ran over, grabbing his hand and said with concern, Zhang Ping, I've made up my mind. I have to become stronger. And then I'll fight alongside everyone to destroy the Tiancheng Foxes. The young man let out a hearty laugh and encouraged her. You can definitely do it. The situation right now is not good at all. Cece suggested that Wang Jiamin stay with them, as her own house was surely no longer safe. If they stayed together, she could ensure both of their safety. Just then, the voices of the Tiancheng Foxes echoed in Zhang Ping's ears again. The king is still in deep sleep. We know Huang Ziming's location. Your subordinate dares not. Blah. Blah. Zhang Ping immediately recognized the voice as Luo Xiu's. Knowing something was wrong, he quickly told Cece, something's happening with the Tiancheng Foxes. After recounting everything he had heard to her, a tense Cece began analyzing the situation with Zhang Ping. Huang Ziming, he's the vice city lord of Minshao City, and he was mentioned in a conversation with the Tiancheng Foxes, referring to himself as a subordinate, which strongly suggests he has betrayed the city. As for the king, it can enhance the illusions of the entire clan, making it impossible for even the top awakened ones to detect them. That must be the king of the Tiancheng Foxes, and if their king is in a deep sleep, so now is our best chance to counterattack. She then turned to the stern-faced young man and said, "Zhang Ping, we need your cooperation to identify the sky-dwelling foxes." Zhang Ping naturally agreed. This wasn't a problem for him. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jusei and his uncle were about to pass out from hunger, still naively waiting for Zhang Ping to bring back food for a lavish feast. At the cleanup squad's base, everyone quickly received the news of the all-out assault. Chen Luwei, Man Ni, and Shuji immediately deployed the phantom light sky curtain to cover the entire city. On his end, Zhang Ping had also received a satisfactory answer from the cleanup squad after their long period of cooperation. They finally agreed to reveal some information to him. The cleanup squad is the most mysterious organization in Pearl City, and their mission is to step up and protect the city when it's in danger. They are Pearl City's trump card. The cleanup squad often has to operate in secret, supported from behind by a special unit within the squad called the Barrier Squad. According to Seasai, the Barrier Squad has 3 key members: Team Leader Man Ni, whose ability creates the dark space curtain of the black room that Zhang Ping had entered many times before. It was her creation. Then there's Yu Ji, whose ability is Solar Energy Pulse, absorbing sunlight to provide energy for her teammates to continue fighting. Finally, there's Chen Luowei, whose ability is Optical Illusion Transformation, allowing her to become invisible by changing the color of light on an object's surface. The 3 of them combined can activate the Phantom Light Sky Curtain, which can pull creatures below king level into the dark space and can arbitrarily change the surrounding scenery in order to deceive their opponents. This is the Barrier Squad's strongest technique. If the sky-dwelling foxes distort perception and silently devour people, then they will use their own methods to retaliate, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Yuer, how about we capture a few people and take them back? A sky-dwelling fox swaggered down the street, trying to persuade the one next to it. It's not safe in the city lately. We should be more careful. What's wrong? Are you scared? It continued to coax. Yuer felt that something was wrong. It looked up at the sky and asked, "What could be wrong?" "It seems to me you're just scared," the other one replied grumpily. But after it spoke, it suddenly realized something really was wrong. But where did everyone go? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. From behind it, a man rushed forward and delivered a thunderous blow to the 2 of them. "What a pity. I couldn't finish you off with one punch," he said. They now realized they had been trapped and roared in anger. "Are you the one who's been taking out our kind in Pearl City recently? How dare you attack us so blatantly? Aren't you afraid we'll call for backup?" Hearing these 2 monsters talk, Jinba found it ridiculous. He excitedly activated Golden Blood level 32 and taunted, "Oh, then go ahead and try calling them." Inwardly, he calculated, according to the information from Zhang Ping, the level of these 2 is around 25. "I think I can handle them." And so, Jinba, confident in his abilities, took on the 2 bastards by himself, dodging left and right, showing them a world of hurt. However, these 2 were no pushovers. Their combined attacks gave him a tough time. Despite dodging, he still got hit. "Is that all you've got?" "I really don't understand how our kind were killed," the other one said aggressively. But as soon as the words left its mouth, it took a loving punch straight to the jaw, sending teeth and lips flying. "Now you see," he said before throwing it far away. The other one saw its comrade getting pummeled and became furious, opening its stinking mouth and leaping down from above. "Damn you, I want your life." However, that was then. But now, Zhang Ba could take on 10 of them with his bare hands. He blocked its attack, and even though he couldn't see it, "I've already figured out your general form. This ability is very powerful for sneak attacks. But in a direct confrontation, it's nothing." As Zhang Ba spoke, he grabbed the bastard's hand and snapped it with a crack, making it scream in agony. "Yu Yi saved me. See, it didn't want to die alone and wanted a friend. If the other one wanted to play hero, he would oblige," sending them both off with the same move. First, he threw one high into the air, then kicked it down like a baseball. Next, he smashed the other in the gut and finished with a perfect landing. Lying motionless on the ground with their bodies deformed, they finally realized the truth, huddling together and whispering, "Why can't we sense our own kind? We've walked into a trap." But Zhang Ba wasn't done with them yet. He was determined to finish them off, delivering another round of torment. One time wasn't enough, and seeing their still hateful faces, he continued for 10 more. Saisi and Zhang Ping, watching from above, couldn't help but exclaim, "He's so strong." "After all, Jinba is our combat team leader," Saisi said proudly. Zhang Ping chuckled. "But with that getup, it's hard not to think of a superhero." Just then, Zhang Ping also received a message from the outside world. The person on the other end spoke urgently. "Lu Sixian, this is Shi Bai. For some reason, the mutated beasts outside the city are gathering and rioting. If they enter the city now, I'm afraid it will put more strain on the Phantom Light Sky Curtain. Go outside the city and investigate the situation. If you're worried about Zhang Ping, then take him with you. It'll be a good opportunity to train his practical combat skills." As for Tianshang Lake that he pointed out earlier, I'll arrange for a combat team to handle it. CC accepted the order and immediately told Zhang Ping to go outside the city with her, adding that someone would be sent to guard the blacksmith shop. The young man nodded and asked curiously, "Was that person just now someone important?" "That's our leader. You'll meet him after the mission is over." This was the first time in his life he had ever been outside the city, and Zhang Ping was visibly thrilled. Everything seemed new to him, so he looked around curiously and was about to check something out. "Don't go there," CC yelled in alarm when she saw the kid get close to a nearby bush, but it was too late. The bush suddenly exploded, splashing acid everywhere. Zhang Ping stared at the scene, completely stunned. CC explained, "These plants are called acid grass. They contain a highly corrosive acid. Now is the time when their fruits mature, and the maturation process makes them explode like fireworks. This is how acid grass spreads its seeds. You have to be very careful. There are also mutated beasts that eat this acid grass, and that will be your first opponent." As she spoke, she pointed towards a cute-looking rabbit grazing over there. "I have to go investigate the mutated beast riot. You stay here and don't wander off too far," CC instructed. Facing this harmless-looking beast, Zhang Ping carefully used his appraisal skill. Mutated beast name: Acid Spit Bullet Rabbit. Race: Mutated Rabbit. Potential: 3 star. Class: Low. Rank: Mutated Beast. Level: 9. Talent: Can shoot acid from sweat glands hidden in its ears. This rabbit looks harmless, but its level is even higher than the poison-tail mouse. Zhang Ping made his assessment and pulled out his dagger, deciding to launch a preemptive strike while it wasn't paying attention. 1, 2, 3. And with that, he unleashed a flame-wreathed slash. The rabbit swiftly dodged and spat acid toward its enemy, while Zhang Ping continued to attack with his underworld fist. But damn, what bad luck. He never expected it could spit acid that far. Even though he dodged, he kept getting hit. What's more, it even agitated all the surrounding acid. It was like fireworks on a clear day. Zhang Ping was scared out of his wits, silently calculating his next move. He commanded his body to dodge the acid, then automatically analyzed the situation. This rabbit's senses were incredibly sharp, and its reactions were agile. His sneak attack had failed, and second, it had a ranged skill and was also immune to the acid grass. It was very cunning, first spitting acid to prevent him from getting close, then deliberately luring him to where the mature fruit was. In short, it was both agile and sly, not an easy opponent. However, to his complete surprise, even though Zhang Ping was sprayed with acid all over his body, it didn't corrode him at all. The young man's mind was filled with questions. He had clearly used his hands to block the acid bullets the rabbit shot. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Oh, could it be because of the fire? The rabbit growled and launched a large amount of acid toward Zhang Ping. Now that he had figured out his opponent's weakness, he wasn't afraid of anything, confidently unleashing his flames in return. As expected, the acid was afraid of fire and evaporated instantly. No wonder CC was confident enough to let me fight such a high-level opponent, Zhang Ping said with a happy laugh. The rabbit, seeing it was at a disadvantage, grew angry. Its eyes turned bloodshot as it growled in rabbit speak. "Damn it. All my acid is wasted. Why isn't it eating him?" Pissed off, it charged forward with its sharp maw, and Zhang Ping blocked it. This feeling was so familiar. This little monster actually had 2 phases. The young man swung his knife, slashing wildly through the air. He took a few hits from the mutated beast, bleeding profusely. Its claw attacks also had a corrosive effect. This bastard knows its ranged attacks are useless against me, so it wants to go head-to-head. Huh. Zhang Ping looked at the beast, his heart filled with indignation. He was truly enraged now, unleashing his full firepower and activating Fire Devourer to teach it some manners. To avoid being corroded, he had to envelop his entire body in fire. The system announced Fire Reserve at 43 out of 100. Zhang Ping also realized that the flames would quickly dissipate this way, so he had to finish the fight quickly if he wanted to stay alive. "Little rabbit, you're not the only one who can set a trap," Zhang Ping said as he charged forward fiercely, surrounding it with flames. The young man continuously closed into attack. Even if the rabbit tried to run, it would be hard to escape. "Now you have nowhere to run, do you? Log out," Zhang Ping shouted. Fire Devourer was also running out, hitting rock bottom at 0 out of 100. But damn, it nimbly dodged the fatal blow. Just then, Zhang Ping suddenly thought of a way. He activated Fire Devourer, absorbing the surrounding flames, and his energy reserve increased significantly. "Let's see how you'll escape now." In midair, the young man shouted with excitement and launched a fireball at the mutated beast. The rabbit took the full hit and was unknowingly roasted into a 7-course rabbit meal. Zhang Ping let out a tired breath. Phew, that was exhausting. My attributes haven't increased, so that rabbit must still be alive. I need to land a few more hits. With that thought, he went over to give it a few more loving stabs. Just then, the system sent a notification. All attributes increased by 2 levels. Current attributes: Stamina, 20. Infinite Mental Power, Energy 19, Agility 23. Zhang Ping dusted off his hands, looking at his stats with considerable joy. As expected of a level 4 monster, taking one down can increase all attributes by 2 points, but unfortunately, my rank didn't increase. Ranks are hard to increase because the higher you go, the harder it is to level up, since gaining experience from training and fighting monsters only increases your attributes, so it's very common not to gain a rank. Additionally, his True Fire user ability had also progressed in its flame attraction power. The total energy reached 1000, advancing him from a low-level True Fire user to an intermediate-level True Fire user, and his capacity increased to 300. Zhang Ping was overjoyed. It was quite a harvest. But just then, disaster struck the young man. As bad luck would have it, a swarm of rabbits, as numerous as ants, surrounded him, their bloodshot eyes fixed on him, ready for their evening meal. At this moment, Zhang Ping couldn't help himself and muttered the 2 words, "I'm screwed." His True Fire user energy was now only at 2 out of 100, and there were just too many rabbits. In this situation, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Luckily, this bit of fire was still enough to activate the Jade Pendant. Zhang Ping ran while screaming, "Cece, save me." He couldn't see the woman anywhere, but he could see his own demise approaching. Rabbits were surrounding him from all sides. Scared out of his wits, Zhang Ping crouched down and covered his head, thinking of using his clothes to block their initial attack. Ah, there she is. At that moment, thankfully, his savior had arrived. Zhang Ping was ecstatic and quickly stood up. It was indeed Cece. The cold woman told the kid to step back, and then directly showed that pack of mutated beasts what a high-level expert was capable of. In the blink of an eye, she had restrained the entire horde of mutated beasts within her river of ice. Zhang Ping watched this scene with his jaw dropped in amazement. So cool! I had to use all my strength just to deal with one of them. After temporarily restraining the horde, Cece turned to question the young man. "I was only gone for a short while. Why did so many suddenly appear?" Zhang Ping cluelessly waved his hands and replied, "I don't know either." No matter how many she restrained, more of the mutated beasts just kept appearing. However, they surprisingly didn't attack them, but instead rushed in one direction, towards the restrained rabbits. Is it because of that leader? But it should be dead already, right? They paid no attention to their surroundings as if drawn by something. Sissy deduced, "If that's the case, then I won't hold back." And just like that, she sent them all to meet their makers. After a while, they finally reached the last one. The mystery was now solved, just as Cece had thought. The answer was inside the body of the leader rabbit. "Found it. It really is a soul-luring pill," she said, holding up the pill. "A soul-luring pill? What's that? It smells so good." Zhang Ping asked curiously, getting closer. Dealing with this inexperienced kid was tiring. Cece patiently explained that this item was created by some organization, a tool used to control mutated beasts. It said that the soul-luring pill emits a special fragrance that only low-level mutated beasts can smell. That scent will lure the mutated beasts to eat it. Unlike Zhang Ping's controlled gem, a mutated beast that eats a soul-luring pill will lose its intelligence and ultimately be forcibly tamed. But how does the famous beast-taming Chu family manage to control mutated beasts that have been tamed like this? The organization still doesn't know. Besides, this thing doesn't get digested. Regardless, it's certain that some mutated beasts are being controlled. In short, the mutated beast rampage is definitely related to the soul-luring pill. I will report this to headquarters. As for whether the Chu family is behind this, until it's fully investigated, you will train seriously with me outside the city, Sissy said. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly sensed something, immediately launched an attack behind him, shattering the mouth of the tree, which scared the little guy out of his wits, but he didn't detect any movement. Little did they know, their every action was being watched crystal clear by someone. 1 week later, at the Tian Changhu's base inside the city, they had noticed something unusual and gathered all their forces for an emergency meeting. The insect-like creature sat with its legs crossed on the chair, countless thoughts running through its mind. The mutated beast riots were becoming more and more frequent. Is Huang Ziming behind this? Forget it. I can't completely rely on that person. I must also start making my move. With that thought, it shot to its feet, unleashing a terrifying aura, and announced loudly, "I'm sure you all already know. Recently, humans have found a way to eliminate our mind control, causing our race to suffer heavy casualties. Over the past week, I've discovered that our fallen brethren were primarily located in Shangren Street. Those of you living nearby will very likely be the next targets. I want you all to cause a stir together to make the enemy think that you've discovered some clue and are trying to escape, thus luring them into making their move early." His eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists, revealing his killing intent. I'd like to see just who the hell this opponent is. Below, they trembled in fear, shouting their affirmation in unison without daring to utter a single word of protest. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Zhang Ping was still diligently grinding monsters to level up. After a week of fighting rabbits, he had reached level 6, and he had also completely mastered their weaknesses and attack patterns. First, He neutralizes their ranged attacks to anger them, and once provoked, they will cover their entire bodies in acid and close in for a brawl. The acid can be ignited, but the burning time is very short, so it's not life-threatening. If the scales of a Chilean snake are used as fuel, the fire can continue to burn. Zhang Ping calls it the fake samadhi true fire. The young man had just finished grinding another mob. He calmly turned around, silently calculating in his mind. The snake scales he had gathered recently were all used up this time. After fighting so many monsters in one go, he should be able to level up. With that thought, the young man hurriedly opened his appraisal to check, exclaiming with joy, "I really did gain a level, and what's more, the contract gemstone leveled up too." He excitedly materialized a blue gemstone. He stared at it intently for a moment. I used to think the contract gemstone's level was synchronized with my own, but after I jumped 2 levels to level 6, the gemstone's level was still 4. Is it because the contract gemstone is harder to level up? I wonder what ability I'll awaken after eating it this time. I hope it's a combat type. As soon as the words left his mouth, the young man popped the gemstone into his mouth and swallowed it down in one gulp. At that moment, a monster rabbit behind him suddenly transformed. A shroud of black smoke enveloped its body. The monster that had just kicked the bucket suddenly came back to life, taking Zhang Ping by surprise. But it was no big deal. He activated his fake fire, pierced straight through its body, and stuck the landing in style. However, this one was a bit different from the previous ones. It actually changed its form to dodge the attack. Zhang Ping spun around and wondered, what is this? Could it be that because I've killed too many rabbits, a vengeful spirit has been born? But this thought only made him more excited. Awesome. Vengeful spirits are fine, demons are good too. Just bring the experience points to me. After a few seconds of struggle, the mutated rabbit finally kicked the bucket, and Zhang Ping stood there observing. Since when did that explosive attack become a skill? Could it have been lured by the soul lure too? With that said, he sat down and began digging into the monster's stomach, searching for a glowing black lump. It's not the lure of the returned soul. Zhang Ping activated his appraisal skill to check. Appraisal failed, countless appraisal failures made the young man quite nervous, sweating profusely. It had been a long time since he'd encountered an item so difficult to appraise. Ah, there it is. After several dozen failed appraisals, one finally succeeded. Essence of the Dark Mist, quality unknown. The essence energy is stored in the testicles of the Black Dark Mist mountain goat, and a surprise will occur after use. Zhang Ping picked it up, slowly replaying the scene from before where Yangling Shengxi was fighting the fierce rushing boar, along with a pack of other mutated beasts. The mountain goat took a huge bite out of the boar's neck, and something burrowed inside the boar. Then they both exploded, leaving behind only hollowed-out skeletons. I have a feeling this orb is probably similar to the Jewel of the Wind, a rare item. But how can I activate the effect of this gem? Touching it directly has no effect, unlike my previous awakening. Do I really have to swallow this thing? Zhang Ping felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. This thing was times part of the Black Mountain Goat. Swallowing it would be a bit awkward. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered all the times he had been weak, and with gritted teeth, he closed his eyes and swallowed it down in one gulp. You're weaker than an ant. What right do you have to be picky? The moment the thing went down his throat, Zhang Ping's entire body felt like it was about to explode in pain, and he clutched his head, screaming in agony. Then he collapsed to the ground. A lingering memory of his childhood friend appeared. Zhang Ping, promise me. No matter what failures you face, you must keep on living. Her clear voice, along with her blood-soaked body, the mangled image of Su Jingjiao being controlled by Tian Chang Hu, appeared vividly before his eyes. Zhang Ping's eyes turned bloodshot. A strange aura emanated from his body, and he clenched his fists resentfully, saying, Su Jingjiao, rest assured, before I skewer all those foxes, I absolutely will not die. As soon as he finished speaking, he also finished appraising himself, and along with his previous skills, Zhang Ping had a new one, Body of the Dark Mist, Beginner. Can convert the fear of living creatures into mist to be controlled. Mist Reserve, 20 out of 100. For every 1 point of Mist Reserve consumed, the Mist entity has 10% attack power and 10% defense. At the current level, a maximum of 1000% can be created. After reading the skill description, Zhang Ping was ecstatic. This talent was a complete offense and defense combat type. It seems its power is related to the amount of mist consumed. My growth value actually increased by 3 stars in an instant. Is the Body of the Dark Mist that strong? Zhang Ping said as tears streamed down his face, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. Just then, a group of people suddenly approached from behind. Seeing the young man sitting motionless, they took a moment to ask, Brother, are you okay? Someone next to him interrupted, We still have to go, don't be nosy. That's right, while there are no mutated beasts around, let's get into the city quickly. Zhang Ping slowly got up, his eyes flashing as a cold aura radiated from his entire body. Seeing this, the others panicked and fled for their lives. A demon. There's a demon. Zhang Ping was bewildered. He had really scared them. Could it be that I can absorb the fear of others and turn it into this mist? And this mist is what gives me the sensation. It's not real mist. It doesn't even count as energy. But the form of the mist can change according to my will. I just don't know how powerful it is. With that, Zhang Ping tried a test strike. Surprisingly, with its lowest level attack, it sliced clean through a massive tree and could even be used for carving. It can also block attacks. The uses for this mist are truly numerous. Zhang Ping smirked smugly. If used properly, the Nether Mist body will be my trump card for dealing with high-level aberrations. Next, I should continue helping the cleanup team. While he was grinning from ear to ear, Cece suddenly rushed in and frantically launched an attack. Looking around, she asked, Zhang Ping, you encountered the mist aberration. Where is it? Zhang Ping awkwardly scratched his head, feeling that this scene was very familiar, reminding him of Sister Perky's sheep. Sister Sissy, it's actually like this, blah blah. Zhang Ping recounted everything that had just happened, and her expression changed as she shouted angrily. What? You ate the Nether Mist essence? Zhang Ping, are you tired of living? How dare you carelessly eat something of unknown origin? Do you have any idea how close you were to kicking the bucket? The young man was too scared to argue and tried to do damage control. It's okay. If there was really a problem, I could just order myself to throw it up. Sissy, still furious, retorted, oh yeah? And what makes you think you could just throw it up? Did you ever consider that it might be a parasite? Zhang Ping was finally startled. Sister Cece, you mean the thing I ate was actually something very dangerous? She explained with a grim look. The mist aberration is a creature of unknown origin. They don't have a specific form, and usually live as parasites on other creatures, like the black mountain goat and the purple bullet rabbit you mentioned. They were likely puppets of the mist aberration. After the host dies, it burrows into each of the host's organs, and waits for a new host. The key point is that the mist aberration can control the target it infects. Zhang Ping frowned, thinking to himself, when I ate the nether mist essence just now, I felt an intense pain. Was that because the mist was trying to take over my body? After a moment, he asked curiously, if I'm fine, does that mean the parasitism failed? Cece wasn't sure either. She guessed that perhaps he was special, or maybe he already had a parasitic monster inside him. That destroyed the mist aberration, or perhaps it's because you have absolute control over your own body. So even if you were infected, it wouldn't affect you. As she said this, Cece suddenly got angry again. In short, if I find anything strange about you, I'll have no choice but to cut you down. Zhang Ping was terrified, sweating buckets and crying his eyes out. I was wrong. While she was intensely threatening him, a giant spider suddenly appeared and said hello. Surprise, a person so strong she's not afraid of any aberration. Yet upon seeing the spider, Cece was utterly terrified. She hugged Zhang Ping tightly. Hurry, get it away, quick. Zhang Ping stalled for time, stroking her hair. He remembered how she was also afraid of spiders like this when they were young. It felt so peaceful. A moment later, Cece suddenly shoved him away with an embarrassed look. Why are you holding me so tight? Zhang Ping's blissful moment was shattered, and he froze. She lectured him for a while. Zhang Ping, in the wild, any item of unknown origin, all contain unknown dangers. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even though you are lucky to escape this time, you must not let your guard down when facing such items in the future. Remember that well. Cece smoothed her hair and said, but Zhang Ping's eyes were filled with such happiness that it's unclear if he heard a single word. But his attention was entirely on his big sister. He had always thought that after Sissy joined the cleanup squad, her personality had grown colder, and that she was keeping her distance from him. Now it seemed she hadn't changed at all. She still cared for him just like before. She just didn't want to show it. Just then, Sissy received a notification from headquarters. She hurriedly turned and called for Zhang Ping to head back. My investigation mission and your special training end here. We have to return to Mingju City. Zhang Ping sensed something was wrong and asked in alarm, what happened? Team leader Jinba was seriously injured by Tianchang Hu. I must return to the city to provide support immediately. Cece replied as she walked. Zhang Ping quickly followed behind and added, even he was. Wait a minute. Why don't we ask the investigation teams outside the city or for help from other cities? That would tip off our enemy. Besides, the world outside the city is incredibly complex. I'll explain on the way. Cece quickened her pace and answered her little brother's naive question. On the way, Cece told Zhang Ping about the situation outside the city, where mutated beasts have been rampant for who knows how long. The surviving humans had no choice but to build walls to protect themselves. Because transportation was cut off, the city could only rely on patrol teams and the Awakened to expand the map. Currently, according to information from the patrol teams, the area near Mingju City has few mutated beasts, there are villages and wild people, and further out is the sea. Due to high-level mutated beasts in the sea, exploration has been temporarily halted. It's unknown if there are other cities or what lies beyond the sea. Cece spoke up and asked, what's the situation in the city now? A member of the cleanup squad quickly replied, For the past few days, we've been using the Huanguang Tianmo to monitor the entire situation in Mingzhu City. There was nothing unusual about Tianchang Hu until last night, he added. The mid- and low-level members of Tianchang Hu in the Artisan Street came out of their nest, and we engaged them in combat. Unexpectedly, it was a trap. The enemy leader was also present, and team leader Jin Ba was seriously injured while covering our retreat. Right now, the captain wants you to temporarily take over team leader Jin Ba's position and lead the team to protect Mingzhu City. After grasping the information, she replied, I understand. Zhang Ping, who was behind them eating a snack, asked, Do you need my help? Cece replied, No need. You should go back to Iron Soul first. I'll come find you when I'm free. She raised her hand to wave goodbye to Zhang Ping, who watched their departing figures and thought to himself, I hope Jin Ba and Cece will both be safe. Zhang Ping stretched his arms and said, Anyway, I can finally relax a bit. Being outdoors these past few days was really exhausting. Then he also started walking down the street. At a nearby stall, two people were making a trade. He wondered to himself as he walked, I wonder how Wang Jiamin's training with the Beast King Fist is coming along. Unconsciously, Zhang Ping froze in his tracks. A big question mark appeared in his mind as he saw the leaves fluttering before his eyes suddenly stopped moving. At the same time, he turned his attention to a street food stall, where both the vendor and the customer were frozen in place like statues. Zhang Ping wondered, why aren't these people moving at all? While he was lost in confusion, a man in black suddenly approached and called out, Hey kid. Startled, he asked, Who's there? Zhang Ping quickly used his appraisal skill and realized the other person was using an ability to hide their identity. He thought to himself, What's with this attribute? The man noticed and asked in a cold voice, You can't see it, can you? Trying to probe my abilities. But I have to commend you. Even a high-level awakened being's appraisal skill can only be used no more than 10 times a day, yet you can use it infinitely. Zhang Ping thought to himself, It's because I command my body to appraise that I can use it infinitely. Wait, how does he know? He immediately asked, Old man, what do you want with me? Zhang Ping felt a little worried. Although this old man had a gentle face, the aura he emitted was infuriating. This person did not come with good intentions. His whole body emitted a fog-like aura as he said, Let's play. Zhang Ping immediately drew his weapon and entered a combat stance. This man's name was Situ Shibai. His eyes lit up as he looked at Zhang Ping and asked, What's wrong? Not making a move yet. Although he was ready, he calmly replied, I have no reason to do that to you. Mr. Situ continued, Do you need a reason to become stronger? Then he taunted, Or are you saying that avenging Jing Jiao is just all talk? Hearing this, Zhang Ping immediately gripped his dagger and charged straight at him. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Mr. Situ. He slashed the dagger toward his neck and asked in a cold voice, Say that again, but the result was unexpected. Cracks like a shattered mirror appeared in front of Zhang Ping. He realized it and wondered, A space-time rift? Zhang Ping quickly turned around. His other hand gathered energy as he thought, No, that's not it. It's a spatial teleportation skill. He's behind me. He then threw a punch at Mr. Situ, but the man easily raised a hand to block it, remarking, Your speed still needs improvement. Suddenly, they both paused, staring at each other. Zhang Ping glanced over and asked, Is that so? But his other arm behind his back was secretly gathering a flame. The very next second, Zhang Ping unleashed his ultimate move, striking towards Mr. Situ. The true fire user's flame coiled around, engulfing everything in red fire. But he quickly created a white misty barrier around himself to block it. Then, Shibai's body inexplicably turned transparent. Zhang Ping was stunned, thinking to himself, Something seems wrong. Mr. Situ spoke up, You've been attacking for a while now. It's my turn. Behind him was a blurry, indistinct shadow. Zhang Ping realized the figure was just a clone, while the real body was a long distance away. A flash of blue light shot forward. A sharp ice shard whizzed past his head, making him exclaim in shock. The water element this time? Zhang Ping dodged the ice shards as he turned to flee, thinking, Damn it, just how many skills does he have? He's a monster. He then slid to one side, simultaneously gathering nether fog in his left hand. His nether fog reserves were quite low now, at 18 out of 1,000. Zhang Ping created a shield from the nether fog to block the ice shards, thinking at the same time, I'll have to try that move. While on this side, Mr. Situ was also gradually closing in with his skills. The attacks caused the amount of dark mist on the shield to gradually decrease and vanish. Zhang Ping focused his gaze and calculated. First, he pretended to create an opening, simultaneously launching a large amount of dark mist towards Mr. Situ. He executed the second step of his plan. Counter-attacking, he dashed quickly behind where Shibai had dodged, wanting to use the opportunity to sneak attack with Nightwalker. He still appeared calm, speaking softly, a bit of cleverness. Too bad your strength is still insufficient. At the same time, a light flashed, causing him to be blinded and pause. A beam of golden light erupted from where Mr. Situ stood, brilliantly illuminating the entire area. It then turned into a white light and Zhang Ping was thrown backwards, slamming his back onto the street and crying out in pain. Mr. Situ's voice continued to ring out, but to have this much power at this level is already quite commendable. He lay there motionless, unable to struggle, as if suppressed by something. He could only think to himself, he even has psionic power. That's such a cheat. At this point, he had stopped, turning his back to him and asking, "Shall we have a chat?" Zhang Ping felt that he could move again. He sat up, looking at the figure before him, and thought, to put so much effort into probing me, his strength far surpasses Jin Ba and CC. He can also turn invisible. An expert like this in the city is probably only the leader of the cleanup squad. After that, Mr. Situ sat down at a round table. Zhang Ping turned to bow. "I don't know what I should call you, sir." He gestured for him to sit down and replied, "Such formalities. A name is just for others to call you by. Anything is fine. Do you really not know this old man's name?" Zhang Ping thought, it seems the cleanup squad has all my information, but for Situ Shibai to meet me in this manner, what is his purpose? As soon as he sat down, he immediately asked, "Old Master Situ, so what brings you here this time?" He offered Zhang Ping a reminder, before you can block others' mind-reading abilities, it's best not to think too much. This startled him, then Mr. Situ continued, "After me, Mingju City has not seen a person with an infinite rank ability for 200 years. Then he slowly raised his teacup to drink. While gazing intently at Zhang Ping, he asked coldly, "Tell me, how could I not come to observe?" He was a bit surprised, wondering, "Do you mean to say I'm infinite rank? What is infinite rank? Isn't the highest level and ability of humanity peak rank?" Mr. Situ replied, "No matter how strong an ability is, an awakened can only ever have one ability in their entire life. But infinite rank is different. It can break the limit on the number of abilities and can even continuously awaken new ones." His eyes lit up as he looked at him and posed a question. "There's one thing I'm very curious about. I wonder if my infinite rank ability, Way of the Prodigy, can copy your infinite rank ability, Contract Jewel?" Mr. Situ added, "Of course, I won't test this for nothing. Regardless of the outcome, I will give you a gift, and I will also answer all of your questions." Zhang Ping asked in return, "So, can I refuse?" He took out a golden bracelet, which had intricate patterns and characters on it, then answered him, "Of course you can, but take a look at the gift I'm offering you first." Mr. Situ explained, "This bracelet is called the Golden Ring Treasury. It's a piece of equipment I often used in my early years. It contains a skill called storage. You must know what that means." Zhang Ping smiled and replied to Old Master Situ, "You are too generous." Inwardly, he was thrilled. A storage space was exactly what he needed. Then, he held his hand forward and requested, "Give me your hand." The two placed their hands parallel to each other. A faint blue aura rose up. Zhang Ping watched in silence as Master Situ fell into deep thought, closing his eyes and beginning to copy. After a while, he opened his eyes, pulled his hand back, and sighed. Zhang Ping rubbed his wrist and then asked, "Is it over?" He replied, "It's over. I cannot copy your ability." Master Situ looked at him appraisingly. "I can't even copy your secondary abilities. It seems you are very special." With that, he pushed the box containing the item forward and said, "All right, from now on, it's yours." He thanked Old Master Situ, then picked up the golden treasury bracelet and began to appraise it. After a successful appraisal, images from the past appeared, showing a girl tied up and hung, covered in blood. Zhang Ping wondered, could this be the creation process of the bracelet? Someone poured fire energy over the girl, causing her to scream in agony. Next to her, someone was casting a spell to forge the artifact. Zhang Ping looked at it and silently judged, "Are all these special items made by sacrificing human lives? This act is too cruel." With a serious face, he turned to ask Old Master Situ, "Is the creation process for all special equipment this cruel?" He took a sip of tea and explained, "It has been this way for the past 200 years. Even though it's now banned, there are still villains who secretly use people as sacrifices. I was going to destroy it, but if you can use it properly to punish evil and promote good, then the spirit within this item can also rest in peace." After hearing this, Zhang Ping had a question. What was Mingju City like 200 years ago? Did everyone treat life so cheaply? Master Situ put down his teacup and answered, "Exactly." He lowered his voice and continued, 200 years ago, Mingju City was ruled by the beast-taming Zhu family. Everyone in Mingju City was a slave to the Zhu family, with no future and no hope. Men toiled day and night, only to receive a meager amount of food. Slightly beautiful women were chosen as servant girls for the Zhu family, becoming playthings for their descendants. Children were managed centrally and indoctrinated day and night with loyalty to the Zhu family. Finally, the elderly who could no longer work were treated as livestock feed, fed to the mutated beasts tamed by the Zhu family. Master Situ added, when someone became an awakened one, they would either become a controlled slave or be used as material for crafting equipment. As he recounted this, his eyes narrowed, flashing with resentment. It was because the beast-taming Zhu family committed so many evil deeds that a number of talented warriors secretly gathered their strength and eventually joined forces to overthrow the Zhu family's rule. After listening to the story, Zhang Ping picked up the teapot, stood up to pour more for Master Situ, and said, "So that's how it was." He immediately asked, "Do you have any other questions?" While pouring the hot tea, he wondered, "Old Master Situ, you are so powerful. Why don't you take action to deal with the Moon Prince and liberate this city once again?" Shibai replied, "It's not that I won't act, but that I cannot." He activated his encrypted communication ability. You might misunderstand and think Mingju City's defenses are very weak, not even noticing Tian Changhu's infiltration, but that is completely wrong. Actually, the defense system of Pearl City is very thorough, with a large number of patrol teams. Outside the city, there are patrol teams to check for and eliminate mutated beasts like Lu Chishen. Near the city gates, there's a cleanup crew to secretly purge mutated beasts like Jin Ma's group. Furthermore, the city possesses the king-level divine artifact, the Sun Moon Pearl. Within the range of the Sun Moon Pearl's domain, all creatures will have their level reduced to below 40. This means that even an invading king-level mutated beast would be suppressed to the peak of the 4th rank. Mr. Situ stood up, paced, and continued, "And at that time, I would certainly be the strongest." Then his voice lowered, hesitating slightly. But Zhang Ping understood the implication now, jumping to his feet and asking Elder Bai, "Are you saying there's a mole in the city?" He turned back and answered, "Clever. After the city lord went missing in Pearl City, besides me, only the remnants of the beast-taming Chu family know how to control the divine artifact." Zhang Ping understood implicitly, gritting his teeth in anger. So it was the Chu family remnants who neutralized the Sun Moon Pearl and then let the Tian Changhu enter. Are the recent gatherings and riots of mutated beasts also related to them? Why weren't those scumbags completely wiped out from the start? Mr. Situ sighed. "After overthrowing the Chu family's rule, we always tried to wipe out their remnants. But you can't ever completely pull out all the weeds. Perhaps it's because they have existed in Pearl City for hundreds of years. Their roots run very deep." He thought to himself, "That's right, there are too many suspicious things about the Tian Changhu's invasion this time. What is the beast-taming Chu family's goal? Is the city lord alive or dead now? What is the purpose of inciting the mutated beasts to riot? What abilities does the king of the Tian Changhu clan have?" Zhang Ping silently assessed that if these questions remained unanswered, Situ Shibai must act very cautiously, otherwise he will fall into the enemy's trap. Once a deathmatch begins, Pearl City will truly be beyond saving. He recalled and deduced, it's like the wars from his past life, nuclear weapons are only for deterrence, to be used only at a critical moment. Even if the Moon Prince constantly provokes and kills, anyone can act rashly, but not Situ Shibai. Mr. Situ imparted, "Although I can't copy your ability, we need you." He turned, walked back in front of him, and extended a hand, asking Zhang Ping, "Do you want to join the cleanup crew?" Shibai's gaze was solemn and sincere. A firm handshake served as confirmation, as Zhang Ping answered decisively and clearly, "I agree." The scene changes to a blacksmith's shop, where a female voice asks from inside, "Sister Jusi, why are you suddenly repairing equipment?" She replied, "I'm just taking advantage of a few free days to do it." Ji Min, sitting nearby, looked over, wondering as it had already been several days. "I wonder when Zhang Ping will be back." Seeing this, Jiusei asked, "What? You miss him? No wonder you've looked so out of it these past few days." She stammered in reply, "No, it's not like that. It's just that there's been no one to guide my boxing practice lately, so I..." But Ji Min's face was a little red with embarrassment as she continued, "I wonder how he's doing outside the city. I hope he hasn't run into any danger." Jiusei came closer and teased, "Look at your expression, and you say you don't miss him." She quickly covered her face with her hands and pouted, "I don't, I..." Jiusei picked up a newly forged dagger, admired it, and continued, all right, no more teasing." She dipped it into the water and then reassured her. "Actually, the villages outside the city and the areas with mutated, the dangerous mutated beasts have all been marked, so as long as Zhang Ping doesn't venture into those areas, he'll basically be safe." Ji Min asked in surprise, "Are there really villages outside of Mingju City?" She replied, "Of course there are. Those villages are usually isolated, backward, and xenophobic. Some places even worship mutated beasts as gods, and she warned Ji Min that if she ever leaves the city and comes across a village, it's best to stay far away. If you get caught by them, you could very well become a slave or a sacrifice." After hearing this, she exclaimed in shock, "But we're all human. Surely we can communicate, right?" Jusei immediately put on a scary face. "They can't be considered human at all. The most dangerous thing out there isn't the mutated beasts, but those wild people." She added, "Some of them like to wear bizarre masks and silently appear behind you." Just then, a cloud of black mist appeared behind them. Ji Min looked over in fear and screamed, "Sister, see, is what you're talking about. Like him?" Jusei turned her head and saw a shadow with sharp teeth and eyes flashing with a deadly red light. She replied, "Exactly like that." When that face got close to hers, she froze in shock. In reality, inside the dark mist, it was just Zhang Ping playing a prank, and he succeeded in terrifying the two girls, draining all the color from their faces, leaving only Ji Min's piercing screams. In contrast, Jusei was a bit more composed. She shouted kick and landed a swift blow right between Zhang Ping's legs. He went completely rigid, feeling his family jewels get utterly smashed. He turned to stone, the smile wiped from his face, his eyes blank and soulless. A moment later, Zhang Ping stood there, pretending like nothing had happened, his voice trembling as he said, "Sister C, wasn't that move a little too vicious?" Jusei stood protectively in front of the younger girl and demanded, "Who are you?" He clutched his crotch as the dark mist around his face faded, his whole body trembling as he answered, "It's me, Zhang Ping." The two girls stared at him, utterly confused and bewildered. Jusei walked over, pulled his head into a hug against her chest, and said, "You little rascal, you came back without a word and even played ghost to scare us." Zhang Ping, feeling the softness, grinned from ear to ear and replied, "I just got home and heard you two talking about wild villages, so I wanted to add a little atmosphere for you, but I didn't expect you to just turn around and kick me." She walked to the door, grabbed a jacket, and then turned back to ask him, "Is your training over?" Zhang Ping politely replied, "Yes. Next, I'll be staying in the city to consolidate my strength." Jusei slowly put on her jacket and said, "That's good. Today, I found a small clue about San San." She then walked outside and added, "I'm also preparing to leave the city for a trip. I'm counting on you to take care of Uncle Liu." Zhang Ping asked, "Why the hurry?" Jusei waved her hand and replied, "Someone has been anxiously waiting for you every single day, so I won't get in the way." At this, Ji Min blushed bright red and turned away. While Zhang Ping was still standing there confused after she left, Ji Min hurried past him towards the door and said, It's getting late. I'm going back to my room to rest." Suddenly, she stopped right in the doorway. Ji Min called out Zhang Ping's name. He instinctively let out a huh, and she turned back to look at him with a tender gaze. Her face was beaming as she said, "It's so good that you've returned safely." Zhang Ping waved to her, thinking to himself that after being in this world for so long, this was the first time it truly felt like coming home. Uncle Liu appeared behind him and said, "She's already gone to her room. What are you still standing here grinning like an idiot for?" You jumped in surprise, looked back, and exclaimed, "Uncle Liu." He stepped out and continued, "Tomorrow morning, go find Jusei and tell her I'm gravely ill. Don't let her leave the city." Zhang Ping hesitated. "Uncle Liu, you..." He took the pipe in his hand and tapped him on the head, saying, "You don't have to look at me like that. I'm not senile or sick. It's all just an act." Zhang Ping rubbed his head and asked, "Then why?" Uncle Liu replied, "San San has been missing for so long, it's highly likely she's met with a terrible fate." He sat down on a chair, his voice heavy with sorrow. "I know my daughter's strength better than anyone. Jusei, that girl wants to investigate San San's whereabouts, but I'm worried she'll meet with a terrible fate too, so I have to pretend to be senile so she won't have time to go on a risky adventure." He rubbed his head, looking at the old man and calling out again, "Uncle Liu." He held his pipe and continued, "That girl is very sentimental and loyal. Once she has something weighing on her mind, she'll think a lot about it and won't rush into danger." Zhang Ping smiled, waving his hand in admiration. "Uncle Liu, you've really gone through a lot." He tapped his pipe on the edge of the chair and remarked, "You have a real talent for forging, but that girl Jusei doesn't know how to teach you. And besides, she doesn't pay much attention to forging herself, so there are many gaps in your training. In the next few days, I will teach you the true harmonious plane forging technique." Uncle Liu stated firmly, "This craft of mine may not be some secret ultimate technique, but it is the unique skill of the Liu family. You must learn it diligently." Zhang Ping clenched his fist in determination and replied, "Yes, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations, Uncle Liu." That night, while in his room, a wisp of smoke suddenly appeared along with an urgent voice calling, "Zhang Ping, Zhang Ping." The smoke gathered into the form of a girl, and she said to him, "It's me. Hang in there. I'll be waiting for you." Zhang Ping was startled and froze, realizing it was Jing Zhao. In front of the smithy, a mysterious feather fell. Afterwards, Jusei didn't leave the city, just as Uncle Liu had wished, and he also began secretly teaching Zhang Ping the true harmonious plane forging technique. He sat there, blowing out a puff of smoke before sighing, "I think I'm getting lung cancer." Jusei angrily scolded, then stopped smoking. Meanwhile, he had used the forging technique on Dark Mist, helping it transform into a more precise form. In a way, this was also a power-up. As for Ji Min, she had successfully mastered the +1 level Circle King form of the upper three forms, and that night, Zhang Ping was absolutely certain he had heard Jing Zhao's voice. The feeling was very familiar, so he contacted the cleanup squad to confirm. He picked up the communication device and spoke into it. "Captain, is there a disguised sky constant fox near the smithy? I just heard something very clearly." Mr. Sidhu replied, "Zhang Ping, we've already thoroughly cleared the area where you're operating. There can't be a sky constant fox. If it wasn't due to his wind listener ability, What was he hearing? Zhang Ping considered another possibility. Could it be that Jing Zhao didn't die, but is living on in a different way? For the sake of revenge and to find answers, he wanted to personally rip off the Sky Constant Fox's Jing Zhao mask. The scene shifts to 3 days later. Inside a certain mansion, a shadowy figure was sneaking in suspiciously. He slid a thin piece of metal through the door crack to pick the lock and break in. After successfully getting inside, this guy stood at the doorway, looking at the girl lying on the bed in the distance. He walked over, raising his hands with a perverted smile on his face, muttering, "Sleeping like the dead? It seems my drug today was effective." This creep pulled off the blanket, revealing the girl's sensual and voluptuous figure. He stared and exclaimed in awe, "I've long heard that Lady Su-Ra has a voluptuous figure, flawless white skin, and an otherworldly beauty." The pervert gently caressed the girl's smooth skin and said, "Tonight, I'll test it out for myself and see if the rumors are true." Just then, a stream of dark fog appeared from behind, slowly coalescing as a voice from a flower-adorned mask called out to Zhang Xiaofan. Startled, he spun around and frantically asked, "Who's there?" The surrounding dark fog continued to list off details about Zhang Xiaofan, whose alias was Teddy. Short legs, a height of 4 feet 11 inches, a vile and despicable appearance, disliked by women, with a psyche that gradually became twisted and perverted. This made the pervert panic and stammer, Who's there?" Zhang Ping continued to shape the dark fog behind him, relentlessly questioning him. "For nearly 15 years, you've harmed countless women. Am I wrong?" Startled, Xiaofan shot back, "Who the hell are you?" A deadly glint flashed in his eyes as he declared, "I was ordered to come and take your life." Hearing this, the pervert's face went completely blank. His eyes were dazed, utterly terrified, and Xiaofan immediately turned to flee, thinking to himself as he bolted out, "They should have all been drugged by me." He glanced back at the dark figure chasing him and wondered, is that thing human or a ghost? A sharp spike formed from the dark fog pierced through his leg, causing blood to spurt out instantly as Xiaofan fell flat on his face. Zhang Ping quickly rushed forward. Xiaofan looked back in absolute terror, which unintentionally caused Zhang Ping's dark fog reserve to increase. It was now at a threshold of 60 out of 100. He coldly asked him, "Still want to struggle?" Xiaofan screamed in a trembling voice, You stay away from me." But just a second later, his eyes widened in a daze, tears streamed down his face, and he himself became completely stupefied. After that, Xiaofan collapsed to the ground, so scared that he wet his pants. Zhang Ping walked up, kicked him, and sneered. "Huh? I thought serial killers were supposed to be ruthless, but he just fainted," he thought to himself. "So, my first mission after joining the team is complete. I'll take him back later and let the others handle him." Then, he took off the mask and proceeded to appraise it. The information appeared. Name Zhang Xiaofan, race human, physical strength 0, growth potential 2 stars. An intermediate level 13 awakener, proficient in pharmaceuticals, able to analyze whether an item has medicinal properties, and capable of concocting drugs. The mask he wore during his crimes was called the Peach Blossom Mask. Zhang Ping looked at him and assessed. To use such a good awakened ability for evil, what a scumbag. Flashback images began to appear. A woman lay sprawled on the ground, crying and begging, "Please, spare my daughter." Xiaofan kicked her aside, replying, "You drank my potion and you're still not listening? If you want to blame someone, blame your husband. If he hadn't died so early, I wouldn't have targeted you and your daughter." A member of the patrol team who always talked about being determined to protect Pearl City is now really dead, huh? How ridiculous, he added in a cold voice. "But I should also thank him for leaving you two for me." The girl beside her reached out her hand and called, "Mom." Xiaofan then grabbed the girl by the neck, stuck out his tongue, and pervertedly licked her face, saying, "Don't be in a hurry. After I'm done playing, I'll send you to meet your maker." A series of images of the wronged souls of girls he had violated appeared, their expressions filled with fear and pleading. Xiaofan laughed pervertedly. "You are all my toys." After witnessing this man's past atrocities through the mask, Zhang Ping was frozen in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. While the other man had now woken up, his mind a mess as he tried to move. Then, he immediately turned around and that guy Xiaofan threw a light orange powder at him and laughed triumphantly. Where Zhang Ping stood, a cloud of white smoke appeared, and the man cursed. "Where did you come from, you little brat, to ruin my fun? This dose is enough to knock out a large mutated beast. Once you're fast asleep, I'll torture you thoroughly." Zhang Ping stood there, his entire body radiating a faint purple energy. He clenched his fist and declared, "You deserve to die," causing Xiaofan to once again exclaim in fear, "What? Why isn't it working yet?" He wondered if it was because of the rain. Just then, a sharp nether fog blade slashed out, severing his wrist and making his face darken. Then, along with the sound of thunder, came the pervert's earth-shattering scream, after which Zhang Ping coldly said, "This cut is for the mother who used her life to protect her daughter." Then his eyes flashed with fury, and 3 small daggers appeared in his hand, formed from the nether fog. A series of slashes aimed straight at Xiao Fan's back. Zhang Ping continued, "This cut is for the girl who would rather die than submit," and along with a face of utter terror, with tears and snot streaming down and cries of pain, came his declaration, "This cut is to commemorate the hero from the patrol team." Fresh blood sprayed continuously. This cut is to commemorate the righteous detective. A true storm of blood was unfolding as punishment for the pervert. This cut is to commemorate the nameless Awakened One. Some time later, Xiao Fan lay on the ground covered in injuries, yet he still managed to lift his head and curse, "You psycho. You're a real psycho." Zhang Ping stood there behind the nether fog and told him, "With current technology, if you get treatment in time, you can still be saved. I'll give you one chance." He pointed towards the gate and declared, "As long as you can get out of that gate, I'll let you go," while thinking to himself, "Xiao Fan, the despair you brought upon these people, I will return to you manifold." Before the man started to crawl, Zhang Ping didn't forget to remind him, "Remember, this is your last chance." Hearing that he had a chance to survive, Xiao Fan's face began to relax. He smiled hopefully, crawling and grinning with a thought in his mind. "Just wait until I've recovered. I'll definitely make you pay. I'll flay you alive and grind your bones." He quietly stood behind, watching him, as images once again appeared in the pervert's mind of the girls he had violated in the past. He gave a cold laugh, his eyes flashing as he thought to himself, "I can't die here. There are so many women in this world. I haven't enjoyed enough of them yet." Under the heavy rain, yet with the bright moon, the rolling thunder resonated with Xiao Fan's hope. He could feel that he was very close. The pervert raised his hand, smiling sinisterly and thinking, "I just need to open this door." Looking down from above, a long trail of blood marked the path he crawled to the gate. Xiao Fan raised his trembling arm, silently lamenting, "I just need to get out of here. I'm so close." He repeatedly punched his fist forward, cursing non-stop. "Damn it, damn it." Zhang Ping then slowly walked over, his voice full of scorn. "You'll never be able to open this door in your entire life." He raised his hand, nether fog gathering, his eyes flashing with deadly determination. "I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it, Zhang Xiaofan. You've utterly failed." His terrified, whimpering face appeared once more, along with a heaven-shaking scream. "No!" Zhang Ping slashed a line down his spine. Blood shot into the air along with the cursed scum. A notification appeared on the screen, because he had killed an opponent of a higher level. All his attributes increased by 1. Under the rain of blood, he stood motionless, his head bowed in thought, streaks of blood running through his hair and down his face. He thought to himself, "I thought that by killing all of Tianchenghu, I could bring peace back to Mingzhu City and save everyone." Then, Zhang Ping looked up at the sky and wondered, "But people like this, are they really worth saving? Save them? My ass. Scum like that deserves to die. There's no need for mercy." Suddenly, he heard a voice from the void. "Are you sure it's at Hanhai Academy? Today is a special day. Find a chance to take." Zhang Ping was startled, looking around before exclaiming, "What? Another Zhang Xiaofan?" He quickly took out his communication stone and spoke into it. "Captain, I've completed the mission to capture the pervert. In addition, I heard a wind whisperer say something is happening near Hanhai Academy. It seems they want to take something." The scene changes to the cleanup squad's headquarters. After receiving the information, Shibai asked, "Hanhai Academy?" Behind him was a beautiful girl casting a skill, her entire body covered in a faint mist. Then she said to the captain, "It's not good. I can't sense the situation over there. Someone has set up a barrier. Even I can't scout it. It seems they're no ordinary foe." Mr. Sudo gave the order, "Zhang Ping, you go there first. Report the situation in real time. I'll contact Lu Sixian immediately." He added a warning. "Before reinforcements arrive, do not act rashly." He accepted the order, quickly rushing off and replying, "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to Hanhai Academy. In the courtyard stood a dragon-shaped pillar, and at the same time, a pale orange barrier enveloped the entire academy. Inside, 3 mysterious figures were walking stealthily, holding lanterns that emitted a strange light. Leading them was Zijun. He complained aloud, "Damn it, it's been 15 minutes. What? Could our operation have been discovered?" Yellow 2, walking beside him, announced with a start, "This is bad, boss. Someone has entered the barrier." Yellow 3 at the rear exclaimed in confusion, "Where on earth did Chen Xueling hide her?" The boss replied, "Nonsense, with the dragon suppression stone and the guiding lantern. A double insurance. It's impossible for anyone to detect us." He cautiously thought to himself, "Even so, if the person who entered the barrier alerts Chen Xueling, this will be troublesome. Even if we conceal our presence, we can't just snatch someone right in front of him." They quickly moved towards the stairs. Sijun urged, "Hurry up, we don't have much time. We have to find her no matter what." His 2 underlings immediately complied. At that moment, after entering the barrier, Zhang Ping was already standing there, looking into the academy. He glanced at the dragon-shaped pillar nearby and wondered, "What is this?" He then proceeded to appraise it, and after a series of failed notifications, he finally succeeded. Information appeared. Dragon Suppression Stone, East, Epic Quality. When the 4 Dragon Suppression Stones are placed in the correct positions, they can form the Dragon Suppression Formation Breaking Barrier, capable of enveloping and destroying most other barriers. After reading this, Zhang Ping could only exclaim, "Another item, epic grade." The projected image showed countless terrified souls, screaming in a bloody, deadly space. A meat grinder appeared, grinding up humans inside it, then spewing out their flesh and blood in a gruesome display. The blood then flowed into a strange funnel, which would ultimately pour it into the eyes of a dragon coiled around a pillar. His face paled as he thought, the dragon suppressing stone is also made from human sacrifices, but this kind of item was banned from public possession long ago. Zhang Ping looked inside, judging that they didn't seem to be from the 3 great organizations. Could they be remnants of the Chu family? The beast-taming Chu family, the masterminds behind everything 200 years ago, who ruled Mingzhu City and committed many evil deeds, were overthrown by the 3 great organizations. 2 months ago, the closing of the Sun Moon Mingzhu caused the city lord to disappear, and at the same time, they lured Tianxiang Lake into the city. Half a month ago, they gathered mutated beasts outside the city, and now they've come to Manhwa Academy looking for something. Zhang Ping opened the door and entered, thinking to himself, what is the Chu family's ultimate goal in luring Tianxiang Lake and gathering mutated beasts outside the city? Perhaps I can find a clue from their actions this time. From Zhang Ping's perspective, he noticed something seemed to be coming out, so he decided to hide first, immediately using Night Walker. As for the enemy, the group of 3 mysterious figures stepped out of a window. The one named Huang was carrying something over his shoulder. The leader in front silently observed and assessed the person who had just entered the barrier, but it seemed they weren't here. He then turned back and told his underlings, "It should be fine. Turn off the lantern. We need to save the last bit of energy for when it's needed." The group of 3 walked forward. Jaijun added, "I'll go put away the dragon suppressing stone. We can't leave any traces." After Zhang Ping's appraisal, he immediately reported into the communication stone, confirming the enemy was from the Chu family's forces. One is level 20 with an appraisal ability, another is level 17 with telekinesis, and one is level 15 with a hypnosis ability. The other side replied, "Roger that." He also successfully appraised the Dao Shadow Lantern, which has the effect of concealing one's aura, scent, and information. Its current energy is 16 out of 100. Zhang Ping thought to himself, no wonder I couldn't see them earlier. It turns out they were using this to hide their aura, but it looks like its energy is about to run out. Attribute panel, name, Chen Junting, race, human, faction, Manhwa Academy, growth value. 12, rank, intermediate awakened, level 13, ability, blood of the Holy Mother. The blood in her body can increase friendliness with living creatures, able to pacify any mutated beast, turning them into fervent followers. He looked at the girl being carried away and thought, is this girl their kidnapping target? Her growth value is terrifying, and her ability is basically an upgraded version of the contract gem. Zhang Ping's eyes focused as he observed and speculated. Does the Chu family want to control someone through her? I absolutely cannot let the Chu family achieve their goal. Heavy rain and thunder continuously poured down as the group of 3 was leaving the academy. He thought that no matter what, this girl was innocent, but in the blink of an eye, the 3 dark figures suddenly vanished. A notification popped up. Appraisal interrupted. Zhang Ping frantically ran out, urgently asking into the communication stone. They ran. Manny, where did they go? Can you find them? Scene changes to the cleaner squad's base. After using her skill, Manny replied, I can feel them. Those people are heading out of the city. At this speed, Cece probably won't be able to catch up. On the other end, he said decisively, I'll hold them off. Mr. Shu immediately warned, Wait, Zhang Ping, don't be rash. You have to ensure your own safety first. He replied, The Zhou family is the mastermind behind all of this. We absolutely can't let them get away, even though I can't beat them, but I can use the nether fog to hold them off and buy some time for Cece. At the same time, in the forest outside Pearl City, 3 members of the Zhou family were moving quickly. Suddenly, Zijun was startled and stopped when he saw something, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. A wolf-shaped mutated beast with sharp claws roared and lunged forward. He looked over, puzzled. Why would another fog-mutated beast appear in the city? It turned out that hidden inside this mutated beast was Zhang Ping himself, he thought. Thanks to the visage forging art, the nether fog camouflage is quite good, but I have to be careful not to be discovered by that level 20 appraiser. Zijun raised his hand, his eyes glowing as he used his appraisal skill, wondering to himself, this wolf looks very strong. What level is it? Immediately, Zhang Ping roared and launched streams of nether fog towards them, forcing him to lean back and dodge. Appraisal interrupted. Zijun cursed inwardly. Damn it, it was interrupted. Without any delay, he immediately pounced towards him. Zhang Ping's mutated beast mouth opened wide, its sharp teeth ready to bite down, as the boss quickly jumped sideways to dodge while ordering Huang San, hurry up and hypnotize it. Huang San immediately spread his arms, a faint, mystical pink aura appeared, and he called out to the beast. Then, his eyes widened as he commanded, stand still. Instantly, spirals appeared in the beast's eyes, and its body froze. Huang San muttered, good, it's working. But in reality, Zhang Ping was just pretending, he thought to himself. My spiritual power is infinite, so I'm immune to all mental control. I can take advantage of this. And so, the nether fog mutated beast played along, pretending to be hypnotized as it moved closer to Huang San, who repeatedly commanded, stand still, stand still. He told himself, I'll pretend to be controlled by him to close the distance. Huang San, completely off guard, reached his hand out towards him, saying, stand still. Zhang Ping immediately launched an attack, telling himself, right now. Caught by the surprise attack, he also leaned back to dodge, wondering, how can it move again? The nether fog mutated beast opened its mouth wide, its eyes glowing as it lunged for a bite, and he bit straight into his neck. Blood spurted from the wound, his eyes rolled back, and blood gushed from his throat. Huang San was knocked down, trying to scream, boss, save me, save me. Over here, Zizhan could only exclaim, Huang San. The one named Huang who was carrying Jun Ting on his shoulder, also gathered energy in his other hand, making it glow as he shouted, how dare you? He swung his arm, and immediately, Zhang Ping, in his mutated beast form, was knocked backwards. A system notification appeared, level increased to 9, all attributes increased by 1 point. For killing a higher level enemy, all attributes increased by 1 more point, and the level of the contract gem increased to 6. Zhang Ping thought to himself, success. Next, I just need to hold off the remaining 2. Huang was no pushover either, as energy radiated from his hand, and his voice rang out, gravity psychic. Inside the nether fog wolf, he felt a crushing pressure that immobilized him. An extremely powerful gravitational force pressed down from above, causing the ground around him to shatter and sink into a deep crater. Zhang Ping began to worry. His eyes flashed as he exclaimed, damn it, I can't move. At that moment, the boss walked to the edge of the crater, his appraisal successful, and he spoke. Name Zhang Ping, level 9. A low level, awakened, also belongs to the Iron Soul Forge and the cleanup team, ability undetermined. Then, his eyes filled with malice as he judged, so you're human, and a level 9 rookie at that, yet you dare to play the hero. The leader declared resolutely, if you're one of Situ Shibai's people, then we can't let you live. Zhang Ping calmed his thoughts. Situ Shibai used this same super gravity move on me last time. I have to stay calm, I must find a way to escape. At this moment, in the sky outside the forest, the rain continued to fall relentlessly, and thunder cracked across the sky. Down below, he was still analyzing. Although a user of the appraisal skill has no offensive abilities, but his special weapon is quite difficult to deal with. Zhai Jun took out a bow that radiated a golden light. Zhang Ping had now revealed himself, retracting his dark mist. After being shot down by that lightning arrow of his, he struggled to get up, using the dark mist to counterattack. It seems the Zhu family's strength relies mainly on their equipment, which is even epic grade. Luckily, while my body is suppressed, it doesn't affect my ability to use the dark mist. As the dark mist attacked, they continuously dodged, which made Zhang Ping wonder, why don't they use their psychic power to push my attacks away? Just as he jumped to the side, he unleashed another lightning arrow, shooting straight towards Zhang Ping. He quickly pulled the dark mist back in front of him to block, but the immense power made it a struggle. With a grunt, Zhai Jun drew his bow again and asked, I'm guessing your ability consumes energy, right? Let's see how long you can last. Zhang Ping, on the other hand, had his own deductions. Perhaps it's not that he doesn't want to deflect it, but that he can't. He released his hand, his eyes focused as he asked, what are you spacing out for? A golden beam of light appeared in the sky, with lightning radiating all around. Then, it poured down on him, each strike depleting 15 points of his dark mist. Zhang Ping reached a hand behind his back, muttering as he tried out his new move. Then, he sent a stream of dark mist burrowing into the ground. His dark mist reserve was now at 25 out of 100. He then launched a volley of throwing knives at them. Seeing this, Zhai Jun raised his bow to block, shouting at the same time, still want to struggle. At that very moment, from underground, the dark mist stealthily rose up to restrain them, leaving the other 2 members of the Zhu family stunned and confused. Zhang Ping looked over and assessed, you don't dodge my attacks, because you need to use your hands to aim in order to activate your psychic power. Their hands were bound by the dark mist. Huang Tu exclaimed from behind, what? Seeing him charge forward, Zhai Jun yelled, Huang Tu. He thought to himself, just as I predicted, as long as their hands are bound, their psychic power is ineffective. The enemy was startled and thought, so fast. Zhang Ping quickly formed a dagger from the dark mist. Huang Tu stood frozen in place, thinking to himself, I can't move. At the same time, the dagger plunged straight into his abdomen. Immediately after, his eyes lit up, and he grabbed Zhang Ping's hand, saying, Psychic self-harm. He was shocked. He can still use his psychic power on me? Huang Tu looked over and said, You were so close to succeeding. Luckily, I forcibly controlled my right hand to break free from the restraints. The leader standing behind them smiled and asked, Is this the last of your energy? Meanwhile, Huang Tu stated decisively, Just crippling my hand isn't enough. You'll lose a hand too. With just this kind of attack, it's impossible to. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive torrent of flames appeared. Crimson fire engulfed the area. A true fire wielder. As the flames coiled around, his pupils contracted, and with a grunt, Huang Tu quickly pushed Zhang Ping away, while yelling and cursing the bastard. Just then, a lightning arrow was shot, closing in on him. He slid for a distance, worrying in his mind, This is bad. A second later, it pierced straight through Zhang Ping's left chest, making him grunt in pain. Huang Er praised him. You've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Zhang Ping thought to himself, I didn't expect their clothes to be fire-resistant. The two Chu family members stood there, one drawing his bow, the other raising his hand with psychic power, declaring, But this is far enough. He clutched his chest and mumbled, There's not much time left. Hearing this, Jai Jun let out a loud, sarcastic laugh. You mean time for you to die, right? Zhang Ping's gaze froze. He focused his eyes on him and replied confidently, No. In the rain, streams of water appeared in mid-air, and he added, It's the time I have to hold you guys off. A stream of water suddenly pierced through Huang Er's body. Effortlessly, only red blood was seen flowing out, while he didn't even have time to make a sound. The leader let go, and the lightning arrow was released with a resolute declaration, Still talking tough when you're about to die. Zhang Ping focused intensely. A hint of worry appeared on his face as he quickly leaned to the right to dodge, the arrow grazing his arm. Xishan appeared behind Jai Jun with an ice sword in hand, preparing to strike. He exclaimed, Reinforcements. Meanwhile, Huang Er was already motionless on the ground, and he looked over, wondering worriedly. Did this girl defeat Huang Er in a single blow? Then, Jai Jun quickly raised his bow to block Xishan's strike. The blow pushed him back a distance, and at the same time, he asked, Who on earth are you? She remained silent, not answering, focusing her gaze on him. After that, Xishan rushed forward, slashing left and right, and a moment later she got in front of the leader and launched a horizontal slash. Jai Jun frowned worriedly and cursed inwardly. Damn it, that bastard stalled for too much time. He secretly took out a glowing ring and thought to himself, This is the only way. The very next second, Jai Jun put the ring directly on his hand. Then, he raised his hand. Xishan looked on, confused, as a large surge of golden lightning appeared. She shouted a warning, Stop, but it was too late. A massive explosion occurred, sending dirt and rocks flying continuously. Where the lightning struck, a cloud of smoke and dust was slowly dissipating, and then the light also began to fade. Over here, Xishan had at some point grabbed his collar and pulled him back to safety, feeling relieved. Thank goodness, Zhang Ping is okay. After unleashing that move, Jai Jun was trying to escape. The destructive power of that last attack was immense. Xishan said regretfully, What a pity. We couldn't capture the remnant of the Chu family alive. She looked to her side. Zhang Ping lay there motionless and unresponsive, completely exhausted. A call came from the communication stone. It was Man Ni. Quickly bring Zhang Ping back. She asked back, What's wrong? Headquarters reported that the Huanguang Tianmo has been broken. This news made Xishan's eyes widen in shock, and she became extremely worried. The scene changes back to Mingzhu City. On the rooftop of a tall building, Shi Yu was standing there holding an umbrella and gazing into the distance. Vice City Lord Jai Ming approached and asked, Prince, Your Highness, may I ask why you have summoned me back? She asked back in a cold voice, How are the preparations for the gathering of mutated beasts outside the city? He bowed his head and answered respectfully, reporting to Your Highness, everything is ready. Looking out from the city, the two of them witnessed a bolt of lightning strike outside the city walls. It seems that was the signal. When Jai Jun used the ring, Shi Yu focused her gaze, wondering what that sound was. Jai Ming, standing behind, thought to himself, So, this is the Myriad Thunder Guide. Zhou Zhaijun is in trouble now, repeatedly drawing this fox's attention to himself. He tried to change the subject. Perhaps it's just thunder? The silhouette of the Princess of the Eternal Sky Fox appeared, her eyes glowing a fiery red, glancing back to ask, Did you see anything unusual? That was Shi Yu's true form. Her words rooted Jai Ming to the spot, and he hesitantly replied, No, nothing at all. The giant shadow of the Eternal Sky Fox appeared behind Shi Yu. She questioned in a cold voice, Vice City Lord, is something worrying you? Jai Ming immediately knelt and stammered in reply, Your Majesty, this subordinate has been afraid of thunder since childhood, so. Yu immediately scolded. Useless fool. She thought to herself, the sound came from within the city, but now there's nothing to be seen, just like that other time. Yu recalled the scene where Jinba fled into an alley. At that time, that person was severely injured and should have died for sure, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. To be able to escape so brazenly right under her nose. Returning to the present, Yu leaped off the building, still holding her umbrella, and mused. It seems it was just a high-level illusion technique. She floated in midair, silently judging. Human illusion techniques cannot affect our kind, but they can indirectly affect other things to deceive our eyes. Perhaps the entire Pearl City is a fake. Yu's eyes glowed a deadly red as she exclaimed, "What a meticulous plan." From behind her, streams of dark energy emerged like foxtails as Yu began to deploy her domain. Elsewhere, Shan was also looking up, wondering, where did that girl from the Hanghai Academy go? She glanced up at the sky and said, although I don't know what happened, the sky ink is truly disappearing. Zhang Ping lay there, his whole body trembling slightly, and called out, "Sister Cece." He pointed into the distance and continued, "Use that quickly," she murmured, the nightingale lantern. Yu's energy was spreading throughout the city, searching. Fiery red eyes appeared, opening wide and radiating a malevolent aura, meticulously observing every nook and cranny. A series of black eyes followed her domain, looking down on the streets from above, seemingly sensing something unusual. Yu tilted her head to the left, her gaze shifted slightly, and she thought to herself, found the rat. At this moment, Jai Jun was carrying Zhang Ping on his shoulder, thinking as he ran, I almost forgot to bring the Saintess while escaping just now. Yu's voice murmured, someone wants to leave the city this late? Jai Ming was startled. The rat. Oh, it's over. She found him. He hurriedly shouted to stop her. Your Majesty, wait. But the Princess of the Eternal Sky Fox paid him no mind. She shot off in the direction of the disturbance. The Vice City Lord stood there dumbfounded, exclaiming worriedly, this is bad, I couldn't hold her back. The scene shifts to a ruined building, where 4 figures in black were receiving an urgent intelligence report. There is a spy named Zhang Ping in the city's cleanup crew. They listened intently. Our operation tonight was discovered by him. Huang Ba and Huang Hai are dead. The cleanup crew's reinforcements finally arrived, so I was forced to use the Myriad Thunder Guide. After listening, the leader asked back, little brother, are you saying that Zhang Ping guy is still alive? On the other end, Jai Jun replied, yes, but I found his information. Besides the cleanup crew, he also belongs to a blacksmith shop called the Soul Iron Forge. He replied, got it, but right now, the important thing is for you to get the Saintess out of the city quickly. Suddenly, from the other side, a hesitant and frightened voice came through. Luo Shiyu, how could you? The leader on this side asked in shock, what did you say? But the only thing that answered him was the piercing scream of Zijun. Overly worried about his younger brother, Zizhu broke out in a sweat, trying to make contact. What's wrong? Answer me. Just then, Ziming stepped forward and announced, you idiot, stop shouting, the plan has failed. Zhu Zejun was killed by that fox demon. The furious Zishao smashed the communication stone, saying harshly, damn it, were all our years of effort for nothing? The Vice City Lord rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No, the Saintess is still alive. She is the nemesis of Tian Chang. The Moon Prince, realizing he can't kill her, will definitely take her back to the City Lord's mansion. Hearing this, Ziwu yelled out, so what do you suggest we do now? Without the Saintess, how can we control those fox demons? He replied, the City Lord's mansion has a secret tunnel that leads directly outside the city. Ziming asserted, right now, I'm the only one who knows about it. He began to lay out his plan. You guys lead the mutated beasts through the secret tunnel into the City Lord's mansion. To cause trouble for the fox demons, I'll take advantage of the chaos to get the Saintess out. Zi Kui, sitting on a nearby wall, responded, easier said than done. The Moon Prince is guarding the City Lord's mansion. The few mutated beasts we've gathered won't be able to do anything. Ziming replied, that's why we have to use the spy, Zhang Ping of the cleanup squad. Right now, the Moon Prince is monitoring the entire city. If anything unusual happens, he will act personally. He laid out the strategy. We just need to send our elites to the blacksmith's shop to attack Zhang Ping. That will draw in the entire cleanup squad at the same time. And the Moon Prince will come. The group listened intently, visualizing the plan while the two sides are fighting. We will command the mutated beasts to attack the City Lord's mansion, catching them completely off guard. Ziki wondered, but doing this means we'll be completely turning against the Tian Chang Fox clan. Ziming stated decisively, that's why this mission can only succeed. Failure is not an option. Also, don't expose my identity during the operation. Zixi replied on behalf of the group, got it, as expected of the heir to the Zhu family bloodline. Zi Kui said with a cold face, we'll let you continue playing the role of Vice City Lord. We're counting on you for the Saintess. Then, Zhang Ping groggily woke up from a dream. The first thing he saw was Sishan's worried face, and he heard her question. You're awake? How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? He sat up with a jolt, his eyes darting around, and then asked in confusion, "Where is this?" Saishan said, "This is the cleanup squad's base. The situation was urgent before, so we could only bring you here first." Noticing his teammate was also lying there, Zhang Ping asked worriedly, "Is team leader Jin Ba injured this badly again?" His body was covered in bandages, and he was completely unconscious, Sishan explained. "I heard it was Luo Shiyu's doing. She didn't hesitate to act herself. It seems she's realized our existence." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. "You woke up so quickly. Looks like you've recovered well." Shu Ji asked as she approached, "Did you handle it alone? 3 opponents more than 10 levels higher than you, and you even managed to kill one. How did you do it?" She truly didn't believe it, her words laced with doubt. Logically, a 5-level gap should have been enough for an instant kill. Hearing this, Zhang Ping thought to himself, "I'm still a newbie, I should stay humble." Sishan quickly made the introductions. "This is Shu Ji, who I've mentioned before. Her ability is solar energy replenishment. She's the one who healed your wounds." He smiled and replied, "I was just lucky, a blessing in disguise." This time, it was all thanks to Sister Shu. "Without all of you, I don't know how many times I would have died by now." Shu Ji replied cheerfully, "It's a small thing. Besides, I don't have to maintain the sky curtain right now." This attitude eased some of Zhang Ping's worries, and he thought, "I heard Sister Shu was strict, but she doesn't seem like it at all." However, before he could get too happy, Shu Ji spoke again with a cold tone. "That's enough with the pleasantries. Since you're awake, let's go meet everyone. We need more comprehensive information about last night's incident." This attitude shattered Zhang Ping's illusion. "I take back what I just thought." In another department, Man Ni was grumbling about being buried in work. Why is there always so much work to do? Meanwhile, Luo Wei next to her was sound asleep on her chair. How depressing. Man Ni tossed her notebook aside, slumped onto the desk, and whined, "The captain should take a vacation." Luo Wei immediately raised her hand in agreement. Hearing that, Man Ni shot up, her eyes gleaming, and turned to say, "So you're awake, little Wei. Help me with some of this work." But she just rolled over and went back to sleep, making little Man Ni so mad she couldn't take it anymore. She started throwing a flurry of attacks at Luo Wei. However, Sister Wei's skills were nothing to scoff at. Even while drooling, she could still dodge the attacks smoothly. Seeing this chaotic fight, Mr. Situ was at a loss for words. Then, he gave a wry smile and tried to mediate. "There's nothing to be done. Headquarters is short-staffed right now, so just bear with it." At that moment, Zhang Ping and Shu Ji also walked in. Seeing him, the boy called out, "Captain." Mr. Situ immediately replied, "You're here." The fight between the two girls also stopped. Shu Jia offered, "Let me help you with the work." Man Ni was overjoyed and ran to hug her, exclaiming, "Sister Shu, you're the best to me." Zhang Ping didn't beat around the bush and said, "Let's get straight to the point." Hearing this, Mr. Situ said, "We previously speculated that the Zhu family was colluding with Tianchang Lake to eliminate forces that had opposed them, but now I believe their relationship isn't a true partnership." He elaborated, "From the shielding barrier used by the Zhu family, it's not hard to tell they must know about the existence of the illusory light sky curtain, yet they didn't inform Tianchang Lake about it. This indicates they want to use the sky curtain for something. Submitting to others is not the Zhu family's style, but with their current strength, they can't confront Tianchang Lake head-on. Therefore, the girl they took from Hanghai Academy last night is likely the key to resisting Tianchang Lake." Shuji added, "The master of Hanghai Academy, Chen Shueli, had only one son, Chen Haowen. Records show he passed away 14 years ago, and he was never married. In that same year, Chen Shueli suddenly announced to the public that he had a granddaughter named Chen Junting. According to our investigation, this Chen Junting is not of Pearl City bloodline, and most likely comes from a village outside the city." She further emphasized, "Chen Shueli seemed to love this granddaughter very much, not allowing her any contact with AI for the past 14 years. Her citizen profile is as clean as a blank slate. There isn't even a record of whether she has awakened or what her ability might be." Hearing this, Zhang Ping spoke up, "I know her ability. I used an appraisal skill on Jun Ting before. Her ability seems to be called Saintess's Blood." After hearing this, Mr. Situ suddenly felt suspicious. The Saintess outside the city, could she be from the Holy Ancestor Village? As Zhang Ping continued to talk about the effects of this ability, he still couldn't believe it, that his suspicion could be true. No, it can't be such a coincidence. The scene shifts to the city lord's mansion. Jun Ting is having a tea party with that Shi Yu. The little girl was eating and talking cheerfully. "This place is so big. Have you always lived here?" Hearing the younger girl's question, Shi Yu just hummed noncommittally. Jun Ting noticed her gloomy and upset expression and asked curiously, "You don't look very well. Are you feeling unwell?" Shi Yu replied with just 2 words, "I'm not." The innocent girl poured some tea and replied, "I know, Grandpa said that when you're unhappy, you should eat a lot. Have some tea." But for some reason, that Shi Yu flew into a rage, her eyes glowing red with murderous intent. Invisible deadly rays shot out, aimed straight at Zhang Ping. However, her eyes sparkling like the sun made the villainous Shiyu pause. The murderous aura swerved to the side, and Zhang Ping was unaware that the older sister in front of her was about to kill her. She still innocently held out a cookie and asked with a smile, "Sis, why aren't you eating?" Very quickly, that cookie was placed right into Shiyu's mouth, startling her and causing her body to relax. She also heard the little girl say, "I just tried this cookie, it's really delicious." She questioned herself inwardly. Why can't I bring myself to attack? Seeing Shiyu eat the cookie she offered, Zhang Ping was very happy. "It's delicious, right, sis?" She nodded, giving a forced MHM. By now, Shiyu had calmed down more, carefully observing the little girl's every natural gesture, feeling a bit conflicted. She suddenly felt a little ashamed of her earlier attack on the child. Wait, why do I feel ashamed in front of a human? Zhang Ping took a sip of tea and immediately scrunched up her face. This is awful. Just one sip made the little girl shudder and complain. This tea was made with poor quality water. The person who brewed it must be an idiot. No wonder you're unhappy. Actually, Shiyu was the one who brewed this tea, so hearing these words stung her a bit. Am I an idiot? Then, Zhang Ping grabbed the teapot and scurried off. Let me go brew a new pot. Wait for me. Okay, sis? As soon as the little girl left, her 4 foxtails appeared, and a suspicion arose in her mind. Something's not right. What on earth is wrong with me? Why do I feel guilty? Shiyu tried to suppress her feelings with logic. As a princess of the Sky Fox clan, there can't be anything wrong with me. The problem must be with this human. Her fox demon form appeared with bright red glowing eyes. She growled to herself, "Who is she, really?" In the training room, Sai Shan of the cleaning squad was sparring with Zhang Ping. She was now pointing out the key points. In your techniques and mine, your dark mist and my water element are quite similar. For example, control by thought and freely changing shape. But there is a fundamental difference, which is that you cannot turn solid dark mist back into ethereal dark mist. But my water element can be recovered and reused. As she spoke, Si Shan unleashed one of her spectacular skills. Zhang Ping used his small knife, trying to block while listening to her explanation, but his shadow fog is a one-time consumable. If the shadow fog could switch between the 3 states of gas, liquid, and solid like water, it would be much more practical. Suddenly, he let out a small laugh, thinking to himself that the shadow fog, not being solid, had its advantages, like not needing to carry a gourd for storage. Seeing the guy in front of her looking distracted, Si Shan dashed forward and irritably reminded him, "Focus." Unprepared, Zhang Ping was easily sent flying by her palm strike. However, he reacted quickly, using his shadow fog to slow his momentum. Si Shan flew up high and continued. Luckily, he can absorb the fear of creatures and convert it into shadow fog, which to some extent compensates for its lack of sustainability. She spread her arms wide, creating a massive blizzard that poured down on our dear Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping displayed his stamina and agility, masterfully dodging the entire ice shower, and even confidently declared, "I can still dodge an attack of this level." But his joy was short-lived as another obstacle appeared, a large puddle of water forming right under his feet, which startled him. The water suddenly came to life, surging up to wrap around Zhang Ping's limbs. "This is bad. It's the water from the melted ice. I was too focused on the attack from above." Si Shan slowly walked over and reminded him, "If your opponent isn't afraid of you, your shadow fog will be quickly consumed." However, Zhang Ping immediately retorted, "Even so, as long as my attack is strong enough, I only need 1 hit to finish my opponent." The moment he finished speaking, Si Shan was startled to find the knife, controlled by Zhang Ping, hovering right above her head. She reacted by using her ultimate move, Water Prison, creating a sphere of water to envelop her body and shouting, "Then show me just how strong your attack is." Zhang Ping's swirling shadow fog came crashing down, and nothing could stop the blade, not even her ultimate water prison technique. This left Si Shan utterly astonished, wondering, "It actually broke through?" Zhang Ping immediately said, "Sisi, you've lost." Si Shan acknowledged, "For your shadow fog to break through my defenses is truly surprising." To explain this phenomenon, she theorized that the shadow fog aberrant beast might be a descendant of a sovereign-level aberrant beast, having inherited a certain trait which allows the shadow fog to deal damage beyond its level. Turning to him with a sly look, Si Shan waved her hand and continued, "But you still lack combat experience. If this were a life-or-death battle, you'd be cooked by now." Zhang Ping asked blankly, "Cooked?" Suddenly, the water wrapped around him grew intensely hot, scalding him, and he screamed, "It's hot, so hot. Why is this water boiling?" Si Shan lectured smugly, "Understanding the properties of your own ability is crucial. You should always think things through. For example, how water can turn into ice, hot water, or steam. These can create surprising effects in a fight." While she was busy lecturing, he had already come up with a prank to get her back. Zhang Ping shaped the murky water on his hand into a large spider and held it out in front of her, asking, "Like this?" sissy?" The beautiful young woman flinched, completely losing her composure out of fear. She sprayed water all over his face and screamed, "Spider, get away, get away!" With this fear, Zhang Ping obviously gained a whole 100 missed points, but unfortunately, he ended up swallowing all of that water. Seeing this, Shan was startled and worried. She rushed over, grabbed Zhang Ping by the collar, and shook him violently. "Spit it out now. My water element is pure water with high toxicity." He mumbled, "Even if I don't die from the poison, I'll die from you strangling me." Hearing that, she immediately let go and apologized. And what's more, our boy Zhang at this point had already sensed something different. "But now my state is a bit strange. I feel my body going limp, uncontrollable." Zhang Ping's lower half liquefied. His pants also slipped down. The two stared at each other dumbfounded, but since it had all turned to water, nothing was exposed. After the lower half, it was the upper half's turn. He screamed in panic, "My hand!" This also made Shan panic. Zhang Ping calmed down and observed, thinking to himself, "Could it be that I've awakened a new ability? I need to appraise it quickly." After the appraisal was successful, the system displayed information, with one piece of information highlighted. An aberrant eater who swallows a special item has a 10% chance of obtaining the corresponding special constitution. Pure water body, elementary level. The body can transform into a pure water form to block physical attacks. Having gained a new skill, he thought for a moment. The effect of a level 6 gem this time has awakened 2 abilities. This pure water body is quite easy to understand, but what on earth is this aberrant eater ability? Shan, who had been watching, didn't understand what was happening and asked Zhang Ping in confusion, "What's wrong with you? You weren't poisoned to the point of melting, were you?" He casually replied, "I'm fine. I'm sure I can return to normal. I just need some time to get used to it." Zhang Ping closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. If the mist body and the pure water body have similarities, then it must be similar to the transformation ability of the mist. I just need to carefully sense my body. Suddenly, his entire body melted into a large puddle of water on the floor. Then it formed the shape of a doll. He tried again. This time it became a water monster. Each time he formed a different shape like this, Zhang Ping cheered joyfully. It's a success. After many attempts at using his consciousness to change shape, Zhang Ping finally returned to his human form. "Sister Cece, look, I'm back to normal." However, it seems something was still not right, causing Shan to freeze. It turned out that Zhang Ping was stark naked, which made Sister Sai blush completely. She immediately turned away in embarrassment and said, "You should put on some clothes first." Shan asked curiously, "What on earth happened to you just now?" Zhang Ping said while fumbling to put his clothes back on, "It seems that by accidentally drinking the water you created, I awakened the pure water body." After hearing this, she was startled and bewildered. Fearing she had misheard something, pure water body, Shan immediately turned back to observe him carefully, lost in thought. Zhang Ping's growth rate is too fast, especially this pure water form. Indeed, this is the ability that water element users earnestly dream of, yet he awakened it so easily. Is this what it means to be limitless rank? However, upon realizing he hadn't finished dressing, she quickly turned her head away. Zhang Ping found this strange and immediately asked Sister Cece, "Are you okay?" She replied perfunctorily, "No, I'm fine." Suddenly, an emergency call came in, and Shan quickly answered it. "What's wrong?" The voice on the other end said urgently, "Reporting Captain, the Soul of Iron Forge has been attacked." Requesting backup, she quickly directed, "Tell nearby teammates to provide support immediately." "I'm on my way." The person on the other end received the order. After hearing the entire situation, Zhang Ping expressed his desire to go with Ji Min. "They're in danger, I want to go too." But Shan refused, "You can't go. This could very well be a trap." Zhang Ping confidently asserted, "Don't worry, the two of us just awakened the pure water body today. If there's trouble, I can turn into water and escape." Time was of the essence, so she had to relent. "I really can't stop you. Stay close to me." He nodded in agreement and followed closely behind Shan. A short while later, the cleanup squad's reinforcement team arrived at the Soul of Iron Smithy. The place was littered with bodies. Shan asked in bewilderment, "Why are there so many assassins?" She immediately assigned tasks to the group. "You lead a team to search for survivors, and you lead another team to set up a defensive perimeter. Be on guard for more assassins." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping rushed off to find the others, running to the backyard and shouting, "Uncle Liu, Ji Min, Sister C." A figure peeking from behind a wall called out tremulously, Zhang Ping." Jiu Ci's breathing was shallow. She struggled to press against the wall to keep from collapsing. He quickly ran over to support her. "Sister C, are you okay?" Jiu Ci pointed towards a corner of the yard. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Hurry, Uncle Liu and Ji Min. They're both injured." Her breathing grew weaker, but she still forced herself to speak so Zhang Ping would save the other two. Just then, Shan also ran over, shouting, "I'll go check on them. You stay here and take care of her." She then immediately ran towards the injured. Zhang Ping carefully bandaged the wound on Ju Ci's severed arm. He asked her worriedly, "Sister C, your arm?" Despite her sorrow, Ju Ci remained remarkably calm and said, "It's fine. Losing one arm won't kill me." The cleanup squad that Sishan had brought arrived to provide support. She quickly directed them to take the injured back for treatment. Seeing his friend, Zhang Ping ran over and worriedly asked about Ji Min. Sishan reassured him, "Don't worry. They're just injured and unconscious. Nothing too serious." One by one, all the injured were carried away. Before she left, Ju Ci added, "I'm relieved that those two are okay, but you need to be more careful. These assassins are all targeting you." She asked Zhang Ping with concern, "Did you offend someone important recently?" He gave a wry smile and replied, "It's nothing. Sister C, don't worry about me. You should focus on recovering." Sishan then said, "The city is no longer safe. The cleanup squad will take them to a safe shelter outside the city for treatment." However, Zhang Ping was currently seething with rage. "Damn it, this is all my fault." He clenched his fists, his mind racing. "The beast-taming Zhu family in Pearl City. It's most likely them who want me dead." Sishan interjected, "I'll arrange for an investigation immediately." Suddenly, a shadowy voice whispered in Zhang Ping's ear, "The recent energy fluctuation came from here. Many of my kind have died nearby in the past. Could it be related to these two?" He instantly recognized the voice as Luo Shiyu's. This time, the wind whisper was crystal clear. "She's nearby." Zhang Ping heard the voice drawing closer and closer. "This is a critical moment. I'd rather waste energy than overlook any potential threat." As the thought crossed his mind, a powerful attack rained down on the two of them. Realizing the attack was coming, Zhang Ping quickly pulled Sishan into his arms to shield her, jumped to the side to dodge carefully. At that moment, a massive puddle of water appeared in the middle of the courtyard, and Shiyu stood on the fence, looking down at the two of them. She then commented with amusement, "How interesting. You were able to detect my attack." Zhang Ping asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Sishan replied, "I'm fine, but this operation was supposed to be a secret. Why did she get here first?" He answered, "I think she might have been monitoring the entire city. She must have overheard our entire conversation." Shiyu greeted Zhang Ping, and he immediately replied, "Is Miss Luo doing well?" At the same time, he was secretly and calmly appraising her. However, the appraisal process seemed to be having some trouble, as the system kept displaying "in progress" without showing any results. Zhang Ping thought in annoyance, "Damn it, the appraisal range is insufficient." Just then, Sishan immediately launched a massive blizzard at that Luo woman. Shiyu was no pushover either. She instantly created spatial voids to absorb all the incoming ice shards. She thought to herself, "She didn't hesitate to use a fatal blow on me. It seems my identity has been exposed." With that thought, she declared, "So the recent events were indeed related to you too." At that exact moment, a red vortex appeared behind Sishan. This made her wary. A powerful beam of energy shot out from the vortex, and Sishan quickly summoned ice to defend herself. However, her ice shield wasn't strong enough to withstand it, and Sishan leaped into the air to dodge as the shield shattered. To think she could completely break my defense in a single blow. Shiyu watched the counterattack with great satisfaction, thinking, "It doesn't matter if my identity is exposed. She can't break my illusion technique. She's just relying on the changes in the surrounding cold energy to predict my attacks." This made her even more bloodthirsty. "I'd like to see how you defend yourself this time." As she spoke, she launched countless attacks from all directions. Sishan immediately released her cold energy to detect the trajectory of her opponent's attacks. This way, that way, there's one over here too. But there was one thing Shiyu didn't expect. All of her attacks were being seen through by Zhang Ping. He shouted, "Cici, watch your left." Thanks to his warning, Sishan was able to dodge the attack with ease, feeling grateful in her heart that Zhang Ping had arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Just like that, he continuously called out directions for her. 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 80 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 21 o'clock, 52 o'clock. Thanks to this, Sishan was able to execute beautiful sword strokes to defend herself. That Lu woman was furious. Her eyes narrowed as she looked down, wondering. She wondered how Zhang Ping could possibly know. Could it be? Without thinking further, she immediately launched an attack towards him. Zhang Ping sensed the danger, and though a bit surprised, he still managed to react in time, using his evasion skill with all his might. This test attack was enough to confirm Shiyu's suspicions about him. As expected, he can precisely dodge every single one of my attacks. It seems Zhang Ping is the one who can see through my clan's camouflage. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "I should have killed you from the start. Let's see how long you can run." While he was clenching everything to dodge the attacks, he grew extremely worried when he saw an attack speeding towards Sishan. Not good. "I can't dodge and call out positions for Cici at the same time." Zhang Ping increased his speed, spinning 3 times to the left and then 3 times to the right. He finally landed in front of Sishan. "Great, I made it in time. His speed was so fast that even she was startled. Zhang Ping's nether fog was now at its maximum level, and he immediately launched an orb to block the incoming attack. Gleefully said, "Sister Luo seems a bit hot-headed, huh? Did you get your heart broken recently?" Shi Yu said softly, "How interesting." She let out a peal of excited laughter and said loudly, "Zhang Ping, you hid your skills well, managing to fool me after so many probes. But you won't be able to escape this time." As she spoke, Shi Yu launched countless attacks toward the two of them. This time, she was determined to take his life, so she decided to go all out. You can defend against 3 tails, but what about 3,000 tails? Down below, Sishan was also trying to lend Zhang Ping a hand. Her attack power was just too high, and his Shadow Mist reserve was currently at 50% and dropping fast. Because his opponent showed no fear, his Shadow Mist depleted even faster. A gloating Shi Yu taunted him, "If you can last for 1 more second, I'll consider it your victory." In just a few minutes, his Shadow Mist reserve had already dropped below 10%. Sishan was also extremely tense, her Shadow Mist reserve completely depleted. Zhang Ping was in a panic. "I've released 100% of my Shadow Mist, and I still can't stop her. Am I really going to fail here?" Just as everything was hanging by a thread, the figure of Mr. C2 appeared and said, "Young Zhang Ping, seize this opportunity. I can only create one opportunity for you." Zhang Ping was startled and astonished to see Captain C2's clone appear. A brilliant golden light pierced through the countless gaps between the fox demon's tails, enveloping Shi Yu's body, making her tense up. "What is that?" Mr. C2 yelled, "Young Zhang Ping, now." Receiving the signal, he immediately gathered every last ounce of his strength and unleashed it. Zhang Ping let out a mighty shout as a powerful purple energy erupted from his body, forcefully repelling all the troublesome tails. Taking advantage of the chaos, he grabbed Sishan's hand, and the two of them quickly escaped from Shi Yu's sight. "Let's go, sis." Slowly, the fox demon flew into a rage, clenching her teeth. Trying to run? Not so fast. With a single burst of power, the image of a giant fox appeared high in the sky, shattering the restraints that held her. She roared an order to her subordinates, "Everyone, listen. Use all your power to capture Zhang Ping for me." A short while later, at the cleanup squad's safe house outside the city, Zhang Ping went to visit Jusei. Upon seeing him, she asked, "You're a member of the cleanup squad now, and on top of that, has Mingju City become the territory of those wretched fox demons?" Zhang Ping nodded in response, "That's right, and even though they're not making any big moves, the city still isn't safe." Suddenly, his tone became self-recriminating as he said sheepishly, "I'm sorry, this is all my fault." Jusei immediately comforted him, "Come on, it's just one arm, right? I'm not dead yet. Besides, I should be thanking you for saving Uncle Lu and the others." Hearing this, Zhang Ping promised, "I will definitely find a way to take back the forge first, so everyone will have to tough it out here outside the city for a while." While the two of them were talking, Sishan had been standing outside the door for some time. Hearing his words, coupled with the recent events, a thought crossed her mind. He's matured so much so quickly. Jusei noticed Sishan standing there quietly and prompted Zhang Ping, "That girl is waiting for you. Go take care of your business first." Zhang Ping was a little surprised and went outside to ask, "Sisai, did you need me for something?" However, Zhang Ping's somewhat informal question seemed to displease Sishan. "What did you just call me?" Startled by his slip of the tongue, Zhang Ping immediately forced an awkward laugh. He corrected himself to Sister CC, silently blaming Jusei in his heart. It was all her fault for constantly calling her little girl, which made him slip up. However, it was not just a simple slip of the tongue. In Zhang Ping's mind, he also felt that this form of address was problematic. It made sense. Calling her Sister CC out of politeness was fine before, but after they became closer, it felt a bit awkward. After all, he had lived 2 lives and was much older than her. But then, Sishan said something shocking. "Just forget it. It's just a name anyway. Call me whatever you want." Before he could even recover, he heard her say, "Come with me for a bit." As they walked, Sishan explained the current situation to Zhang Ping. "Your identity has been exposed, so I'm afraid you can't enter Mingju City for the time being and will have to wait for the captain's arrangements." Arriving at another room, she took out a golden tube and said with a smile, "The information you provided about the Saintess was very useful. Furthermore, the mission to deal with the pervert was completed perfectly, so this is your reward from the cleanup squad." Taking the tube, Zhang Ping asked curiously, "Is this golden blood fluid?" He stared intently at the golden liquid and made a vague guess. It couldn't be the blood of gold, could it? Answering his question, Sishan confirmed that it was the blood of gold from Jin Ba. He has to draw his blood periodically for storage. This blood is often used to heal comrades or extend the lives of those who have made great contributions. You should try drinking it in the training room to see if you can gain any power from it, she added. Oh right, the blood of gold is a bloodline ability, so it can be passed down to future generations. You should be mentally prepared, and be careful of women with ill intentions targeting you. However, he thought to himself, It's only a possibility that it can be passed down, not a 100% guarantee. Besides, I don't even know if I'll ever have a wife, so why think so far ahead? I hope the Devourer will activate its effect. The body of fog and the body of pure water were both acquired thanks to it before. With that thought, Zhang Ping downed the tube of blood fluid in one gulp. Sishan asked curiously, "How is it? Did you awaken any abilities?" But he replied, "It doesn't seem like anything has changed." Suddenly, red blood fluid oozed from his fingertips, leaving Zhang Ping stunned. He quickly used his appraisal skill to check it. The system announced that the Devourer had been activated. Zhang Ping exclaimed, "It worked." This skill is called the Body of Divine Blood. It can transform into a pure blood form, which can merge with a target's body to rapidly heal their wounds. He looked at the blood fluid on his hand, incredibly excited. Is the Devourer an infinite skill too? This body of pure blood seems to be able to accurately sense the target's condition. Seeing this red liquid, Sishan became even more curious. What's going on with your hand? From Zhang Ping's perspective, through her mask, he could see a large scar. He instinctively asked, "See, the scar on your face?" Sishan shyly brushed it off. "Don't worry about it." Seeing this, Zhang Ping didn't press further, thinking to himself that there must be a story behind her scar. Sishan continued to ask, "So, besides this, have you changed in any other way?" He sensed every nerve in his body and replied, "In this state, I can sense the life status of all living creatures, and I can also merge into another's body, heal all their wounds, and of course, scars could also be removed." Sishan was overjoyed to hear this. "So, Sister C's lost arm can probably be treated too?" Zhang Ping nodded and said, "As long as there's enough blood, in theory, even if only a layer of skin remains, I can regenerate the other person's body." He rejoiced internally. The pure water body could evade, and the pure blood body could heal others. Without any hesitation, Sishan quickly pushed Zhang Ping back to the hospital room, then hurry up and go treat Sister Se. Zhang Ping happily let her push him. "All right, I'm going right now." Suddenly, Zhang Ping turned back and asked, "Cici, can we talk comfortably from now on? Not as teammates, but as old friends." Sishan remained silent, her face blushing slightly. After a moment of thought, she whispered, "Okay." The scene shifts to the wilderness, by a quiet river, where a few wild animals were peacefully drinking water. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the forest, startling all the beasts, and from out of nowhere, a horde of demons and monsters, numbering in the hundreds and thousands, swarmed in, screaming wildly and ferociously, as if they wanted to devour everything in their path. At the cleanup squad's base, Manhwa curiously approached to take a look. "What is Mr. Situ looking at that's so mysterious?" she asked with curiosity. "Is this the file on Holy Ancestor Village?" "Captain, why are you looking at that?" Mr. Situ said pensively, "I wonder if you still remember. Although the Zhu family did many cruel things when they were in power, in the beginning, the beast-taming Zhu family was also a family of heroes." He recounted the story of how they fought against the Great Cold Disaster back then. At that time, the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Qiang, merged with the sun god bird, flying into the sky every single day, bringing light and warmth to everyone. He persisted like that for 15 years until he died of exhaustion. Manny replied, "I know about that. After Zhu Qiang died, he was buried in the Sunset Mountains outside of Pearl City. The survivors outside the city, grateful for his kindness, watched over his grave. Hundreds of years later, these people intermarried to produce future generations, gradually forming a village which is now Holy Ancestor Village." She asked again, confused, "But what does this have to do with Holy Ancestor Village now?" Mr. Situ explained that every 100 years, Holy Ancestor Village gives birth to a holy maiden, whose bloodline can protect the village from any invasion by mutated beasts. Hearing this, Manhwa exclaimed in shock, "Could it be that Qin Junting is the holy maiden from Holy Ancestor Village?" He nodded and added, "Perhaps Zhu Jiading is using the holy maiden to control Tianchang Lake." Manhwa became even more curious. Why would the holy maiden appear at Hanghai Academy? And with this happening, why hasn't Holy Ancestor Village made any move? Mr. Situ said in a low voice, "What if they're doing it on purpose? Using the excuse that the Holy Maiden is being held captive in the city, Holy Ancestor Village could declare war on Pearl City at any time." The naive man Nai didn't understand why they would want to do that. He continued, 155 years ago, Pearl City also had a tyrannical city lord, and to avoid repeating the Zhu family's mistakes, the cleanup squad placed her at the top of the wanted list, eventually joining forces with the current city lord to successfully drive her out of the city. After that, it's unknown how she became the leader of Holy Ancestor Village. He let out a long sigh and suggested that she probably never gave up on Pearl City, just waiting for the right moment to return. Although the story Mr. Situ told was very tense, but the look on Manny's face as she listened to the story was incredibly excited. It was known that the cleanup squad had built many safe shelters outside the city. These shelters were very secret, some built into rock, others hidden underground or in trees. At shelter number 3, Hidden within the rock, Si Qian was walking around on patrol when she suddenly heard a strange sound. Could this noise be the Chu family up to their tricks again? I have to go out and scout a bit, but when she looked back at the injured people here, she hesitated a little, but if this place was discovered, the injured would be in danger. Si Qian focused her attention on Zhang Ping, thinking to herself, if I leave him here, will it be okay with just Zhang Ping alone? Suddenly, our man Zhang discovered something new, cheering excitedly. It worked. He was even holding a lantern in his hand. Curious, Si Qian asked. What worked? Isn't this lantern out of energy? Zhang Ping excitedly explained. It was out of energy, but I thought it would be a waste to throw it away, so I tried to see if it could be recharged. First was true fire, false fire, and flame wrap. Next I used the pure water body, but it still didn't work, so then I added the pure blood body as well. Finally, I used the nether fog body, and then the lantern reacted. After an appraisal, the lantern's information was revealed. This is a phantom lantern. It can conceal scents and information within a certain radius. Placing the lantern down next to Jiamin, he continued happily. Finally, after adding the nether fog, the lantern lit up, and its effect was even enhanced. Then he went outside with Si Qian. Although she was very pleased, Si Qian still said nonchalantly, "A blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes." He smiled brightly and said, "By using the lantern to conceal the shelter, we can go out and scout without worry." Outside, monsters and demons were running rampant everywhere. Seeing this scene, Si Qian was speechless. Zhang Ping wondered, there are this many? Since when did the Chu family control so many mutated beasts? Without any further delay, Si Qian hurriedly called headquarters. Reporting, "This is Lu Si Qian. Near shelter number 3, there are about 10,000 mutated beasts heading towards Mingju City. Their ranks aren't high, mostly forest wolves and bullet rabbits. But Zhang Ping felt that there was something very strange about these monsters. Why does this horde of mutated beasts look so rushed? They don't seem like they're going somewhere, but more like they're fleeing." Then, he was shocked to see something even more terrifying, and immediately, Zhang Ping reported it to Si Qian. "Si, look quickly." Following the direction Zhang Ping was pointing, she was just as stunned. Si Qian hurriedly called headquarters again to make a correction. There's also a large number of zombies heading into the city. Looking at the horde of crazed zombies charging forward, she made a quick estimate and reported, the number is probably 50,000. Upon hearing that terrifying number, Mr. C2 furiously shouted, 50,000 of them. He felt extremely troubled. 10,000 mutated beasts, 50,000 zombies. Inside the city, there's also Tian Changhu and the remnants of the Chu family. Right now, the squad is completely short-staffed. It's impossible to deal with so many enemies at once. Do I have to handle this myself? As he thought of this, suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. No, there's still a way. Captain Saitu turned and said loudly, "Manni, Chen Luoe, Shuji, prepare to open the curtain again." The three girls were a bit bewildered. Shuji hesitated. "Captain, what do you mean?" Manni also wondered, "But what about the sky curtain? Didn't you say yesterday while supporting Zhang?" Zhang Ping has temporarily suppressed the Moon Prince, whose power is not yet fully recovered. And although we can't rely on the patrol and investigation teams, there are still many powerful fighters within the city, so we will project a message onto the sky curtain, informing the entire city of the zombie attack, at which point the words "zombie attack" will appear in the sky and everyone will know. After the Awakeners in the city have gathered, we will blend in with them, both to protect Pearl City and to avoid the surveillance of Tian Changhu. After hearing Mr. Situ's plan, everyone was energized, and he immediately gave the order to move out, telling them to hurry. Captain Situ took out a glowing jade sliver and ordered a switch to multiplayer mode, also contacting the other two, Lu Sixian and Zhang Ping, ordering them to do their best to hold back the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city, trying to buy time for everyone gathering inside the city, and both acknowledged the order. At the same time, at shelter number 5, someone received a message. "This is the branch division, captain requesting instructions." The person on the other end immediately said, "Quickly go support Lu Sixian near shelter number 3. Chen Ming replied crisply, "Roger." Hearing the combat directive, Shu Ji and Shou Zhang didn't hesitate, getting up to leave immediately, while the chubby guy cheered in excitement. Chen Ming led the team forward, declaring with a cold expression, "Let's go, it's our time to take the stage." At the City Lord's mansion, old Jai Ming was standing in the main hall, plotting his next move. Thinking the raid on the blacksmith shop must have been a success, he took out a jade sliver to contact his accomplice, confirming that the Moon Prince wasn't in the City Lord's mansion, so they could begin the next step. However, the other party reported, "Sorry, we've run into some trouble." Jai Ming heard this and asked quizzically, "What kind of trouble?" The other side replied, "A group of zombies of unknown origin suddenly appeared outside the city, spooking the mutated beasts, and we temporarily can't control them. We don't know who's behind it." He didn't care and angrily yelled, "Stop wasting my time with excuses. Just handle it quickly. If the plan fails, we'll all be in deep trouble." After ending the call, the old man cursed under his breath, "What a bunch of useless fools. I have no other choice. I have to find the Saintess first and take her away at the right moment." Just then, a group of people approached, and the old man was startled, turning around warily. It was patrol team number 1 approaching, and Zhang Ping wondered to himself, "That's the patrol team captain, Lin Ketty. Why is he here, and why did he bring so many people?" He put on a sycophantic smile and greeted him. "If it isn't Captain Lin, what brings you by today? The city lord isn't back yet, but if you have urgent business, you can tell me first." However, Captain Lin said nothing, not even sparing the old man a glance, as his entire team just marched straight past him. This indifference made the old man anxious. He completely ignored me. Could he have discovered something? Ketty pushed open the large doors, and a brilliant burst of light shone out. Even Zhang Ping had no idea what was going on inside. The lively party scene, filled with lights and music, left him dumbfounded. What is going on here? Chen Junting, in a splendid outfit, walked over with a smile and said, "We have a new friend joining us. Let's all have some fun." Ketty picked up a glass of red wine and downed it, but was suddenly startled, wondering to himself, "Why am I here?" It seemed the prince had given him some instructions, but then the hateful face of Zhang Ping flashed in his mind, making Captain Lin choke on his wine. That's right, the mission is to hunt down that detestable guy. Just then, Ki Di spilled wine on Quan Din and rushed over to check on her. "Goodness, sir, you're not very careful." This guy was a bit hesitant at first, wondering, did she summon our tribe? But when the little girl wiped the spilled wine off herself, Ki Di felt an incredible familiarity, a feeling identical to the king of our tribe. Quan Din said as she wiped, "Grandpa used to say never to waste anything." Immediately, he knelt down and said respectfully, "Yes, Lady Saintess." This made the little Saintess rather uncomfortable, and she asked, "Why does everyone call me that? I clearly see everyone as friends." Without another word, Quan Din pulled Captain Lin's hand onto the dance floor. "Enough talking. Let's go dance." Old Zhai Ming stood in a corner, watching everything unfold with a head full of questions. Lady Saintess. A Saintess can only affect mutated beasts. Could it be that Lin Qidi has also been replaced by Tian Changhu? He resentfully thought to himself, how could that fox not tell me something so important? It seems she still doesn't truly trust me. While Quan Din and Captain Lin were dancing, Zhai Ming was silently plotting. Looking at the situation, it's likely no one in the patrol team survived, and perhaps everyone here has been transformed by Tian Changhu. But it seems they are controlled by Chen Quan Din, and she doesn't even realize it. If I can convince her to join my side, the plan can proceed directly to the next stage. With that thought, he crept closer to our Saintess and began to sweet-talk the little girl. "Chen Quan Din, are you having fun?" She replied innocently. "Mem. At first, I just wanted to find a few new friends. I didn't expect Sister Luo to throw such a big party for me. By the way, why hasn't Sister Luo come back yet?" Zhai Ming forced a smile and said she probably still had things to take care of, while inwardly sizing up the girl. "Silly girl, you're clearly the one who brought all these people here." Without further hesitation, he proactively took Quan Din's hand and said, "This uncle knows an even more interesting place. Want to go together?" The little girl uncomfortably shook his hand off and bluntly refused. "I don't want to." Quan Din didn't hesitate to speak her mind. "I haven't had enough fun yet, and besides, I don't even know you." Those sparkling, bright eyes now carried killing intent and fury. Looking at old Zhai Ming, Quan Din asked in a low, threatening voice, "How do you know my name?" Suddenly, all eyes in the party hall turned towards the fat old man with suspicion. Their eyes suddenly changed, glowing fiery red and filled with murderous intent. This time, old Zhai Ming was surely in for more harm than good. Scene changed to the vicinity of shelter number 3. Sishan's expression was extremely tense as she faced the crowd of monsters before her. She used her water energy powers to try and control these mutated beasts, while Zhang Ping used his nether fog ability to assist. "Hold on, I've pushed them close together. Freeze them now." The two coordinated their initial actions together. The group of monsters was trapped within a thick layer of ice. Seeing their comrades restrained, the monsters at the back hesitated and paused for a moment. However, they swarmed forward again after just a few seconds, and the ice encirclement was shattered by these beasts in an instant. Sishan shouted in a panic, "It's no use, there are too many of them." On the other side, Zhang Ping was just as worried. "This is bad, their numbers are overwhelming." Despite this, he was also benefiting quite a bit at the moment. These mutated beasts had allowed him to accumulate a lot of fear energy. Now I can use nether fog at will. Next, I'll continuously use 100 nether fogs. As soon as it's used up, it immediately recharges to the max. Thanks to this advantage, the fog body dragonification skill was beautifully executed by Zhang Ping. A great dragon was created, enveloping his body and blocking the path of the beast horde. Zhang Ping was determined to fight until the very end. He had to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. The great dragon soared above the ferocious beast, striking immense fear into them. Zhang Ping excitedly said, What you see are mutated beasts, but what I see is a source of energy, nether fog, and endless experience. For every beast that was eliminated, his experience increased by 10. It continued on and on without stopping, as he joyfully exclaimed, "I'll probably just have to kill a few hundred more, and I'll be able to upgrade my attributes or level up." A rhinoceros in the herd roared, reminding everyone to scatter and evade the dragon. They immediately obeyed, the whole herd splitting into two directions to flee. Seeing this, Zhang Ping taunted, "Oh, quite clever." These mutated beasts were only focused on escaping, with no intention of fighting at all. A few that ran ahead were intercepted and stabbed to death by Si Qian. Si Qian flew up and shouted, "I'll handle the ones that slip through." Zhang Ping enthusiastically praised her. "Si Qian, nice work." Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. It would be great if there was a system to record the number of monsters he killed. Fortunately, Si Qian noticed and quickly reminded him, "Don't get distracted, more of them are coming." Whichever beast was eliminated could go get reincarnated, while any lucky ones that got through just bolted for their lives. Zhang Ping seemed a little annoyed. "Damn it, can't I finish them off?" Suddenly, several attacks of water and fire elements and earth came flying in. But the strange thing was, these attacks weren't from the reinforcements but were aimed directly at the dragon. This left Zhang Ping utterly surprised and wondering, what's going on? Looking toward the source of the attacks, Zhang Ping was a bit stunned. These are zombies. The zombies were huge, with ferocious faces, and were continuously casting skills with their hands. He thought with annoyance, "This bunch even knows how to use magic? I thought zombies only knew how to bite people." Stereotypes really aren't a good thing. After appraising them, he learned that these zombies were all at the elementary level, level 6. Zhang Ping immediately guessed their origin was from Saint Ancestor Village. The zombies swarmed in, surrounding the dragon. Some even climbed onto its body, clawing and tearing at it ferociously. At this moment, he had to both clean up this trash and find a way to quickly sync the information with headquarters. The great dragon roared in anger, "Get off!" and shook its body violently, sending the zombies flying in all directions. However, there was something else that worried Zhang Ping. Zombies feel no fear. If this keeps up, my nether fog reserves will be depleted sooner or later. Si Qian unleashed water energy to help him break free. She shouted a reminder to Zhang Ping, "Keep your distance from them." Thanks to that, he understood a few things and simultaneously thought of a way to deal with them. "Let's try this move." No sooner said than done. Zhang Ping controlled the great dragon to grab a few of the troublesome zombies clinging to its body. The dragon coiled and then soared high into the air. "Let's go, let's go." Next, it breathed fire, incinerating the zombies in its grasp. He taunted them in a teasing tone, "My fire is a bit intense. You guys better brace yourselves." Then threw the burning zombies down into the crowd below. "Go, zombie fireballs." They were incinerated by the flames. This meant that Zhang Ping continued to gain more experience, and all his attributes also increased. "Great, my stats are now nearly double those of other awakeners at the same level." Meanwhile, on Sishan's side, countless zombies were also being cut down, her face cold as ice as she stared silently at the frenzied horde before her. The beautiful Cece unleashed Hortz's sharp blade sword style, each graceful slash, sweeping through the zombies with ease, but it was incredibly powerful, cutting them into 2 or 3 pieces with just a single swing. However, the number of zombies was overwhelming, and even though Sishan was strong, she couldn't fight them all alone. As soon as she took one down, another would charge forward. They surrounded her from all sides, and just as Sishan felt things were taking a bad turn, Zhang Ping rushed in to lend her a hand. "Take this." Heaven-shattering, earth-rending Cece's invincible kick. Sishan didn't understand what she heard and quickly asked, "Huh? What are you talking about?" He quickly tried to cover it up. "No, it's nothing." The large dragon's body slowly shrank, while Zhang Ping also said, "The first beast and zombie tide has been dealt with, numbering about 1,000. The second wave will arrive in about half an hour." He reverted to his human form, standing beside Sishan, then asked, "Now that I think about it, how can zombies use abilities?" She replied, "Perhaps they were awakeners when they were alive." Sishan thought that such a despicable tactic. Could it be the Chu family? But Zhang Ping immediately said, "That's not right. I just appraised them, and the zombies belong to the Saint Devouring organization. Headquarters has also confirmed this is correct." Mr. Situ added, "Although the Chu family is ruthless, beast taming is a form of belief for them, and they wouldn't stoop to using dirty tricks like controlling zombies. According to our initial speculation, this incident might be related to the Saint Devouring organization." Zhang Ping's appraisal further confirms this. Hearing this, Sishan seemed agitated. "It's the Saint Devouring organization." Her hands clenched unconsciously as she spoke. In other words, that person is behind this. At that moment, unpleasant memories involving that woman, Ao Shu, surfaced in her mind, and it seemed that woman's cold gaze was a deep-seated trauma for Sishan. Lost in thought, she was startled to realize that a poisonous gas was surrounding them and immediately shouted to warn Zhang Ping, "Hold your breath. This gas is poisonous." This made him wonder. Hold my breath? I've smelled this somewhere before. Zhang Ping searched his memory. It was the smell of rotten eggs. It's hydrogen sulfide. I remember now. Back when I was on the rescue team, I dealt with a serious fire caused by hydrogen sulfide gas. Then it should be flammable. With that thought, he turned to warn Sishan. "Watch out for the explosion." She asked in surprise, "What are you going to do?" Zhang Ping said in a low voice, "There's no time to explain, just trust me." He raised his hand and created a small flame, using the skill True Fire User, Flame. The gas ignited instantly, and a massive explosion tore through the area. Sishan protected herself inside a water prison sphere to avoid the blast. This blaze was an immense source of true fire energy, and Zhang Ping tried to absorb all of it into his body. Suddenly, he looked ahead and said, "The second wave of zombies is here." Sishan was startled. "Didn't you just say we had half an hour?" Hearing that, Zhang Ping quickly double-checked. "Wait, what is that?" He then secretly tried to appraise them, but the system just kept reporting that it was in the process of appraising, but no result appeared for these strangers. Old Zuo Ming, riding on a massive zombie, spoke up. "So you managed to neutralize my corpse poison?" These two kids seemed to be promising prospects. Zhang Ping was extremely puzzled that his appraisal failed. How strange. He had successfully appraised the captain before, but when he tried to appraise this person, it failed, just like with Luo Xiu. Could it be that his skill wasn't proficient enough to appraise a high-level target from a distance? So he thought of a way, if that was the case. He ordered an appraisal on all the zombies within his line of sight. The command was executed instantly, and all the information on the tens of thousands of zombies here appeared like a data matrix. After more than 160,000 appraisals, Zhang Ping's appraisal skill reached an advanced level, drastically increasing the range and success rate for targets above level 30. Instantly, the appraisal on the leader, Old Zuo Ming, also succeeded, revealing he was a zombie at level 39. His skills allowed him to create corpse poison and control them at will. Moreover, the zombies retained their abilities from when they were human, and more importantly, you couldn't kill the controller without killing all the zombies. Zuo Ming thought to himself, "As much as I'd like to handle this myself, I have more important things to do." Then he waved his hand and ordered a massive zombie to charge forward. "Go, bring them to me, dead or alive." Zhang Ping turned and asked. The appraisal shows this person is a level 39 Fallen 1. Wait, what does Fallen 1 mean? Sishan was shocked and couldn't believe it. "What? Level 39? She explained. "An Awaken's abilities will gradually change with usage, eventually taking on the form most suitable for them. But if the Awakened spirit isn't strong enough, they will suffer a backlash from their own power, ultimately becoming a slave to it. We call these people Fallen Ones." Finally, Sishan emphasized, "And Fallen Ones usually possess immense power." As she finished speaking, the horde of zombies had already swarmed them. Zhang Ping said with annoyance, "They're here, this is trouble." The zombies charged forward manically, attacking without any restraint. Zhang Ping used his nether fog to form a sword and slice these annoyances in half. A giant green zombie charged towards Sishan, wielding a large axe in its hands. It swung the axe violently at her, and Sishan braced herself to block it. However, her strength was completely useless against this giant monster. Immediately, Sishan called headquarters to report. "This is Lu Sishan. A Fallen One has appeared riding a giant zombie. My strength is not enough to stop it." Her voice grew more serious. "This person is leading a large number of zombies towards the north of the city. Level 39, extremely dangerous." Zhang Ping stepped in front of the giant green zombie and tried to appraise its strength. He learned that it was a level 29, 5 times stronger than the small fry zombies from before. Zhang Ping calmed himself down to figure out a plan. "First, I'll try to control it." He used 20 units of his stored nether fog, forming a long chain and throwing it to bind the giant, but it only needed to roar and exert a bit of force to shatter all the links of the chain. Zhang Ping was completely bewildered. This is bad. This zombie is on a whole different level from the previous ones. At that moment, a massive sound erupted from the city, shaking the very heavens and earth. Zhang Ping looked in that direction and thought to himself, "That sound is coming from Bright Pearl City. Have the enemy forces reached the city gates already?" At the same time, at the north gate of Bright Pearl City, the demonized beasts and zombies were stampeding desperately towards it, and it seemed an army was already there waiting for them. A burly man raised his fist high, and powerful flames erupted from his hand. He swung his fist powerfully into the space before him, and immediately, a force erupted, sending the zombies flying in all directions. He announced his name, Feng Lycian, Master of the Beast King Fist Dojo. With his presence known, he took a long, deep breath, and then declared that no one was allowed to advance today. As soon as old Feng finished speaking, all the brothers in the hot-blooded squad charged forward to fight. Among them was Bai Dai, who shouted, "Let's charge together, don't let these beasts get even one step closer." Suddenly, something caught Lei Xin's attention. "Huh? Those people are the support team. charging in and overwhelming all the mutated beasts and zombies. Amidst the fierce melee, a zombie weaved and squeezed through the chaos, its body radiating a very special energy. It rushed forward, attacking Old Feng head-on. He blocked the troublesome strike with his hand, saying, "Stop. I just noticed your movements are different from the other zombies." At this moment, Lacian's hand was trembling because the force of this zombie's impact was too strong. It used its blazing red eyes to stare deep into Old Feng's eyes, pondering for a moment, then continuously used special fist techniques to relentlessly attack Lacian. He could only raise his hands to block, accompanied by a question. This technique is the Beast King fist art, Ape King style. Old Feng shouted angrily, "Who are you?" The zombie coldly swung its fist forward, and a thought suddenly appeared in its mind. "My foolish junior brother." It punched hard. Lacian quickly ducked to dodge, using the opportunity to try and find an opening in his opponent to counterattack. Old Feng executed the Beast King fist technique, Iron River tripod style, lifting the zombie high into the air, then used his solar energy to incinerate it and slam it hard onto the ground. Lacian landed on the ground, using the Crimson Emperor's immortal body for super-fast regeneration to quickly recover his strength. Suddenly, he happened to see something fall out from beside the zombie's body. Overcome with curiosity, Lacian walked over to pick it up. Is this what fell from that zombie? It looked familiar, and upon closer inspection, he saw a line of 3 characters carved on the small wooden tablet. "Lin Benchi," he exclaimed in shock. "This is my senior brother's nameplate." The zombie had now managed to stand up. Lacian asked in a stern voice, "You know how to use the Beast King fist, and you're carrying my senior brother's nameplate. Could it be that you are senior brother Lin Benchi? You've been missing for 35 years. Back then, you left the city to investigate the case of the missing Awakened Ones, only to mysteriously disappear yourself." It didn't care and charged forward menacingly, yet there was still consciousness within this zombie's mind. It still knew the person before it was its younger brother. "Foolish junior brother, hate me, be angry." Old Feng, both sad and angry, raised his fists to fight back. "I can't believe you were turned into a zombie, meeting such a tragic end." The two continuously clashed with their techniques. Although his body was controlled by old Zuo Ming, Benchi's mind was still his own, and he understood that only Lacian could stop him. Old Feng clenched his teeth, wondering to himself if the senior brother of the past was truly gone. At this moment, happy memories of the two brothers flooded back, the days they trained together. "Faster! Hurry up!" His current success was all thanks to the strict guidance of his senior brother. The Lotus King style emphasizes the transformation of movements. It has no fixed form. Besides teaching, Benchi also encouraged Lacian a lot. "Even though Master never thought highly of you, you've clearly improved very quickly." Old Feng could never forget that smile. "Come on, let's practice a little more. Back then he promised that once I taught you to be proficient, I would give that old geezer a good beating." Back in the present, Lai Tian caught the zombie senior brother's fist. This made him realize, that's right. Old Feng gritted his teeth, tears of anger welling up, wondering since when his senior brother's fist technique had become so weak. Furious, he violently threw the zombie in front of him far away and cursed loudly. "How dare you defile the Beast King fist? Defile my senior brother?" Lai Tian grabbed his own shirt, then decisively ripped the tank top off and threw it away. Revealing the sun crest on his back, he roared with conviction, "No matter who the evil enemy is, I will find them." The sun crest shone brilliantly, and Old Feng's entire body erupted in blazing flames. This is the Crimson Emperor's immortal body, the Crimson Emperor's flaming blood. His body temperature now soared to 500 degrees Celsius, and it wasn't just his eyes, but his beard and hair also turned into flames. Lai Tian shouted, "Everyone fall back, don't get hurt by me." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped forward, closing in on the zombie and delivering an extremely powerful punch. Old Feng's fist slammed straight into its chest. But one punch wasn't enough to release his anger. He furiously pummeled its chest repeatedly, and finally, Old Feng unleashed a final, extremely powerful flame attack. It struck straight down to finish off the zombie. It was incinerated by that powerful light. In its final moments, the original consciousness felt immense pride and satisfaction. "You've become so much stronger, little brother." Finally, the special zombie was knocked out for good. Lai Tian turned away, his voice low, "Rest in peace, senior brother." Elsewhere, Zuo Ming sensed the loss. He chuckled and remarked, "To be able to defeat my masterpiece to this extent is quite impressive. I'll just use you to replace him then." Hearing this, Old Feng immediately turned and asked, "Who's there?" Seeing Zuo Ming, he frowned and looked at him with a hostile gaze, then took a defensive stance with his flames and asked loudly, "Was it you who turned my senior brother into a zombie?" The man sneered in reply, "So what if it was?" Zuo Ming's voice was filled with contempt, his cold eyes scanning the entire rescue team. "Do you worthless ants really think you can stop my grand army?" He and his horde of special mutant zombies advanced menacingly. All plots and plans had been executed, some successful, some failed. causing chaos at the blacksmith shop. Plan successful. Yue Fangzi was lured out and is currently searching for Zhang Ping in the city. Luring mutated beasts into the city lord's manor. Plan failed. The zombie horde stopped the mutated beasts, kidnapping the saintess from the city lord's manor. Plan failed. A large number of sky howling wolves have gathered at the manor. As for the cleanup squad headquarters, they have discovered the Chu family's objectives. First, to lure the sky howling wolves. Second, to use the saintess to control the sky howling wolves. And third, to rule Mingju City. They also discovered the cause of the zombies is related to Sacred Ancestor Village, and at the same time, successfully reactivated the Sky Curtain, gathering forces within the city. The first wave of zombies has reached the North Gate, and is also moving to the West and East Gates. The North and South Gates are separated by a mountain range, so there is no risk of infiltration. Currently, the Beast King Fist Dojo and the Awakened have gathered at the North Gate. At Sacred Ancestor Village, Ao Shu is with an elite army. She must be plotting something new. Qing Hai stepped forward, knelt, and reported, "Cult leader, everyone has assembled." She nodded and turned to give a loud command. "Everyone, on my command, move out. This time, we will coordinate with the wave of low-level zombies to cause chaos in the city. You can plunder some supplies and spread our teachings along the way, but once the Zhao brothers bring the saintess out, you must retreat immediately. Do not linger for even a second. Understood." The group responded in unison, "Understood," and left immediately. Only Qing Hai remained, as he had something he wanted to ask. "Cult leader, this subordinate has a few questions. Will the mutated beast king in the city become an unstable factor? Furthermore, why must we retreat after starting a war and securing the saintess?" Ao Shui replied in a low voice, "Are you talking about that old fox? It actually woke up a long time ago, just waiting for Shibai to appear." Qing Hai asked worriedly, "Then if we attack now, won't our forces be in great danger?" However, she just smiled and said, "Don't worry." Ao Shu affirmed, "Even though the saintess hasn't fully awakened, her influence is enough that even a mutated beast king cannot easily resist it. Before we take her away, Tianchang Hu won't dare to make a rash move." She added, "To conquer Mingju City, besides Tianchang Hu, our biggest opponents are Shibai and the cleanup squad he leads. Therefore, I've arranged for an inside man to open the city gates to create enough chaos within the city. Specifically, the plan is to first use the saintess as bait to incite a war, letting the zombies into the city, and for the cleanup squad to completely resolve a large-scale invasion like this, they have no choice but to use the Sun Moon Pearl. Once Shibai uses the Sun Moon Pearl to cleanse all the low-level zombies and mutated beasts in the city, Ao Shu's goal is to force Situ Shibai to expose himself and his cleanup squad. As for why we must retreat, without the saintess to restrain Tianchang Hu, and with the cleanup squad exposed, we'll wait for Tianchang Hu and the cleanup squad to beat each other senseless. Won't conquering Mingju City be as easy as flipping our hands then?" Despite this, Qing Hai was still worried. According to intel from the spies, the Zhu family also seems to be eyeing the saintess's power. "Will they interfere with our operation?" Ao Shu said, "I've already sensed it. Currently, the saintess is still in a state of chaotic thought. In this situation, the Zhu family won't be able to convince her to serve them. I've sent the Zhao brothers to retrieve the saintess because the blood of the holy disciple flows in their veins, allowing them to directly empathize and communicate with her. Furthermore, perhaps to deceive the Zhu family's upper echelons, they won't participate directly in this event." She laughed triumphantly and continued, "If those people from the Zhu family inside the city try to take the saintess by force, they are no match for the Zhao brothers." Hearing this, Qing Hai was no longer worried. He bowed his head and said, "The cult leader is wise." Without further delay, Ao Shui quickly left with her subordinates. "Let's go. It's time for us to move out as well." At the same time, outside the city, Zhang Ping was currently trying to fight using the last of his mist energy. The two of them were struggling against this troublesome swarm of monsters. Zhang Ping swung his knife and said with annoyance, "There are too many of them. This is a never-ending fight." Suddenly, an armed zombie rushed past him. Zhang Ping turned to see it raising its blade, aiming for a sneak attack on Si Shan. He quickly shouted, "Si, look out," thanks to the timely warning. But Si Qian was already prepared. She spun around and blocked his attack with her sword, but her ice sword couldn't hold out any longer. It quickly shattered into countless pieces, and Si Qian was sent flying at the same time. Seizing this opportunity, the giant zombie rushed in to attack again. Zhang Ping frantically ran over, but he was held back by other zombies. His nether fog was also running too low. Zhang Ping shouted in frustration, "Damn it, my nether fog is almost out." Seeing the huge monster, about to finish off his friend but unable to do anything, he roared helplessly, "Si Qian, look out." Suddenly, a large shield appeared in front of Si Qian, blocking the axe blow. Shou Zhang, clad in iron armor, stood before her and laughed heartily. "My shield is no ordinary one." Si Qian stared blankly up at that bulky figure, calling his name Zhang Shou Zhang. That wasn't all. Next came a rain of swords. These swords seemed to have a mind of their own, flying to pierce any zombie in their path. Zhang Ping recognized this as the Phantom Shadow Sword. He wondered, have our teammates arrived? Besides being pierced by swords, the zombies were also getting their jaws smashed by Shu Dai's shadowless kick. She made a badass entrance, kicking each one in the face and preventing them from getting back up. She shouted, "Sorry, we're late." The Phantom Shadow Sword flew right in front of the axe-wielding zombie, then circled it a few times. Then, it plunged into the ground in front of Shou Zhang's large shield. The attacking energy it released was immense, sending the giant flying far away. Chen Ming appeared beside Si Qian and teased, "Has your swordsmanship gotten rusty?" She retorted sullenly, "Shut up." Chen Ming continued to attack the green zombie, reminding her, "Don't let your guard down." But strangely, the wounds on its body healed quickly. He added, "It seems physical attacks don't work on it." Just then, Zhang Ping walked over and said to the group, "I think I know how to defeat it." Then, he turned to Chen Ming and asked, "Senior, help me restrain it." He immediately replied, "Got it." Then, he charged forward without hesitation, unleashing continuous waves of sword energy at the zombie, forcing it onto the defensive. When Chen Ming swung his sword for a strike, it immediately raised its axe to block. Just then, Zhang Ping appeared behind the zombie, holding something in his hand and thinking to himself, "I noticed earlier that this caster controls the zombies through a corpse poison, and that poison is flammable." He threw several red stones at it while forming his nether fog into a hammer, shouting, "Take this." Serpent scale crimson smelt. At the same time, he thought, if I can burn the corpse poison inside the zombie's body, I can completely sever the caster's control. Zhang Ping struck its back with all his might, aiming to drive the red crystals deep inside. His reserve nether fog was now completely depleted. He grimaced and charged forward, gathering flames on the dagger in his hand. The serpent scales were now embedded in its body. Next, Zhang Ping used consuming flame, and the swirling fire drove the dagger straight into the zombie's back, making it grimace in pain. From his hand, a powerful stream of fire erupted, piercing straight through its body. The zombie then collapsed face first onto the ground, a large hole now in its back, with smoke billowing from it. Shu Di walked over, stretched, and said, "Finally, that's taken care of." This bunch was a tough nut to crack. Zhang Ping retracted his flames and added, "No, the one who is truly difficult to deal with has already arrived in Mingju City." Then, he said to Chen Ming, "Senior, there are still some injured people at shelter number 3. I've used an item to conceal their auras for now, but I don't know how long it will last." He replied, "Captain Situ has already briefed us on the situation. We will be in charge of receiving the injured." "We've just witnessed your abilities." Chen Ming turned and continued, "Go, the city needs you. We'll take care of the injured." Zhang Ping also replied respectfully, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Chen Ming." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran quickly towards Mingzhou City. Xishan watched with some worry, but said nothing, and Chen Ming seemed to notice this, then turned back to her and said, "Lu Xishan, you should go back to the city too. We're enough here." After a moment of surprise, she composed herself and replied, "Okay." Xishan quickly chased after him, calling out loudly, "Zhang Ping, wait!" The scene shifts to the south gate of Mingzhou City, where the number of zombies is also immense. Lai Xian's entire body was ablaze, using the Scarlet Emperor's immortal body, regenerating at super speed, while continuously cursing at the bastards. On the other side, Bai Dai with his skill form devouring, form supplementing, in rushing wolf form, was slicing through the zombies' bodies while shouting a reminder to everyone. "The director is recovering. Provide full cover." Just then, a voice behind him shouted a warning, "Get back!" A fireball appeared in the sky, flying towards them, thrown by Old Feng at the zombies. A huge explosion occurred, burning them to a crisp. The others fought while dodging. Lai Xian looked at the giant zombie in front of him and yelled, "Is that all you've got? Whatever other tricks you have, bring them on." Zhuo Ming sat there, stroking his beard and replying, "This poison was originally the most effective for creating zombies, but why have I been running into so many fire-type awakened ones lately?" He continued, "You all have truly underestimated me." At this point, he was interrupted by Old Feng, who charged forward with a fiery fist, yelling, "Give me back my eldest senior brother." The powerful punch sent Zhuo Ming flying off the giant zombie. He didn't stop there, gritting his teeth with determination and declaring, "It's not over yet." At the same time, that guy Zhuo Ming coughed and spat, and blood trickled from his mouth. Old Feng threw an uppercut, shouting, "Explode!" A stream of red fire from his hand pierced through his body. Flying into the air, the shattered pieces of flesh rained down. Lai Xian stood there, looking at Zhuo Ming's corpse, which had a hole blown through it and lay on the ground, and said decisively, "To catch the bandits, first catch the king. This way, the zombies will As he said this, he was startled and looked behind him. The horde of zombies was still roaring relentlessly. Old Feng wondered, "What's going on? The zombies are still moving?" Before he could process it, Zhuo Ming's body used zombie toxin. Borrowed corpse, soul, return, and landed a sneak punch to his gut. He laughed coldly. Did you really think you could kill me? The toxin of borrowed corpse soul return sacrifices one's life force, submitting to zombie control to save oneself. After landing the cheap shot, Zhuo Ming quickly jumped back a long distance to create space. Lai Shan stood there, completely stunned, and exclaimed, "He actually came back to life?" Suddenly, the very next second, his heart began to change, pounding uncontrollably. Old Feng clutched his stomach in pain, looked over and asked, "What are you trying to do?" A green glint flashed in his eyes as he laughed loudly and replied, "You noticed that quickly?" Zhuo Ming continued, "This old man directly injected the corpse poison into your body. Once the corpse poison spreads throughout your body, you become this old man's zombie." Meanwhile, he used his fire energy to cauterize the wound on his abdomen. After hearing this, Old Feng's eyes flashed as he said, "How could that be possible?" He immediately activated the Scarlet Emperor's immortal body level 2, Emperor's Blaze form. His entire body erupted in flames like a fierce torch. The temperature rose to 1,000 degrees Celsius. His stamina, strength, and agility stats skyrocketed. Zhuo Ming grinned wickedly, stroking his mustache and saying, "Trying to burn yourself to remove the corpse poison. Don't waste your energy." He looked at his zombies decisively. The corpse poison that can be burned away is only the most basic type. The poison I use to control my zombies isn't just one kind. Over here, Baida shouted, "Gym Master Feng." From a distance, Zhuo Ming continued to speak. "All the powerful zombies have been bestowed with various types of corpse poison by me, an undying poison, for an undying zombie." Old Feng turned back and yelled, "Don't worry about me." The scene shifts to near safe house number 3. Chen Ming's group had just arrived to see a green zombie frantically screaming, "Kill! Kill!" Meanwhile, Zhuo Ming's cold voice asked, "And how long can you hold on?" Surrounded by high-level zombies, Old Feng turned and asked, "Where is eldest senior brother?" His voice replied, "Junior brother is holding me back." A barrage of attacks aimed at him. Old Feng powered up, shouting at the same time, "I will never forgive you." He just laughed wickedly, a dark aura covering both his hands, and replied, "It seems you still don't understand the situation. If you miss your senior brother that much, then you might as well just go join him." With that, he commanded the large, headless zombie to charge forward with its fist. Old Feng also leaped forward, determined and thinking he had to end this quickly. He didn't hesitate to meet force with force, blocking the punch with his own, the force of the impact sending nearby zombies flying. The powerful shockwave and the wound in his abdomen caused Old Feng immense pain, making him cough up blood. But in return, he successfully sent it flying far away. Old Feng stood there, his arm turning purple, using his other hand to wipe his mouth while focusing his gaze on him. Then, he looked at his hand and thought to himself, "This corpse poison spreads really fast." Not giving Old Feng a moment to rest, the zombies charged in to attack again. As he fought back, he thought, "It's still not enough. I must activate the Scarlet Emperor's immortal body. The energy of the final form is still insufficient. If this continues, I'll turn into a zombie too." Looking at his team members struggling to hold on, Old Feng worried, "If I fall, the North Gate will be completely lost." While he was thinking to himself, "Does heaven truly want to destroy my Mingzhu city?" Then, a sharp cry was heard from a distance, and the zombies paused to look in that direction. It was Zhang Ping and Si Shan coming as backup, she said as she ran. According to intel from the barrier team, the master of the Beast King Fist Gym has been trapped. Si Shan, while slashing with his sword, reminded her, "Save the people first." He immediately replied, "Got it." Over here, Old Feng was a bit puzzled. Who are they? She carved a straight path towards him and shouted encouragement, "Senior, hang in there." Si Shan used his ability, launching a long-range attack at the zombies surrounding Old Feng. He immediately saw an opening and quickly clenched his fist. Old Feng powered up his fire, using the Beast 5 fist style, rebellious ape body, punching the sky to create a vortex that swept the zombies up into the air. Old Feng fell to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and warned Zhang Ping, "Young man, go back quickly. It's dangerous here." He replied, "Senior, you don't need to worry. I came prepared." Zhang Ping looked at him sincerely and added, "Let me heal your wounds first." He hesitated, "But this wound of mine." Zhang Ping directly used his pure blood form. Old Feng was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Little brother." He immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, Senior. This is my healing method." He replied, "This method is truly peculiar." Then Old Feng looked at his own hand in astonishment. "Not only did it heal my external wounds, but even my stamina has fully recovered." "Little brother, you've really got some skills," Zhang Ping said. "Unfortunately, I can't cure the poison in your body, Senior. At most, I can only control the spread of the toxin." He clenched his fist decisively. "You can control the corpse poison very well. That's more than enough." Then, Old Feng smiled and continued, "If you'll excuse me for a moment, little brother, I'm going to take care of that thing that is neither human nor demon. Zhang Ping secretly used his appraisal skill, Feng Lycian, Beast King Fist Gym, 3-star potential, peak level 38 Awakener, talent. Undying Phoenix Body. Zhang Ping looked at Old Feng and thought to himself, he says it so casually, but the opponent is a fallen one. Just in case, I should check the gym master's strength first. Zhu Oming stood amidst his horde of zombies, taunting, just obediently become one of my zombies. Lation retorted, in your dreams. He immediately powered up, his flames erupting. This was his sublimation state. Old Feng's body temperature shot up to 3,000 degrees Celsius. The ground beneath his feet shattered. After gathering momentum, Lysian shot straight through the zombies in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Zhu Oming and said, Old man. As he finished speaking, Old Feng landed a powerful punch on him at close range. Zhang Ping used a skill to warn him. Senior, I've appraised this guy. His life force is bound to the nearby zombies. To truly kill him, you need to eliminate all the zombies. At that moment, he had recovered, grabbing Old Feng's arm and laughing wickedly. You can't kill me. Simultaneously, the surrounding zombies followed his command and charged forward. Lexian unleashed his body's potential, reaching 4,000 degrees Celsius, while roaring, die. The flames enveloped and incinerated all the nearby zombies. They were burned to a crisp, letting out piercing screams. He stood there, looking up at the sun, and asked, It's still not enough. Little brother, is there any way to help me quickly increase my body temperature? Zhang Ping clutched his head in thought and said, My flames aren't as hot as yours, senior. I'm afraid I can't be of any help. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted, That's right, this should be able to help you. Senior. A serpent-scaled arm appeared from behind Old Feng, startling him. Then, Zhang Ping dropped a few scales into his hand. Seeing this, Leishan asked, You had crimson-forged serpent scales. Why didn't you take them out sooner? He replied, You never asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Feng ate them directly, leaving Zhang Ping to watch in awe. Now that's a true fire eater. The surrounding area suddenly fell silent for a moment. A beam of light shot down from the sky, and the aura it radiated instantly obliterated the nearby zombies. From the side, Shan looked over and wondered, What's happening? He Lang, who was nearby, exclaimed, I never thought I'd get to see the masters that form again in this lifetime. Baidi also saw it and affirmed with a smile, It looks like the fight is about to end. Old Feng was now using his Crimson Phoenix Undying Body, Sunflame form. His body temperature had reached 6,000 degrees, and his entire body was now engulfed in white flames. Zhang Ping thought in shock, What an overwhelmingly powerful form. Even a true fire user can barely withstand this temperature, he said to the young man, Little brother, this final form puts a huge burden on my body, so I'll need you to heal me continuously. The young man replied, Leave it to me. The old man also reminded his subordinates, All of you, fall back so you don't get hurt. The members of the Beast Fist Dojo quickly ran into the city, shouting, Everyone, get back into the city. Meanwhile, Zhu Oming, whose body was gradually recovering, exclaimed in disbelief, How can this be? The corpse poison I left inside him is gone? Then, he immediately gave the order, All troops, hear my command, capture him for me. The horde of zombies immediately rushed towards Old Feng, who stood his ground and blew a stream of light blue flames from his mouth. The flames grew, spreading across a vast area and incinerating the zombies, which were quickly engulfed and vanished. The fire burned until they were completely gone, and Old Feng looked at the black dust before him and said, 20,000 zombies all burned to a fine powder. Meanwhile, Shan, who witnessed the scene, was gaping in astonishment. What terrifying power! Among everyone I know, this strength would at least place in the top 3. Just then, a man ran out from the city to report, This is bad. The masters of the other 2 dojos have betrayed us. The west and east gates have fallen. Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, What? How could Ao Donghai and Wu Ruoyu possibly betray us? More zombies began to emerge from the ground, accompanied by Zhu Oming's loud laughter. Pearl City has fallen. I have no more need to play games with you. He sat atop a beast mount, the green parts of his body regenerating, as he added, I'll concede this victory to you, but I'll save a special place for you, and I hope you're still as incomparably heroic as you are today when we next meet. Old Feng growled back angrily, Next time, I will definitely butcher you. He then turned and told everyone, I alone am enough to handle this. All of you hurry back to the city to provide reinforcements. He looked at his hand and said to Zhang Ping, Little brother, the corpse poison is gone, so you should head back too. The young man's eyes widened in awkward realization, but if I go out now, won't I be naked? Meanwhile, inside the city, panic was spreading, with citizens running and screaming, Mutated beasts are here. Run for your lives, help. The members of the Beast King Fist Dojo were fighting and shouting, Organize the defense, move it. Ming stood on a rooftop, looking smugly at the smoke and fire everywhere. Just take your time and enjoy the show. He laughed coldly and said, This is exactly what should happen to Pearl City for losing our Jew family. Just then, two subordinates appeared behind him, and he immediately asked, "What's the status?" Zishu replied, "About 1,000 mutated beasts have entered Pearl City, and they are all under our control." The Vice City Lord praised them smugly. "Excellent. Direct the mutated beasts to attack the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible." Hearing this, he asked doubtfully, "The City Lord's mansion? Are you kidding? Chen Junting is there." Zishu added, "When the mutated beasts get close, they will be affected by the Holy Mother's blood inside her body." Zikui continued, "That's right. Even the Celestial Fox will become her servant. So how are we supposed to take her away?" Zhang Ming replied, "What do you all know? Chen Jundan hasn't fully awakened yet. Her mind is no different from a child's right now. That way, she will unconsciously and passively control all the mutated beasts around her. If a large number of mutated beasts get close to Jundan, her ability will go out of control due to overload. At that time, the City Lord's mansion will fall into chaos, and that will be their chance to take Chen Jundan away." At the City Lord's mansion, Jundan was currently holding a celestial fox. She laughed happily and said, "Xiao Bai, stop licking. It tickles." Then she groggily raised a hand to wipe her eyes. Jundan slowly opened her eyes, an image of wings forming within her pupils. She looked down at the many celestial foxes below and wondered, where did everyone else go? In Jundan's eyes at that moment, they had all turned a bright white. At the same time, she asked aloud, "Why are there suddenly so many Xiaobais here?" This caused the large celestial fox sitting above her to freeze. It looked down in silence. Jundan continued to wonder, "You look very strange. What exactly are you?" She stepped down, looked at the crowd below, and asked, "You all too. You're very cute." Jai Ming observed secretly from outside and whispered, "Just as I expected." He mumbled while Jai Shu stood behind him. The approach of a large number of mutated beasts has started to drive her mad. Over there, Jundan just walked out onto the balcony. She stood there looking out at the street, her face showing a hint of excitement as she exclaimed, "Why are there so many Xiaobeis outside?" Jundan gazed into the distance, raising a hand to her head and marveling, "There are so many." Suddenly, she clutched her head and mumbled with her eyes shut tight, "Xiaobai, stop." Then Jundan collapsed to the ground, screaming in fear, "Stop it, Xiaobai. Don't come any closer." In the sky above the City Lord's mansion, several mutated beasts were flying by. Her screams from within echoed throughout the area. Scene changed to an alley on the street. A little girl with black hair was running and calling, "Mom, where are you? Mommy." Just then, a ferocious wolf-like mutated beast lunged to attack the little girl. Suddenly, two hands appeared and grabbed the beast's mouth. Zhang Ping stood in the way, restraining the mutated beast and shouting, "Get back." Shan quickly picked up the little girl and ran to safety. The terrified child looked at her and called, "Miss." He used his ability, trying to tear the beast's mouth apart, while cursing, "You damn animals." Zhang Ping used his flames to directly incinerate its body and shouted, "Can you all stop running rampant?" Over here, the little girl's mother appeared, running over and calling for her daughter, "Nunu, are you okay?" The girl quickly ran towards her mother. The mother and daughter looked at the two and thanked them. "Thank you so much." Shan urged them to leave this place quickly. He looked ahead and said, "Ahead is a densely populated residential area. We can't let them advance any further." She completely agreed. After that, Shan spoke into her communicator, ordering the members of the cleanup squad to establish a defense on the spot, while the others organized the evacuation of civilians. Right now, in front of them was a horde of ferocious beasts of all sizes. She glanced over, worried. "It's hard for me to defend against so many mutated beasts without destroying that building." Zhang Ping replied, "Just save what you can, as long as we buy enough time to evacuate the others." One of the mutated beasts took a gentle step forward. The white wolves lined up at the front, raised their necks and howled, as if giving a signal. Seeing this, he wondered, what's wrong with these mutated beasts? A voice came through the communicator, "Captain, the mutated beasts over here have all stopped." Shan shared the same confusion. What's happening at the City Lord's mansion? Zhai Ming and the celestial foxes looked at the levitating Junting and couldn't help but ask, "What is happening?" He looked on with wide-eyed shock, muttering to himself, could it be that the little girl is in a state of awakening? Her entire body radiated a mystical, faint pink aura that silently spread throughout the city. Over here, the people of the Zhu family exclaimed in alarm. "All the mutated beasts in our city have gone out of control." Zhai Ming, startled, asked back, "What?" He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. Could it be that the Saintess's blood within the Saintess has fully awakened?" At the same time, he thought to himself, what terrible luck. How could she have possibly activated this 1% probability? Junting then flew forward and said, "There are so many little white ones over there," leaving Zhai Ming standing there, cursing continuously. "Damn it." He quickly moved while ordering, "After her. Quickly." Just then, the surrounding space became eerie. The Vice City Lord's steps faltered as if he was about to fall. He stopped, frowning as he thought only a king-level mutated beast could exert this kind of pressure on me. The bright, crimson, and malevolent eyes of a celestial fox appeared. Zhang Ping and the Zhu family members stood there, muttering to themselves in fear. Could it be that the Moon King has awakened? He stood on the spot with questions filling his mind. Did Chen Junting cause the Moon King to awaken early? If that's the case, Zhai Shu ran over, cutting off his train of thought. He asked, "What are you doing here?" Zhai Kui shared the same question. "What's wrong, Vice City Lord?" He replied, "Contact the others who have infiltrated Mingzhu City to capture Chen Junting. I still have some matters to resolve now." The two men took their orders and left. Zhai Ming watched them go, thinking, the awakening of the Moon King. This means that the Celestial Fox King already possesses king-level combat power at this point. If I reveal myself now, it's certain death. He wisely stood his ground and told himself, it's safer to just watch what happens. And just as he thought, an evil shadow was watching from within the shadow behind him. The scene changes to a ruined street corner. Baida was there, arranging everyone into groups of 3 and slowly eliminating the remaining zombies. He then turned to ask Old Feng, "How is the Hall Master's body?" He replied, "I'm fine. Zhang Ping has already healed most of my wounds. I'm just a little tired now. All I need is a little rest." Bai Di, at this moment, was a bit angry. He furiously punched the wall next to him, then scowled and shouted, "Those traitorous Hall Masters. They're worse than animals." Old Feng stepped forward and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Now that things have come to this, we can only quickly clear out the zombies at the south gate and then return to the city to provide reinforcements." He then added, "Look at the situation here. We can only hope to save one more person. If we can save one more, that's one more saved." Two members in the distance pointed ahead and said to each other, "Look over there." To the north, a group of awakened ones is approaching. The person next to him immediately asked, could they be reinforcements? This slightly startled the Hall Master. A group of people approached. The one in the lead commanded, "Control those people for me. Don't let a single one of them enter the city." Seeing this, two young men asked each other, "The Liang Fist Dojo? This is trouble again." After receiving the order, that group of people aggressively stepped forward. When Old Feng saw this, he immediately shouted in anger, "Wu Rua you! You still have the nerve to show your face here?" Then, he ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Bai Day added, "The Liang Fist Dojo left the west gate undefended, causing Bright Pearl City to fall." Upon hearing this, everyone was resentful. "What? You bastards!" Lai Xian shouted from a distance, asking Dojo Master Wu, "Why did you betray Bright Pearl City?" Wu Ruyu calmly replied, "Dojo Master Feng, have you ever thought about changing your life?" Old Feng retorted, "What do you mean?" Wu Ruyu pointed, his voice wavering. "Look, this Bright Pearl City, its thousands of lights are bright yet fragile. The scene of ruins and fire accompany Wu Ruoyu's reasoning. Every year, hundreds of people die from attacks by mutated beasts. It seems we can only protect about 1/3 of this land." As scenes of people fleeing for their lives from the beasts' attacks flashed by, he continued to justify himself, asking, "Have you ever thought about what it would look like if we tried our best to create a king among humanity?" As if wanting to seize power, Ruoyu's eyes lit up, and he declared in a cold, decisive voice, "As long as a king is born in the holy ancestor village, let alone this tiny Bright Pearl City, even to the ends of the earth, all of humanity will no longer be playthings for the mutated beasts." After hearing those words, Lai Xian smiled and replied, "So that's how it is? Those students who were preaching the theory of human supremacy in our dojo were your people, weren't they?" He spread his arms triumphantly and replied, "That's right, but it's a shame you drove them all away. Otherwise, you could have been one of us." Old Fang got into a fighting stance and said, "Become one of you? Wouldn't that mean all of Bright Pearl City would have to be sacrificed?" Wu pointed and stated his condition. "Rest assured, this time we only want to take an important person, so the king of Holy Ancestor Village can be born. We won't completely annihilate Bright Pearl City. Of course, that's if you're willing to stand still and not enter the city to report, then we won't lay a hand on you either." On the opposite side, Lai Shan and the Beast King Fist Dojo were ready for a confrontation. He asked back, "And what if we refuse?" The members of the Liang Fist Dojo quickly rushed forward as Wu Ruoyu shouted, "Then the only way is to truly take you down." The scene changes to the North City Park Forest. Junting had flown here at some point without anyone noticing. Below, Zhang Ping and Sissy witnessed the mutated beast submitting to the young girl. He wondered in a low voice, "Is that Chen Junting?" Zhang Ping added, "Did the mutated beast suddenly stop moving because of her?" He quickly used his appraisal skill, while Junting looked at the beast with a loving gaze and exclaimed, "So many little ones. You are all so cute." Status window. Name, Chen Junting. Race, human. Class, Fallen 1. High-level Awakener, level 20. Talent, Blood of the Holy Mother. Creatures have a chance of being pacified and becoming fanatical believers. Zhang Ping looked up, his voice tinged with panic. "She's become a Fallen 1 too?" Sissy, surprised, asked from beside him. What? How can that be? From a distance, two figures landed. She bent down while pulling him down to sit, reminding him, someone's coming. Jai Kui wondered, what do we do now? Or should we head back first? Jai Shu replied, what nonsense are you spouting? Our mission is to bring this girl back to the Chu family at all costs. Jai Kui retorted, but you saw it on the way. There are zombies everywhere in Mingshu City now, and all of our mutated beasts have been controlled by that girl. What's more, we can't contact the others either. He continued harshly, relying on just the two of us. There's basically no way to complete the mission. Hearing this, Jai Shu shouted, don't say such things. Even if we have to die, we must risk it all. A voice rang out from behind. I didn't expect the Chu family to be the type to do things behind people's backs. And to think there are damn scoundrels like this here too. Jai Shu was startled and turned around, asking, who is it? Two people walked forward. One of them said, compared to the other Chu family members we've met, you have more backbone. Therefore, I'll reconsider. Zhang Ping quickly used his appraisal skill. Zhao Yanlong, human from Shengzhou village, a level 25 high-rank awakened, talent. Holy Disciple's blood. His blood contains powerful stimulants and high levels of toxins. He stood there and spoke. Then you should just become zombies and work for us. The status window of the other one, Zhao Yanhu, human, Shengzhou village, a level 22 high-rank awakened, talent. Holy Disciple's luring blood. His blood has a strong, fragrant scent and can attract all surrounding creatures. The lower the intelligence, the more easily they are attracted. Advanced skills allow him to control animals with his blood. After grasping the information, Zhang Ping said to Sishan, I've finished the appraisal. These people are from Shengzhou village, and what's more, their abilities are very similar to Chen Junting's. Hearing this, she replied, this might be an important clue. Find a way to capture them alive and extract information. The two with the surname Chu said to each other, right now we can only give it one shot. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Let's risk it. Jai Shu and Jai Kui charged forward in unison, saying to each other, let's go together. But before they could do anything, a stream of green poisonous gas appeared, making Jai Shu's eyes widen in fear. His vision began to blur. The image of the two Zhao brothers in his eyes was now dim and unclear. The two Chu family members seemed to have been poisoned, gritting their teeth as they looked over and stammered, what is this? Yanlong waved his hand forward and said, the more you struggle, the faster you'll die. As soon as he finished, the giant python and the large tiger beside him charged straight at them. Jai Shu clutched his head and warned, be careful, it's a poison mist. But just as he finished speaking, the two beasts attacked. Jai Kui tried to raise his hand to block with his skill, while Jai Shu was bitten by the tiger and screamed in pain. Yanlong walked over and praised, good moves, but it's a pity you can't last much longer. I advise you to give up resisting and obediently become one of our zombies. Jai Kui seemed unwilling to accept this. He shouted, in your dreams. As he finished speaking, his entire body glowed with a blinding light. Behind him, Yanhu waved his hand, controlling the large tiger to block in front, while shouting a warning, brother, dodge quickly. A huge explosion erupted from the Chu family member's location. Its power radiated outwards, obliterating the tiger. After the explosion subsided, a snake and a tiger lay there motionless, the ground cracked and broken. The Zhao brothers exclaimed, damn it, we were almost goners. Luckily, the mutated beast took the hit for us. Junting, now flying behind them, spoke up, how did you two get injured? Yanhu, surprised to see the little girl, said, the saintess? Junting descended closer to the two mutated beasts, a green light emanating from her hands, and said softly, don't be afraid, I'll help heal you. The two Zhao brothers immediately knelt down and said in unison, greetings, Lady Saintess. We came here to welcome you back. Junting replied, there are bad things inside your bodies. I will help you remove them. As soon as she finished speaking, a red aura emanated from both of their bodies. Yanhu wondered, what's happening? Why do I feel like my blood apostle mark has lost its effectiveness? Yanlong was also startled and asked, weren't we told the Saintess hadn't awakened yet? How could she? The Zhao brothers knelt there, pleading, please, Saintess, stop. Meanwhile, 2 drops of fresh blood flew out from the mutated beasts' bodies, and he added, if you forcibly erase the blood apostle mark from the mutated beasts' bodies, we will suffer the backlash. A moment later, the tiger began to stir. The 2 beasts now stood up, their wounds healed as if nothing had ever happened. Junting held the drops of blood in her hand and said, this is much cleaner. She went over and hugged the large tiger, smiling brightly and continuing, you don't like it here? Then let's go. I'll take you and the other little whites somewhere else. Watching Junting lead the 2 mutated beasts away, Yanhu wondered, is this bloodline suppression? Could it be that the Saintess has already fully awakened? Yanlong replied, it seems that's indeed the case. We can no longer guide the Saintess back to Saint Ancestor Village through the bloodline connection. He stood up, clutching his chest, and continued, damn it. There's nothing we can do. We'll have to meet with Her Majesty the Cult Master first and figure things out. Hearing this, Xishan gritted her teeth in reaction. The Cult Master of Saint Ancestor Village? Has that person come to Mingzhou City as well? Zhang Ping turned and asked curiously, "Who is that? Why do I get the feeling you're very..." She clenched her fists, answering with some resentment. Her name is Li Aoxu. She was once the second-generation city lord of Mingzhou City, and is now the most wanted person by the cleanup squad. Xishan added, with a resentful tone, "That witch killed my master, and the scar on my face was also caused by Aoxu. She is very strong. She's not inferior to our captain in the slightest. We must find out for sure if that animal has come to Mingzhou City." Seeing that the little girl had left, Xishan suggested, "Before, we had no way to control Chen Junting, but we can control these two." Zhang Ping replied, "Junting and the mutated beasts are far away now, so it's time to act." She instructed, "Keep them alive." As soon as she finished speaking, a large block of ice flew in from behind, catching the Zhao brothers by surprise. Yan Long quickly pushed his younger brother aside, shouting, "Danger! There's someone else in the shadows." Zhao Hu slid a good distance backward, dodging the dangerous attack. But on the other side, Xishan had already stabbed her sword into Yan Long's shoulder and ordered him not to move. Meanwhile, the younger brother shouted worriedly, "Big brother." He didn't realize the danger behind him as Zhang Ping appeared, using the nether fog as ropes to tightly bind Yan Ho. He warned in a cold voice, "If you dare to release your poisoned bones, I guarantee he will die a miserable death." Xishan now stood there, pointing her sword at Yan Long and demanding, "What is your purpose for coming to Mingzhou City? Has Li Aoxu arrived yet? Where is she?" He just smiled in response, having nothing to say. She swung her sword and slashed Yan Long across the chest, causing him to scream in pain. Zhang Ping restrained the younger brother with one hand, while placing his other hand on the older brother's shoulder to heal the wound, his voice dangerously low. "You can choose not to talk, but she most certainly will. I'll be in charge of healing you, and will never let you die that easily." He could only retort, "You demonic fiends." The scene shifts to an office, where a signal is coming through. "Captain, I found an extremely important clue." Shibai asked Lu Xixian, "What's wrong?" She replied, "Zhang Ping and I captured two people from the Saint Ancestor Village. According to their explanation, one of the village's objectives this time is to take away Chen Junting, the one who has awakened the Saintess bloodline." Xixian added, "And Li Aoxu is also in Bright Pearl City." This information left both Mr. Situ and Man Ni completely shocked. He replied in a grave tone, "I understand. You two continue interrogating the people from the Saint Ancestor Village. If the worst comes to pass, I will take action myself." Afterward, Shibai turned and gave an order, "Man Ni, prepare the teleportation array." She asked in return, "Captain, have you really decided to activate the Sun Moon Bright Pearl?" Man Ni added, "The Sun Moon Bright Pearl is hidden in the city square, and once it's activated, you will be exposed. If the sovereign of Tianchang Lake doesn't appear, revealing your identity now would be extremely dangerous." Mr. Situ replied, "The original plan was to first lure out the sovereign of Tianchang Lake, then have you all keep him occupied. This way, there would be no obstacles to activating the Sun Moon Bright Pearl. But now, the one who has arrived is Li Aoxu, and her unpredictable nature will certainly introduce many variables." He decided, "Right now, I can only take a gamble and activate the Sun Moon Bright Pearl before they have a chance to react." The Dark City lay ahead, and Shibai's voice declared, "This is the only way to save Bright Pearl City now, so there can be no delay." The scene shifts to the Monument Square, where a spatial portal appears in the center. C2 Shibai and the elite members of the cleanup squad emerge, stepping out from the portal. He stood there and said, "All of Bright Pearl City is in chaos. At this rate, the hearts and minds of the people will change, forming a powerful tide." Shibai turned and continued, "I can stop the Chu family, and I can stop the beasts, but how can I possibly stop the tide of public sentiment?" Suddenly, a figure appeared and walked over, asking, "Are you planning to use the Sun Moon Bright Pearl to make a final stand?" Manny looked over, questioning, "Why are you here? I'm sure I checked that there was no one in the square." They prepared to engage. The members behind him immediately rushed forward. Shibai sighed, "It's over. It seems the plan won't go smoothly after all." The newcomer was Aoxu, who walked forward and said, "Failure means giving up the struggle. From the moment you appeared here to deal with the zombie crisis, I had already won." He let out a sigh and asked, "Why are you so obsessed with winning and losing? Have you ever considered that your way of ruling humanity goes against the natural order of the world? Forcibly changing the rules will provoke all the aberrant beast kings across the globe. Besides, what will happen to humanity if you fail to break through to the king tier?" She replied coldly, "I cannot possibly fail." Shibai's eyes gleamed as he questioned loudly, "Before you raised your sharp blade against the innocent, you collaborated with Zhuo Ming. The moment you started resorting to any means necessary, you had already lost. You were walking the path of a demon, not the path of a king." Aoshu coldly replied, The ancients had a saying, a single general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. What's more, I want to walk the king's road. How can there be no bloodshed? Whether it's the path of deceit or the path of a king. In the end, the victor is always the king. Mr. Situ continued the verbal sparring. The greater your ambition, the more people you will kill, and you might even drag humanity into eternal damnation. She laughed loudly. I have no hope of persuading you, so I brought some people with me. Behind her was a large army of zombies. Ao Shui thought to herself, once the Sun and Moon Pearl is activated, it will soon attract the heavenly constant Fox King that cannot be allowed. At least wait until I've taken the Saintess away and let it appear to deal with Shibai. She shouted, no one will activate the Sun and Moon Pearl today. Shibai turned to ask Yu Chenghai, are you the City Lord of Pearl City now? And even you. He looked over and replied, Brother Shibai, the heavenly constant Fox is extremely powerful. Sister Ao Shu is right, humanity needs a king. We should be united, not scattered as we are now. He said in a cold voice, Ao Shu is not an enlightened ruler. She will not succeed. Chenghai raised his weapon, looked down, and said, perhaps, but Sister Ao Shui isn't wrong. Some things just have to be done by someone. Regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, you are a conservative person, big brother, and I know I can't convince you. Therefore, he shouted, I hope Brother Shibai will step aside and charge forward to attack alongside Ao Shu and the horde of zombies. On this side, the cleanup squad was also ready to fight back. Mr. Situ replied, then come at us. Let this battle decide the fate of Pearl City. The scene shifts to the South City Residential Park Forest, where a massive explosion had just occurred. Junting looked over and wondered, what's happening over there? Why are you all so scared? A huge tremor shook the ground. Sishan was also a bit curious, this energy fluctuation is. The little girl flew up, leading the pack of beasts forward. Let's go take a look. Zhang Ping watched them go and said, Junting and the aberrant beasts have been drawn over there. Sishan said decisively, it's the captain. The captain has made his move. She rushed off, adding, let's go and rendezvous with them. He wondered, what about the Zhao brothers? Sishan replied, I've already notified the branch to take them away. Over here, the battle between the cleanup squad and the zombie legion was raging fiercely. Ao Shu, while dodging attacks and moving forward, said, Shibai, is this all you're capable of? Mr. Situ, emitting a golden energy, replied, it's enough to restrain you like this. She was now frozen in a crystal block in mid-air, unable to move, only managing to utter two words. What? Ao Shu looked down, seeing Shibai standing there with two large spheres on either side, and thought, he wants to trap me temporarily to buy time to recharge the Sun and Moon Pearl. Oh, he can still speak, ordering Than Hai to hurry and destroy the Sun and Moon Pearl. He immediately acknowledged the order. Instantly, a trio of powerful women appeared, blocking Man Ni's path and shouting, as long as we draw breath, you shall not pass this place. Than Hai raised the staff in his hand high, roaring, then you all can just die. The three managed to back away just in time to dodge, but the ground where the blow landed shattered, proving that the last attack was quite powerful. Trong Bin and Tuthin appeared, shouting, don't get cocky too soon. She quickly erected a pillar of ice in front of the three, while he charged towards Than Hai. Tuthian caught her comrade and asked Man Ni, are you all right? She replied, I'm fine. You should go help. Don't let them disturb the captain. Tuthian looked upwards, both shocked and stammering as she called out to Ling Ao Tuyet. She also saw Quan Din flying towards them and added, the Saintess has indeed arrived. Lian Zhao Tuyet glanced over, thinking to herself, Quan Din, does this mean the Zhao brothers have failed? The young girl just kept moving until she was in front of Toybok. Streams of golden energy radiated from her endlessly. Ngao Tuyet mused, her energy is currently in an extremely unstable state. Could it be that the blood of the Holy Mother has completely awakened, and she has entered her transformation phase? The young girl approached the golden orb of Mr. Tudo and then paused to observe it. Then she raised her hand, asking at the same time, this is the thing that makes you all feel threatened, isn't it? But why do I feel such a sense of familiarity with this thing? The orb just continued to glow incessantly. Quan Din touched the orb, and energy was transferred into the sphere, making it shine as dazzlingly as the midday Sunday. It radiated an energy that shattered the crystal restraining Zhao Tuyet, while golden lightning appeared below. The mutated beasts charged in to attack the members of the cleanup squad, and many people were writhing in pain from this light. She witnessed this scene and exclaimed in astonishment, how could it possibly generate such a massive energy fluctuation? Though Bok raised his hand, issuing a worried warning, this is bad. Chen Quan Din is now absorbing the energy of the Sun and Moon Pearl. The young girl continued straight towards the pearl. The mutated beasts and the undead were all affected by this powerful source of energy. Over here, Truong Bin clutched his head and asked, Shu Shu, are you okay? Quan Din's eyes widened, and she said, I seem to feel my father calling to me from a very distant place. Now Tuyet appeared in front of the young girl, thinking to herself, "This is perfect. The energy from the sun and moon pearl has helped the saintess complete her transformation ahead of schedule." Quan Din flew away, simultaneously commanding the mutated beasts, "Xiao Bai and the rest of you, come with me." The woman watched her leave, assessing the situation. The saintess must have sensed the call from the holy ancestor village after completing her transformation. This way, she'll return to the village on her own, without any need for our intervention, won't she? Now Tuyet secretly sent a telepathic message to Thon Hai. "To conceal our plan, I hid the saintess in the city for over 15 years, and now the final moment has arrived. You, hurry and inform our people to escort the saintess on her return. Her power will help me become the king." He immediately acknowledged the order. She watched them go and muttered to herself, "As for that pack of foxes, they will surely awaken now that they've lost Chen Quan Din's suppression. I fear they have all sensed the disturbance in the square." Ao Shui mused that this memory, this obstacle, could have caused everything to fail, but everything is proceeding according to plan. I must retreat quickly before the Moon King appears. Then she sneered, "Oh, Shibai. To think you put all that effort into charging this Sun Moon Bright Pearl, only for it to end up benefiting me. The original plan was for the Holy Maiden to fall into depravity, degenerate into the Holy Mother, and then perform a complex ritual in the Holy Ancestor Village." Ao Shui continued as she walked away, "But now there's no need for that. This is my destiny." At that moment, Saishan charged forward with her sword, shouting, "Stop right there." She launched ice shards while swinging her sword to strike, yelling loudly, "I must kill you to avenge my master." The woman asked disdainfully with a cold face, "Just you?" Then Ao Shui waved her hand. She effortlessly neutralized the attack, while cursing this insolent brat for not knowing her own limits. In the blink of an eye, her counterattack sent Sishan flying backward. Zhang Ping transformed Mingwu into a pair of wings and rushed over, calling out, "Sishan." He managed to catch her, but the impact shattered the ice sword in her hand. It also sent them both sliding back a long distance. Ao Shui flew up, leaving a parting message, "Shibai, we'll meet again." Luo Fei, standing nearby, asked, "Captain, aren't you going after her?" He replied, "Let's deal with the crisis in the city first." Man Ni ran over and asked worriedly, "Zhang Ping, Sishan, are you two okay?" He smiled and replied, "We're fine, just a minor injury." Sishan winced in pain and added, "I'm still too weak." A sound echoed from the distance, and Manny looked up, wondering, weren't the mutated beasts and zombies clearly taken away by Chen Junting and Liaoxiu? So where is that sound coming from? Shibai immediately answered with concern, "It's the king of Tian Changhu over there." Man, Ni, activate the teleportation circle. Quickly. She saw a group of people approaching. She thought to herself, is that the patrol team? No, they're the Tian Changhu. The one in the lead with a bandaged head was Lin Ketty. He waved his hand and commanded, "Everyone, drop your weapons now, or else you'll be killed without question." Everyone entered a combat stance. Saishan summoned Bing Po to her hand and said, "Luckily, I already reported the information about the Tian Changhu to the cleanup squad." Zhang Ping took out Ming Wu and shouted a warning. "The ones charging at us now are all from Tian Changhu. Everyone, be careful of their invisible attacks." Situ Shibai's eyes glowed brightly as he said to everyone, "No need to go. I will control them." As he finished speaking, he activated his brainwave resonance, and his whole body lit up, emitting a golden energy. The Tian Changhu members clutched their heads and screamed in pain. Mr. Situ ordered, "Everyone, leave Mingzhu City now." Shuji looked up and called out, "Captain," he said firmly in a low voice. "That's an order." Zhang Ping wondered, "Why didn't Junting take the Tian Changhu with him?" Sishan replied, "I'm afraid the king of Tian Changhu must have activated some kind of concealment." "Let's go, Zhang Ping." Mr. Situ's gaze shifted slightly downwards as he spoke. "Very good." Watching the younger generation enter the portal and leave, he thought to himself, if we were to face the king of Tian Changhu, even with all of you here, you'd just be throwing your lives away. After the entire team had left, the portal gradually shrank. Only then did Shibai feel at ease. He shouted a provocation. "Why don't you show yourself? Let me see what kind of power you possess as the king of this fox den." A dark shadow appeared, its cold voice speaking, "You are the strongest human I have ever met." The Fox King emerged with a powerful, dark aura. An evil voice echoed, "But against me, that level of strength is not nearly enough." Over here, Shibai used his appraisal skill and wondered, what kind of skill is this? The aberrant fox skill, distorting perception and overturning common sense. A blood moon appeared behind it, as it simultaneously lunged with its sharp claws at him. Master Situ looked up to counter, replying, "Whether my strength is enough is something we'll only know after we try." As he charged forward, he thought to himself, is it using its strongest attack skill right from the start? Shibai shouted, vacuum shockwave burst. He fired golden streams of energy at the Fox King, and small holes appeared on its body. He thought to himself, it melts its insides at a high temperature and creates a vacuum to make it explode outward from nothingness. Its voice rang out mockingly. Quite a powerful attack. Too bad, it has no effect on me. Shibai exclaimed in shock. No effect? Could it be the perception distortion? He realized something was wrong. That wasn't perception distortion. I already blocked my own senses before starting the fight. Master Situ used an illusory clone, and the slashes from the aberrant fox appeared. He pondered, it's not a clone either. A clone would disappear when attacked, just like mine. Then why was it unharmed? I mean, I could even punch a hole through a mountain with this move. It extended its sharp arm again and declared, don't think you can escape me just by using clones. After being restrained, Shibai realized, I get it now. This is the effect of its other ability called overturning common sense. Unlike perception, distortion. It doesn't affect my senses, but shatters the common understanding of reality, temperature, gravity, and physics. Any common sense about reality is worthless against it. The Fox King squeezed him tightly in its hand and said, die. It then looked at the person in its hand, pausing in surprise as it realized something. Although injured, Shibai remained calm and said, unfortunately, your ability can only shatter your own common sense. His entire body began to glow as he confidently declared, it has no effect on me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Fox King was restrained. It voiced its confusion. Is this a spatial barrier? No, this is a temporal barrier. Shibai's voice rang out. I present you with a package of time stagnation. The Fox King asked calmly, so what if you trap me in this space? It coldly radiated killing intent while twisting Shibai's head off. Its voice resolute. As long as you die, the barrier you created will also disappear. But unexpectedly, he used time and space reset. Death resets the time around himself, returning to the moment the skill was activated. Finding itself in Shibai's hands, the Fox King exclaimed in shock, what? However, it still spoke calmly. You are an interesting human. This space is bound by time. If you infinitely reset the time of this space, I too will be trapped here in an endless loop. The Fox King looked at his head and continued, but since I can break common rules like time, I myself will not be reset when time reverts. It looked at the body of Master Situ, was born in his hand, and he coldly declared, and you won't remember anything that happened, but I want to keep the memory. The Fox King spat a powerful attack at that piece of flesh and continued, I will kill and resurrect you many times. I won't get tired or annoyed. If I don't kill you, you could slowly torture me to death. After you come back to life, time will heal your wounds anyway. It looked at the skeleton in front of it and exclaimed, humans truly are a terrifying race. Or perhaps, the rumors heard from other races might not be wrong. The Fox King coldly recalled, as long as they don't stop eating humans. One day, the mutated beasts will be able to obtain the potential of humans. Then it quickly gave an order. All members of the clan immediately quell the chaos in Minchao City and try to keep human casualties to a minimum. The subordinates below looked up, accepting the order in unison as they listened. After all, we still need them to keep reproducing for our enjoyment. The scene shifts to the south side of the city. Here, the battle between Lai Tian and Ruo Yu was still ongoing. A man named Kidi suddenly appeared between the two of them, blocking them and shouting, stop. Old Phoenix angrily yelled, let go Lin KD, what are you doing? He looked confused, thinking to himself, it's the first great calamity, and humans are still slaughtering each other? What a bunch of idiots. Lai Tian pointed at his opponent and said, he is a traitor who betrayed Minchao City. Constant warnings rang out, both of you stop. Just stop, be straight with me. Ruo Yu glanced over, a vein popping on his head as he thought, the patrol team is here too. Since it has come to this, I might as well go all the way. Then he raised his fist and lunged to attack Ki Di, shouting, you can die too. Suddenly, two hands appeared, one holding his head, the other launching a fist straight at his face. The stunned Ruo Yu wondered to himself, it's like the top of my head is being grabbed by something invisible. A second later, his head was torn from his neck and landed squarely in Ki Di's hand. Witnessing this, Old Phoenix was stunned, frozen in thought. Lin Ki Di, since when did your power increase this much? Then Ki Di spoke. I really didn't expect that while our patrol team was temporarily protecting the city lord for a few days, the city would fall into this much chaos. Ki Di issued a warning, everyone, drop your weapons or be killed on sight. Then he turned back to speak to Lai Tian. Master Phoenix, I'll have to trouble you to come with me. I need you to explain what happened here today. He clasped his hands in front of him and replied, understood. The scene changes to safe room number 8, where everyone who had escaped was now gathered. Zhang Ping encouraged Si Qian, CC, please calm down. Man Ni stood nearby, wondering, why is this happening? My powers are getting weaker. Chen Ming added, my stamina is draining faster, and the feeling of exhaustion is much greater than before. Shou Zhong also spoke up, I feel like I'm gaining weight too. Sai Chen frowned worriedly, her voice faltering, could it be? He asked in confusion, what's wrong? She immediately took out the communication stone and called out urgently, "Captain, Captain, if you receive this, please respond." But there was absolutely no reply. Zhang Ping asked, "CC, what on earth happened?" Manny replied, "The captain bestowed a blessing on all the members of our cleanup team." She explained that the blessing is a rare nation-guarding ability that can semi-permanently grant others certain attributes. Manny's voice lowered at this point, her eyes filled with a bit of sadness as she continued, "Unless the blesser passes away, otherwise, the power of this blessing will stay with that person for their entire life." The blessing Chen Ming received was that his stamina consumption rate was reduced by half. The blessing of Cheng Shuiji was that her fatigue was reduced by half, and the blessing Zhang Shouzhong received was that his weight was reduced by half, while the blessing Liu Xixian received was that her mental energy consumption was reduced by half. Manny bit her lip, a little choked up. Just now, everyone's blessings suddenly disappeared, which suggests that the captain might have. Hearing this, Zhang Ping's face showed clear anxiety as he thought to himself, how could an existence like Sidu Shibai be destroyed so easily? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from his bracelet. This form of existence won't last long. Everyone happily ran over, looking at the bracelet on Zhang Ping's wrist and calling out, "Captain, are you all right?" Shibai's figure appeared and said, "Not very well. In about one more year I will be completely killed by Tiancheng Lake as my energy is gradually being depleted." Hearing this, he asked in alarm, "Old Master Situ, are you communicating with us through the bracelet now?" He replied, "No, this is my backup plan. Once I die or lose my life, a part of my consciousness will form a virtual personality and transfer to this bracelet." Shibai added in his somber voice, "Actually, right now I am just a virtual personality, not the real me." Sixian quickly asked, "Captain, what can we do to save you now?" Zhang Ping pondered, meaning that the person currently living in the bracelet is not Situ Shibai, but an artificial intelligence possessing a part of his memories. His spectral image smiled and replied, "Don't worry, the situation is almost exactly as I anticipated. I had a premonition of death when I was in Mingju City, but in death, I saw hope." Shibai added, "The king of Tiancheng Lake has been trapped by me in a time loop. Only when my energy is completely depleted or the cycle is actively released can it escape. Therefore, it can only stay at the monument square and continue to kill me until all my energy is consumed." He reassured everyone with this information, it won't be able to act recklessly for the next year. "This is our chance to defeat the Tiancheng Lake clan." He stood there, startled, hearing Shibai's words meant for him. Whether we can seize this opportunity or not, it all depends on Zhang Ping, the one with infinite potential. Upon hearing this, the whole team was utterly astonished, looking at his spectral image, and asked in unison, "Zhang Ping." Chen Ming stepped forward and asked, "Captain, although I don't know what your calculations are, but pinning all our hopes on Zhang Ping, isn't that a bit?" Manny interrupted, "Zhang Ping's potential is indeed limitless, but he's still just a beginner-level awakened." Sixian spoke up to defend him, "I trust the captain's decision. What do you need us to do next?" Mani reluctantly stammered, but Shibai reassured everyone not to worry, saying this little turmoil right now is nothing. The original awakened ones who fought against the Zhou family's beast tamers faced true despair. Zhang Ping stood there, listening in silence. The Zhou family has countless pieces of equipment. Just counting treasures on the level of the Sun Moon Bright Pearl alone, they had more than 5. And we had nothing on our side. He continued, "In reality, the gap between everyone and the enemy isn't that large. We just lack a weapon that can face a royal-class altered beast." Chen Ming immediately asked, "A weapon that can face a royal-class altered beast? Does such a weapon exist?" Shibai replied, "Of course, it does. It's just that only a person with limitless potential is qualified to enter that place. Furthermore, each person with limitless potential can only enter once in their entire life." He recalled, then added, "I previously retrieved the arrow that turns heaven and earth from there, but this time, it's up to Zhang Ping." After hearing this, Shou Zhang, from behind, immediately asked about Zhang Ping. Was he a person with limitless potential? He closed his eyes tightly and replied, "Captain, it seems you've already arranged everything. I have no choice but to go. This matter itself will also be beneficial for you. That place can be considered the core heritage of our humanity. Through this relic site, you can unlock secrets about this world that belong only to you." Mani hurriedly pulled Chen Ming's hand and rushed over, saying this matter cannot be delayed. "Let's set off right now." He raised a hand to stop them. "Don't be hasty. There are a few things to prepare before we depart. Zhang Ping, you come with me." Scene changed to the prison, safe room number 8, the cleanup team as he follows behind. Puzzled, he asked, "Captain, is there really no other way to save you?" Shibai replied, "This is the choice I made after careful consideration. If I weren't here to hold back the king of Tiancheng Lake, there would only be 2 scenarios. And neither of those 2 scenarios is something I want to see." Zhang Ping immediately asked, "What scenarios?" He replied, "The first situation is, we fail to stop the Tunqing organization's attack, and the outcome is that Mingju City falls into the hands of Li Akshu. Furthermore, 50% of the awakened ones would die in the internal strife. The second situation is, we successfully stopped the Tunshang organization's attack, but because I would be gone, the king of Tianchang Lake would personally deal with the high-level fighters who exposed their true strength. In that case, at least 30% of the awakened ones in the city would be unable to escape disaster. Shibai believed that. Right now, the king of Tianchang Lake is trapped by me, so the strongest one among them is only the Moon Prince. He recalled the group with Lai Xian and Bai Di, then continued. In a one-on-one fight, those masters might not be its opponent, but in a one-against-many situation, the Moon Prince might not be able to withstand it. Standing before the cell holding the Zhao brothers, Mr. Situ analyzed. Therefore, even if it wants to kill and replace all the awakened ones who revealed their strength, it would need at least 1 or 2 years. After hearing this, Zhang Ping thought to himself, that's right, this is the best outcome we can buy time for. Given the current power situation, Shibai turned and said, go get some of Zhao Yanlong's blood. Zhang Ping was puzzled. Why are you telling me to get Zhao Yanlong's blood? Mr. Situ asked in return. Have you been stuck at level 9 for a long time? He answered honestly, yes, during the last battle, there was a threshold to advance to level 10 and become an intermediate. Zhang Ping stood there, his aura radiating, and continued, but at the critical moment of breakthrough, was inexplicably hindered, not only unable to level up, but also had a certain feeling, like a fishbone stuck in my throat. Shibai smiled and said, try drinking some of Zhao Yanlong's blood. Awaken your new skill first, and I'll tell you how to break through. Drops of blood were drawn. Along with Mr. Sidhu's explanation, there is no bottleneck from the beginner to the intermediate level. The reason you can't break through is because you have too many abilities. He stood behind him and continued. An awakened person with only one ability has no choice, so they decide on their path very early on. Zhang Ping was currently at level 9, a beginner level awakened, and he was sitting cross-legged absorbing the essence blood. Shibai added, but an awakened person with multiple abilities must choose one among many paths, otherwise they will get stuck at their current level. As he leveled up, a balancing scale appeared, along with his master's analysis. Clarify what you truly want, understand the path you want to take in the future, and then breaking through to the intermediate level will become a matter of course. Zhang Ping sat there as information appeared. The Aberrant Devourer took effect, awakening a new talent, Blood of the Old King. He could absorb strength from his own pain. The more painful the experience, the more pronounced the effect. What doesn't kill you will only make you stronger. He appeared in another dimension. Now he needed to seize the opportunity of this new talent. A colorless expanse of light appeared before Zhang Ping. Shibai added, go and feel the changes in the other talents within your body. Feel every detail of each of your abilities, keeping them on the verge of activation without being released. He offered him advice. Then you need to look into your own heart, clarify the path you want to take, and understand the truest desire within your soul. Use the appraisal skill on your own inner self, and your abilities will naturally respond accordingly. Within his inner thoughts, his skills appeared. Contract Stone, Nether Fog, Nightwalker, Wind Whisperer, Nether Fog Body, Flame Devourer, Aberrant Devourer, Pure Blood Body, and Pure Water Body. Zhang Ping opened his eyes. A red hue appeared in his pupils as he pondered the Contract Stone and the Aberrant Devourer. Teacher Bai asked from behind, so, have you made a choice? He smiled and replied, there are too many choices, isn't there a way to have it all? The man closed his eyes, sighed, and gave his answer. That depends on your own heart. I cannot give you any advice. Zhang Ping looked at his hands, lost in thought. In truth, my greatest hesitation is between the Contract Stone and the Aberrant Devourer. The Contract Stone is the foundation of my abilities. He closed his eyes to think more deeply. The vast majority of my abilities actually originate from it. A conflict arose in his mind, but the Aberrant Devourer also provides me with 4 powerful abilities. Zhang Ping remained seated as the energies he possessed erupted, whether it was the Nether Fog Body, the Pure Water Body, the Pure Blood Body, or the Blood of the Old King. These skills are all top tier and formidable. It could be said that although the Aberrant Devourer originated from the Contract Stone, its potential was already on par with the Contract Stones. Then, a blue light appeared, and he realized what he needed to do now was to choose one of these 2 abilities as the core for advancement. Shibai remarked from behind, it seems you already have your answer. A notification announced a successful advancement. Zhang Ping, level 10, intermediate level awakened. He sat there wondering to himself, have I leveled up? He then inspected his own status window. Summon Beast, Zhang Ping, Master, Zhang Ping. Race, Human. Advanced Skill, Limited Contract. During the establishment of the gem contract, he can alter the contract's terms based on his own will and simultaneously obtain 3 special forms. The first type is the gem contract's Martial Seal, which can transfer offensive abilities into a gem, and by destroying the gem, he can unleash an enhanced version of this ability a single time. The second type is the gem contract's Treasure Seal, which can merge a gem contract with special equipment, enhancing the special equipment's potential. An item can only be merged one time. The third type, the gem contract storage seal, allows the gem contract to envelop a beast contract, simultaneously shrinking it to the size of a grain of rice for storage, with a maximum storage capacity of 10 cubic meters. Zhang Ping sat there pondering. Although he only went up one level, the difference between a beginner level and an intermediate level awaken was on a completely different scale. He raised his hand to feel the change. His physical strength and spirit had both improved significantly. He could now precisely unleash the Fire Eater's flames, and his control over his abilities was far more meticulous. Shibai came closer and asked, "Did you level up successfully?" Zhang Ping joyfully replied, "Yes." He then looked at his palm and continued, "Henry, you said CC only became truly combat-ready after reaching the intermediate level. So this is it. The increase in control is this significant." Zhang Ping gathered his fire power into a red crystal in his hand, picturing in his mind that this was the martial seal. Next, it took the form of a gem with a sharp tip. He thought to himself, with this advanced skill, even useless transparent gems can be put to good use. Zhang Ping took it in his hand, then tested it by stabbing the ground and dragging it to cut a line. He exclaimed happily, "The hardness of this intermediate level gem must be comparable to the Mingzhu blade. It's an item that can always be carried around, and it isn't easily damaged." Shibai was equally pleased. He said with a smile, "Just as I predicted, you didn't choose the Aberrant Eater path but selected the gem contract as your core for advancement." Zhang Ping looked up at the gem and replied, "I also considered choosing the Aberrant Eater path, but I had a vague feeling that it wasn't suitable for me." He added, "It's a good thing I didn't choose the Aberrant Eater path. It's an easy way to gain abilities, but the price you pay is full of risks." Mr. Situ added, "When an Aberrant Eater awakens a new ability, cases involving side effects, backlash, and even death are all too common," Zhang Ping added. Besides, even though the gem contract's awakening speed is a bit slow, every new talent it awakens is always an indispensable necessity, like a timely blessing. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed in his mind. Under the guise of the patrol team, specially recruited awakened individuals will be eliminated one by one. Zhang Ping listened intently to the voice's plan to use 1 year to eliminate potential threats, and he realized these were the words of Yue Wangzi. Returning to the present, Shibai announced that according to Zhang Ping's information, Yue Wangzi is accelerating his plan of elimination. A master in Minshao City is using the patrol team's name to recruit a large number of awakened people. Chen Ming wondered, is it trying to make a move on those who participated in the previous battles? He sighed and replied, "That's highly likely." Zhang Ping spoke up, "I've decided to return to Minshao City to find Guildmaster Feng's group to explain the situation, and see if there's a way to get them out of the city." Hearing this, Chen Ming worriedly tried to stop him. "No way, that's too dangerous." He sadly recalled the image of Jing Jiao and said, "If we just ignore them, that group of people will end up like the patrol team, silently devoured and replaced." Sishan came before Zhang Ping, worriedly placing a hand on his chest and saying, "It's too dangerous for you to go back to the city alone. I'll go with you." Manny spoke on behalf of the group, "We'll go too. We can contact the awakened people we know one by one. That will be faster." Mr. Situ reminded them, "We can't tell if an awakened person has been replaced by Tian Changhu or not. It's very easy to be exposed." Zhang Ping confidently patted his chest. "I have leveled up to an intermediate tier awakened one. If I sneak in alone, I'm confident I can leave safely even if I'm discovered." Chen Ming still vehemently objected, "I protest. Minshao City is like a dragon's den right now. Do you have any idea how important you are?" He answered firmly, "I know, but I can't stand by and watch our comrades get devoured by Tian Changhu." He thought to himself, "Besides, I still haven't avenged Su Jingjiao." Sai Shan worriedly called his name Zhang Ping. He once again reassured them, "Everyone, don't worry. I have an escape plan. Even if I run into Yue Wangzi, it won't be a problem." Chen Ming unleashed his sword energy and demanded, "If you really want to go, you have to beat me first." Zhang Ping replied, "Fine, give it a try." He stood his ground and activated Ming Wu. Chen Ming's sword energy was deflected in an instant. He was shocked and thought to himself, "So fast, when did he even attack? He didn't even lift a hand." Zhang Ping stood there, looked over and said, "Looks like I win." Still stunned, Chen Ming wondered, "Is this Ming Wu?" Then he replied, "You really have gotten much stronger since you leveled up." Shibai stepped forward to explain, "Someone with an infinite ability is not an ordinary awakened one. Back then, I was only able to kill a mutated beast after I leveled up to the intermediate tier, but Zhang Ping was already able to kill an intermediate tier awakened one when he was still at the beginner tier. He is more outstanding than me, and his potential is much higher." He added, "So I don't object to Zhang Ping returning to Minshao City. But before that, I have a treasure I want to give you." Hearing that, Zhang Ping quickly interrupted, "Wait a moment, I also have something to ask of Zhang Xiaozhang." He was startled and asked back, "Me? Huh?" Shizhang said naively, "What can I help you with? Appraisal successful? Fat technology? It can convert body fat into material energy and then synthesize it into various crafted items within the user's scope of knowledge. The user can recall the material energy and the crafted item back into their body. Zhang Ping put an arm around his shoulder, pulled him aside, and said, "You can help with something big, but it's not convenient here. Just follow me." Everyone overheard the confusing words between the two of them. Xiao Zhang cried out, "Huh? Zhang Ping, leave some for me." He replied, "Don't be so stingy. Your flesh will grow back anyway." Xiao Zhang snapped, "Of course you don't care since it's not your flesh." After they went outside, Manny curiously asked him what he had Xiao Zhang do. Zhang Ping looked over and said to him, "Thanks." A scrawny, unsteady boy slowly walked in. Mandy was startled, her eyes widening as she asked Zhang Zhang, "You, what happened to you?" The scene changes to Secret Chamber 7 of the cleanup squad. Zhang Ping looked at the object in front of him and asked, "Old Master Situ, this is?" He explained that this scythe is called the Scythe of Fear, which not only instills fear in living creatures but can also evolve by absorbing blood. In his youth, he used it to slaughter tens of thousands of mutated beasts, absorbing the fresh blood of countless more. And now, in terms of both hardness and sharpness, this scythe is considered a rarity in the world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine weapon. Zhang Ping happily took it in his hands. Shibai added, "The Scythe of Fear is the most suitable weapon for you right now. Take it with you to Mingzhu City, and it will increase your chances of victory when you encounter enemies." From within the scythe, a dark shadow with red eyes and a mouth full of death and evil emerged. He stood there and exclaimed, "Thank you, Captain." Suddenly, Master Situ noticed something unusual, glanced over, hummed, and then suddenly grinned, saying, "It seems someone is still worried. Conveniently, my energy has just run out, so I'll return to the bracelet to recharge." These words left Zhang Ping a bit confused. Sishan walked in, and at the same time, Master Bai entered the bracelet, leaving a message. "You two take your time talking." He looked over and asked with concern, "Cici, the wound on your face?" She smiled and replied, "We agreed before to talk to each other properly as friends, not as teammates." The two of them sat on the grass gazing at the moon, and Sishan began, "I've escaped from Shin, so I had Wei Hua heal the scar on my face. The last incident made me realize that my own strength is still too weak, so I'm no longer fixated on blind revenge. I will rely on everyone's strength to defeat Li Axu together." She turned to ask Zhang Ping, "You insist on returning to Mingzhu City alone. Is it because you're also fixated on getting revenge for that friend?" He closed his eyes and replied, "After leveling up to a mid-level awakened, I admit I did have that thought. After all, I can clearly feel that my strength has increased." Zhang Ping recalled and said decisively, "I'm no longer the weakling who could only pretend to be asleep and do nothing when Yue Wangzi inspected the room." Sai Shan called his name hesitantly. He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, CC, I can still distinguish what's more important. This time, I'm mainly going back to Mingzhu City to save someone." Although a bit sad, Zhang Ping said frankly, "As for the grudge with Su Jingjiao, I won't do anything reckless if a good opportunity doesn't arise." She looked up at the sky and said, "But I'm not very comfortable with you going back alone." He smiled and replied, "I still have the secret weapon I got from Zhang Zhang, so nothing will happen." The scene changes to inside Mingzhu City. At this time, many hidden Tian Changhu were on the streets, a considerable number of them. Zhang Ping had entered the city in a hooded cloak, silently observing and assessing the situation. The Tian Changhu in the city had clearly increased their patrol density, and he stood hidden to the side, watching. Two sky-dwelling foxes were stopping the citizens from approaching them, shouting, "Min Chao Square is temporarily closed, unauthorized personnel are forbidden." Shibai appeared behind him, saying, "Don't worry about me. That old fox can't do anything to me for at least half a year to a year. On the contrary, have you figured out what to do?" Zhang Ping remained very focused, replying coldly, "I have." The scene changes to the study of the Beast King Fist Gym. Old Feng was sitting at his desk when a faint, light blue mist drifted in from the door, which made Lai Shan a little confused. The pure water body was dispelled, and he immediately appeared, reaching up to pull down his mask, saying, "Master Feng, it's me." Lai Shan shot up from his seat, smiling in response, "It's you, Zhang Ping. Where have you been these past few days? I've been wanting to see you to thank you ever since that day, but I couldn't find you anywhere." Zhang Ping smiled back. "It's a long story." After explaining everything in one breath, he sat across from Old Feng and asked, "The gist of the situation is this. I wonder if Master Feng would be willing to help me." He crossed his arms over his chest and asked back, "According to you, the City Lord betrayed Min Chao City a long time ago, and the ones actually in control now are all sky-dwelling foxes? What you're saying seems too far-fetched." Just then, a voice called from outside, "Master, Captain Lin of the patrol team wishes to see you." Old Feng replied, "Bring him to the rear reception hall. I'll be right there." Zhang Ping immediately reminded him, The patrol team has already been replaced by the sky-dwelling foxes. Master Feng only needs to take one look to know if I'm telling the truth or not. The scene changes to the reception hall. Inside, a few figures were already waiting. Lai Xian walked in, acting normally, and waved to them. Greetings, greetings. I didn't expect Captain Lin to have time to visit. The man named Ketty looked at him and replied, I've come to congratulate Master Feng in advance. He frowned, looking over and asking, Oh, and what good news would that be? Thanks to Zhang Ping, old Feng could see that the people behind the man named Lin were 4 sky-dwelling foxes. He looked over and announced, the city lord has decided to appoint Master Feng as the deputy city lord, and an official announcement will be made to the entire city soon. Lai Xian looked at them, wondering to himself, is this the true form of a sky-dwelling fox? Old Feng smiled in response, I am extremely grateful for the city lord's great favor. Ketty was leaving, but he turned back to add, I have delivered the message, so I must return to report. He tried to remain calm and replied, Thank you for your trouble, Captain Lin. Please convey my thanks to the city lord. But in his heart, he was cursing them. How dare these beasts? Everything that old Feng was seeing was thanks to the pure blood body's visual resonance activated by Zhang Ping. He called out to him, Master Feng. Lai Xian replied, Don't worry, I won't make a move when the power gap between us and the enemy is too great. He walked toward the door, then turned back and said, You must have come to me with a plan already. Zhang Ping also appeared, stepping down, as old Feng opened the door and continued, Speak, what do you need me to do? He answered, frankly, I hope Master Feng will use this opportunity of being promoted to Deputy City Lord to host a banquet and invite the awakened ones who participated in the defense of Minchao City that time. Zhang Ping added, We will then explain the situation to those who haven't been replaced by the sky-dwelling foxes. In the courtyard below, many members of the Beast King Fist Gym were training. He stood behind old Feng and continued, Those who agree to leave with me can leave the city through the teleportation gate, and those who don't want to leave will at least know the sky-dwelling fox's plan. That way, at least we can be on guard and avoid being easily manipulated by them. After hearing this, he replied with a look of clear anger on his face, That's right, some people with family ties might not choose to leave. Zhang Ping continued. Regarding the current situation, this is all we can do. From Zhang Ping's point of view, he reminded him, Many students at your dojo have also been replaced. Old Feng was also surprised. I didn't expect my humble dojo to be hiding so many of those beasts. He turned back and told him, What you've done is more than enough. In a situation where it's hard to tell friend from foe, no one can protect everyone. He then walked over, placed a hand on Zhang Ping's shoulder, and continued, Just do as you say, I will cooperate with all my strength. He clasped his hands and replied, Thank you, Master Feng. As Feng Laixian walked away, he said, We should be the ones thanking you. At least you've given us hope of destroying those beasts. Just then, Zhang Ping saw a familiar figure in the dojo's courtyard, the heavenly fox hiding inside Jing Zhao's body, walking around cheerfully. He was enraged, his eyes flashed, and his hands moved to strike. Mingwu thought to himself, That's the beast that killed Jing Zhao. The scene shifts to the city lord's mansion, where Shiyu stood asking her subordinate, Has anything unusual happened in Mingzhu City recently? Ketty replied, reporting, Your Highness, everything is normal, except that Feng Laixian is preparing to host a banquet. She scoffed upon hearing this. He just became the vice city lord and he's already in a hurry to show off. This Feng Laixian is so predictable. UA-26 stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, should we send someone to monitor him? Shiyu replied, There's no need. He's just using this as an opportunity to receive gifts and hoard wealth. A person like him poses no threat to me whatsoever. She instructed in a cold voice, We should focus on seriously investigating the movements of those little rats from the sweep team instead. Her expression turned wicked like Prince Yue's as she turned her head and emphasized, especially that one named Zhang Ping. The two subordinates replied in unison, Yes. The scene shifts to the day of the banquet, where guests were bustling about, continuously congratulating Master Feng. Oh no, we should call you Vice City Lord Feng now. We hope for your continued favor in the future. Another person chimed in, That's right, we hope Vice City Lord Feng will guide us. Old Feng stood there and replied with a smile, You are all too kind. Just then, a subordinate approached him and called out, Master. He then whispered something into Feng Laixian's ear, and he listened intently. He then turned to the crowd, clasped his hands, and announced, Everyone, I have some business to attend to and must take my leave. I apologize for not being able to entertain you further. As old Feng left, he offered some polite words, Please forgive my poor hospitality. I hope you all understand. Someone replied respectfully, If you have business, Vice City Lord Feng, please attend to it. Seeing this, Ketty said to UA-26, Let's go. This Feng Laixian is exactly as Her Highness predicted, just using this as an opportunity to hoard wealth. But her gaze landed on Wei Hua as she remarked, That girl is a real top-tier beauty. Ketty immediately asked, What, You like her? He left while giving instructions. Well then, you can stay and have some fun. But remember, this place is crowded and the walls have ears. It's best to wait until after the party is over to make your move. UA-26 looked over with a wicked smile, her eyes flashing an eerie purple as she replied, yes. The scene shifts to Old Feng's reception room, where a few people had also been summoned for a meeting. Bai Di, who's sitting there, spoke up. Vice City Lord Feng, I wonder what instructions you have for summoning us here. Zhang Ping's shadow appeared behind him. Lai Xian replied, I have indeed gathered everyone for an urgent matter. As for the specific situation, it's better to let him explain. Zhang Ping suddenly appeared, waving at everyone. Hello, Instructor Bai. At this point, the pure blood body's effect had worn off, so he materialized. Seeing him, Bai Di exclaimed in shock, Zhang Ping. The others in the room shared the same expression, staring at him with their mouths wide open. A moment later, after hearing his summary of the problem, they were all surprised, wondering how it could be so. Indeed, if what he said was true, doesn't that mean Minchao City fell into enemy hands a long time ago? Meanwhile, Bai Di stroked his chin and thought, I've interacted with Lin Ketty and some other members of the patrol team, and I did notice they've been acting a bit strange recently. Vi Hoa agreed. That's right, the city lord hasn't made an appearance in a long time. Just then, Old Feng raised a hand to his mouth and coughed a few times. Ahem, clearing his throat, he spoke up. Everyone, please listen to what I have to say. Everything is just as Brother Zhang Ping said. I have personally confirmed the existence of the impermanence foxes. Lai Xian explained in detail that these beasts are masters of disguise. It's very difficult for us to tell them apart. Right now, among the guests at the party outside, a good number have already been replaced by the impermanence foxes. He clenched his fist, his voice resolute. All of you here have been my friends for many years. If you trust me, Feng, I ask you to please lend me a hand. Vi Hoa replied, What do you need us to do? Just give the order, Lord Feng. Bai Di added, That's right. Zhang Ping is my student, and we have fought side by side before. I trust you too. He also immediately provided the information needed to deal with the impermanence foxes. We must temporarily make concessions for the greater good and preserve our strength. Zhang Ping took out a few sheets of paper and continued, The people on this list have not yet been replaced by the impermanence foxes. We can split up to inform them about the current situation. He added, In a little while, the sweeper squad will activate the teleportation circle in this location. Then Zhang Ping gave detailed instructions. If they are willing to leave with us, tell them to return here after going out the main entrance and leave via the teleportation circle. Someone in the group asked worriedly, Is it that urgent? What about our families? Old Feng placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, This is a last resort. Right now, the only one who can distinguish the disguised impermanence foxes is Zhang Ping alone. Regarding the people on this list, we cannot determine in time whether their family members include impermanence foxes. He warned that if this information leaks, the impermanence foxes will likely speed up their slaughter of the awakened ones. So, if you decide to stay, you must be wary of any unusual staff around you, or temporarily move your families out of the patrol team's control zone. Bai Di sighed and crossed his arms, agreeing, That's right, with such a large number of personnel, it will be quite difficult to prevent information from leaking. Zhang Ping summoned a flame in his hand and said, I will observe them in secret. If any of the impermanence foxes at the party show abnormalities, I will use this flame to send a signal to everyone. To conclude, Old Feng added, I'll have to trouble everyone with this. After the party ended, everyone departed with their goodbyes. Brother Bai Di, I'll be leaving first. Let's have a few drinks some other time when we're free, he replied. Thank you. I'll be sure to host a banquet for you next time. Li, let's catch up. Others also waved their farewells. Lord of the city, I will also take my leave. Lai Tiem bowed and replied politely, If our hospitality was lacking, I hope everyone will forgive us. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping secretly observed, keeping an eye on UA-26, while telling himself, I've already notified most of the people at the party, and it seems for now that Tian Changhu hasn't noticed anything unusual. Suddenly, her spirit appeared behind him, warning Zhang Ping to be careful. He realized it and wondered, Su Jingjiao, what is she warning me about? Startled, Zhang Ping looked ahead and saw the shadow of Tian Changhu. It was emanating from UA-26, and he thought to himself, So that beast has arrived, and it seems to have targeted Chen Weihua. Zhang Ping clenched his fists, deep in thought. I have to find a way to lure it away. Otherwise, if it discovers any clues, the entire plan will go down the drain. Over here, a voice from behind called out, Sister Weihua, are you heading home? She turned to look and asked without suspicion, Oh, it's you, Su. Is something wrong? It replied, It just so happens I'm going the same way, and I saw you were walking alone, so I wanted to walk with you. Is that okay? The completely unguarded Weihua replied, Of course. Zhang Ping pulled down his mask and smirked coldly, his eyes flashing as he thought, This wretched fox, you dare to show yourself willingly. That just gives me a chance to strike. A sound from the side made UA-26 turn towards him in surprise. He had already stored his concealing outfit in his golden bracelet, and stood there saying, "What a coincidence." Su Jingzhao, long time no see. Zhang Ping turned and whispered to Wei Hua, "Go find Director Feng. Tell him I'm in trouble and have him come find me in the West City." UA-26 looked at him and exclaimed, "Zhang Ping." At the same time, she thought, why is he in the city? Her face twisted into a wicked expression as she told herself, "I was just planning to have a little snack, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. If I can bring him back, His Highness will surely be very pleased." After giving his message, he suddenly turned and fled. This startled UA-26, who reached out for him and shouted loudly, "Zhang Ping, where do you think you're going?" He quickly used the Nether Fog Night Walker to increase his agility and movement speed. A second later, Zhang Ping dashed towards the West City. She relentlessly gave chase, wondering strangely, how can this guy run so fast? While running straight, he suddenly took a sharp right into a small alley. When UA-26 arrived, she looked around but saw no one. She wondered to herself, where did he go? Just then, Zhang Ping suddenly appeared, his eyes gleaming, with a scythe in his hand, ready to strike. Without any hesitation, he slashed her right across the stomach. Zhang Ping watched UA-26 slide away and asked coldly, "Are you going to keep up the act?" His entire body was now radiating a dense nether fog, his eyes filled with killing intent as he spoke with a desire for revenge. "Don't worry, I won't let you die too quickly." UA-26 then revealed her true form, her shadow appearing behind her as she replied, "It seems His Highness was right. Although I don't know what method you used, you can indeed see through my clan's disguises. I remember your ability wasn't." Before she could finish her sentence, tendrils of his nether fog quickly formed into sharp projectiles, shooting towards her. Startled, UA-26 dodged them and wondered, this is nether fog? Has he been possessed by it? Meanwhile, Zhang Ping charged forward to attack with his scythe, and his slash across UA-26's stomach made her scream in pain. Zhang Ping summoned chains and asked at the same time, "Do you know?" He flew up high, restraining her with chains of nether fog, then continued, "Even though I haven't known her for long, it's because of her that I've accepted my current identity." At this moment, Zhang Ping radiated an intense killing intent, his voice deepening as he said, "She helps me stay calm and not feel so anxious anymore." UA-26, now completely restrained, stammered in fear, "What are you talking about?" Meanwhile, he gathered nether fog into his fist, forming sharp projectiles aimed straight at her. Those projectiles immediately pierced her body, making her scream in pain, and she couldn't help but wonder to herself, when did Zhang Ping become so strong? He approached the trembling UA-26 and coldly declared, "To me, she is my childhood friend and also the most important person in my life." She screamed in fear, "Stop! Stop it!" But a nether fog dagger from Zhang Ping's hand had already plunged straight into her chest. He added, "She just wanted to achieve her ideals." He pulled the dagger out decisively, causing her blood to gush out. He then yelled, questioning, "Why did you want to harm her?" The heavenly constant fox also let out a sky-shattering cry of pain. UA-26's blood flowed endlessly as she tilted her head back, grunted, and then asked him, "So, it was all for this? Too bad you'll never." UA-26 roared provocatively. Get to know just how desperate her expression was when she died. She successfully enraged Zhang Ping, who controlled the nether fog to slice into every fiber of UA-26's flesh. This made her scream in agony. Despite the devastating wounds covering her body, she still taunted him defiantly. "Kill me!" Then, UA-26 transformed herself into Jingzhao and called out affectionately, "Zhang Ping." He gently walked over and peeled the mask from her face. Fear was evident on UA-26's face, which simultaneously increased his stored nether fog. Swiftly, Zhang Ping drew a long sword thick with a deathly aura, his eyes flashing with hatred as he looked at her. He declared resolutely, "I will kill." Zhang Ping's eyes glowed with a deadly red as he shouted, You wretched fox." After finishing off the heavenly constant fox, he held Jingzhao's skin mask in his hand as the nether fog covering his face slowly dissipated. Just then, Yue Wangzi appeared behind Zhang Ping and spoke, "I didn't expect you to be able to defeat UA-26 on your own. Your strength has improved quite a bit, hasn't it?" Hearing this, Zhang Ping froze, clenched his fists, and slowly turned to face her. Yue Wangzi looked down with a confident aura and asked coldly, "I'm surprised you dared to return. Are you looking to die?" Zhang Ping looked up, using his appraisal skill as he asked, "How did you know I was missing a hand?" After a series of failed appraisal notifications, claws began to appear on Shiyu's hands. She looked at him and said, "You're at death's door and still trying to struggle." The silhouette of Yue Wangzi in her heavenly constant fox form appeared, radiating a deadly aura as a large tail emerged from behind her. She then coldly declared, "Fine, then I'll grant you a clear death. Appraisal successful. Status window. Beastified heavenly constant fox, Yu Wangzi. Race: Mutant Fox. Faction: Moon Clan. Potential: 8-star. Rank: Peak Level Beast Transformation. Level: 39. Talent: Perception Distortion. Possesses the ability to alter a target's perception and forces them to be unable to recognize the abnormality. King of illusory fox tails. After reaching maturity, its tails can be altered at will, and it has many special functions, with its scale and abilities changing based on its level when attacked by the Moon Prince's tail. Zhang Ping immediately used his body of dark mist to block it, but her immense power caused the dark mist to quickly shatter. He raised his hand and shouted, parrying the foxtail that was striking right in front of him, promptly summoning the dread battle scythe into his hand. He quickly blocked the Moon Prince's attack, but Zhang Ping was also knocked back a long distance. He sat there and looked over, thinking to himself that his dark mist couldn't even withstand a single blow. Seeing the foxtails coming at him, Zhang Ping recalled how he had just assessed her attack methods. She primarily relies on her tails. He quickly transformed into water and glided away, as the pure water body can evade physical damage. Therefore, her attacks were ineffective against him. The Moon Prince was a bit surprised by this and commented, "Oh, it seems you have more than one ability." Then she continued coldly, "But you don't think that's all it takes to escape?" Over here, Zhang Ping was hit, and he exclaimed with a worried face, "This is bad." Her voice continued to echo, "No matter how many abilities you have, you can't compensate for the difference in power." He looked at the part of his body that was hit and thought worriedly, "She lowered her tail's temperature to an extreme low, freezing my pure water body." The Moon Prince questioned from her spot, "But there's one thing I'm quite curious about, the King's illusion. Not even Situ Shibai could see through it. What method did you use exactly?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ping was still trying to figure out a plan. "Although I can't use two abilities at the same time," but just then she stepped on the ground and trod on something. The Moon Prince looked at the bright spot under her foot and wondered, "A red gem?" He thought to himself, "The martial contract can compensate for this. So I used the Fire Eater martial contract then." A great flame engulfed her body, the martial contract's contract gem. It can temporarily infuse an attack ability into a gem, and destroying the gem will release an enhanced version of that ability. After the fire went out and the dust settled, the Moon Prince's figure gradually appeared, completely unharmed. She glanced over and sneered, "What a petty trick." The Moon Prince turned to look at Zhang Ping and asked, "But did you really think you've escaped?" "Not going to run anymore?" he answered frankly. "I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape relying on myself alone." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he added, "So I chose to call for backup." From a distance, before anyone was seen, a voice calling Zhang Ping's name rang out. This left her a bit confused. Lai Xian rushed over and asked, "Dr. Chen Weihua said, you were in trouble. What on earth happened?" Behind him, Bai Di also announced, "Everyone else has already withdrawn. You're the only one left." The Moon Prince looked over and wondered, was Feng Laixian attracted by the explosion just now? So he's on the same side as Zhang Ping. She launched her foxtails, thinking, "If I can't use you, then just die." Zhang Ping immediately pushed Old Feng aside and shouted, "Watch out." Seeing this, he replied, "Little brother, behind you." He hurriedly reminded the two of them, "Don't worry about my injuries. She's a fox spirit. Their eyes can't see through the illusion techniques of the heavenly constant fox clan." Lai Shan stepped forward and said loudly, "So, that's how it is? What a nuisance. Bai Day, take good care of your student." Old Bai turned back and asked, "Is this a heavenly constant fox?" But she clearly looked surprised. Zhang Ping liquefied and clung to Bai Dai's body, causing him to exclaim in alarm, "Kid, what are you doing?" He used the pureblood body to share his vision, then told him, "Rest assured, Instructor Bai, I won't harm you. Now, take another look at her." Witnessing what was in front of him made Old Bai exclaim in shock, "Oh my god." The tailed fox continued its attack, and Zhang Ping immediately warned Manager Feng, "Watch your midsection." Hearing this, Lai Xian quickly leaped up to dodge the dangerous blow. The Moon Prince's tail whip caused the adjacent building to break in two. Old Feng looked over, impressed, such high attack power. The duration is very short. His eyes flashed with flames as he replied confidently, "That's enough." The two of them then quickly charged into attack. The Moon Prince's agility was not bad, as she continuously leaped aside to dodge. Seeing Bai Dai rush forward, she wondered, why? Why can even they see through my illusion technique now? Could it be that brat Zhang Ping's doing? The Moon Prince swung her tail, successfully pushing the two managers back a distance, thinking to herself, "How unpleasant." Her eyes now flashed with a deadly red glint, along with her sharp claws. Looking ahead, the foxtails behind her erupted with power, and the surrounding space was enveloped in a malevolent aura. This time, the Moon Prince was fully focused, asserting, "Whatever, it doesn't matter what method he used, I just have to kill them all." Another pair of red eyes appeared behind her as she commanded in a cold voice, "Yue Ying, time to get to work." From within the shadow, an arm with sharp claws emerged, and then right at her feet. A smaller heavenly constant fox appeared and answered respectfully, "As you command, Your Highness." Seeing this, Lai Xian warned, "Be careful. I can feel that the fox that emerged from its shadow is very strong." Zhang Ping, inside, also realized this and thought, "It's not an illusion. How can that heavenly constant fox hide in his shadow? I didn't detect it at all just now." He looked over at them and cursed inwardly, "Damn it. In the pure blood state, I can't use the appraisal skill. Just what is that fox's ability?" Zhang Ping took something out, handed it to Lai Xian, and spoke. "Director Feng, these are the last few snake scales from my body." He replied, "But even in my solar flame form, it'll be very difficult for me to fight them." He immediately reassured the director, "Rest assured, I guarantee we can all escape from Mingzhu City. I just need the two of you to do your best to buy me some time." Lao Feng ate it without hesitation and replied, "If you say so." His body temperature rose to 4,000 degrees Celsius. The flames turned a bright blue, and at the same time, he faced Tian Changhu and said, "We're entrusting our lives to you." As the two humans charged into attack, the Moon Prince ordered his subordinate, "Kill one of them first." Yue Ying quickly acknowledged the order, lunging in front of Bai Di and unleashing its claws as it said, "Let's start with you." He quickly raised his arms to block, trying to withstand the relentless attacks from Yue Ying. Then, Lao Bai also braced himself and swung his arm to counter, but with its incredible speed, it dodged while attacking him directly. It then slid backward, leaving 3 long claw marks across Bai Di's chest. Blood flowed from the wounds, and after landing the blow, it quickly spun around to prepare for another attack. Zhang Ping appeared and said, "Instructor, let me treat your wounds. It seems this fox can use your shadow to strike at you." In the blink of an eye, the wounds on his chest began to heal. On the other side, Lai Xian, with his enhanced ability, was weaving through the tiger tails while dodging attacks while trying to get close to the Moon Prince. He threw a punch and thought to himself, "It's not a good idea to keep getting beaten down like this." He then shouted, "Lao Bai, use tactic 3+1. 1 to draw the enemy in, 3 to go for broke." Bai Di heard him and immediately understood, replying, "Roger that." But in his fight with Yue Ying, he seemed to be at a disadvantage, constantly being cornered by its attacks, yet he still threw out taunts. "Is that all it takes to kill me? You're barely scratching an itch. Your speed is decent, I guess, but your strength is pathetic." Yue Ying became enraged, a deadly glint flashing in its eyes as it lunged forward with its claws, retorting, "You talk too much." Then, its arm pierced through Bai Di's abdomen. He let out a grunt of pain as blood gushed from his chest and mouth. Suddenly, Lao Bai grabbed Yue Ying's head and said in a cold voice, "Got you now." Ignoring his wound, he lifted its head to prepare a counterattack. Lao Bai then threw Yue Ying towards Lai Xian, shouting, "Director, over here." Lao Feng also took a blow from the Moon Prince to his right chest, and he braced himself to endure the pain. Yue Ying was now back by its master's side, both of them looking confused by what had just happened. Lai Xian stood there, breathing out a stream of energy called the Beast King's ultimate art, chaotic qi. A massive explosion of powerful energy was created, illuminating the entire sky. Zhang Ping quickly appeared beside the two of them and said, "Now is the time." He handed them 2 gemstones and instructed, "Take these. You have to hold on to them tight in a moment. These are contract gemstones. The martial contract has stored the fat technology." Zhang Ping spoke into his communication stone, "Shou Zhang, preparations are complete. You can retrieve the fat." The other side replied, "Understood." Taking off. As soon as he finished, the 3 of them immediately shot up into the sky. The 2 old men were terrified, their faces filled with horror as they let out piercing screams. Bai Di complained, "You brat, if you were going to use this method, you should have told us beforehand. I wasn't ready." Meanwhile, Old Feng and Old Bai were rather enjoying themselves. Old Bai looked down at Mingzhu City and sighed, "But it looks like we've managed to escape." Zhang Ping's face was now a bit pale and weary, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, "Using the pure blood to heal earlier consumed too much energy. I can barely hold on." He then suddenly let go, using what little faint strength he had left to tell the 2 of them, "This gem will take you to the base." Then his whole body went into a freefall below, to the surprise of Bai Di and Lai Xian. They cried out in worry, "You damn brat." The scene shifts to the outskirts of Mingzhu City in the Lost Forest. It was late at night, and a dark figure was lying in the middle of the woods. It was none other than Zhang Ping. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the leaves to rustle. One of them fell on his face, waking him up instantly. Zhang Ping just lay there, looking up at the starry night sky. In the middle of the forest, he slowly sat up and said in a weak voice, "Am I still alive?" From the bracelet on his wrist, Captain Situ's voice rang out, "You're finally awake." Startled, Zhang Ping called out, "Captain, you were seriously injured earlier, unconscious for a long time." At that moment, he finally felt the pain in his body and cried out with a grimace. "It hurts so much," he continued. "I did everything I could to temporarily stop your bleeding, but now I'm also reaching my limit. I'm sorry, I need to sleep for a bit." Zhang Ping clutched his chest and replied, "Captain, There's no need to apologize. Without you, I would have died long ago. Please rest easy, Captain. I need to contact headquarters quickly. He immediately picked up the communication stone and called, "Headquarters, this is Zhang Ping. If you receive this, please respond." But the only reply was silence, blending into the quiet atmosphere of the forest. He slowly stood up, looked ahead, and muttered, "It seems I can only rely on myself." The scene changes to a stone cave with a light emanating from within. Zhang Ping sat there by a fire, his body covered in injuries, talking to himself. Although a pure-blood body can choose a target to heal, it can't heal itself. Is this like how a doctor can't treat himself? He bandaged himself and thought, "My offensive energy reserves are depleted right now. If I run into a mutated beast at this moment, I'll be in big trouble. Luckily, this cave seems safe. I'll stay here for now to recover." Zhang Ping was cautious. This forest is quite complex. Even by tomorrow, in my current condition, it will be very difficult to find a way out. I can only hope my teammates find me soon. He looked at something beside him that had just fallen from his person. After freezing for a moment, Zhang Ping realized. This is Su Jingzhao's hair clip. A series of past images flashed through his mind from the time he killed the mutated beast. Then to dealing with that pervert Xiao Fan, followed by annihilating the zombie army, and finally, finishing off Moon 26. All of it made him think of Jingzhao. Zhang Ping picked up the hair clip, holding it to his chest. His whole body trembled as he bit his lip and said in anguish, "Jingzhao, after everything we've been through, I finally avenged you. But why don't I feel happy at all?" He hung his head, slamming his fist on the ground as he lamented, "I kept saying it was for you, but in the end, it was nothing more than my own obsession." He lifted his bleeding arm, letting the hair clip fall, and continued to mutter, "I always spoke of upholding great justice, but my heart was chasing worldly fame and fortune." Zhang Ping reproached himself, "So what if I got my revenge? The dead, after all, cannot be brought back to life. Not even a legendary healer could do anything about it." Suddenly, he paused and thought, "Wait a minute, could I possibly resurrect Su Jingzhao?" Zhang Ping recalled the nine-colored image, thinking about the past. "I used my pure blood ability to heal Sister Xiang, helping her severed arm grow back." According to Senior Chen Ming, the new arm's condition was excellent. Sister Xiang had no signs of rejection, and it even looked almost identical to her original arm. Then there were Lai Xian's meridians, and also, when I entered Master Feng's body, I discovered I could replace the air passages inside him to keep him alive. If my reasoning is correct, maybe I can resurrect Su Jingzhao. Then, right after that, Zhang Ping took out Jingzhao's mask, which he got from UA-26, and placed it on the ground. As he used his ability, he said, "The power of the pure blood is limited to healing a designated target, but now all that's left of Su Jingzhao is a piece of her facial skin. I don't know if this will even work." He activated his pure blood ability while placing his hand on the piece of skin. Blood flowed from Zhang Ping's hand, enveloping the face. He smiled and exclaimed, "It's a bit exhausting, but it worked." Zhang Ping told himself, "Next, I'll unleash all my energy at maximum power to restore her." Meridians began to appear, his chi and blood spreading within as Jingzhao's form gradually took shape. Her eyes were tightly shut and she was motionless, but Jingzhao's skin seemed to show signs of rejection, causing Zhang Ping to exclaim, "What's going on?" He looked on in shock, wondering, could it be because I'm injured myself that I can't fully reform her body? Zhang Ping said with fierce determination, "No, I absolutely can't give up." He looked at Jingzhao's forming body and made a decision. "Even if it drains all my energy, I will not let myself lose you again." In the sky, Bai Dai and Old Feng were flying, with a vast ancient forest stretching out below them. Lai Xian surveyed the area and said, "Something's not right here. Prepare to land." Hearing this, Old Bai acknowledged the command. With that, they both shot straight down into the forest below, free-falling, avoiding the dense areas and finding a relatively flat, open clearing where they landed successfully. Old Feng landed first, with Bai Dai right behind him, dusting off his clothes and sighing, "That kid is so unreliable." Coincidentally, Xu Shan's group of 3 also landed in the very same spot. Chen Ming stepped forward to inquire, "You must be seniors Lai Shan and Bai Dai. We've been waiting here for a long time." Shou Zhang, standing behind, silently let his body expand back to its plump size and said to the 2 seniors, "To be honest with you, as soon as we got the message from Zhang Ping, we immediately stopped the fat compression, but in the moment, we completely forgot about your landing situation." Shou Zhang scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm really sorry. We must have startled you seniors." Lai Xian slung an arm around his shoulder and laughed heartily. "A little hiccup like this isn't enough to scare us, but I can't say the same for others. You kids need to improve." Shou Zhang replied sheepishly, "Of course, of course." Right after that, Xu Shan stepped forward and asked, "Where's Zhang Ping? Didn't he come back with you?" Baida lowered his gaze, replying somberly, "I was just about to tell you all, it's like this." He then explained everything to the group. Regarding Zhang Ping falling into the forest, Old Bai added that the terrain here is complex, Those who enter usually can't get out, which is why it's called the Lost Forest. We lack the means to determine our direction. If we had jumped into the forest to find Zhang Ping, then I'm afraid we ourselves would have been in danger. Chen Ming put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. The cleanup squad's badges have a positioning function. We can find our way out anytime after entering the forest. Xishan immediately proposed, "Let me go." Old Feng added, "I'll go too. For not paying attention to Zhang Ping's injuries, I also bear some responsibility. Bai Di, you go get your wounds treated first." Old Bai hesitated a bit, but Lai Xian immediately reassured him. "Don't worry, my injuries have already started to heal on their own. It's just a bit slower than during the day. The mutated beasts in this jungle aren't enough to hurt me." Chen Ming stepped up to organize things. "Then I, Xishan, and Senior Feng will go rescue Zhang Ping. Xiao Zhang, take Senior Bai back to the base." The chubby guy replied, "Me? Awesome." Feeling that something was off, he quickly shook his head and explained, "No, that's not it." Then he stood at attention, raising his hand to his head decisively. "I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Chen Ming adjusted his glasses and replied, "Very good." The scene shifts to a cave entrance, from which heavy panting can be heard continuously. Zhang Ping is clearly struggling. In the process of regenerating Jing Zhao's body, he was drenched in sweat but still reminded himself, "No, just a little more." The system announced proficiency in human body structure and circulatory patterns. Primary pure blood body has been upgraded to intermediate pure blood body. Current growth value is 4-star, which seemed to quite surprise Zhang Ping. At that moment, in some other dimension, Jing Jiao, wearing an overcoat, stood before him. Zhang Ping exclaimed, "Su Jing Jiao." Then his voice faltered as he said word by word, "This is great." His whole body unconsciously collapsed and she stepped forward to catch him, asking, "Zhang Ping, are you okay?" Zhang Ping whispered back, "I'm fine, just a little tired." Sometime later, he was resting his head on Jing Jiao's lap, relieved. She gently chided him, "Honestly, you're still the same as before, always so reckless." Zhang Ping smiled and looked up. "If I hadn't been reckless, perhaps today would have never come. I'm so grateful I ate that treasure stone back then." Jing Jiao blushed and replied, "I know, you've actually always worked very hard." She recalled her friend from back then with his innocent smile and remarked, "Even though you weren't highly regarded at school, even though you always said you'd become a farmer, and then the image of you facing the Tian Chang Hu, even when facing unbeatable enemies, you never stopped moving forward." Jing Jiao gently stroked his hair and continued, "Seeing you so grown up today, and having made so many excellent friends, I'm truly very happy. You need to cherish them even more." Zhang Ping just kept his eyes shut, and she sensed that he seemed to be drifting off to sleep. Her voice remained soft, "You're tired, aren't you? You've done so well up to now. Please get some rest." Just then, Jing Jiao's tears fell gently onto Zhang Ping's cheek. She was crying, but she smiled with a blush on her cheeks, saying, "I really want to keep walking with you too." Jing Jiao raised a hand to gently wipe away her tears, her voice trembling. "But unfortunately, it's too late. My soul energy has been depleted." Her hand was now showing signs of fading as she said she always believed, "If it's you, you'll definitely find me somewhere in the future. Right?" The space suddenly fell silent. Jing Jiao's body was gradually fading away, and she left one final message. "I hope to see you then." I can still remember you saying goodbye to Zhang Ping right at this moment. All that remained was the cloak, a final memento. He lay there in a peaceful sleep after an exhausting ordeal, and time quietly passed. By now, night had fallen outside the cave. Zhang Ping slowly opened his eyes after a long sleep. He shot up in a panic, calling out Jing Jiao's name. Then, Zhang Ping looked to his side. Jing Jiao was still lying there with the cloak draped over her. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He then gently touched her shoulder and called out, "Wake up, you'll catch a cold sleeping like this." But as soon as Zhang Ping shook her, Jing Jiao's stiff body fell backward, her eyes lifeless and empty. Startled, he recoiled slightly and exclaimed, "Cold, so cold." Then, Zhang Ping reached a trembling finger toward Jing Jiao's nose. He cried out in horror, "She's not breathing." Zhang Ping once again frantically activated his pure-blood physique, his eyes glowing red as he gathered energy in his hands and lunged toward her body, shouting, "What kind of joke is this?" He continuously transferred his vital energy into her and yelled, "Weren't you just talking to me a moment ago?" But Zhang Ping was met with only a heart-wrenching silence. Jing Jiao remained motionless, her eyes vacant. He sat there, lamenting sorrowfully. He had heard Su Jingjiao's voice several times before, so he was sure this time wasn't a hallucination either. I think she said something about soul energy earlier. Zhang Ping wondered, could the resurrection have failed because her soul was missing? At that moment, something appeared behind him. He thought to himself, well, all right, if resurrection were really that simple, it would be too strange. She was forcibly resurrected, but is it really still her? However, according to her reminder, as long as I find her soul, there's still a chance. A small beast was staggering toward him. Zhang Ping wondered, A mutated beast? Its eyes seemed to be in a hypnotic state. Based on its structure, it looked like a large species of ant. Sometime later, the inside of the cave was glowing, while the outside was surrounded by a writhing black mass. Zhang Ping sat there by a fire. The little beast stood beside him. Seeing that it seemed to have recovered, he asked, "You're awake?" It responded with a few chirps. Zhang Ping took out a piece of meat, held it out to the creature, and asked, "I saw you were very weak. You must be hungry, right?" It ate the meat with great relish. He looked at it and said, "When I was unconscious, you didn't attack me, for whatever reason, so I won't just ignore you." The creature suddenly flinched, its eyes widening as if it realized something. Then it crawled in a circle, in the empty space next to him. Zhang Ping seemed to understand its meaning and asked, "Are you asking where she went?" He then raised his hand and answered, "She's in a deep sleep. Right now, she's in a quiet place inside my spatial bracelet." Seeing the little beast nudging the piece of meat with its nose, he commented, "But you look like you were just born. You probably don't have a concept of death yet, do you?" Then, he pointed to himself and asked it, "You want to give this to me?" Zhang Ping smiled in relief, thinking to himself, "This is the first time I've met such a friendly mutated beast." He recalled the peaceful feeling of sleeping on Jing Zhao's lap and reasoned, "Does this mean I should cherish the present?" That's right. Continuing to mope around won't change what's already happened. Then, Zhang Ping turned to the beast and asked, "By the way, I still don't know what kind of ant you are." He immediately used his appraisal skill. Appraisal successful. Attribute panel, mutated beast mobile, fortress ant, queen ant race. Mutated ant 8-star potential, rank 1 low-grade mutated beast. Talent Iron Fortress, extremely high body hardness. The larger its body, the higher its defense. Its physique grows with its level, and its abdomen contains a nest space. This space can also expand as its body grows. Zhang Ping looked at the small ant in awe, the royal majesty talent of a queen ant king. After maturing, it can reproduce asexually, birthing mutated ants within its nest space, and can control the ant swarm under its command. It possesses a powerful intimidation ability against foreign ants, and the strength of this intimidation is related to its body size. He closed his eyes and thought, to think this tiny little thing has the potential to become a king, having escaped from the Moon King. Now he has encountered another one. He wonders if this could be considered fate. Suddenly, from the cave entrance, a writhing black mass was slowly advancing. Zhang Ping wondered, what is that? He proceeded to appraise it. Appraisal successful. Attribute panel. Mutated beast, Black Mountain Carpenter Ant, race, mutated ant. 1-star potential, level 5 low-grade mutated beast, Black Mountain Legion talent. The individual ant's carapace has sharp spines, high defense, and its corrosive acidity is extremely potent. The ant swarm can share information and march in unison. Zhang Ping smiled. Mutated ants? Little one, your comrades are here to get you. He saw the queen ant trembling slightly, while also hiding behind him. Zhang Ping wondered, what's wrong with you? He placed it on his hand, looked out at the mass of worker ants, and hesitated. Could it be? At that moment, a massive swarm of worker ants stretched from the forest into the cave. Zhang Ping had already transformed into his pure water form and silently left the spot. He materialized, resting his chin on his hand, and asked the queen ant, "Looks like you're not very well liked, are you? Those wounds on your body weren't caused by them, were they?" Just then, a worker ant in the swarm with keen senses detected the queen ant's location. Zhang Ping quickly got up and fled for his life. Not good, I've been discovered, he thought to himself. This queen ant's royal talent should theoretically intimidate the swarm, maintaining order and stability within the colony. As he ran, he pondered, but because it's low level, are they interpreting it as a sign of provocation instead? Zhang Ping looked at the weak queen ant in his hand and sighed. Little one, it seems your royal talent still needs time to be honed. He glanced back and told himself, I have to find a way to hold them back. In front of him now was a large brown bear. Zhang Ping quickly jumped onto the soundly sleeping bear. His goal was to attract the ant swarm and use the bear to stall the worker ants. The brown bear was awakened, standing up with bloodshot eyes as it looked behind it. Seeing the swarm of ants, its fur stood on end in fear. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping made an assessment. This should be safe now. But what happened next left him completely shocked and astonished. Before Zhang Ping's eyes, where the worker ants had passed, only the bear's skeleton remained. He exclaimed, "Holy crap, are these even ants?" The commotion in the forest at this moment caused birds to fly up in fear. Below, Zhang Ping was still trying to escape, thinking, luckily, this swarm of pests can't fly, so moving at a higher altitude is more advantageous. He tried to jump across the tree branches while silently assessing, but being chased like this is terrifying. They were directly knocking down all the trees in their path. Just as he landed on the next tree, the entire forest suddenly seemed to shake. Zhang Ping struggled to keep his balance and wondered, what's this commotion now? Is it an earthquake? A shadow loomed before him, making him cry out in shock, holy crap. In front of Zhang Ping now was a massive tree ant with two blazing red eyes. He stood there looking up and wondered, what in the world is this now? The tree ant raised its foot, preparing to stomp on the swarm of worker ants, and yelled, "Where did you insects come from?" An incredibly powerful stomp was unleashed, sending them flying along with the old tree ant's roar. "How dare you disturb this old man's rest?" These mutated ants were no pushovers either. They quickly began crawling up the tree ant's leg. Roots radiating green energy began to sprout from the old tree ant's body, stabbing down into the ant swarm, then coiling around its leg. They destroyed the ants that were trying to crawl up, while simultaneously unleashing a wave of energy that blew them away. Zhang Ping, who was currently hidden, silently assessed the situation. It can actually speak human language, so plants can mutate just like altered beasts. He activated Night Walker and marveled at the thought, but luckily, it had driven away the Black Mountain ant swarm, so he decided to take this opportunity to retreat quickly, but he hadn't even managed to run. The green roots had already wrapped around Zhang Ping, and the old trance spoke, "Wait a minute, you human." It brought its massive face right up behind him, saying with a cold laugh, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Zhang Ping was terrified, thinking to himself, "My stealth was discovered." He turned to face the old tree ant, his mind racing. Even my Misty Night Walk was detected, which means this tree person must be at a very high level. He then quickly used his appraisal skill, but it failed repeatedly. The Trant laughed heartily, "Haha, don't worry, young friend." Just then, the appraisal finally succeeded. Attribute panel, identity Yi Chang Chun, race human, the silent one, stamina no value, growth none, rank peak level, awakened, level 35. Talent super plant transformation, the body can be converted into a plant form, possesses various plant-based abilities and will continue to evolve endlessly according to its age. He continued, "I only noticed you after being woken up by that swarm of ants. I haven't met a living person in a long time, so I got a little excited." Zhang Ping wondered to himself, the silent one. He recalled the faces of old Zuo Ming and Jun Ting and mused. Every single fallen one I've met before was completely deranged. Then he looked at old Yi and assessed, why does he look so dazed? This tree person seems pretty friendly. Zhang Ping acted innocent, scratching his face as he replied, "Oh, is that so?" He thought to himself, "In any case, I can't leave right now, so I suppose talking to him won't do any harm." After that, the two of them sat cross-legged, facing each other. Old Yi spoke up and asked, "Young friend, where are you from?" Zhang Ping replied, "I'm from Mingzhu City." Hearing this, he looked delighted and smiled back. "What a coincidence, I'm from Mingzhu City too." Then Old Yi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "However, besides that, I can't seem to remember anything else. Perhaps I'm just getting really old." He stared blankly at the old man and asked, "You can't remember?" "Senior Yi, this junior will be bold and ask you one thing. Do you know that you are a silent one?" Changchen frowned, then asked back, "So that's what it is. A silent one? What in the world is a silent one?" Old Yi immediately pointed at him and continued to ask, "Wait a minute, how do you know my name?" Zhang Ping answered honestly, "I dare not hide it from you. This junior knows a little about the appraisal skill. After I appraised you, senior, it showed that your name is Ye Changchan." Just then, his bracelet began to vibrate, and he was startled, silently asking, "Has the captain woken up?" From within, Mr. Situ's astonished voice echoed out, "Ye Changchun, are you Uncle Ye?" At this moment, Zhang Ping formally asked the captain, "Are you awake?" He replied, "I woke up while you two were talking." Old Yi continued, "So this friend can actually reside in this wondrous bracelet. From your tone, it seems you know me, right? Can you tell me about my past?" From the bracelet, a stream of golden energy appeared, and Mr. Situ recounted, "In the beginning, to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Chu family, we formed a resistance army together, and you were a member of it. You not only possessed great strength, but were also extremely skilled in disguise, which is why you infiltrated the Chu family and acted as a spy. During one undercover mission, Old Yi was discovered by the Chu family and unexpectedly met with disaster. I never imagined that you two would meet here." After hearing this, Changchen wondered, "A resistance army? That sounds pretty cool, but the things you're talking about, I don't remember any of it at all." Shibai patted his shoulder and said, "Zhang Ping, I need to ask you for a favor." 1 month later, birds flew over and landed on Changchun very naturally. The so-called fallen state is actually a kind of disoriented spirit. Just like Senior Yi, he has lived in the form of a tree person for too many years. Mr. Situ stood beside Zhang Ping and said, his consciousness gradually adapted to this new normal and treated it as everyday life, and his human memories slowly faded. This state even caused Old Yi to subconsciously forget his former self. In addition, those who have fallen are no longer ordinary people, and their spirits have far surpassed normal humans, so any conventional mind control methods are ineffective against them. Therefore, there is no precedent for a fallen one being cured. At this point, Shibai said to him, "But you are different." Zhang Ping looked up and wondered, "Do you mean you want me to give Senior Ye the contract gem to eat?" Hearing this, he asked back quite happily, You can free me from this fallen state? He took out a level 7 contract gem, its effect not yet activated, then replied, the theoretical method is to eat this gem, but for the spiritual power of a fallen one to be restored, there must be external guidance. This also means that, Senior, you must let this junior have full control over your body. After hearing this, Old Yi calmly replied, I thought it was some big deal. What's so difficult about this? Then a vine extended out and wrapped around the gem. Without a hint of hesitation, he brought it to his chest. Old Yi's body slowly, step by step, absorbed the gem inside. When it was complete, his eyes and entire body emitted a faint blue light. Zhang Ping looked up and asked, did you swallow it? At the same time, a notification appeared, contract successful, contracted beast Ye Changchen. He witnessed that decisive action and thought in amazement, I can't believe he ate it so decisively, and what's more, the contract actually worked. Zhang Ping raised his hand and thought to himself, let's try giving an order. Then his whole body glowed, and he pointed his hand forward, commanding Yi Changchun, I command you, stop being fallen right now. The light flowed into Old Yi, and he fell to his knees, stunned. Then his eyes glowed as he screamed. He worriedly wondered, I was just trying it casually. It can't be for real, can it? The old tree jumped up, screaming non-stop as its body shrank. In the next second, the image of an old man with long hair and a pair of tree branch horns on his head appeared. As Elder Yi landed, he marveled to himself. Impressive, I can't believe you stopped my fall so easily. He looked at his hands joyfully and exclaimed, Mingju City, the Chu family beast tamers, I remember now. A notification appeared. The special effect of the level 7 contract stone has been activated, contracting a new summoned beast. Zhang Ping was stunned as he thought. So signing a contract is just like awakening an ability. They both consume the special effect of the contract stone. This is the first time I've learned this. He looked horrified, but if that's the case, doesn't it mean I can no longer awaken a new ability through the level 7 contract stone? Then he could only comfort himself, oh well, I'll just consider it as doing a good deed. I'll just have to wait patiently for the stone to reach level 8. Besides, look how happy he is, Elder Yi spoke up and asked. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name. He immediately replied, my name is Zhang Ping. The old man reached into his clothes and continued, Zhang Ping, you can dispel the fall, yet your name is so modest. Then, Chang Sheng took something out and said to him, this old man has lived in the wilderness for many years, so I have nothing on me to repay you with. If you don't mind, please take this. This object seems to have the characteristics of both living and dead things. I found it interesting, so I've kept it with me. Zhang Ping looked over and was once again shocked. This is Mist Essence. He quickly appraised it successfully. Mist Essence, quality unknown. The essence of power that a black mist bear accumulates in its gallbladder. Unexpected things will happen after consuming it. He looked at it and thought to himself, I wonder if it's because I've appraised it once before. The appraisal went extremely smoothly this time. A bear's gallbladder. But at least it's better than goat kidneys. Elder Yi added guiltily, if I had something better. Zhang Ping immediately interrupted, it's all right, Senior Yi. This is very useful to me, probably. Besides, I helped you of my own free will. He continued to gaze at the mist essence, lost in thought. Cece once said that mist creatures are actually entities similar to parasitic insects. As long as I don't let it take over my consciousness, there probably won't be any major problems. Zhang Ping recalled when he and Xishan confronted Tian Changhu and told himself, I have experience from before, I can definitely do it this time. Besides, a Mist Master level attack couldn't even damage the Moon Prince. If I want to defeat it, I need to become even stronger. And so, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately devoured the Mist Essence. As soon as it entered his body, it quickly caused Zhang Ping's energy to erupt, and streams of purple lightning appeared around him. At the same time, his eyes glowed brightly. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth with determination, telling himself, I can do this. I can do this. Then, from where he stood, a dazzling purple pillar of light erupted, emitting a powerful pressure. A notification appeared, successfully absorbed Mist Essence. Primary body of mist has advanced to intermediate body of mist. Mist can be replenished by absorbing rage. Current mist reserve, 199 out of 300. Zhang Ping clutched his chest, panting heavily, as the purple aura around him began to dissipate. Current growth rating, 5 stars. Level increased to level 13. Contract stone increased to level 9. He looked at the mist in his hand and remarked, as expected, it's just like last time. But I never thought I'd gain 3 whole levels. That was truly unexpected. Moreover, the stone has successfully leveled up too. Old Ji witnessed this, his eyes wide with amazement. Minshao City is truly full of talented people. Who would have thought that thing was for eating? Zhang Ping thought to himself, because I'm probably the only one who could eat it and survive. Suddenly, he called out to someone, Brother Su, you've been watching for so long. Aren't you going to come out? He also looked down below. A face appeared on the ground and spoke, You are far too trusting of others. The person's sudden appearance successfully startled Zhang Ping. He jumped to one side, wondering, "Whoa, there's another master here." Old Ji laughed loudly and replied, "I'm already a pile of old bones. What is there to fear?" "On the contrary, Brother Su, do you really want to continue languishing like this?" Old Su replied, "Languishing or not, what does it matter? Isn't our current life quite carefree and at ease?" Hearing this, Chang Shang could only sigh with emotion. "It seems you've forgotten quite a few important things. Do you really not want to see your family again?" This question made the stone man freeze for a moment. Then, the ground below began to stir and rise. Old Su emerged as a giant stone man, standing there and muttering, "My family." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping quickly used appraisal. After several failed attempts, the result finally appeared. Appraisal successful. Interface, name Su Qingbo, race human, fallen 1, faction none, growth points none. Level 35, talent super simulation, body mutation can merge with inorganic matter in the natural world and gain the properties of that inorganic matter, but cannot merge with objects smaller than himself. Old Ji pointed directly at Old Su and asked, "Look at yourself. Do you even look human anymore?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ping stood to the side, muttering, "Su Qingbo?" He felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. Mr. Situ's voice echoed from the bracelet. "It's not surprising that you've heard it. This man is the founder of Minhwa City's legendary figures investigation team, but he has been missing for many years. I never expected he would end up wandering in the wilderness all this time." He asked the two of them, "For you two seniors to both be languishing in this desolate place, is it just a coincidence?" Chang Shang stroked his beard and replied, "I was severely injured by the Zhou family and thrown outside the city. I had no other choice but to transform into a tree to heal my wounds, and as a result, over time, I became the way I was before. At that time, Brother Su was still just a boy, so I don't think our two situations are related." He stood on Old Su's hand and continued, "I just never expected that the young man from back then would later start a family and a career. When I first met him out here in the wilds, he would occasionally mention his adorable granddaughter to me." These words inadvertently made Zhang Ping think. The word granddaughter flashed through his mind, and he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Is that so? So that's how it is." Old Yi, finding this odd, asked, "Little friend, what's wrong?" Zhang Ping reached out, took something out, and then asked Old Su, "I wonder if Senior recognizes this person." The stone man stared blankly with wide eyes. Before him was the body of Su Jing. Su Qingbo was now completely motionless. A faint stream of memories surfaced, in which a man stepped out to open a door. A cheerful voice said, "Dad, are you here? Everyone is inside." Amidst the darkness, a question suddenly flashed in his mind. "Are they calling me?" In the stream of memories, there was not only a man but also a woman holding a baby in her arms. Her expression was also incredibly joyful as she said the little girl had just woken up. She even spoke to the child, "Zhao Zhao, Grandpa's here to see you." These words and blurry images made the stone man Thon Ba extremely confused. His emotions overwhelmed him, and he clutched his head with both hands, screaming, "Who are these people? Who am I?" Seeing this, Truong Xuan, who was standing nearby, shouted in alarm, "Old brother too." Then he looked suspiciously at Tin Zhao and asked, "Could this girl be?" At that moment, the stone man couldn't withstand the shock and collapsed to his knees, roaring, "Who is that? Who is she?" Countless names started appearing in Thon Ba's mind, fragmented pieces of data with no beginning or end, which made him scream in torment. Chu family's beast taming, Min Chao City, the family I can't forget, the patrol team, the mole, who am I? Truong Bin said with a panicked expression, "This is not good. If this continues, he will completely lose himself." Old Diep was also at a loss. "Young friend Truong, you have to think of something." Truong Bin couldn't help but run the calculations in his head. The gem had just been upgraded, but once a contract is signed, it wouldn't be able to awaken any new abilities. However, the situation was critical, and he didn't have time to overthink it, and immediately decided to use the gem. What is there to think about? Saving him is the priority. Truong Bin threw the gem towards Thon Ba and yelled, "Senior, to eat this. I will help you break free from this corruption." However, the man wouldn't listen, and instead, he swung his arm, sending him flying to one side with a loud roar. Uncle Truong Xuan rushed over to catch Truong Bin, calling out, "Young friend Truong." The old stone man roared in a furious rage, "You're all the same, Ma Ban, don't you dare get so smug. Get out of Min Chao City." Faced with his uncontrollable rage, Old Deep refused to back down and yelled back, "That's enough. Open your eyes and look closely. That's not Ma Ban you're talking to. That is your granddaughter. That is your family." Truong Bin also pleaded, "Senior, please wake up." Instantly, the furious blue light in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a gentle gaze directed at Tin Zhao as he called out, "My granddaughter." Old Deep walked up to his old friend with the gem and said gently, "Eat this, and you will remember." Than Ba reached out his hand and absorbed the gem, "My family." Instantly, a brilliant blue light erupted, and a system notification appeared. Contract successful. Summon beast to Thanba. At the same time, Truongbin issued a command. I order you to cease your corruption. The stone man Thanba instantly crumbled into pieces. After a moment, Old Tu appeared in his human form amidst the pile of rubble. He reached for his granddaughter, choked with emotion and unable to speak a word. Zhao Zhao reached out and gently touched his form, and Old Tu asked, how did this happen? Who did this? Then, he collapsed to the ground in despair, his eyes welling with tears as he blamed himself. I wasn't able to be by your side. Grandpa is so sorry. In the midst of his tears, Old Tu suddenly screamed, could it be that Ma Ban was the one who hurt you? A voice then came from within Truongbin's embrace. After you went missing, Ma Ban became the captain of the investigation team. Is there some kind of grudge between you two? Hearing the question, Old Tu answered furiously. A grudge? It's much more than a grudge. He belongs to the Chu family. How could they let him become the captain? He furiously slammed his fist on the ground, cursing, damn it, I let that bastard get his way. Not only Pearl City, but I couldn't even protect the most important person to me. Hearing this, Zhang Ping said thoughtfully, no wonder the city patrol made no move when something so big happened in the city. Although I suspected it, I never thought it would be the Zhu family again and again. They couldn't catch Chen biting before. Could they have another move up their sleeve? This attitude of his made Old Ji beside him extremely curious. He cut in and asked, young friend Zhang, what are you two talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? At that moment, Zhang Ping looked directly at the two old men with an extremely serious expression. You two seniors, even though you've just recovered your memories, I have to tell you some bad news. Pearl City is in grave danger right now. Then he slowly explained the situation. On my way to bring reinforcements, I was severely injured and had to hide in this forest to recover. He then pointed to the little black ant inside his shirt and continued, if Senior Ye hadn't stepped in to help, I'm afraid this little guy and I would have died here long ago. After hearing the whole story, Cheng Chun sat on the ground and replied, so that's how much has happened. Meanwhile, Qingbo asked, you just said you heard Dao Dao's voice more than once and even saw her illusion? He answered honestly, yes, at times it's as if she's guiding me. Zhang Ping added excitedly, but I saw her clearly. Old Su raised a finger, affirming, perhaps that wasn't an illusion. Zhang Ping was startled and yelled, what? He began to analyze. Zhao Zhao was always brilliant, and she awakened her ability early. Her ability is like an out-of-body experience, and the most astonishing part is that she can enter other people's dreams. Finally, Old Su speculated, I suspect that before she was killed, she separated her soul from her body, and the illusion you saw was a result of her ability. This means Dao Dao is very likely not dead. Hearing this, Qingbo's expression grew a little sad. It's just that with her body destroyed, she's forced to remain in a soul state, but for a soul to exist for so long without a vessel, I'm afraid by now she has. Hearing that, Zhang Ping was shocked as a thought suddenly struck him, and he voiced his suspicion. Has Su Jingzhao fallen? An image of a translucent Jingzhao appeared in his mind, and his thoughts raced. So, what she said back then meant. She didn't want to drag me into this. He suddenly let out a laugh, his eyes welling with tears as he said, you fool. You helped me so much in secret, only to want me to give up on you in the end. A firm resolve ignited within Zhang Ping. How could I possibly give up? Once this is all over, I will definitely find you. He then turned to ask the other two, seniors, what are your plans? At that moment, a blazing green flame erupted around the two old men. Old He laughed and said, we've dedicated half our lives to Pearl City. Now that Pearl City is facing a crisis, how could we possibly stand aside? I believe old brother Su feels the same. Old Su stood silently beside him, but his heart was just as resolute. His goal wasn't just to protect Pearl City, he also longed to see his granddaughter again. Besides, I want to see Dao Dao again too. The green flame blazed behind them. The phantoms of a treant and a golem appeared, their mighty roars echoing through the mountains and forest. We will be your support. We'll go with you to save Mingzhu City. Just leave it to us. Elsewhere in the forest, Old Feng's group was running for their lives. They frantically searched for Si Tian while on the walkie-talkie, and the voice on the other end said, Zhang Ping's signal disappeared right near your location. Did you find anything? Chen Ming scanned the surroundings and said, this is definitely the place. Lai Shan added, that kid was so heavily injured, I don't know where he could have run off to. Suddenly, Si Tian spotted a bloodstain on a nearby blade of grass. Huh, what's that? Overcome with curiosity, she risked going over to check, and when she parted the tall grass, the sight before her left Si Tian utterly horrified. Her two companions were no less stunned. What is this? What on earth happened here? And what left all three of them in shock was the sight of a huge swath of the forest completely decimated, with trees strewn about everywhere. Accompanying the scene was an unbearably foul stench of death, and after carefully surveying the area, Chen Ming confirmed, these are the tracks of the Jianliang Palace's Haitian forces on the move. It looks like Zhang Ping is in trouble. Overly worried, Si Tian immediately started to run, shouting, "Let's hurry after them." However, old Feng immediately yelled for her to stop. Wait. Just then, amidst the dark and gloomy forest, a strange black hole appeared, and not only that, but from within that black hole, a huge hand lunged out, attacking Si Tian head-on, causing her to flinch in surprise. She reacted instantly, summoning an ice shield to defend herself. Si Tian yelled angrily, "Who is it?" But the power of that mysterious hand was immense, shattering her shield in a single strike. Si Tian's body was blown back towards her two companions, and then, out of the swirling mist, the figures of a group of people emerged, and one of them spoke, "Feng Lai Xian, it's been a while." The bald, toothless man let out a triumphant laugh. "Look what a special gift I prepared for you." Hearing this, Lai Xian shot back with a sarcastic remark, "I was wondering what that smell of death was, so it was you disgusting old fossil." The old man immediately replied with a sinister smile, still the same arrogant attitude. As he said this, Zhuo Ming waved his hand, commanding the horde of zombies to attack, shouting loudly, "Not a single one of you will escape today." Chen Ming stood his ground using his one yang finger technique to take down the approaching zombies, and he said with a frown, "Could it be that Tun Shengzhu had his underlings secretly follow us before he left the city?" Si Tian was equally busy. She swung her sword continuously, slaying the clamoring zombies before her with an expressionless face. "It's fine, we just need to kill them all." As for old Feng, he fought with his bare hands and feet, brawling with the zombies while saying, "His target is me, you two should fall back first." Upon hearing that, a massive zombie charged from behind, roaring, "Don't even think about it." Suddenly, Lai Shan let out a mighty roar, and in an instant, a dazzling golden pillar of light shot down from the heavens, shining directly on him and causing his body temperature to skyrocket. Body temperature 1000 degrees Celsius, stamina up, strength up, speed up. In a single motion, Lai Xian reached out and caught the enormous fist that was hurtling towards him, saying calmly, "I already told you." His flaming eyebrows furrowed as he shouted, "The next time I see you, I will kill you." With just a flick of his wrist, Lai Xian effortlessly sent the massive zombie flying without breaking a sweat. Just as it was about to land, the bizarre portal from before reappeared. It expanded to catch the zombie's body, and in a flash, the creature vanished without a trace. Old Man Feng wondered, did it teleport? However, in less than 3 seconds, a bizarre portal appeared behind him. It brought back the menacing-looking zombie with incredible speed. Feng Laishan sensed it, turning around to block its attack. But then, another bizarre portal opened up, bringing yet another zombie to join the fray. Because Old Man Feng was focused on fighting the one in front, he didn't notice the attack from behind until it was too late, catching him completely by surprise. This made Sishan extremely worried, and she cried out in alarm, "Director Feng!" Old Man Feng could only raise his arms to defend against the attacks coming from all directions. The bizarre portals continuously spat out relentless punches. He thought to himself, how annoying. He gritted his teeth, calculating, these fists are as hard as black iron, and they can also traverse space. This can't be the ability of a single person. With that thought, Laishan glanced around. He then noticed 2 girls standing in a distant corner. Those 2 hadn't moved at all. Could they be the ones controlling the spatial teleportation? Immediately, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Core King Fist Art, Stubborn Corpse Body, creating a brilliant vortex of dazzling golden flames. It sent the zombies flying. The 2 strange girls looked at the brilliant vortex with some suspicion. Suddenly, an enraged Old Man Feng charged towards the 2 girls, roaring furiously. "Time for your lesson." This scared the living daylights out of them, making them tremble in fear. The long-haired girl immediately raised her hand, conjuring an enormous bizarre portal to block him. This only confirmed Laishan's suspicion. He guessed right. While holding him off, she turned to Zhuo Ming in annoyance and said, "What are you doing? He's right in our faces." He remained calm, standing with his hands clasped in front of his chest, and said, "Don't be hasty, take a closer look." While Old Man Feng was struggling to fight the zombie, Zhuo Ming slowly explained everything. "After the last battle, I used the undead to monitor him from afar. Without sunlight, his body temperature will continuously drop, and he will never be able to reach that white state." And just as he said, Laishan's body temperature was plummeting uncontrollably. Right now, his body temperature was only 600 degrees Celsius, and his stats were also gradually decreasing. Zhuo Ming laughed smugly. "This is also why I deliberately waited until nightfall to act after he left the city." The golden hue on Laishan's body had also faded significantly, and he scowled, glaring at his opponent. The bald old man shouted, "Surrender peacefully." Just then, under the dim light of the crescent moon, a fiery vortex erupted once more, soaring high. Not too far away, this huge commotion caught Zhang Ping's attention. He looked at the pillar of light skeptically. Could that be Director Feng? The battle continued. Sishan swung her sword repeatedly, shouting, "I'm almost done over here. Chen Ming, who was nearby, replied, "Same here." Suddenly, a disgusting, pungent odor emanated from the corpses of the zombies on the ground. Realizing something was wrong, Xishan immediately covered her nose and warned, "It's corpse poison again." "Chen Ming, hold on." Meanwhile, Old Feng was still struggling with the stubborn zombie. It would appear from the east and then from the west, making him feel incredibly frustrated. Seizing this opportunity, Old Zuo Ming attempted to ambush him from behind. He lunged forward shouting, "Obediently become my living corpse." However, before he could do anything, he was sent flying several hundred meters by Old Feng's fist. Lai Xian cursed. Wishful thinking. His attitude was extremely harsh, his hand clenching into a fist. "You think you can hit us with the same move twice?" Old Zuo Ming retreated towards his accomplices, taking a defensive stance and saying, "I didn't expect you to fall for it that easily anyway." Then he gave a sinister smile and continued, "But your companion, I'm afraid she won't be so lucky." Hearing this, Lai Xian was startled and turned towards Xishan, where a strange black hole was now appearing behind her. He urgently shouted a warning, "Watch your back." However, the huge zombie was one step faster, lunging out of the black hole and striking the girl's back, leaving Xishan with no time to react. After landing the blow, it vanished immediately. Chen Ming turned to her worriedly and asked, "Team leader, are you okay?" Although Xishan coughed up a little blood, she seemed to be fine and reminded her teammate, "I'm fine, watch your own back." Because he was prepared, Chen Ming managed to execute his family's ultimate sword technique to create pressure and block the attack from the strange black hole, but it was ineffective. The huge zombie still emerged with great ease, and with a single punch, it shattered his two longswords. It even seemed to mock Chen Ming for being all flash and no substance. Seeing his friend being bullied, Old Feng was extremely annoyed. He rushed forward, thinking to himself that he had to help them break free. Seeing this, Old Zuo Ming sneered, "You still have time to worry about others?" At the same time, he ordered the horde of zombies to rush forward and surround him. Old Feng roared in fury, "You bastard." He then used his powerful attacks to fight back against the troublesome zombies. On the side, Zuo Ming took out a blue energy mass. With a sinister expression, he muttered, "It's time to reel in the net." Suddenly, a giant tree person appeared out of nowhere. Before Zuo Ming could react, a massive foot was already over his head, leaving him stunned and confused for a moment. A powerful blow from the tree person struck down, shattering the ground into pieces, with the aftershock spreading for several meters. However, Zuo Ming's group quickly dodged to the side. The bald man asked in annoyance, "What is this thing?" Old Feng quickly ran over to the two youngsters and asked, "Are you two all right?" Xishan replied, "We're fine." Suddenly, Zhang Ping's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. "Director Feng, hold on, I've finally found you all." Xishan turned towards the voice, wondering in confusion. "This voice is?" Zhang Ping stood on the shoulder of the tree god, looking down at his friends with a bright smile. Seeing him, Xishan was overjoyed. She exclaimed, "This is great, it's so good that you're safe and sound." Old Zuo Ming grumbled, "They have reinforcements?" At the same time, Old Su had silently appeared behind him. In a flash, a powerful golden hand appeared. He gently pierced through the bald man's chest, so swiftly that he didn't even notice. Only when he realized a strange hand had pierced through his body did Zuo Ming grimace and turn back to ask, "Since when?" Seeing its master being attacked, the huge zombie immediately lunged forward, while a voice called out a warning. "Be careful, he possesses an immortal body." Just as the huge zombie's fist was about to hit Old Su, he instantly used his chi transformation skill to escape from that spot. His figure fluttered back towards his own side. That loathsome tone is really hard to deal with. Old Feng then said, "Be careful, the enemy are the fallen ones." By now it was morning, and the sun was casting its brilliant rays down upon the forest, which was an advantage for Lai Xian. He rejoiced inwardly, "Thank goodness it's morning," then shouted powerfully, "You shameless old scoundrel, if you have any other tricks, bring them on." With a body temperature of 800 degrees Celsius, his stats had risen again, and at this moment, Zhang Ping's team was incredibly powerful. The tides of this battle had turned, and the long-haired woman was equally bewildered upon seeing their formation. Her mind raced in turmoil. These reinforcements are no simpletons, and now we've lost the perfect opportunity to capture Feng Lai Xian. She then immediately turned to warn Zuo Ming. Urgently, "This situation is not good. We need to retreat now." However, he stubbornly refused to leave. "No way," as a strange blue flame erupted from his hands. "I'm almost there, just a little more." However, the situation was dire, and their group would surely not win if they continued to fight. She didn't want to hear any more of this bald man's nonsense, and immediately, a strange black hole appeared, swallowing his body. "Don't waste your breath." The large zombie also stepped inside. Finally, it was the long-haired woman and her sister, and before leaving, she left them with a parting message. "Consider yourselves lucky this time." Seeing the enemy intended to flee, Old Feng immediately charged after them. "Don't even think about running." Sensing trouble, Zhang Ping immediately ran to stop him. Director Feng, please don't be rash. As the black hole slowly shrank, he began to explain. We still don't have clear information on the enemy, so pursuing them now might lead us into a trap. We should first return to our base and regroup with everyone. Besides, the people from the martial arts hall are waiting for you. Old Feng heeded his words and replied, all right then. Afterward, Saishan led the group to the base of a massive ancient tree and announced, we're here. Zhang Ping looked puzzled. This place doesn't look like it did before. She raised her hand, creating a flame around the tree trunk. While answering his question, of course it doesn't, because we've renovated it into a proper base. Before, this place had limited capacity. But now, not only can it hold more people, but it's also very close to the trial grounds, which makes departing for missions much more convenient. Instantly, a purple circle of power materialized at the group's feet. It was a transport portal, transporting everyone inside. In the blink of an eye, the group was inside the base. Saishan introduced, this is secret base number 8, located 1,800 meters underground. The space can hold up to 2,000 people and has a total of 106 private rooms. Feel free to look around, Zhang Ping exclaimed in astonishment. This is huge. Including the previous base and the safe house, just how many strongholds like this has the captain prepared over the last 200 years? Mr. C2 also appeared, laughing heartily. Haha, it's always good to be thoroughly prepared, Sishan added. When I was serving in the investigation team, I learned that the investigation team had set up numerous outposts outside the city. One of them was very close to the trial grounds, but I don't know if that place is still in use anymore. Olta then asked, I heard the current captain of the investigation team is Ma Bin, right? She nodded in response, and that he's also your most capable disciple. Seeing Qingba's agitation about this, Mr. Sidhu became curious and asked too. My friend, earlier while you were delirious, you mentioned that Ma Bin seems to be from the Chu family. What is this all about? He let out a long sigh and slowly began to recount. This story goes back 15 years. According to Old Tu's memory, at that time, Deputy City Lord Huang Zeming suddenly summoned them to the City Lord's mansion. Word was that an informant had discovered the main base of the Chu family remnants, but as the captain of the investigation team, he knew nothing about this so-called informant. But suspicions gradually arose in Qingba's mind, and when he asked about the informant's identity, the Deputy City Lord simply said that the man was a member of the cleanup crew and didn't appear often. At the time, he was eager to deal with the Chu family remnants, so Qingba didn't press the matter any further. Afterward, he led his team members, followed the clues, and drove for a full week before finding the main base. Just as they were discussing a plan to storm the enemy camp, the Chu family launched a surprise attack. At that moment, Qingba was still wondering how their whereabouts had been exposed. Looking back now, it was clearly a trap they had set. Due to the surprise attack and the exhaustion from the long journey, the team members were depleted, leading to heavy casualties. Just as he sensed something was wrong and was about to retreat, Ma Bin launched a sudden sneak attack that Qingba was unable to avoid. It was a bizarrely evil dagger. It pierced his body, neutralizing all of his abilities. He suffered greatly under their torture. During this time, Qingba also heard them addressing Ma Bin as Sir. Fortunately, the dagger's ongoing effect wasn't permanent. After realizing this, he tricked them by playing dead and was subsequently thrown into the river. Qingba then escaped thanks to his ability to hide underwater, merging his body with the river and taking the opportunity to flee. But his severe injuries caused him to quickly lose consciousness, and he remained asleep in the darkness for an unknown length of time. Those painful memories were gradually forgotten. After hearing this tragic story, Old Yi exclaimed, "No wonder the first time I met you, you were so guarded. It turns out such a secret was hidden behind it all. Every time I asked you, you never had an answer. Perhaps your spirit had begun to gradually sink into despair?" Mr. Sidhu also mused thoughtfully. It's Huang Zeming again. From this perspective, it proves the investigation team was already under their control as far back as 15 years ago. It seems the Chu family's conspiracy is far more intricate than we imagined. Suddenly, Sishan thought about what had happened to him and had a thought. If the captain hadn't promoted me from the very beginning, staying on the investigation team probably would have meant more harm than good. While the group was chatting animatedly, Man Ni arrived with Shu Qi and Chen Luofei and cheerfully asked why everyone was still there. Seeing Old Tu and Old Yi, she said enthusiastically, "These two must be the seniors Zhang Ping met in the wilderness, right? I've heard so much about you. It's an honor to finally meet you today." Then, seeing the little black ant peeking out of his shirt, she curiously pointed at it and asked, "What is this little thing?" Zhang Ping replied, "This is something I found in the wild, and though it's small, it has the potential to become a king." The girl's eyes lit up, and they immediately ran over to pet the little black ant as he continued happily. Besides, it's very friendly and not hostile towards us, and in the future, it might even become a good partner of ours. Manny then asked, "Is the king level potential for real?" After that, she flashed a bright smile and announced to everyone, "In short, the incident has finally come to an end, So for now, everyone should stay at the base to recover and get some good rest. At this moment, Mr. C2 spoke up. The investigation team is now our enemy. Seeing that the three girls didn't understand his meaning, he continued. Not only can we not rely on their safe stronghold, but we also have to be wary of their schemes. As he said this, he turned to leave. We must be fully prepared to handle the next situation smoothly. Seeing Zhang Ping's group leave, Manny hurriedly chased after him and asked, "Since when did the investigation team become our enemy?" He replied, "It's a long story. Let's talk about it later when everyone is gathered." The scene shifts to a castle in Shengzhou village, where the entire premises are strictly guarded by men and beasts taking turns on patrol. Inside, someone was loudly giving instructions. These are special times. The sect leader has ordered that all outsiders are strictly forbidden from approaching within a 10-mile radius, so you must be extra thorough on your patrols. Suddenly, a strange black hole appeared in mid-air, radiating a considerable amount of energy. From within, old Zhuo Ming was thrown out. In a rather ungraceful posture, he sat on the ground with a scowl, continuously cursing that wretched woman. Then, when the two girls appeared, he cursed even more fiercely. "Why did you have to ruin my good business? If I had known earlier, I would have refined you first." Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting him off. "I see someone is causing a ruckus here." Li stepped out, twirling a lock of her hair, and said in a commanding tone, "Old man, cool your temper." The entire crowd immediately knelt to the ground, shouting in unison, "Welcome, sect leader." Zhuo Ming said with a resentful tone, "This isn't what we originally agreed upon. I let you mobilize troops to seize my living corpses, and in return, you promised to help me get the materials for corpse refining. Are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing it now?" Faced with his attitude, Li actually replied with a blank expression, "I always keep my promises and will never let you suffer any loss. In this situation, you should be a little more aware." She then continued to explain to the old bald man, "Those two new helpers are just as strong as Feng Laixian. If you want to get past them and capture Feng Laixian alone, your chances of success are slim. Furthermore, the sun has risen, and Feng Laixian can transform into that white state at any moment, at which point your poisoned corpses will have no effect on him." Aoxiu walked down towards the crowd and stated with certainty, "Rest assured, capturing Feng Laixian is only a matter of time." She added, "Now that the Saintess has returned to the village, if we borrow her power, I believe it won't be long before I will be able to break through to the king level." At that moment, a golden glint flashed in Aoxiu's eyes, and the men in the front row immediately exploded into pieces. She said, "So for now, you can use these high-level awakened ones for your refining." After finishing her business, she went back inside and informed the old man, "I'll be entering a period of seclusion." After speaking, she didn't forget to add a warning with a threatening glare. "So you'd better behave yourself, understand?" Faced with such authority, the old man immediately knelt before her, his expression unable to hide his terror. His voice trembled, I understand." 1 week later, inside a certain room, loud impact sounds echoed. Zhang Ping and Jimin coordinated seamlessly, one attacking high and the other low, as they attacked simultaneously. Their opponent was Bai Di in his werewolf form, who raised one hand to grab the girl's leg, while his other hand blocked the boy's fist. Bai Di tensed his muscles, absorbing their punches and kicks. He taunted them, "Your power is too weak. Did you two skip breakfast?" Suddenly, Zhang Ping leaped high into the air, swinging his arm to condense a surge of power at his wrist. Zhang Ping used the ultimate technique of the Beast King fist style, rampaging bull form, nether fog version, creating a deep purple vortex that shot towards the werewolf. However, he casually blocked it with one hand, even making a sarcastic comment about the flashy move. Jimin grabbed him from behind and shouted, startling the white wolf, Beast King fist style. Seizing the opportunity, he directed the vortex to swallow both of them whole, Taoti's devouring river form. Just like that, Baide was tossed around inside the vortex, or more accurately, he was completely immobilized by it. Then, the vortex slammed him violently into the ground, causing a massive explosion that sent dust flying everywhere. A while later, when the dust settled, a bruised Baide sat amidst the rubble, muttering complaints. "You two rotten little devils, you don't know how to hold back at all. Are you using this as an opportunity to get revenge on me? My old wounds haven't even healed yet, and now I have new ones," Jimin said awkwardly. "Sorry, instructor, I couldn't pull back in time." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping pouted and mumbled, "Well, who told you to say our power was weak?" Although he spoke very quietly, old Bai still heard him. He stomped his feet in anger and yelled, "What did you say, you rotten brat? Feeling bold now that your wings have grown, huh?" Luckily, Wei Hua was there to hold him back, advising, "Your injuries will only get worse if you keep moving around like this. Please don't create more work for me." But he paid no mind, cheerfully grabbing his friend's hand to make a quick escape. "Let's go eat, I'm starving." Bai Di, sporting a new lump on his head, smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, but in just a few days, their fist techniques have improved so rapidly. Zhang Ping's strength is a given, but Wang Jimin's fist style is quickly catching up. It seems I underestimated the girl's potential. The young pair walked into another room, and upon seeing them, someone asked Zhang Ping, "Is training over already?" Hearing that, he replied, "Team leader Jinbo, are you here to train today too?" He replied cheerfully, "That's right, it was getting boring in the infirmary, so I came here to get some exercise." It turned out Old Feng and Chen Ming were also there, having a weightlifting competition with everyone. Once the target number of reps was reached, Lai Xian shouted, "All right, take a short break, then we'll go for another set." Zhang Ping and Jiamin then headed over to the cleanup squad's forge. As soon as they entered, he said sheepishly, "Shou Zhang, sorry to bother you today." Hearing him laugh, she asked, "Wait, does that mean you two wrecked the training room again?" Xie Min clasped her hands in front of her chest and laughed awkwardly, saying, "I'm so sorry." The chubby guy sighed in frustration. "There's really nothing to be done about you two." Teacher Zhang Ping walked ahead, and she chased after him asking, "Hey, where are you going? Didn't we say we were going to lunch?" He replied, "You go on ahead. I still have something to do." Hearing this, Xie Min didn't ask any more questions and simply nodded before leaving. Afterwards, Zhang Ping went straight to the meeting room. He stood at the door and looked inside, where everyone was already waiting. The master, sitting in the middle, saw him arrive and called out, "Zhang Ping, you're here?" He said this just as Zhang Ping was stepping inside. "I was just about to tell you a few things to keep in mind for the trial grounds." Hearing this, Zhang Ping's eyes lit up, his face filled with excitement. Elsewhere, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. This was the main headquarters of the Zhou family. A round-table meeting of the black-robed faction was taking place here, and in the center, a black-robed figure was prostrated on the ground. One of them spoke up. "The Saintess was taken, yet you still have the nerve to come back?" However, the Great Elder interjected, "Let it go." This greatly angered the two other elders. The Great Elder continued, "Zhou Zemming unintentionally awakened the Saintess. This indirectly caused the Moon King to fight C2 Shibai, so on account of that, I will spare you this one time." Hearing this, the man bowed low, kowtowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Great Elder." Then, he turned to ask the others on the council, if that guy, Zhang Ping, is truly an infinite-level ability user, then he will certainly go to the trial grounds. "Zhou Yanping, do you have any news from your end?" The man he addressed, puffing on a cigarette, replied, "Great Elder, rest assured, our investigation team has never slacked off. Even if Zhang Ping possesses infinite talent, he is still low-level and far weaker than us. And if he dares to show up at the trial grounds, I will ensure he never makes it back." The Great Elder said thoughtfully, "You are all still young. Underestimating an enemy is forbidden. The truly frightening thing about infinite-level awakeners is their potential to destroy enemies of all levels. Back then, it was C2 Shibai who led us to one defeat after another. Do not underestimate an opponent like that." The two elders chimed in resentfully. "The biggest trouble right now is the Sacred Ancestor Village. They've already taken the Saintess. We had already lost a significant amount of manpower in Mingju City before that happened. If the Sacred Ancestor Village manages to obtain the power of a monarch, they will be one step ahead of us in power." Suddenly, another person stood up and said, "Elders, have you forgotten about the Zhou family's trump card?" The mention of Zhou Yanlong's name made the two elders even more furious. "Don't bring up that ungrateful bastard again. We poured all our hearts and resources into nurturing him, yet he insists on clinging to that ridiculous sense of justice." One of them shot up and yelled, "If he had just followed the family's arrangements, why would we be forced to hide out in this cave?" The other person replied in a soft voice, "Elders, there is no need to be angry. I only mention him because I've come up with a rather good plan. It will not only make him serve the family, but it will also significantly enhance the Zhou family's power." She gave a scheming smile and continued, "But it will require the cooperation of our little Xiao Ju Yang." Hearing this, the young boy sitting beside her puffed his cheeks in a pout. However, she still has one more request, and that is the key to the Forbidden Land. This statement made the two elders agitated. The other person was startled. "What? The Forbidden Grounds? Are you referring to the Great Elder?" And the two elders looked at each other silently for a moment before making a decision. He spread his hand, materializing a red feather, and said, "Even though I don't want to do this, it's the only way right now." As he spoke, the Great Elder tossed the red feather toward the woman. "Then you shall go." She reached out to catch the feather, which was the very key she wanted. A flame erupted, burning away her black cloak, and her true appearance was officially revealed. She said with a confident expression, "I, Zhu Hongfang, will not fail this mission." Outside Mingju City, in a place deep underground, Hongfang was leading Yanlong down a long corridor. He asked curiously, "You can't even take care of one child? How can you talk about reviving the Zhu clan when you're this careless?" She replied, "Do you still not understand little Zhu Yang's personality?" Hongfang continued upon seeing Yanlong's pensive expression. "Besides an uncle like you, who else can control him?" She began to recall the past troubles Zhu Yang had caused, That one time, little Zhu Yang snuck into the equipment warehouse and playfully activated a thunder device, causing a pile of equipment to be destroyed. If you hadn't protected him, he would have been kicked out of the Zhu clan long ago. Perhaps that's why he's grown so close to you. As they walked and talked, the two finally arrived at the Zhu clan's forbidden grounds. She stopped before a large gate and said, "We're here." Yanlong looked up at the massive door and said nonchalantly, "So this is the forbidden grounds? It doesn't feel that special." Hongfang added, "This is your first time here, isn't it? In my memory, it seems you've never participated in the clan's affairs." She took out the red feather, and it floated in the air before bursting into a brilliant red flame. However, he didn't seem to care much. "Don't mistake me, Zhu Yanlong, for one of you." The large gate slowly opened. Yanlong maintained his indifferent, judgmental attitude. "You people treat the lives of others like trash. Do you really think things will end well if you continue like this?" he asserted. "It's because of you that the Zhu clan is in decline. Evil cannot triumph over good, that is an immutable truth." But as he was speaking, Yanlong was rendered speechless by what was behind the door. A giant avian skeleton was displayed in the middle of the vast room. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. This is the sun god bird of the first-generation clan leader." Growing more agitated, he shouted, "Those two old geezers dared to hide the divine bird's remains here. What on earth are they planning to do?" Hongfang replied, "For now, don't worry about other things. We should find little Zhu Yang first." She walked back and forth, calling out loudly, "Zhu Yang, Zhu Yang, stop hiding. Come on out, your uncle Yanlong is here to see you." Yanlong happened to notice a small coin on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and examine it. Seeing this, Hongfang said, "That belongs to Zhu Yang. Where on earth did that brat run off to?" Yanlong clenched his fist, his face darkening. "Stop pretending. I sensed it the moment I walked in. Zhu Yang isn't here," he asked in a low voice. "Speak. What are you really plotting? Done with the act?" She showed her true colors, raising her hands to applaud. As expected of one of the Zhu clan's most outstanding awakeners, she approached the skeleton and said, "If that's the case, I won't beat around the bush any longer. I want you." She stood under the enormous shadow of the bird and screamed in ecstasy, "I want you to become the divine bird." Yanlong was startled and shouted, "Become the divine bird? What nonsense are you talking about? This is just a skeleton. Are you all planning to abandon the beast-taming faith and turn to controlling wild beasts instead?" Hongfang said. "Although the Zhu family has various beast-taming methods, the fundamental principles have never wavered," she said, before proceeding to explain her ideals. "After several years of diligent research, I finally found a method that can transfer the power of the divine bird into another living being. Unfortunately, within the Zhu family, no one can receive this divine power except for you. You already possess the ability to summon and merge with spirit beasts, and moreover, you yourself are incredibly powerful, making you the best candidate to inherit this power." At this moment, Yanlong's entire body radiated a powerful energy as he spoke. "That sounds quite tempting, so what's the price?" Before the pink-haired woman could answer, he continued, "For example, sacrificing me." His words startled Hongfang slightly. Seeing her reaction, Yanlong confirmed, "It seems I was right." At the same time, several more figures in black appeared, surrounding him. Yanlong asked, "These assassins are yours, aren't they?" As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his power. "Beast God Possession, White Lightning Ape King," he roared. "Then bring it on." The black-clad figures quickly rushed forward to attack Yanlong. Powerful currents of lightning now crackled around his body, and the two sides clashed fiercely. A black-clad man swung his blade, but it couldn't even wound Yanlong. There wasn't even a single scratch. He raised his hand to catch the descending blade, his expression ice-cold. Yanlong gripped the long blade's hilt, then threw a powerful punch with his other hand, sending the man in black flying, his expression disdainful of the chaotic mob. Just as he finished off one, the others rushed in, tightening the encirclement. Yanlong glanced suspiciously at the men in black as they hurled a chain glowing with green light toward him. Yanlong was bound by the chain, his sharp gaze fixed on it as he yelled, "Bone-eating chains!" A giant apparition materialized, covering the area. The pressure from the radiating energy was immense. Seizing the opportunity while Yanlong was bound, two other black-clad men charged from behind with daggers. They moved like two arrows, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Yanlong remained completely unfazed, saying without a hint of worry, "One iron-slicing blade, two bone-eating chains, and two demon-sealing blades. You really spared no expense." As he finished speaking, he flexed and roared, shattering the chains and blasting away the men in black. Yanlong turned to Hongfang and asked provocatively, "Is that all you've got?" Leaving the pink-haired woman so furious, she was speechless. Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed out, and a grotesque face appeared. More accurately, it appeared on Yanlong's chest. He felt countless red threads constricting him. Yanlong recognized it immediately. This feeling. It was Zhu Yang's ghost puppet technique. He suddenly collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest and crying out in pain. The spot on his chest was where he had just picked up the coin. Hong Fang waved her hand, ordering the men in black forward. "Do it now. Begin the ritual immediately." Just then, Yanlong's body began to emit a powerful, blazing red light. Positioned amidst the skeleton of the divine bird, he screamed helplessly. "Why?" Yanlong's eyes glowed with a crimson light. He clutched his chest in disbelief, asking himself, "Why did you betray me?" He screamed Zhou Juyang's name in resentment. The energy radiating out was incredibly powerful, violently churning up the earth and rocks, and the aftershock shook the heavens and the earth. Even at base number 8, it could be felt clearly. Zhang Ping wondered in confusion. An earthquake? Could it be another beast tide? Outside the ancient tree at the base's entrance, the earthquake caused all the birds to panic and fly around chaotically. Inside the base, the intense shaking caused a large crack to form, opening up a large passageway. An urgent voice said, "The injured have priority, everyone remain calm." She guided everyone through the passageway to escape this place. This way, Man Ni wondered to herself, a normal earthquake should not be able to affect the base. What on earth happened? From a distance, Jean Ba rushed over to the gathering point to report, "I just did a sweep. I do not think anyone is missing." He raised his hand and said, "Let us go too." Situ Shibai spoke up from within Zhang Ping's arms. "Wait, where are the Zhao brothers? They know a lot about the inner workings of the sacred ancestor village. They are still valuable." Jinba paused for a moment, then said, "The captain makes a good point. Then I will." However, Zhang Ping volunteered, "Let me go." Because he understood they were enemies, so pleading with them would be very dangerous. Team leader Jinba lacked the means to save his own life, but I have the pure water body, so it will be less dangerous. Sishan looked worried, as if she wanted to stop him, but Zhang Ping said confidently, "Do not worry, I will be careful. If things go south, I will use the pure water body to escape." Sishan warned him, "Those brothers are both high-level awakened ones. Even if the pure water body can protect you, but what if they decide to take you down with them? Have you thought about the consequences? This place is 1,800 meters above the ground. If the teleportation gate disappears, you will be trapped." Old Yu suddenly had an idea. "I have a way. I will go with young Su. I guarantee those two will spill the beans. Besides, we have already signed a contract with Zhang Ping. If something unexpected really happens, he can just recall the contract gem at will." Sishan sighed helplessly. "It seems this is the only way." Old Su said loudly, "There is no time to waste. Let us set off immediately." The three of them ran off. As he moved, Zhang Ping looked back and said, "Sai-Si and everyone else, go on ahead. I will catch up quickly." Jinba thought to himself, does Captain Situ have some other motive for rescuing the brothers? Will their family agree? Sishan, however, was only worried about her friend's safety. She muttered, "You have to be extra careful." In another room, Zhu Yang was sitting on a sofa, gleefully reading a strange book, laughing out loud. Behind the boy, 2 other people were standing there. It turned out the book's content was the events unfolding inside the Zhou family's forbidden land. Seeing Yanlong inside, the little boy chuckled and said, "No wonder Uncle Yanlong has not come to play with me. Turns out he is having a lot of fun outside. I am really jealous of him. Ha!" At this moment, back in the forbidden land, the divine bird seemed to have been revived in a physical body. Zhu Yang's voice turned cold, but what if he never wants to come home? After speaking, the little boy turned to the 2 people standing behind him and asked, "Do you two not agree, Mom and Dad?" Those 2 approached and sat next to Zhu Yang, whose eyes were now glowing with a terrifying red light. After all, our Zhu family is the best family there is. At this moment, the 2 figures next to the boy could be seen clearly. They weren't human, but 2 incredibly exquisite puppets. They looked at each other and shared a sinister smile. Inside the book, Yanlong was writhing in agony, while Zhu Yang laughed with great amusement. Back in the Zhu family's forbidden grounds, Yanlong let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body burst into flames, transforming into a divine bird. Nearby, Hong Fang watched him smugly and said, "Stop struggling, the ritual is complete. No matter how strong you were before, you're just a mere mortal now." Seeing the divine bird take form, she sneered, "Now you can become a part of the divine bird, so what's so bad about that?" A person in black beside her asked doubtfully, "If you could resurrect the divine bird this way, then why did you have to ally with the Tian Changhu before? And on top of that, waste so much effort to snatch the saintess and bring her to Shengtun village?" She crossed her arms and cursed, "You fool." Looking up at the giant divine bird before them, Hong Fang explained, "We ally with the Tian Changhu because only the Yue Wang could hold back Situ Shibai. Anyway, according to what the elders said, Situ Shibai and the Zhu family have been at war for over 100 years, and he has unleashed more than 10,000 types of abilities. Although he has never broken through to the king level, his strength is enough to fight against one. It is because of these many years of confrontation that we have found some of his weaknesses. In the early days, our Zhu family lacked experts in mental control systems. a fact he was completely unaware of. His ability to resist mental attacks is actually very weak, so we spared no expense, and finally found the endangered Tian Changhu species, then secured a partnership with the Yue Wang. Only then could we severely injure Situ Shibai. She looked at the glowing drop of blood in her hand and continued, "Right now, if not for being forced by the situation, I wouldn't have chosen this method to resurrect the divine bird." The other guy asked again, "Why do you say that?" Hong Fang reacted strongly. "This drop of blood is the result of my 45 tireless years. Because of it, I have never once performed a beast-taming art and have had to endure countless insults and cold stares during this time." At this point, she suddenly became more agitated, and even though I paid a great price, the controllability of this bloodline still can't compare to the blood of the Saintess. Now that the Saintess has returned to Shengtun village, Zhang Ping of the cleanup squad can also enter the trial grounds and receive power equivalent to a king. If one of them sets foot into the king's realm, our Zhu family will surely face the risk of being overthrown. As she spoke, she threw the drop of blood towards the divine bird. This great bird now had a complete physical form, no longer an illusion. Its eyes were cloudy and lifeless. Hong Fang asserted, "Even if my blood contract cannot completely control the divine bird, at this moment, we can only take the risk." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the middle of the forest. The divine bird is resurrected. Instantly, it broke through the earth and rock, soaring straight into the sky, its body radiating a blindingly brilliant red light. Just like the midday Sunday cleanup squad, number 8 was also here above the base, all of them unaware of the strange events unfolding. Manny raised her hand to shield her eyes from the uncomfortable light and asked, "Why is the sun so bright today?" Lao Feng felt that something was not right. He squinted, trying to get a better look at the source of the light, and that's when he clearly saw the giant bird overhead. He cried out in alarm that it was a mutated beast, wondering if it was the cause of the earthquake. Chen Ming muttered in a low voice, "That can only be Manny, the sunbird of the Chu family." Hong Fang's group had also come up to the surface, and she cheered excitedly, "We've succeeded. I've succeeded. Now that the divine bird is revived and Situ Shibai is controlled by the Moon King, there are no more threats." Standing at the feet of the divine bird, she confidently declared that from now on, the Zhu family would control everything. However, her joy was short-lived. As the divine bird's claw came hurtling towards where they stood, Hong Fang was horrified, her eyes wide with fear, wondering, "What is this?" But unfortunately, no one could answer her question, and she would never have the chance to hear an answer. The divine bird stomped down hard, tearing up the ground. Once it was done, it left, leaving behind only splatters of blood on the rubble. In the prison at the base of cleanup squad number 8, the two Zhao brothers lay on the ground, surrounded by wreckage. Yan Hu whispered softly, "We've used all our strength and still couldn't escape. Are we going to die here?" Yan Long turned to comfort his younger brother. "We should have expected this day would come the moment we were caught. Don't be afraid, I'm with you." Suddenly, from above, a boulder came hurtling down towards them at high speed. However, the two brothers had no strength left to run, so they simply lay there in silence, closing their eyes and waiting for death. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light shot forward with a loud cry, "Mingwu!" It was none other than Zhang Ping. He used the beast fist art, Taoti's cauldron, to catch the massive falling rock. Old Yi and Old Su each carried one brother on their back and ran out. Mr. Changchen yelled, "What are you standing around for? Go! Now!" The two of them rushed out of the collapsing room. Old Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "We're out." Old Su shouted back inside, "Zhang Ping, you hurry up too." A powerful, pale purple light was now radiating from Zhang Ping's body, blowing his hair back. He replied, "Got it." Zhang Ping released the large boulder, then immediately shot towards the exit. He was so fast that he appeared as just a streak of light flashing through the doorway. Yan Long whispered weakly, Are we saved?" Zhang Ping heard him and replied, "Not yet. We need to hurry to the transport room." But then, the base suddenly began to shake violently, causing Zhang Ping to become very anxious. He looked up to see the ceiling caving in at an alarming rate. Vague memories flashed through Zhang Ping's mind. This feeling was strangely familiar, just like being buried in the ruins. A negative thought flashed through his mind. Am I going to die again? The sound of everyone shouting his name snapped Zhang Ping back to reality. Zhang Ping! Zhang Ping! Snap out of it! It turned out the two seniors had transformed into a treant and a golem to temporarily support the structure. He sat up in a daze. The treant said, "The two of us can't hold on for much longer. You have to think of something fast." Yan Hu said nonchalantly, "Who asked you guys to get involved anyway?" However, Yan Long snapped at him. "Shut up. Can't you just say a little less?" Zhang Ping got up, looked around, and said, "The base has already collapsed this much. That's the teleportation gate. There's no hope left," Yan Long replied softly. "Just find a way to escape and leave us behind." Yan Hu added, "That's right. If you stay any longer, you'll be the third person to die by my hand." Hearing this, Zhang Ping furiously cursed the two brothers. "Nonsense! You're hostages. You don't have the right to beg for such an easy death. Pull yourselves together for me," he thought to himself. "The two who died must be the ones who tried to get out." Old Yi said, "I can drill through slowly, but it will take a few days. Although old brother Su can merge with the rock, he can't bring you all with him to escape." He looked at the two brothers with eyes full of killing intent. "The air in here will only last for half a day at most. I can turn into pure water to escape, but what about these two brothers?" Mr. Shu spoke up, but he also had no solution. "I took a small blood sample from the brothers earlier," he analyzed. "I've discovered that the blood composition of these two saints is completely different. When mixed, they create special energy fluctuations. You once borrowed the older brother's blood to awaken the blood of the former king. If you now absorb the younger brother's blood as well, perhaps you can activate a new power and find a way out." Zhang Ping spoke up. "Captain Situ, you told me to go rescue them. So you already had this planned, didn't you?" Yan Long asked. "Aren't you afraid of being controlled?" Zhang Ping immediately replied, "I'm not afraid. If I were, I wouldn't have made it this far." He looked straight at the brothers and asked, in short, "Do you two want to die here, or are you willing to make a deal with me?" Yan Hu nodded. Raising his arm, he made a cut with a small knife and said, "I understand now. Although our stances differ, we Zhao brothers are not ungrateful." Yan Hu held out his blood-soaked wrist towards Zhang Ping. "Here, take as much blood as you want." A while passed after he absorbed Yan Hu's blood, but there was no reaction at all. This made Zhang Ping anxious. "Strange, why isn't there any change at all? Could it be that I didn't drink enough?" As soon as he said that, his expression suddenly darkened. His eyes emitted a golden light, and he spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood. Seeing Zhang Ping writhing in pain, Old Yi worriedly shouted his name. Old Su wondered. He just drank a little blood. How did he end up like this? What kind of effect does this blood have? The Zhao brothers were equally worried and hurriedly asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Just then, Zhang Ping's eyes emitted a sharp, blazing red light, and smoke billowed from his mouth. A notification screen appeared. Devourer has taken effect, awakening a new talent, Gem of the King. Like the command of a monarch, it can significantly improve the skill, power, and basic attributes of a contracted beast for a short period of time. Above the base, the divine bird spread its wings and soared, unleashing a great fire that engulfed the entire forest. Xishan tried to create an ice wall to block the flames. Man Ni, standing beside her, said, "As long as that annoying bird is around, the fire will never go out. Cici, we need to leave quickly." She stubbornly refused to stop, replying, "No way. Zhang Ping still hasn't come out." Man Ni grabbed her by the collar and yelled, "That's enough." The furious woman screamed, "The teleportation gate has already closed. What about Zhang Ping? Has the power of pure water, and the two seniors will also find a way out of this predicament. They won't be trapped so easily. You've always been the most rational one in the group, so why are you being so impulsive today?" He also reminded her that the bird just killed someone from the Chu family, and it looks completely berserk. If we don't leave, then all of us will be trapped and die in this sea of fire. Xishan was snapped back to her senses and immediately understood the situation. "All right, then let's go." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the two girls. "Stand back, all the brothers of the guild have gathered, and they're all fired up for a fight." Everyone said, "We're here to stop it." The whole team charged forward to face the frenzied divine bird. This was bound to be a fierce battle, as all the brothers charged forward in unison, determined to take down this bird. Everyone unleashed their strongest weapons and skills with great determination, but the divine bird was not to be underestimated either, as he cried out, "I can't hold on any longer." Just as things were getting critical, a massive tree root burst powerfully from the ground. Just like that, Old Ye's ancient tree trunk grew at an incredible speed, spreading its green canopy to block the divine bird's blinding light. Stone Man Xingbo emerged from under the canopy, carrying 3 people in his arms, Zhang Ping and the 2 Zhao brothers. Old Ye and Old Su raised their hands, unleashing their power, shouting, "Young friend, we're here to help you." Meanwhile, in another development, Zhang Ping struggled to drag the cage, holding the Zhao brothers to where everyone was gathered. He was panting from exhaustion but finally made it up. Cici rushed over to ask, "Zhang Ping, what about you guys?" The king. Based on the original ability of the contract stone, it enhances the effectiveness of a contract beast's abilities for 10 minutes, and each contract beast can only be enhanced once per day. Zhang Ping also revealed that to prepare for this battle, he had used this talent to temporarily raise the 2 seniors' stats by 5 levels, bringing them to exactly level 40, breaking the king level limit, and although the enhancement only lasts for 10 minutes, it was enough for them to escape. Zhang Ping looked at the gem of the king in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. But after drinking Zhao Yanhu's blood, I saw a very strange scene in my hazy subconscious. He had seen a vision of many people lying inside a massive sphere of blood, and even Zhang Ping himself didn't know what the heck that was. Zhang Ping turned to look at the Zhao brothers and said, "It seems the sacred ancestor village still has many secrets we don't know about." He looked up towards the battle and saw old Yi engulfed in flames and slowly falling, anxiously shouting, "Senior Yi." Zhang Ping's eyebrows furrowed tightly as he took in the current situation. On the other side, the divine bird continuously flapped its wings, creating massive flames that knocked Old Su and Old Feng's group to the ground. Stone Man Qingbo fell down hard with a painful thud, gritting his teeth and complaining, "My butt is cracked." Lai Xian was also sent flying. He barely managed to break his fall before shouting, "This is bad. My ability is also flames, but its fire contains the power of the sun. It surpasses ordinary flames. I can't withstand it." Zhang Ping calculated the situation and offered his opinion. Elder Yi's Trent form is also countered by it. Only Elder Su can barely fight against it. Man Yi suddenly had an idea, countered. "Ah, I've got it." She immediately gathered everyone and assigned tasks. "Barrier team, assemble now. All combatants, go install the divine bird. Buy me 30 minutes. Non-combatants, go to Zhang Shouzhang to get the signal transmitters. Hurry." Then she turned to Shan and said, "Cici, come and help me. I will try to secure a path to survival for everyone." At this moment, from within the bracelet space, Master Situ smiled proudly. "This child has grown up. It really puts my mind at ease." Zhang Ping swallowed a king's gem. "I'll try eating this too." Instantly, he leveled up, his level temporarily increasing by 5 to level 24. Master Situ spoke up, "Let's go. We'll help stall the divine bird." Zhang Ping, holding the death scythe, his body radiating a murderous aura, nodded in agreement. The divine bird continued to dive from the sky, launching large fireballs at everyone. Elder Yi rushed forward to act as a shield, clearing a path for everyone to charge forward. The entire group gave it their all, using their individual powers to extinguish the flames unleashed by that crazy bird. Elsewhere, the formerly chubby Zhang Xiaozhang was now rail thin, having reportedly lost 60 kilograms after extracting a large amount of fat from his body. Zhang Xiaozhang sat on the ground and whined, "I wonder how much I'll have to eat to gain all this back." Man Ni pointed at a map and said, "While Shan's ability can't directly counter the sun divine bird, she can temporarily suppress its solar power. Next, our barrier team will help her set up a trap to imprison the divine bird." She gave detailed instructions to the logistics team. "These signal transmitters can expand the effective range of our abilities. Once you receive them, bury them in the designated locations shown on the diagram." Meanwhile, the crazy bird was attempting to create a colossal fireball in the sky. However, as the energy was condensing, the sphere suddenly fizzled out for no apparent reason. The divine bird was also puzzled, not understanding why its flames had suddenly vanished. Seizing the opportunity while the divine bird was distracted, the team used the hyper-simulation container to trap it. A voice rang out, "I've temporarily isolated the air around it. It can't create fire in a vacuum." "Elder Ye, quick, attack now." The Trent immediately agreed. "All right, leave it to me." He stretched his long branches upward to grab the massive bird, shouting angrily, "Get down here." He then used all his might to yank it down to the ground. The divine bird shrieked desperately, struggling in vain as it was pinned to the ground and restrained by the Trant. "The vacuum effect is gone. Attack now." Hearing the command, the entire team charged forward at once. The base's strongest attackers rushed toward the divine bird. A continuous barrage of powerful attacks slammed into the bird, creating a massive explosion. The earth shattered and the entire forest trembled. Now, it was Chen Ming's turn to shine, as he drew a large spiral in the air, muttering, "Swift as the wind, still as the forest, day before, night behind." From that swirling vortex, a massive sword slowly emerged. At this moment, Zhang Ping's hands were glowing with a deep purple light. He thought to himself that the bloodline of the Zhao cousins had fused with him, helping him break through to level 19. Thanks to the king's gem and the nether fog, his attack power had nearly reached its peak. That stream of power coiled around the newly appeared massive sword. He yelled, "Chen Ming, I'm here to help you." The two of them, on opposite sides, simultaneously raised their hands to control their powers. They shouted, "Go." The green sword's silhouette was enveloped by the deep purple light. The sword shot down from above toward the divine bird lying on the ground. The powerful strike created an intense blast of energy that radiated throughout the forest. It also caused the bird to let out a painful cry. Green flames erupted, incinerating the divine bird, and surprisingly, the once massive divine bird was now reduced to a single, brightly burning red feather. Old Feng asked hesitantly, "Is it over?" Zhang Ping thought to himself, "That last battle was too fierce. I didn't get a chance to appraise the divine bird. I hope everything is all right." Lai Xian stared at the black smoke before them. Then he asked once more, "Did we really defeat a monarch?" Suddenly, the remaining red feather shot into the air and erupted in powerful flames once more. This left everyone completely stunned. Mr. Situ said in a grave tone, "No, this is far from over." He began to explain to everyone, After the first head of the Zhu family passed away, the sun god bird vanished from the world. Legend says it transformed into an eternal guardian spirit. It watched over its master's tomb, never leaving. For many years, we all thought it had died. But its reappearance now just so happens to confirm another long-standing legend. Mr. Situ affirmed, the sun god bird is an immortal soul. The divine bird appeared, even more magnificent than before, flapping its wings in the sky. It then launched dazzling fireballs down at the group. Qingba, in his gaseous state, flew directly towards the blazing fireball. Then he unleashed his super simulation technique, vacuum gasification, causing the temperature around the divine bird to drop and its brilliant flames to diminish. Chang Chun seized the opportunity. He powerfully thrust his wooden arm forward, but the moment his hand touched the divine bird, it was instantly disintegrated by the intense heat. Chang Chun collapsed to the ground right after. He cried out in terror. The flames are clearly out, so why is it still this hot? Water is evaporating instantly. Zhang Ping immediately appeared in his nether fog giant dragon form. He charged forward and slammed his sharp beak right into the divine bird's neck, then grabbed it tightly with both hands and yelled, "I've got it, everyone, move now." Everyone quickly complied, charging forward together and unleashing their ultimate techniques with all their might. They aimed for the divine bird's abdomen, but their attacks had absolutely no effect on it. The radiating heat blocked all the punches and sharp blades meant to harm it. Realizing this, everyone immediately jumped back. "This temperature is even hotter than my yang flame state," Jin Ba added. "This isn't caused by burning flames, but an incredible heat radiating from its very body." Zhang Ping also explained to everyone that its ability wasn't just to create fiery explosions, but also to control the ambient temperature. Just then, the divine bird opened its sharp beak wide, gathering energy and forming a dazzling fireball within its mouth. Then, it unleashed a ferocious heat wave aimed at Bai Dai, but fortunately, Feng Leixian rushed in just in time to block the attack for him, shouting loudly, "Be careful." Seeing the scene before him, Lao Bai couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Director Feng. Feng Leixian took the full force of the divine bird's attack. His body was severely injured and he fell straight to the ground. But luckily, Zhang Chun raised his hands to catch him. Then, Lao Yi gently placed the exhausted Feng Leixian on the ground. At this moment, Qingba also leaped onto Zhang Chun's shoulder, announcing to everyone, "It seems our enhancement time is up." Zhang Ping, carrying Jin Ba and Chen Ming, also sped towards Feng Leixian, while Bai Dai rushed over like the wind. Arriving where he lay barely breathing, Lao Bai cried out in panic, "Director!" Blood was now pouring from Feng Leixian's throat. He coughed a few times and said weakly, "I almost lost my life." Seeing Bai Dai helping the exhausted Feng Leixian up, Zhang Ping couldn't help but worry, muttering hesitantly, "Is even Director Feng within range?" He then received a notification from the system. Level 9, additional effect not activated. Level 10, additional effect not activated. That notification made Zhang Ping extremely anxious. The contract gem had leveled up twice before, but after using it, I can't feel any enhancement effects. Is there really no other way? As he was lost in thought, a sudden voice startled him. "Zhang Ping, can you hear me?" He immediately recognized the voice of Cici, who was currently outside. She raised her hand with determination and said to the three of them, "The trap is set. You guys lure the divine bird over here now." He quickly complied, "Roger." Immediately after, Zhang Ping dashed in front of it to draw its attention and sped towards the prepared trap. As he ran, he turned back and urged Zhang Chun on. "Senior Yi, hurry up." Suddenly, the divine bird pierced through Lao Yi at an incredible speed. He cried out in fear, "Senior Yi." Meanwhile, the divine bird continued to chase after Zhang Ping with all its might. The array created by the four of them, Man Ni, Shu Ji, Luo Wei, and Xishan appeared right before him. Man Ni, in the center. The divine bird charged straight into the trap. The glacial landscape skill was activated, enveloping it in dazzling rays of ice. A second later, streams of icy energy from below froze the divine bird's legs, rendering it unable to move. Then, the ice slowly spread up the divine bird's body, freezing it solid. The ice then reached its head. The divine bird opened its beak wide in agony, and finally, its entire body became motionless. Immediately after, Man Ni's group hurried over to Zhang Ping and yelled, "This trap won't hold for long. Let's use this chance to run." However, he hesitated slightly. But Senior Ye. Just then, Zhang Chun was pulled out from a large ancient tree by Qingba. He reassured them, I'm fine. Luckily, it didn't hit any vital spots. Seeing this, Zhang Ping approached the two of them and suggested, "We still have a long way to go, so why don't you two seniors rest inside the gem?" He held out the storage contract gem. This is a contract gem that can envelop contracted spirit beasts, shrinking them down to the size of a rice grain for storage. It can hold a target with a maximum volume of 10 cubic meters. At this point, Shu Ji also came over and voiced her concern. "We're supposed to be escaping, but now that the base is destroyed, where else can we go?" The surroundings have been devastated to the point of ruin. There's basically nowhere to hide. Once the divine bird breaks free, we'll be discovered soon. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Ping came up with a plan. The only way is to head to the training grounds. There's a backup base there for non-combatants to take refuge. Everyone, let's move out. Everyone immediately followed his lead, running straight towards the training grounds together. In the scorching air, a large crack suddenly appeared on the ice, sealing the Lei Diao's mouth. Manhwa turned her head and saw the scene. Shocked and terrified, she abruptly stopped, causing a worried Zhang Ping to ask, "What's wrong?" Manhwa stared behind them, saying in a panic that only half an hour had passed, and the trap seemed like it was about to break. She looked around in all directions, her face filled with worry as she said, "Let's find a place to hide." However, Zhang Ping calmly said, "I have a way," then summoned his golden bracelet to release his equipment. From within the bracelet, the nether fog lantern appeared, surrounded by streams of ethereal aura. He held it up high and instructed everyone, "This lantern can conceal our auras within a certain range. Everyone stick close to me, don't get separated." Night had fallen, and it was also when the group arrived in front of a cave. Deep in the forest, as they entered, Baide grumbled, "We finally escaped that damn bird." Chen Ming looked around and suggested that everyone rest where they were to conserve their strength. Saishan saw Zhang Ping walking wearily and turned back to ask with concern, "Are you okay?" He slowly looked up, gave a faint smile, and replied, "I'm fine. I just used up too much nether fog, so I'm a bit tired. I'll be fine after a little rest." Chen Ming then walked up to him with some concern, asking Zhang Ping, "After we reach the deepest ruins of the training grounds, will we lead the sun god bird there too?" Zhang Ping's face darkened. He was also extremely worried. Exactly, the ancient human civilization's ruins absolutely cannot be destroyed by the sun god bird. Situ Shibai suddenly appeared. He smiled cheerfully and reassured everyone, "Don't worry, the training grounds have a mystical property that blocks all forms of detection. The sun god bird won't be able to sense us." His eyes filled with resentment as he continued, "It's just that place is also the patrol team's base of operations. According to Su Qingbo, the patrol team has been infiltrated by an unknown force." Then, Situ seriously laid out his calculations. "Besides being wary of ambushes from the patrol team, we must also be on guard against surprise attacks from the mountain ancestor." Hearing the words mountain ancestor, a very surprised Lai Xian came over and said, "Is that the king-level mutated beast? I only heard about it from an old friend. I never expected it to be in the training grounds." Teacher Bai explained further. "To be precise, the mountain ancestor resides outside the training grounds. To get inside, we must cross its back. For safety, it's best to carry bindweed vines with us, because it despises the smell of bindweed." Hearing this, Zhang Ping couldn't help but be curious, wondering, a king-level mutated beast is afraid of bindweed vines? Could this type of bindweed be different from the one I know? After that, he turned to Lai Xian and instructed him, "All right then, next, Dean Feng will be in charge of keeping watch over the surroundings. I'll go find some food and look for bindweed while I'm at it." However, the man offered a different suggestion. "How about this, Zhang Ping? You've also used up a lot of energy just now. It would be better to let me and Instructor Bai go instead." Bai Di, who was beside them, also strongly agreed. "That's right, just let us go." Zhang Ping immediately explained to the two of them, "There's neither a moon nor a sun right now. Don't fight me on this. My skills are better suited for nighttime operations anyway, so just let me go." Suddenly, Si Shan walked over and firmly grabbed his hand, saying, "I'll go with you." Seeing this, Zhang Ping was overjoyed and thought to himself, "Bringing Cece along is a good idea. She's more familiar with the wilderness than I am." Then, he smiled cheerfully and replied, "All right," but to avoid any surprises, he cunningly turned to ask Chubby Zhang for some gear, something like animal traps. He summoned out some of his fat while saying in distress, "You're going to strip me from Chubby Zhang to Skinny Zhang at this rate." Late at night, by a riverbank deep within the forest, as animals both large and small gathered to drink water, a wild boar was suddenly caught in a trap by its leg, and a wisp of dark purple nether fog with an observing eye appeared above its head. A second later, Zhang Ping used nether fog transformation, turning into a ferocious leopard and lunging toward the wild boar. He immediately pinned it to the ground and mauled it mercilessly. Soon after, the wild boar died a gruesome death at Zhang Ping's hands, and his power increased by 50 points. Reverting to his human form, Zhang Ping took out 2 daggers, smirking in satisfaction as he butchered the wild boar. Using the nether fog to hunt is really convenient. Maybe a few more hunts will restore my power. After carving off a nice piece of meat and slinging it over his back, Si Shan suddenly approached with an excited expression. "Zhang Ping, come over here for a second." This made him extremely curious. "What is it, Cece?" She led him to a large tree in the forest, pointed to something on its branch, and said, "Look, morning glory vines." He immediately suggested, "Should we go up there and check it out?" So the two of them leaped toward the vines, and as Zhang Ping reached out to pick one, he wondered to himself, Is this world's version of a morning glory vine? A morning glory flower was plucked. It had light purple petals with a dark purple center. He examined it, feeling a bit let down. It doesn't look that different. Suddenly, a foul-smelling brown smoke shot out from the flower's center straight into Zhang Ping's face. He immediately threw the flower away, exclaiming in agony, "No wonder Shanzu hates morning glories so much. It smells exactly like durian heated up in a microwave." Beside him, Sishan calmly recounted, in Mingzhou City, there's a form of punishment where they lock a prisoner in a room full of morning glory vines for an entire day. Zhang Ping's face froze in horror as he mumbled, "That's basically marinating them in that stench." After walking for a while, the two arrived at a place with glowing plants, which glittered like fireworks. Zhang Ping and Sishan stood on a tree trunk, and he was incredibly excited, constantly reaching out to touch them and exclaiming, "So beautiful." Sishan reached out to grab one, explaining to Zhang Ping, "These are the seeds of the firefly grass. When the season comes, they ride the wind to new places to take root and sprout." Then she said wistfully, "If it weren't for all the trouble and fighting, a peaceful life would be so wonderful." Unfortunately, a perfect ending is always out of reach. The morning glory vine gives up its fragrance just for a moment of peace. The firefly grass is beautiful, but it drifts forever, never finding a place to settle. As soon as she finished her words, Zhang Ping suddenly took out a glass jar containing soil and a plant, calling out, "Sisi." He held it right in front of Sishan and said gently, "An ending isn't set in stone, just like this sealed glass jar." Holding the glass jar, her heart surged with emotion as Zhang Ping's words echoed. It can even isolate the smell of the morning glory vine, and also created a peaceful haven for the Huinhua grass. In an instant, her face flushed red, and she quickly turned away, stammering, "Let's go. Otherwise, everyone will have to wait for a long time." The scene shifts to deep within the forest, where the beasts below were still carefree, unaware that a giant divine bird had silently appeared high above them. The divine bird circled a few times, then slowly opened its beak. A stream of fiery energy began to gather in its beak. Fireballs of immense destructive power, carrying a scorching heat, were unleashed directly upon the beasts below, causing them to frantically scatter in all directions. Soon after, Zhang Ping and Sishan safely returned to the cave. The light from the fire roasting a wild boar spread everywhere. Everyone savored the hot meat, exclaiming in delight, "How could we be eating such delicious roasted meat in a situation this bad?" It was truly an unexpected pleasure. Shou Zhang wolfed down his piece of meat, demanding, "Hey Zhang Ping, roast a few more pieces of meat for me. If I don't eat more, I'll waste away to nothing." Bai Di immediately came over and pinched his flabby stomach, teasing, "That's right, you're so skinny. Zhang Ping, what do you think?" Just then, Zhang Ping appeared with a plate of fragrant meat and cheerfully offered, "I'll give this to you too, as I might need to rely on your abilities in the next few days." Seeing this, Shou Zhang hurriedly pushed Bai Di aside, his eyes gleaming as he said, "In that case, don't mind if I do." "Hot, hot." He still wouldn't let go, clinging to Shou Zhang and laughing, "Of course it's hot. You're stuffing freshly grilled meat into your mouth." In the back, the brothers Yan Long and Yan Hu couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness as they watched the warm scene. Yan Hu said quietly, "It would be great if our village had an atmosphere like this." Yan Long lowered his head and replied sadly, "Stop being naive. We were nothing but tools in the village. No one cared whether we lived or died, so who would treat us like actual people?" At that moment, Zhang Ping unexpectedly brought a plate of hot, glistening meat to Yan Long. Meeting his stunned gaze, he said casually, "This is for the two of you." Seeing the two brothers still frozen in a daze, Zhang Ping urged them in surprise, "What are you spacing out for? Go on, eat." Hearing that, Yan Long immediately took the plate. They both smiled with joy and said in unison, "Thank you." Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and rocks tumbled down from the cave walls, startling Zhang Ping. He whipped his head around and asked, "What's happening?" He hurriedly rushed to the cave entrance. Sishan arrived just in time as well. She pointed ahead and shouted in terror, "Look over there. The noise is coming from that direction." In the far distance, a horrifying explosion erupted, and fires of all sizes were raging beside it. Amidst the chaos below, a horde of beasts was stampeding wildly in one direction. The sight made Zhang Ping mutter in disbelief. Could a mountain fire have caused a beast tide? At that very moment, the divine bird, its body ablaze with radiant fire, charged fiercely out of the gloomy forest. Seeing it spread its wings and circle in the sky, everyone couldn't help but curse in outrage. No wonder there was a sudden fire and beast tide. It looks like that monster is trying to smoke us out. The group immediately pulled back into the cave. Zhang Ping quickly analyzed the situation. Given the fire's intensity and the wind direction, the wildfire shouldn't have spread this far. Let's stay here for the time being. We'll decide what to do after the beast tide passes. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the deep, silent forest, 3 of the Zhu family's underlings were sitting beneath a tree, and one of them quietly asked the man in the middle, "Captain, it's been almost 2 days. Who are we even ambushing?" The captain immediately replied. A guy named Zhang Ping. They say he's also an infinite level ability user. This captain was none other than Ma Bin. He was the captain of the investigation team, originally named Zhu Yanping, from the beast-taming Zhu family. Hearing this, Zhu Hara next to him exclaimed in shock. An infinite level ability user? He quickly explained that this person's recorded ability is called Gemstone Contract. It was once considered a useless ability by the outside world, however. He easily killed Huang Ba's group with just a single fog technique. Ma Bin's face darkened as he continued. What's even stranger is that his body can transform into blood and a bizarre, unpredictable stream of water. It seems he also has a secret escape technique, making him almost impossible to track. Hearing this, Zhu Qiming exclaimed in alarm. If you include the Gemstone Contract, doesn't that mean he has 5 different abilities? He raised his head, his voice turning grave as he warned, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg of what he's shown. As an infinite level awakened, who the hell knows what other hidden tricks he has up his sleeve? Therefore, if he really appears outside the training area, you absolutely must not take him lightly. Be careful and do not underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time staying alive. Back inside the cave, the system announced that the duration of Zhang Ping's Wind Whisperer effect had expired. With a serious face, he looked at Xishan and reported, wait a second. The Zhu family has indeed set up an ambush team outside the training area. Xishan quickly asked, how many people are there in total? He held up 2 fingers. He replied with some concern. The skill's perception isn't very clear, so I can't determine the exact number of people, but there are at least 2 peak level awakened. Hearing this, Lai Xian rested his chin on his hand, picturing himself crushing 2 of the Zhu family's underlings as he mumbled. On a good day, I could probably see myself killing those 2 peak level awakened. Zhang Ping raised his hand without hesitation, stating clearly, I can probably handle 1 of them. From across the way, Baide asked Zhang Ping in a serious tone, are you sure you can deal with a peak level awakened? Absolutely, he replied with great confidence. Although I'm only a mid-level awakened, my appraisal skill allows me to grasp the enemy's situation, and as long as I'm not up against a powerful expert like Master Feng, others won't be a major problem. Then he began to lay out the plan. After the beast tide passes, I'll investigate again to see how many peak level awaken are over there, so for now, we should still take turns on night watch, get some good rest, and conserve our stamina. Everyone agreed in unison. Okay. Before they knew it, it was early the next morning. The morning sunlight crept into the cave entrance, shining on where Zhang Ping and Xishan were sound asleep. Having just finished scouting outside, Shou Zhang hurried to the cave entrance, reporting some bad news. I'm afraid we're in trouble. Hearing the news, everyone scrambled to their feet and rushed outside. The moment they stepped outside, the 5 of them, Zhang Ping, Xishan, Shou Zhang, Baide, and Lai Xian, were all stunned. They stood frozen at the sight before them. Ahead was a desolate landscape with trees scorched and collapsed on the ground. Everyone murmured in confusion, saying that the fire bird from last night had destroyed the surrounding forest, and now to get to the training area, we can only cross through this scorched land. Seeing this, Zhang Ping rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, and then seriously remarked, this beast is quite clever. Just then, Situ Shibai appeared, flying high up to observe the situation, before speaking in a deep voice, the path ahead is the only way to the training grounds. We can't avoid it. He landed, stood opposite Zhang Ping, and asked, by my estimate, it will take us half a day to cross. Zhang Ping, can that lantern still hold out? He answered hesitantly, I'm not so sure. The lantern's durability is depleted, and I'm afraid it won't last much longer. As he finished speaking, he immediately summoned the lantern. Ming Wu wearily held it high and said with a sigh, as expected, with great power comes great responsibility. In the end, it all comes down to me. Immediately, Baida came over, patted his shoulder, and praised him. With great power comes great responsibility. Well said. Lai Xian from behind also exclaimed with fiery spirit, I never thought you could say something so profound. I'll remember this line. One day, I'll write it on the sign for our tavern. Hearing those words, Zhang Ping could only sigh to himself. Who would have thought that in my past life, I just learned this line from a movie? Behind them, the 2 Zhao brothers listened intently as the others shouted, with great power comes great responsibility. Then they stared into the void, whispering and repeating each word together, with great power comes great responsibility. The 2 turned their backs to each other as memories suddenly flooded back. Yan Hu spoke with remorse. Before, the village never treated us as human beings, but only saw us as tools. But Zhang Ping, facing a desperate situation, did everything he could to save us. Even though we were enemies, he still respected us. Yan Long agreed and added, at first, I thought he was too strange, but now it seems he's not a fool, but rather, with a burning spirit. The image of Zhang Ping as a great savior appeared in their minds, causing them to shout in unison. With great power comes great responsibility. Seeing the 2 brothers acting strangely, Zhang Ping and Lai Xian couldn't help but ask worriedly, What are you two trying to do? At that moment, Yan Hu rushed out and declared decisively, I have a way, big brother Zhang Ping. I have a way to help you. Yan Long shot out and knelt before Zhang Ping, pleading, please give my brother and me a chance. We are willing to follow you. Both of them knelt on the ground, looking at him with determined eyes. Yan Long placed a hand on his chest and declared heroically, I, Yan Long, swear to follow Lord Zhang Ping for my entire life. If I dare to disobey, may the heavens punish me. Yan Hu decisively added, me too. They bowed their heads respectfully, their voices full of sincerity. Starting with Yan Long, big brother Zhang Ping, I am willing to swallow your gem to prove my sincerity. Next, Yan Hu also clearly affirmed, big brother Zhang Ping, I am also willing to swallow your gem. From now on, I will only listen to your words. As the two slowly raised their faces, he asked, I'm very curious. What made you two decide to do this? Hearing that question, the two brothers stated their reason without any hesitation. Big brother Zhang Ping, you risked your life to save ours. If we can't follow you, wouldn't we be betraying your kindness? You are worthy of our trust, and even more worthy for us to follow. They continued to plead their case, while Zhang Ping was deep in thought. That's right. If we return to the Holy Ancestor Village, we'll be treated as tools for the rest of our lives, so we're determined to follow you, big brother. Even if it costs us our lives, we will have no regrets. As soon as they finished speaking, Zhang Ping held out his hands and said cheerfully, don't be in such a hurry to show your loyalty. Please stand up first. I need to understand one thing. How many people have you two killed in the past? Were any innocent people caught in the crossfire? They shot to their feet, clasped their hands together in unison, and Yan Long was the first to speak. The people who died at our hands were all enemies from other villages who had offended the Holy Ancestor Village. I can't judge whether they were innocent or not, but they all died because of their own choices. Yan Hu also answered honestly, as for me, I've only killed 2 people, and they were both from the Chu family. Their sins were piled high, and they deserved no mercy. Hearing this, Zhang Ping gave a forced smile, scratched his nose, and replied hesitantly, aren't the other villages basically filled with savages? In the conflict between the Holy Ancestor Village and them, it's really impossible to tell who's more innocent than the other. Grudges are like wind and mist. Their nature is impossible to grasp, and you can't distinguish right from wrong. Then he held out 2 contract gems, not forgetting to remind them, you two must think carefully. The effect of these contract gems is extremely domineering. Once you enter, the bond is forged, and there's no turning back. Have you two thought it through? Without a moment's hesitation, both of them immediately took the contract gems, declaring firmly, we have thought it through. At this moment, a thought crossed Zhang Ping's mind. After all, I've eaten 2 of these level 90 gems before, but they had no effect on me, so it's perfect to use them to form a contract with them. The next second, the 2 brothers quickly popped the contracts into their mouths and swallowed them down. Then, a surging green aura appeared with great force and enveloped all 3 of them. At the same time, the system announcement rang out, a contract has been formed with summoner Zhao Yan Long, a contract has been formed with summoner Zhao Yan Hu. The contract was complete, and the 2 brothers were overjoyed, swearing an oath of eternal loyalty to Zhang Ping in unison. From now on, we 2 brothers will jump into boiling oil and blazing fires for you, big brother, and swear our undying loyalty. In contrast, he was a little flustered by their overwhelming sincerity. It doesn't have to be like this. You two can just think of me as a friend. We're all on the same team. There's no need to be so formal. Hearing this, the 2 of them were overjoyed and replied immediately, we understand, big brother. It was only then that Zhang Ping remembered something, and he asked tentatively, you said before that you had a way to help us, so what is it? The 2 of them bowed respectfully and replied cheerfully, please wait a moment, we 2 brothers will be right back. A second later, both of them had leaped far into the distance, leaving everyone to watch with bewildered eyes. Bai Di was a bit concerned and asked, is there something wrong with them? They seem pretty goofy. Can they really be trusted? Lai Shen also offered a theory. Some savages or mutated beasts, because of their beliefs, have the exact same demeanor as these 2 brothers. Could it be that they really see Zhang Ping as a god? Xue Jie couldn't help but wonder, muttering the question. But why did it turn out like this? The chubby Shou Zhang immediately got close to Zhang Ping, his eyes full of doubt as he asked, could it be that you use some kind of mind control ability? Judging from their current appearance, it seems like they're expressing their admiration for you. He looked at Shou Zhang with a weary face and declared, how is that possible? If I really had that kind of mind control ability, I'd rather choose Big Sis Cece or Xue Jie than 2 men. Xu Ji, hearing this from afar, couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Ping, so you little brat have been targeting me, huh? Si Shan just remained silent, not saying a word, which made him blush in embarrassment. At this moment, Shou Zhang stroked his chin and had a thought. Don't say that. Even though Zhao Yan Long and Yan Hu are men, the good thing is that they're twins. Before he could finish, everyone took a step back. He He flailed his arms in shock and explained, "Wait, don't misunderstand. It's not like I'm into that." Suddenly, something emerged from the ground, putting everyone on high alert. Zhang Ping also asked in confusion, "What's that noise?" Unexpectedly, a giant lizard with sharp claws roared as it broke through the rock and emerged, with the two brothers, Yan Long and Yan Hu, sitting on its back. They happily raised their hands and called out to Zhang Ping, "Big brother." Situ Shibai appeared just in time to explain to everyone, "This is a burrowing lizard. If we can borrow its power, we can travel through a large area underground." The fat guy asked him excitedly, "Doesn't that mean we can avoid the Chu family's ambush and get to the trial area?" However, he extinguished the guy's smile with some information. Not exactly. The mountain ancestor is a king-level mutated beast, so this lizard fundamentally doesn't dare to go near that area. Without further hesitation, Zhang Ping stepped forward and called out, "Then, let's set off. We can deal with everything else after we defeat the divine bird." The burrowing lizard carried everyone away. Then it started digging in all directions and spinning wildly, making everyone dizzy. Before long, the group arrived at a place with incredibly fresh and cool air, filled with lush green trees. One by one, they struggled to climb off the lizard. Yan Long informed everyone, "This is as far as we can go. No matter what, the earth lizard refuses to move forward." Zhang Ping, still dizzy, stumbled forward and suggested, "Then let's have it make a few more trips to move the rest of our people." Situ Shibai led him to the front of a steep canyon and said, "Once we cross this canyon, we can reach the trial area. And that canyon is also the best ambush spot for the enemy." With a cautious gaze, he gently urged, "We're not far from the trial area now. Distribute the morning glory flowers to everyone." Meanwhile, Sishan fumbled for something in her bag, and then she took out the morning glory flowers, handing one to each person. From behind, Zhang Ping called out while she was handing out the flowers, "Wait, give me two. I need to prepare them for Senior Yi and Senior Su as well." She immediately whipped around, her eyes flashing with curiosity, and asked, "Are you worried that the Chu family will have stronger masters ambushing us?" Zhang Ping walked into the middle of the group and said seriously, "Not just that, but I'm also worried that the divine bird might suddenly appear. If that happens, I'm afraid we'll need the two seniors to work together to be able to handle it." Bai Di was startled to hear this. "Didn't we already throw that dead bird away?" He patted the chief's shoulder hard, smiling cheerfully, and confidently continued, "Even though the Zhu family can't completely control that divine bird at the moment, but we can't ignore the potential threats. Who knows what other hidden schemes they might have? You can never be too careful." Lai Shen nodded in agreement. Zhang Ping's words made a lot of sense. However, Bai Di was still a bit worried, but if the sun god bird were to attack, even if the two seniors were at their peak, they would have a hard time resisting, let alone now while they're still recovering from their injuries. Suddenly, Zhang Ping's entire body emitted an intense killing intent, his eyes glinting with steel-like determination as he firmly assured them, "Don't worry. I already have a way to deal with it. Just because we can't handle it here doesn't mean we won't have a way once we enter the training area." He then began assigning tasks, as the journey ahead was full of unknowns. "Luo Wei and Shuji, you two lead the injured and those who aren't skilled in combat to the nearby safe house." Unbeknownst to them, a suspicious bird was circling in the sky above. Through the bird's eyes, the image of Zhang Ping directing everyone was clearly being recorded. Elsewhere, Zhu Xuani was covering one eye with her hand, seeing through the spy bird's eyes. She informed Ma Bin of something. "Captain Zhang Ping and his team are getting ready up ahead, not far from us." He took a drag from his cigarette and smirked smugly. "Their luck is pretty good, isn't it? To actually escape the pursuit of that sun god bird. However, that luck is about to run out." Ma Bin's forces had fully assembled, each person looking ahead with an arrogant expression as he gave the order. "Everyone get ready, the slaughter is about to begin." A moment later, the group quickly arrived just outside the training area. Zhang Ping took the lead, his eyes scanning every bush, and he warned in a serious tone, "They are very likely to ambush us nearby. Everyone needs to be on high alert." Right after the warning, 3 ferocious beasts with glowing red eyes charged straight down at where Qingbo was standing. In a flash, Zhang Ping's reflexes were incredibly fast, and he yelled a warning, "Watch out." As he turned around, Bai Di's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the aggressive beasts charging forward. He immediately leaped high into the air, dodging the vicious slash from the beast below. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward unexpectedly and unleashed a powerful palm strike, hitting the beast square in the face and causing it to shriek in pain. The giant bear was immediately sent flying into a boulder, kicking up a thick cloud of dust, but it surprisingly transformed into a small mouse and leaped away to escape, leaving Zhang Ping stunned. What on earth is this thing? A mouse or a bear? This ability is truly bizarre. Bida rubbed his wrist, his expression turning serious. It's probably some kind of demonic hamster bear. Its power is even greater than that of a typical enhancement-type Awakened one. If your physical constitution isn't strong enough, it's best not to confront it head-on, or you will surely suffer a painful defeat. Everyone flinched and looked up in unison, as Shou Zhong pointed upwards, exclaiming in alarm, "Is that the mountain nest? Why is it so big? I thought the mountain ancestor was some kind of giant beast, but it turns out to be a huge toad, a gigantic toad appearing before everyone's eyes. Its body was covered in hard scales, and its back sprouted numerous sharp spines like sword blades. A figure suddenly appeared on a tree branch behind them. Zhang Ping immediately sensed the person's presence. He didn't act rashly, quietly calling out to manager Feng, who also realized the situation. He quickly replied, "I see him. Shall we give him a little welcome gift?" Zhang Ping agreed. "My thoughts exactly." At that very moment, Lai Xian suddenly lunged forward, chopping the branch the enemy was standing on with his hand. Only then did the man realize in shock, "Oh crap, they found me." As he was scrambling to escape, Zhang Ping brought down a scythe strike full of killing intent from above, smirking menacingly, trying to report to someone, "I'm afraid you won't get that chance today." The scythe slashed across the man's body, and the system's voice announced immediately after, "Nether Fog plus 30. Seeing the notification, Zhang Ping frowned slightly in thought. So dealing damage with the terrifying battle scythe can also replenish Nether Fog? Looks like I'll have to study the true way to use this weapon. The system announced once again, total Nether Fog energy replenished, 10,000 points. Mid-level Nether Fog body has been upgraded to Nether Fog Essence body. Nether Fog replenishment efficiency has doubled. Nether Fog reserve increased from 300 to 1,000. Current Nether Fog value is 300 out of 1,000. Where there are saints, there are thieves. Where there are high mountains, there are deep abysses. A Nether Fog plunderer from the terrifying abyss, Zhang Ping's entire body flared with an intense black aura. He broke into an excited smile. 1,000 Nether Fog means 10,000% more power. My combat strength will be 10,000 times stronger. Whether for offense, defense, or transformation abilities, this is truly a qualitative leap. This is awesome. Far away, in the Zhu family's observation area, Xuelan coldly informed Ma Bin that A6 was dead. Ma Bin took a few steps forward, his voice deepening. It seems they were alert enough to set up an ambush. This is a direct challenge to us. He ordered the man, snapping his fingers behind him. Zhu Baxi, no need to be polite. Return the favor. The very next second, he dove down from above with a crazed look. A twisted smile appeared on his face as he threatened, "If you're that eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." As he dove, Baxi summoned a giant spear surrounded by raging lightning. Halfway down, he hurled the spear towards the group and arrogantly shouted, "Take a spear from me, Lord Yan Hu." Below, Zhang Ping calmly watched the lightning-fast spear hurtling towards him. He even smirked and taunted, "Still got some tricks up your sleeve?" Next, he raised his hand to create a Nether Fog barrier, unable to hide his excitement, saying this was the perfect chance to test out the Nether Fog Essence body. The system had just announced Nether Fog minus 50. The lightning spear slammed into the Nether Fog shield, creating a massive shockwave that sent dirt and rocks flying. Zhang Ping gathered the Nether Fog around his hand and asked contemptuously, "Is that all you've got?" At that moment, Baxi had already leaped down in front of him. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly in disbelief. "Just a mid-level awakened, and he managed to block my full-power attack? He really has a few tricks up his sleeve." In contrast to Baxi's alarm, a voice filled with contempt spoke from behind. "Is this the guy with the S-rank infinite ability? What a freak." The person who just spoke was Ma Ban. He walked up with his cronies and growled, "Therefore, we must kill him before he fully matures." Zhang Ping immediately activated his appraisal skill. Seeing that scoundrel's face, Su Qingbo was furious and asked, "The one holding the black knife is Ma Ban. Do you want me to take action?" When the appraisal identified him as the level 36 Zhou Yanping, he immediately stopped that intention. "Senior Su, don't reveal yourself just yet. I have my own plans." Then, he turned around and assigned the tasks. "There are 3 peak-level awakened ones among the enemies. I'll deal with one of them, and Master Feng will be responsible for the other 2. The remaining 6 high-level ones are for the rest of you. Sister Cici, is that okay with everyone?" Xu Shan, Chen Ming, and Jin Ba were fired up for battle. She stood in the middle and shouted loudly, "If the 7 of us can't win against 6, then that just means our cleanup team has a serious problem. Everyone will have to undergo intensive training when we get back." Ma Ban's face darkened, his voice filled with resentment. "Just one Situ Shibai has already caused our Zhou family so much suffering. If we let another one with infinite potential rise, the situation will become even harder to control." He raised his hand and ordered Shu Lan, no holding back, summon the Sun God Bird directly. She immediately replied, "Understood." Ma Ban raised his sword high, leading his troops in a swift charge forward. He roared aggressively, "All units, listen up. This mission has only one objective: kill Zhang Ping at all costs." The people behind him responded in unison, "Understood." Just then, Zhang Ping's group appeared, blocking Ma Ban's forces. He and his scythe flew straight towards them as he yelled, "Engage the enemy." The 2 sides began to clash, with Zhang Ping and Ma Ban colliding as planned. The others also split up accordingly. From a distance, Shu Lan raised 2 fingers to the sky as a source of energy began to gather. With the incantation, Spirit of the Blazing Flame, heed the call of fate, appear on the horizon. Intense streams of crimson energy erupted violently. She closed her eyes to feel it, murmuring, "Tear apart the heavens, burn everything in the designated path." Shu Lan held a pose with 1 foot on the ground and the other bent, as intense heat billowed throughout the area. Along with the cry, "Darkness of all creation, from fading light, power be born," the sun god bird appeared at that very moment. The sun god bird appeared with an earth-shattering screech, its body completely engulfed in blazing flames. While struggling in his fight with Zhang Ping, Ma Ban sensed the divine bird's appearance and smirked with glee. He immediately swung his scythe hard, sending him flying. Ma Ban used the momentum to retreat and quickly ordered, "Everyone, fall back." Shu Shan frowned at the scene before her and asked, "Is this the divine bird?" He instinctively stepped back in panic. "Isn't that the divine bird that went out of control? How did they manage to summon it?" Seeing a dazzling energy sphere gradually growing above the divine bird, Zhang Ping immediately shouted a warning. "Everyone, be careful." Fireballs of immense destructive power were launched down by the divine bird, and Zhang Ping and the others scrambled to dodge. He thought with concern, "These lunatics, they actually managed to summon that divine bird." He struggled to maintain his balance, staring at the divine bird with suspicion. But isn't this divine bird supposed to be out of control? Then, looking at Ma Ban's group standing there calmly, he wondered in confusion, but why is it attacking them? With a flash of insight, Zhang Ping immediately rushed straight at Ma Bin, which took him by surprise, but the very next second, he also charged towards him with a murderous-looking battle blade. Roaring in a low voice, "You're asking to die." The blade sliced through the air. Just then, Zhang Ping activated his pure water body in time, his body turning into an ethereal stream of water, passing through the blade completely unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ping successfully lured the divine bird over, causing it to send a meteor-like fireball crashing down on Ma Bin. His jaw dropped as he yelled, "Get out of the way!" Ma Bin and Shu Lan immediately leaped high into the air, narrowly escaping the blast radius. After landing back on the ground, Ma Bin scowled and cursed through gritted teeth. "Think you're so smart, huh?" Zhang Ping weaved through the raining fireballs and replied coldly, "Takes one to know one. When you summoned this divine bird like this, weren't you afraid it would die here?" Hearing this, Ma Bin let out a cold laugh and spread his arms wide, declaring loudly, "The divine bird is the sacred beast of my Zhu family. If it dies, you'll all die before it does." Zhang Ping quickly retreated, reverting to his human form, and urged everyone, "Quick, over here. Initiate Plan B." Holding the glowing king's jewel in his hand, he turned to the 2 seniors and said grimly, "Proceed according to the plan." In their sunken forms, the 2 burst up from the ground and replied in unison, "Understood." The 2 seniors appeared with an intense aura as Zhang Ping activated the king's jewel, causing the power of the contracted beasts to be greatly enhanced for a short time. Immediately after, Qing Bo and Chang Chun leaped into the air, charging straight at the divine bird circling above, shouting in unison, "You stinking bird, your opponents are over here." On Ma Bin's side, when he saw old Su's familiar form, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, Su Qing Bo, aren't you supposed to be dead?" Hearing that, the old man, while fighting the divine bird, growled out a threat, "I'll deal with you later." Shu Lan's gaze swept across the ground, and she hastily reported to Ma Bin, "Captain, Zhang Ping's group is gone, not a single person in sight." Hearing this, he muttered in shock. "What? So it was a diversion to lure the tiger from the mountain." Now, only Qing Bo and Chang Chun were left fighting the divine bird. Ma Bin immediately waved his hand and gave the order. "Hurry, they couldn't have gotten far." His subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, sir." The scene shifts to a location outside the training area, where Zhang Ping is leading the group, holding the Ming Wu lantern. He ran with all his might and shouted, "It's this way, we have about 10 more kilometers to go." Sishan rushed up from behind and asked worriedly, "Before, even when all of you worked together, you couldn't even scratch that divine bird, so can the 2 seniors really hold it off now?" However, he confidently continued running forward and assured her, "Don't worry, I already planned for this. The mountain ancestor is a mutated beast with an extremely strong sense of territory. As long as it senses a powerful presence like the divine bird, it will definitely react." The 2 seniors are already carrying the morning glory flowers, so they just need to delay until the mountain ancestor appears, and then the flowers will serve their purpose. If we can successfully trigger a conflict between the mountain ancestor and the divine bird, we can escape safely. Sai Shan was still uneasy and quickly asked again, "What about the investigation team? What if they interfere? Then will we be able to complete the plan smoothly?" He quickly replied, noting that he had previously directed the divine bird toward the investigation team. However, the divine bird continued its relentless attacks, and the members of the investigation team had to hastily dodge. This means they are unable to control this divine bird. Zhang Ping dashed forward, his calm voice echoing in the wind, so they must be using some method to block the divine bird's That's the only way it wouldn't target them with its attacks. Their so-called indifference is because they know that if they intervene rashly, the outcome will only get worse. The whole group ran quickly after he spoke. No matter what, they'll catch up soon, so we have to hurry. The scene shifts back to Ma Bin's location. A subordinate hurriedly approached and reported, "Captain, we've completely lost their auras." Hearing this, his face darkened as he realized the grim situation. To be able to conceal a peak-level expert in such a short time, only the Nightingale's Cry Lantern, the Skylark Lantern of the Chu family, could do that. However, Huang Five's team is only missing one lantern. How did Zhang Ping manage to conceal the auras of so many people? Suddenly, he pulled a small box from his clothes, saying resolutely, "Forget it, I have a solution." Xu Lan immediately tried to stop him. "Captain, that thing will have severe side effects on your body. Do you really want to use it?" Bachi agreed, "That's right, Captain." Right now, Zhang Ping only has Feng Lai Xian as a peak-level awakened one by his side, so there's no need to go this far. He ignored their pleas, opened the box, and stared intently at the malevolent eye inside, snapping, "Since when do I need you to worry for me?" Holding the malevolent eye, Ma Bin snarled, "If Zhang Ping successfully escapes into the trial zone, can any of you bear the consequences?" Beside him, Bachi held his breath and hesitated. Without waiting any longer, he put the malevolent eye in his mouth and swallowed it whole. Immediately after, a sharp pain shot through Ma Bin's left chest, and he dropped to one knee. His pained expression made those around him worry. Soon after, the eye began to emerge from Ma Bin's body as a powerful surge of nether fog erupted, forcing him to brace himself against the pain. Ma Bin gritted his teeth, his eyes darkened, and he slowly uttered, "Release all reserve souls." The technique, Calamity's Malevolent Embryo, activated 3,000 vengeful spirits, and ethereal nether fog spirits emerged from Ma Bin's body all at once. He waved his hand, his hoarse voice commanding, "Even if they can hide their auras, they can never hide the traces of their souls. Go, we follow these vengeful spirits." Ma Bin's subordinates immediately followed, responding in unison, "Yes, sir." In the blink of an eye, the vengeful spirits had caught up to Zhang Ping's group. He stopped short, looking up with suspicion. "What is this? Why is its composition so similar to my nether fog?" One by one, the nether fog spirits rushed to surround them. The dark, killing intent they emitted made him realize they're vengeful spirits. A human figure gradually appeared, coalescing from the surrounding vengeful spirits. Zhang Ping was startled when he saw it. Suddenly, the shadowy figure grinned maniacally and launched a fierce strike towards Zhang Ping. He quickly ducked, and a wave of dark energy shot over his head. Just then, Lai Xian rushed forward and threw a fiery punch at the figure, cursing angrily. First it was the undead, and now it's vengeful spirits. Why are their tactics so dirty? The moment Zhang Ping and he turned to leave, the vengeful spirits immediately surrounded them. At the same time, two of Ma Bin's top elites appeared from behind, uttering a threat. "Let's see where you can run." Xu Lan quickly gathered her power, a swirling fireball forming before her, while Ba Qi unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning from above. Lai Shan immediately swatted the electric current aside. Zhang Ping didn't hesitate either, summoning his scythe and continuing to stride forward. After blocking the other guy's attack, he panted heavily. Looking at his numbing hand, he couldn't help but be wary. That man's power was not to be underestimated. Immediately after, Shui Lan aimed both hands forward, unleashing a massive, raging torrent of fire and shouting, "Die!" The sea of flames instantly engulfed Zhang Ping and Lai Shan. However, amidst the towering inferno, their two figures stood firm, completely unshaken. Billowing black smoke rolled towards Shui Lan, and from within it, an ice-cold voice spoke, stunning her. "Young lady, that firepower of yours is quite impressive." Lai Shan used his skill, Crimson Emperor's immortal body, in its Emperor Flame form to burn back the flames. His voice was full of gratitude. "You just happened to help me activate my Crimson Emperor's immortal body." Zhang Ping simultaneously used Flame Devourer, the Flame Devour ability, to push back the fire. She took a few steps back, feeling uneasy. "My flames had no effect at all? Just how many more abilities is Zhang Ping hiding?" Just as she was feeling confused, a suffocating dark aura suddenly approached from behind them. Ma Bin appeared with a new look. His messy white hair, a greatsword slung over his shoulder, and a blazing aura, his voice rang out with arrogance. "You two go deal with the other obstacles. As for Zhang Ping, I will kill him myself." At that moment, the vengeful spirits also began to dissipate as a fiery vortex erupted from the skill Beast King Fist, Towering Inferno, a technique just unleashed by Lai Xian, which flared violently and incinerated the surrounding spectral wraiths. Seeing this, Xu Lan frowned in frustration and ordered Ba Qi, "It seems my powers are suppressed by him. I'm leaving this fight to you." He was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Right after, Ba Qi swung his hand, launching a sharp shard of lightning straight at the fiery vortex created by Lai Xian. When the fire clashed with the lightning shard, a loud crackling sound erupted. In an instant, the lightning bolt tore a large hole in the vortex of flames and shot straight into Lai Xian's body inside, sending him flying. Knocked out of the fiery vortex, he thought in astonishment, "This shard can actually pierce my body?" Before he could recover, Lai Xian was startled to find that Ba Qi had already rushed in front of him. 2 lightning arrows glittered in his hands. He counterattacked with lightning speed, suddenly lunging forward and grabbing both of the other man's wrists. His eyes turned serious as his voice slowly rang out. "Not bad, kid. Your strength is impressive. I'll play with you." Elsewhere, Xishan's group was struggling. Manner's group was having a hard time moving as they were constantly besieged by vengeful spirits. Fortunately, Xishan, along with Jinba and Chen Ming, appeared just in time, wiping out the horde of vengeful spirits in an instant. Shulan watched the scene before her with a disdainful sneer, then immediately waved her hand to summon something. A giant flaming demon forward, her voice full of pride. "Have a taste of this." An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Zhang Ping, who was in front, couldn't focus on the battle and shouted in fear, "Shoo shoo." Ma Bin immediately seized the opening, swinging his blade in a clean horizontal slash, and roared aggressively. "You still dare to worry about others?" However, he cleverly leaped up, dodging the attack in the nick of time. Zhang Ping spun in midair and landed behind Ma Bin. The man reacted extremely quickly, whipping around to face him. The next second, Ma Bin shot into the sky, his entire body surging with a ferocious aura. He raised his blade high and screamed, "Just die for me." As the blade came down with immense force, Zhang Ping's body suddenly turned into water, neutralizing the attack once again. Suddenly, Ma Bin's whole body radiated a dense killing intent. Zhang Ping immediately retreated, his heart filled with doubt. Why has this guy gone crazy so early in the fight? Looking at his out-of-control state, he secretly speculated. Could this madness be some kind of hidden power in the armor that's dominating him? In that instant, Zhang Ping's gaze locked onto the malevolent eye on Ma Bin's left chest. He returned to his human form, summoned a stream of nether fog, and dashed past the man. Seeing the eye's pupil follow him, Zhang Ping shuddered and wondered. It has its own consciousness? What on earth is this thing? While launching an attack forward, he quickly calculated his options. It seemed there was little chance of escaping now. A ring of nether fog energy wrapped around the motionless Ma Bin, and the system simultaneously announced, "Nether fog minus 200. From that nether fog ring, a series of blood-red gems shot out, piercing straight into his body. In that moment, Zhang Ping's eyes blazed as he muttered each word, "Battle Pact. Release Shu Shu's water element." A second later, Ma Bin's body froze solid. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward with his battle scythe and struck hard at the malevolent eye, causing the man to scream in pain. A moment later, Ma Bin dropped to his knees. Zhang Ping's battle scythe also pulsed with a red aura as a system notification appeared. The terror scythe has converted 160 nether fog. Nether fog reserves 760 out of 1,000. He thought to himself in surprise. How was it that easy? Ma Bin's face suddenly became distorted, his eyes vacant as tendrils sprouted from his mouth. The tendrils grew larger and larger. Zhang Ping then realized in shock, something's wrong. He's not even trying to defend his own body. Could it be that he was restrained by some kind of curse and is now suffering a backlash? An immense wave of energy erupted from Ma Bin's body, violently, shattering the surrounding earth and rock. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Ping heard a voice. "Zhang Ping, run!" He was even more shocked when he recognized the voice as Su Jingjiao's. Nether fog points continued to rise to 760 out of 1,000, then 810 out of 1,000, and finally 860 out of 1,000. Zhang Ping created a nether fog shield for 50 points, blocking the killing intent radiating from Ma Bin, and wondered to himself, that was Su Jingjiao's voice just now. Could she be trapped inside? Then what exactly is that eye? Why does it continuously generate such terror? Without waiting another second, he immediately used appraise on the bizarrely shaped Ma Bin. The system reported that the appraisal was successful. An image of a painful memory replayed, showing a magic circle with countless civilians standing around it. In the middle was a mysterious deep pit. A frightened little girl hugged her mother and cried, "Mommy, I'm so scared." The mother held her child in her arms to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, sweetie. Mommy will protect you. Everything will be okay." A young man also roared in extreme fury, "You evil remnants of the Zhu family. The 3 great squads in Mingzhu City will never let you get away with this." As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked into the pit by a man in a black cloak. The man shouted in annoyance, "Enough with the chatter." The man named Ma Bin also removed his hood, revealing his face. As a subordinate came to report, "My lord, everything is ready." Hearing this, he gave a decisive order. "It's time, begin." The others immediately complied. "Yes, sir." All the innocent people were pushed into the pit. The young man from before poked his head up from the edge of the pit, and upon seeing Ma Bin's face, he screamed in astonishment. "Captain Ma Bin, you're from the investigation team." Without waiting any longer, the Zhu family members began to place their hands on the magic circle. 8 people sat down together to activate the formation, and immediately, a fierce surge of blood-red dark energy erupted, illuminating the entire space below the pit. Everyone couldn't help but shiver at the chilling air around them. At this moment, the blonde-haired young man screamed in terror. "What is happening?" As he looked down at his feet, the sight he saw took his breath away. The ground inside the pit had turned into a slimy substance, from which ghostly hands emerged, pulling people down one by one. Everyone screamed in terror. "Help! Somebody help!" Pitiful screams echoed, "Mommy! Mommy!" Alongside them were cries of utter indignation. "What exactly are you trying to do? Why are you doing this to us? Let us go!" As everyone was gradually being swallowed by the pit, horrifying, resentful spirits suddenly appeared from above. Everyone asked in terror, "What are these things?" Hands from all over began to grab onto each person, devouring them without exception. Instantly, a tightly closed eye appeared, surrounded by streams of deadly energy. The people who fell into the magic circle quickly transformed into resentful spirits, no longer human in form, as they cried out in horror. Instantly, having gathered enough power, the eye snapped wide open. Even Ma Bin was being controlled by the eye nestled in his left chest, his entire body sprouting horrifying, resentful arms. The system displayed an analysis. It was the Eye of Evil Resentment, level 34. A fearsome eye created by a scorpion demon, sealing countless evil spirits, with resentment like an ocean and evil energy like a tide. The cold, dark aura emanating from the evil eye can devour the souls of living creatures and draw back wandering souls, creating an endless cycle. As for the spirits, if they were once innocent people, they will coalesce into an unceasing obsession for revenge. The profound misery of the world is reflected in this dark eye, bottomless and full of despair. Everything became clear. Zhang Ping realized with quite a bit of surprise. This eye is actually on the same level as the essence of Bright Feather. Is it a parasite? In just a moment, Ma Bin had transformed into a hideous monster, shouldering a broken blade, ready to face the battle. Then he took out the gemstone, speaking seriously to Situ Shibai. "Sorry, Captain, I have to change the original plan," he strongly objected. "What are you trying to do? Everyone is buying you time, so there's no need to waste time on him." Zhang Ping explained resentfully as he swallowed the gemstone. "I know that, but this guy's sins are too great to be forgiven." Instantly, the system made an announcement. The king's gem has taken effect. The contracted beast has been enhanced, and a fierce torrent of nether fog erupts around him. He said decisively, "I have to stay here and finish him off completely." Then Zhang Ping leaped up, rushing straight towards Ma Bin with his battle scythe in hand. As they clashed, he swung the scythe down forcefully. He also raised his blade and slashed forward, his ferocious power completely overwhelming Zhang Ping. He was sent flying with just a single blow. But it didn't stop there. The eye of malice on Ma Bin's chest flashed with light, firing a sharp energy beam. He quickly bent backward as the beam grazed past his face. The last attack left a scratch on Zhang Ping's chest. Ma Bin seized the opportunity, teleporting behind him and raising his blade high, then brought it down in a vicious chop. The ground shattered and debris flew everywhere, but Zhang Ping once again escaped death thanks to his pure beast body. Floating in the air, Zhang Ping gripped his battle scythe, staring intently at the ferocious Ma Bin and wondering, did this guy get a full power-up after transforming into this form? Then he slowly lowered his battle scythe, which was pulsating with killing intent. Consuming 500 nether fog points, attack power increased by 5,000%. That notification made Zhang Ping momentarily excited. He thought to himself, a 5,000% increase, huh? That should be enough to handle this situation. Without any more hesitation, he spun several times in mid-air and landed right on Ma Bin's back. He swung the battle scythe, slicing off the scorpion tail. In an instant, Zhang Ping leaped forward, silently analyzing. By borrowing the strengthening power of the king's gem, I can now control 2 types of abilities simultaneously. And what's more, these abilities can even be combined. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupted from Ma Bin's body. The next second, a wave of pain spread through his body, and he collapsed to his knees. Zhang Ping happened to turn back at that moment. Looking at the scene before him, he muttered to himself, "This is the product of combining the Nether Fog body and the Ember Eater, and its name is Nether Flame." It was formed by subtracting 100 Nether Fog points and 100 Ember Eater points, leaving 400 out of 1,000 Nether Fog points remaining. The Ember Eater had 200 out of 300 points left. Swirling Nether Fog wrapped around Zhang Ping, casting a gloomy purple light over the area. He shouted, "Nether Flame." He reached his hand toward the eye on Ma Bin's chest, absolutely certain that eye is definitely his weak point. He used his hand to rip the Eye of Malice out of his body, then crushed it forcefully. The system announced at the same time, defeated the Eye of Malice, exceeding level limits. Level increased to 20, rank upgraded to high-level awakened being. That information took him by surprise. Killing the Eye of Malice actually allowed me to break through in an instant and join the ranks of high-level awakened beings. The system also added, the King's Gem has unlocked the limit on the number of additional effects, but the user can no longer obtain new abilities through the King's Gem. Then he thought to himself, this time, the upgraded ability defaulted to the gem. It seems the choice of ability for the intermediate breakthrough is very important. No wonder I haven't been able to get any new abilities from the gem lately. Perhaps this is the path to a higher evolutionary level. However, to obtain new abilities, I can use the Devourer path. For me, this method doesn't really affect me much at all. Right at that moment, Ma Bin, with a large hole in his chest, was slowly reverting to his human form as he regained his strength. He slowly walked over, grabbed the hilt of his blade, and stammered, I never expected this thing to evolve to such an extent. Suddenly, he smirked with extreme arrogance. But even so, don't you dare think this is over. Now that the left eye of grievance has completely broken free from my control. A massive cloud of nether fog appeared in the sky, crackling with countless bolts of lightning. Zhang Ping glanced up but didn't care, as his heart was in turmoil. Where on earth was Su Jingjiao's soul? Thousands of resentful spirits flew towards the eye that had just been crushed. Ma Bin roared aggressively, the consequences you can't even imagine are about to descend. Just you wait and see. Suddenly, a familiar green silhouette appeared in front of Zhang Ping. It was Su Jingjiao. The resentful spirits charged forward once again like a storm. Shou Zhang exclaimed in a panic, You've got to be kidding me. We haven't even finished the last wave, and now there are so many more? Si Shan also found it strange and added, The aura of these spirits feels wrong. It doesn't seem the same as before. At that moment, a resentful spirit flew over and passed right through Zhang Ping. He raised his hands to block it, but he felt absolutely no sensation at all. When he opened his eyes wide, the surrounding scene left Zhang Ping stunned. All around him was an ethereal darkness, with no one else present. He fearfully looked around and wondered, what is this place? Suddenly, the sound of slapping footsteps came from behind, as the figure of a man ran frantically, constantly shouting for help, help me. Behind the man were 3 bloodthirsty wolves. As he scrambled to escape, he kept screaming in terror, Is anyone there? Help me. Right after that, the man ran straight through Zhang Ping. He continued to scream for his life, to Zhang Ping's confusion, as the 3 pursuing wolves also phased through him. At that moment, he finally realized they were spirits. The man was caught by the wolves, which lunged at him, tearing him apart ferociously as blood splattered everywhere. In that same instant, a sharp pain shot through Zhang Ping's chest, and blood erupted from the same spot. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest to stop the bleeding, his face turning pale with agony as he wondered, What's happening? Why am I empathizing with that spirit? The next second, a figure fell from nowhere and slammed into the ground. Zhang Ping suffered the same excruciating pain. He lurched forward, his body covered in wounds. Zhang Ping fearfully speculated, I was just pulled into this place by the power of the spirits. Could this be their memories from before they died, carrying their unresolved anguish? The pain relentlessly tore at his heart. It was then that he shockingly realized, is this the true power of the left eye of grievance? Outside, the left eye of grievance and the resentful spirits were causing parts of the chubby guy's team members' bodies to disappear. Shou Zhang cried out in absolute terror. Director Feng, my body. Back in that strange space, Zhang Ping had lost all his strength. He lay flat on the ground, breathing heavily, surrounded by pools of blood of all sizes. Despair washed over him as he endured the pain from the memories of dozens of spirits. Suddenly, a familiar green silhouette appeared. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, What is this now? But then, his face turned deathly pale with fear at the sight before him. Recounting Su Jingjiao's death, Tian Changhu stood towering over her, while Zhang Ping couldn't suppress his horror and screamed uncontrollably, Don't. As he raised his claws to gently touch her face, he despaired wildly, Stop it right now. The next second, Tian Changhu pounced on Jingjiao. The scene before him made Zhang Ping lose control. His eyes blazed with fire, and a resounding roar escaped his lips. Then he began cursing furiously. You bastard! That Tian Changhu! I will always. As he spoke, he scrambled towards where he was tearing at Jingjiao's body, but it was no use. His outstretched hand passed right through Changhu's leg. His face turned pale as despair finally set in. Remembering that the scene before him was just an illusion, Zhang Ping's expression darkened as an overwhelming anguish washed over him. He asked himself, Is this so I can experience her pain firsthand? Is this my retribution? Then suddenly, the familiar figure of Jingjiao appeared before him, standing straight up. She walked over with heavy steps, saying, Senior, I wasn't wrong before I died. You really did use your ability to separate your soul from your body. Zhang Ping looked at her with immense sympathy. Every word he spoke was choked with sorrow, and to watch your own body being devoured, that must have been a truly helpless moment. He reached out to gently touch Jingjiao's soul, his eyes filled with regret. Even though I found your soul, I couldn't save you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. As his hand rested on Jingjiao's cheek, he suddenly froze. His eyes lit up as if he had just found a glimmer of hope, and he immediately tested it again by placing his hand on her shoulder. The moment he felt Jingjiao's presence, Zhang Ping exclaimed, I can touch you? A second later, his expression turned serious as he began to deduce the situation. Her soul hadn't vanished, but because she overused her ability, she was becoming a fallen one. If this is the world of souls, then she must also be a living soul, just like me. This magic formation looks identical to the previous one. Could it be that Ma Bin wants to use these wandering souls along with the energy of us living people? If I get sucked in, I probably won't even have a chance to fight back. Thinking this, he took out his contract gem. Looking at Jingjiao's soul floating before him, he made a resolution. This time, he had to risk it all. He absolutely could not fail. He had to form a contract with Su Jingjiao to stop her from falling. At that very moment, a powerful suction force began pulling countless souls, including Zhang Ping, in one direction. High above, a colossal magic formation was swallowing all the souls below, while Zhang Ping used all his strength to rush against the current. He summoned nether fog chains that dug deep into the ground, each one vibrating intensely. Held in place by the chains, Zhang Ping reached out for Jingjiao, shouting every word with desperate clarity. Su Jingjiao, listen to me. You are not one of those wandering souls. You're not dead yet. Wake up. Then he yelled even louder, trying to rouse Jingjiao's spirit. Have you forgotten your dream? You once yearned to join the defense patrol, to protect your family. Have you forgotten? The girl's eyes were lifeless as she murmured the word dream. The chains couldn't withstand the pressure and began to snap one by one, but Zhang Ping persisted in calling out to her. You once hoped that our future selves could fight for a common belief, he kept saying as more and more chains broke. Weren't all the times we turned the tables in desperate situations because you were always protecting me? Jingjiao remained silent, her eyes vacant. He gritted his teeth, moved closer, and tightly gripped her hand as their faces were just a short distance apart. Zhang Ping held out the contract gem, saying softly, Su Jingjiao, take it. Don't keep wandering off anymore. Seeing the sparkling gem before her, a memory surfaced of a carefree Zhang Ping holding out his contract gem and asking Su Jingjiao, want some candy? Followed by her own embarrassed refusal. Get lost. Who would want to be controlled by you? Remembering this, she unconsciously opened her mouth, her eyes fixed on the gem. Without any further hesitation, Jingjiao reached out with her small hands, took the gem from Zhang Ping, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, all the chains wrapped around Zhang Ping snapped completely. The summoned beast Su Jingjiao has formed a contract. Immediately, Zhang Ping commanded in a loud voice, I order you to stop the absorption. A moment later, Jingjiao was sleeping soundly with her eyes shut tight. As she jolted awake, she looked in surprise at the person holding her tightly and asked, Zhang Ping, is that you? As she pulled back, she saw him trapped halfway inside the formation, surrounded by wailing souls, and she asked in a panic, What's going on? Zhang Ping. Leaning forward and seeing Jingjiao standing before him, he smiled in relief. That's great, you're finally awake. Then, looking at the souls beside them, Zhang Ping explained to her that this formation seemed to be able to refine souls. Once you're swallowed by it, you can't escape. His face then grew solemn, his voice filled with sorrow. Luckily, I managed to wake you up. That way, at least we can say goodbye without any regrets. Hearing this, Jingjiao angrily pinched his cheek and scolded him, You idiot, don't give up so easily. Her attitude made him secretly happy to be able to maintain such optimism in this situation. It really was her. Then he smiled and said, but no matter what. But before he could finish, he was stunned as Jingjiao turned 180 degrees and grabbed his hand, asking with confusion, Wait, why are you still outside the formation? Without another moment's delay, she used all her strength to pull Zhang Ping out of the formation. He plummeted downwards, flailing his arms and legs in fear of the height before him. Zhang Ping landed face first with a thud, while Jingjiao landed as lightly as a cloud. He rubbed his head and quickly complained about her roughness. Seriously, I'm so badly injured, couldn't you have been a little gentler? Then he became overjoyed, asking excitedly, Why do my injuries feel like they're completely healed? Beside him, Jingjiao huffed smugly. Then she slowly explained to Zhang Ping, No matter how strong a conscious person is, if they don't have soul-related abilities, the growth of their soul and spirit will surely be limited. But I'm different. I've been training my soul since I was a child, and now I can even influence the souls of others. In other words, as long as your consciousness hasn't faded, no matter how shattered your soul is, I can save you. That piece of information left him momentarily stunned. Afterward, they both looked at the formation. Jingjiao continued with great pride. The formation's influence on the soul, a normal person probably couldn't resist it, but for me, it's not difficult at all. That formation imprisoned many souls, and at the same time, it absorbed their resentment to maintain its own operation. If we can just rescue these souls, the formation might be broken, but if you want me to bring these souls out one by one, I'm afraid it would take a very long time. She suggested to Zhang Ping, just now when I was restoring your soul. I've already bound our souls tightly together. You can now borrow my soul power to influence the other souls. Use the nether fog to see if you can pull them out. He excitedly released the nether fog and his hand responded, all right, with this, I can break their bonds. As soon as he finished speaking, he created countless sturdy chains that shot upwards, just as Jing Zhao instructed. Zhang Ping quickly broke the bonds of the souls and the formation collapsed as a result. The two of them successfully returned to the real world. He dazedly wondered, am I back? But where is everyone else? Jing Zhao suddenly sighed and chided him. You really don't hold back at all, do you? Zhang Ping paused, not answering immediately, and turned to look at her. At that moment, Jing Zhao, exhausted, sat slumped on the ground and complained, it was just for a little while. You drained so much of my soul energy, just how strong are you now? He scratched his head in embarrassment, replying with an awkward expression, you were the one who told me to pull them all out in one go. But then again, Zhang Ping paused for a moment, then continued with a beaming, joyful smile, you're finally back, Su Jing Zhao. You really kept everyone waiting for a long time. Hearing this, Jing Zhao's mood also brightened. She laughed and replied, I always believed you could do it. He unconsciously looked down at his arm. Only then did he suddenly remember the body he had been keeping. That's right, in the next second, Zhang Ping quickly took it out and began to explain, this is the body I remade for you. It's finally time to use it. She turned to look, a sense of doubt rising within her. You've been carrying this physical body with you this whole time? Although I'm glad you never forgot, it still feels a little strange. Jing Zhao paused for a moment, then knelt down to observe it carefully. Actually, I've always been by your side. It's just that you couldn't perceive my soul state. Initially, when you molded my body, I also tried to merge with it. But as she said this, she reached out to touch the body, only to be repelled by an invisible force. This was the result. Although my ability allows my soul to leave my body and attack the souls and minds of others, I can't enter another person's body. Jing Zhao then explained, if I were to forcibly possess someone else's body, I would be corroded by that person's power, and my soul would be trapped there forever, unable to escape. She continued, both dejected and gloomy, perhaps in my subconscious, I think this body belongs to someone else, which is why my soul is resisting it. After hearing this, Zhang Ping decisively clapped his hands together and calmly replied, if that's the case, then the problem is simple. He didn't hesitate to command, I order you to recognize this body as your own and return to it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Zhao's entire being was uncontrollably pulled into the body, leaving her utterly bewildered. In the blink of an eye, her soul had completely fused with the body. Before long, Jing Zhao slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still hazy. She quickly regained her composure, looking at her body in disbelief, and exclaimed, was it really that simple, or was I just overthinking it? As soon as Jing Zhao stood up, she quickly hugged herself, warily looking at you. You're not going to order me to do something weird later, are you? How could I? Zhang Ping replied softly, a bit flustered. What kind of person do you take me for? Just then, the remaining members trapped in the spirit world successfully returned, all landing safely one by one. Lai Shan spoke up in frustration. Damn it, we were stuck in there and couldn't do a thing. So frustrating. Zhang Ping stood to the side, arms crossed, watching them, and then praised Jing Zhao. It's a good thing you used your soul power to break the formation. That's how everyone was able to get out safely. She immediately responded, of course, a small matter like this is no challenge for me. He asked in confusion, if everyone returned from the spirit world, does that mean Ma Bin's group also? Jing Zhao spoke reassuringly, there's no need to worry. Her gaze rested on where Ma Bin was lying. She then explained, a formation like this originally requires several awakened ones to cast it together. It seems he used himself as a sacrifice to forcibly activate it and trap everyone. But unfortunately for him, he never expected I could break the formation. He also never expected that you could awaken me from my deep slumber. After hearing this, Zhang Ping understood and replied, these people had a deep blood feud with your grandfather, and today they died by your hand. You could call it fate. Lai Xian then walked over, checked the area, and announced, the other enemies have also been dealt with. Now, no one should be able to stop us anymore. Elsewhere, Xishan immediately asked curiously upon seeing Jing Zhao, is this girl Su Jing Zhao? Why did she suddenly awaken from her silence? Zhang Ping heard this and quickly replied, because just now. He was about to continue when he suddenly paused, feeling a tremor beneath his feet. The scene gradually became chaotic. Jing Zhao immediately recognized it as an earthquake, but Xishan thought otherwise. This kind of tremor isn't right, it seems like something is under the ground. Hearing this, Zhang Ping already had a guess about what was happening. Could it be the mountain ancestor? As expected, and the fierce battle between the divine bird and the two seniors had inadvertently forced the mountain ancestor to reveal itself. The moment it appeared, it fearlessly charged forward to attack the divine bird. The divine bird was no less formidable. decisively launching a barrage of fireballs in response. But it was useless. The attack didn't inflict any damage on the mountain ancestor. A moment later, the mountain ancestor suddenly raised its head and its mouth swelled up strangely. From its mouth, it spat out two people, Chang Chun and Ching Mo. The divine bird looked down and let out a resounding, furious screech. It didn't hesitate to spread its fiery wings, unleashing countless more fireballs. The two sides clashed, engaging in a fiery battle. Ching Mo finally felt relieved. This morning, Glory Flower really works. The two didn't wait long, quickly turning and running away. Chang Chun then urged, Zhang Ping and the others must be waiting for us. Let's not dawdle. Let's go. The scene shifts to Zhang Ping's location, where the group was now following Shibai's guidance. This is the entrance to the training grounds. Shou Zhang was momentarily stunned. This is the entrance? He was stunned as he looked down the bottomless cliff, wondering where on earth the entrance was. The man calmly analyzed that what he saw was merely an illusion. The entrance could only be opened by Zhang Ping, but it still required some time to prepare. Zhang Ping suddenly turned around and said softly, "This is perfect timing. Everyone, rest here for now." The mountain ancestor's side has already made a move. Senior Ye Changchun and Senior Su Qingbo will be able to rendezvous with us soon. Hearing this, Jing Zhao was suddenly stunned, unconsciously calling out Su Qingbo's name. Zhang Ping let out a soft chuckle and calmly replied, "That's right, he's your grandfather. He was the one who told me about your abilities back then." Zhang Ping looked at her gently and continued, "That's also why I was able to quickly make a judgment call and help you escape your downfall." Not far away, several mysterious figures in black cloaks were silently observing Zhang Ping's group. Then they said to each other, "Keep a close watch. We can't let the captain's death have been in vain." Night fell, and the team rested under the dense trees. Zhang Ping sat by a large fire, holding up a large stone slab with a pile of beast meat behind him. He quickly placed it over the flickering flames to heat it, then put the meat on to grill. Meanwhile, Lai Shan and the other teammates were still training tirelessly. Lai Shan suddenly spoke up. "Even when we're not fighting, we can't slack off on our training." Jin Ba, while lifting Chen Ming, agreed with Lao Feng. "That's right," he grumbled to himself, wondering why I'm always being dragged into this. Just then, Shou Zhang, with his gaunt figure, silently approached Zhang Ping from behind. His face was ashen as he held out a hand, whispering, "So hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Zhang Ping's heart leaped into his throat, and he screamed in terror. Holy hell, where did this zombie come from? Did the sacred ancestor village already attack? Even the nearby Zhao brothers judged, this zombie's aura isn't even strong. Yan Long added, "It's pathetically weak. I wouldn't take it even if it were free. What kind of incompetent fool created a corpse like this?" Shou Zhang dizzily collapsed to the ground, his soul practically leaving his body, as his weak voice piped up, "At least a zombie can move, but I'm just a corpse." Zhang Ping cheerfully handed him a freshly grilled, hot piece of meat and said softly, There, you've had it rough, eat up. After all, even my purebred body can't make up for your fat reserves." The moment he saw the food, Shou Zhang bolted upright, his spirits instantly lifted. Elsewhere, inside a small, glowing tent in the dark forest, the female members were chatting animatedly. Manny asked softly, "Oh right, I heard Jiao Zhao and Zhang Ping are old classmates. Does that mean you know CC too?" Jing Zhao glanced at Sishan and replied, "Back in school, I always heard him mention Sister CC. I'm so happy to finally meet you." She smiled and answered, "I left the orphanage before Zhang Ping started school, so we lost contact after that." Hearing this, Man Ni teased gleefully, "Oh, so that means CC came first, huh?" Sishan was so flustered she couldn't speak, only managing to stammer. Jing Zhao, smiling warmly, chimed in, "Well, no matter what, from now on we'll be fighting side by side, so I'll be in your care, sisters." Manny was so moved when she heard this. She blurted out, "Sisters?" After saying it, she thought to herself, "Everyone else always treats me like a little kid, but..." Today, she joyfully rushed over to hug Jing Zhao, giggling, "Good little sister, come join our cleanup crew. I promise I'll never treat you unfairly." Just then, Jing Zhao froze at the sound of a voice echoing from outside. "Finally, I found you all." Hearing the familiar tone, she immediately recognized it as her grandfather's voice. The scene shifts outside, revealing Chang Chun and Qingba approaching. Zhang Ping immediately asked with concern, "You two seniors have been through a lot. Is anyone hurt?" Old Ji replied, "We're fine. That divine bird has lost its mind and is just attacking blindly. It's probably still fighting the mountain ancestor right now, so it has no time to bother with us." He also felt a sense of relief. "That's good then." Before he could finish his sentence, Jing Jiao came running joyfully from a distance, waving to her grandfather. Old Su also turned to look and suddenly froze, his face filled with astonishment. She didn't hesitate, rushing forward to hug him tightly. Qingba, still unable to compose himself, hurriedly asked, Dao Dao, are you awake?" Zhang Ping stood silently to the side. He was still stunned, softly asking, "Is it really you, Dao Dao?" At this point, Zhang Ping finally spoke up to explain. "Ma Bin, no, I should call him Zhu Yanping. The formation he created attracted the wandering souls in this area, so Su Jingjiao's soul was accidentally drawn into it." He smiled and continued, "You once said, Senior, that Su Jingjiao wasn't dead, but her soul had fallen into a state of limbo. Therefore, I took this opportunity to save her from that limbo. Moreover, using the body I created for her, the person standing before you now is the real Su Jingjiao." Qingba gently stroked his granddaughter's head and said through sobs, "This is wonderful. This is truly wonderful, Dao Dao." Jingjiao couldn't hold back her emotions, crying like a child with a choked voice. "Grandpa, we thought you were dead, and Mom and Dad are." He gently pulled her into an embrace, his eyes filled with regret. "It was Grandpa's fault. I couldn't protect all of you. I'm so sorry. If it weren't for that traitor, I wouldn't have left you all to suffer this catastrophe." Qingba then roared in fury, "Where is Ma Bin? Where is that damn bastard?" Jingjiao gently wiped away her tears and then reassured her grandfather, "Don't worry. Zhang Ping already explained everything to me." Then, she put her hands on her hips and reported with an incredibly proud look on her face, "He's dead. I've already avenged you for it." Qingba was extremely pleased with his little granddaughter, smiling as he praised her. "Good girl." He continued speaking gently. Jiao Jiao is all grown up now. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swayed and collapsed. Zhang Ping and the other two rushed over to check on his condition. Everyone cried out in alarm, "Grandpa, Senior Su, old brother Su." He quickly lifted the old man's head to check. He has significant internal injuries, but they aren't life-threatening. It's probably from overexertion, so don't worry too much. Zhang Ping then turned to Chang Chun. "For injuries like these, I can only apply some basic treatment, so it will take some time for him to recover. Senior Yi, I will check on you later as well, and then both of you can enter the contract pouch to recuperate," he replied without hesitation. "All right, then we'll have to trouble you, young friend." Seeing that everyone was exhausted, Zhang Ping suddenly spoke up. "Everyone get some rest today. I'll take the night watch." Meanwhile, mysterious figures ambushing them from behind were whispering and plotting. "Old Bai, they're all asleep now. How about we make our move?" He immediately cut in, "No way. Can't you see that guy Zhang Ping is on night watch? We can't underestimate his methods. Don't forget how our captain died. We don't even have a peak level awakened one here. If we alert the others, then we're all done for." After hearing this, the other guy rushed to inform Old Bai that headquarters had sent more people to help. He glanced over the dispatch group and suddenly remarked, "But these people look a bit strange. They haven't said a single word since they arrived." The leader didn't think much of it and replied, "If they were sent by the clan, their strength definitely won't be weak. However, the most logical approach right now is to use the 8 levels of trials to weaken their strength. Then we can attack them from behind." At this point, he warned in a stern voice, "Remember, without my command, no one is to make any rash moves." Time passed quickly, and Zhang Ping's group finally reached the entrance to the trials. Shibai suddenly appeared, explaining that there are 8 training levels in the trial grounds, each with its own unique challenges, which are, in order, the Snake Rainforest, the Poisonous Swamp, the Desert of Fire Scorpions, the Snowfield of Wolves, Monster Island, the Plains of Illusion, and the Plateau of Death. He continued to explain, "Only by clearing the first 7 levels in this order can the 8th level be unlocked. These are the rules I figured out back in the day." At the same time, Zhang Ping also drew his blood and let a drop fall. As Shibai moved down the cliff, he carefully instructed, "Since Zhang Ping's level is 20, the difficulty of the trials won't be too high. Time in the trial grounds is 30 times slower than in the outside world, so we can take our time clearing the levels. Another thing to note is that when there are multiple people, you might see different scenes. The images from within the trial grounds appeared before their eyes." He then reminded them, "If you want to enter a specific scene, just pull the person who sees that scene and have them enter first, then the others can follow." The next second, Xishan looked up and unconsciously said, "I see a rainforest." Shou Zhang also chimed in, "I see a rainforest too, but I'm not sure if it's the rainforest." At this, everyone immediately held hands, leaving only Shou Zhang on the side in a panic. "Hey, why are you all so eager to hold hands without even considering what I said?" Hearing this, Chen Ming teased, "Looks like someone doesn't want to go. Perfect, you can stay here and stand guard. Besides, the captain said it wouldn't take long anyway." Shou Zhang hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me, I haven't even joined in yet." He frantically ran over to grab his hand, boasting loudly, "Seriously, do you guys really think I'm afraid of dying? Just you wait and see how bravely I fight. I'll leave you all stunned." Meanwhile, Xishan was the one who bravely stepped into the trial grounds first. The remaining members immediately followed suit. At this moment, the ambushers from afar witnessed the event and grew restless. They said to each other, "Follow them. Don't let Zhang Ping get away." The next second, they charged into the trial gate without hesitation. The scene inside the trial grounds was now a rainforest, which seemed quite gloomy. Everyone slowly moved forward. Zhang Ping quickly scanned the surroundings and suddenly exclaimed, "This is truly a rainforest completely different from the outside. The air is incredibly humid, can help people get closer to nature." Shan suddenly pointed towards the information board, then shouted, "Everyone, look!" The content displayed on it was, "Tropical Rainforest Training Grounds, Clearance Mission. Hunt the leader of the AI Bob birds." Zhang Ping found it somewhat hard to believe, thinking to himself, this place actually has a system to announce missions? He was momentarily stunned, wondering, what in the world is an Iba bird leader? I've never heard of this mutated beast before. Could it be rare like the celestial fox? Teacher Bai immediately appeared and explained, "I'm not sure either, although the training areas are fixed. The content is different each time. My previous target was the green flame purple ring snake, a type of mutated beast that can be found everywhere, but they are very good at concealing their scent. If you're not paying attention, it's very difficult to spot their trail." He glanced over at Zhang, saying cryptically, "Just like the things behind you all." As soon as he finished, thousands of snakes, big and small, slithered in from nowhere, surrounding everyone. Upon seeing them, Jing Zhao and a few other members were all terrified, screaming their heads off. Yanlong then calmly reassured them, "Everyone, don't worry, I'm the one who drew these snakes here." Then, he explained, "My blood is very compatible with snake-type mutated beasts, so when they sense my presence, they naturally react. Coincidentally, this is also a good opportunity to get some information from them." Having said that, Yanlong walked over and knelt down, stroking a small snake and asking gently, "Good boy, you're the leader, right? Tell me what an AI Bob bird is." It wasn't so good, hissing back at him. Seeing this, Yanlong said, "Is that so? What a shame." After a while of questioning, he said helplessly, "They don't know either. It seems we'll have to find out for ourselves." Yan Hu suddenly interjected with a comment, "These snakes have heads not even as big as an almond. What could you possibly ask them?" The leader snake immediately flew into a rage, suddenly growing larger, its aura exploding violently around it, growling, "Excuse me, who did you call small?" Yan Hu was now scared out of his wits, stammering, "Nothing, big bro. I was just kidding. Please let me go." At the same time, Jing Zhao suddenly clutched her head and cried out, "Why does my head hurt so much?" Man Ni, standing beside her, couldn't help but worry, "Zhao Zhao, are you okay?" Zhang Ping sensed it and immediately made a judgment. There's poisonous gas. With that, he quickly covered Shan's nose with his hand, then turned to urge Zhang, "Where are the gas masks? Hurry up." He didn't wait long, immediately placing his hand on his stomach to activate his technique. The next second, using his belly fat technology, Zhang quickly created several gas masks, then hurriedly handed them to everyone and shouted, "Here, here." Everyone took one from his hand and quickly put them on. Zhang Ping went over to carefully check on Jing Zhao, then became frustrated. "Damn it, my ability can't neutralize the poison." Just then, the quick-witted Jin Ba took out a vial of solution and said, "Use this, my golden blood can cure it." Zhang Ping turned back gratefully and replied, "Thank you, big bro Jin Ba." A moment later, he suddenly made a suggestion along, "Let these snakes lead the way. Let's find a safe place first." Time passed quietly as they ventured deeper inside, when a large spider appeared, spinning its web. At that moment, the giant snake decisively charged forward, clearing away everything in its path. Now, the entire cleanup crew was slowly following the snake's guidance. After a while, Chen Ming suddenly took off his mask. He sensed the surroundings and exclaimed, "The fog around us has indeed thinned out a bit." Seeing this, Lai Xian followed suit, but asked in confusion, "Is that so? Why don't I feel any change at all?" He then replied, "That's because your constitution is too strong." At this point, Old Feng confidently flexed his bulging muscles and boasted, "I told you so. Training more will definitely be effective." He could only reply helplessly, Yeah. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping suddenly noticed a feather on the side of the road. He curiously picked it up to examine it, but before he could do anything, Zhang Ping stopped in his tracks. Quite surprised by what appeared before him, it turned out to be a large, hollow tree trunk. This made him irresistibly curious as he looked and speculated, "Is this tree hollow inside?" Qian knelt down to inspect it, and then quickly concluded, "I'm afraid it was eaten away by insects. No wonder such a big tree broke." The rest of the tree had long since rotted away and disappeared, perhaps because it had gone uncared for so long that it completely decomposed. Without giving it much thought, Zhang Ping turned around, held up the feather, and asked Zhao Yanlong, "What kind of bird feather is this?" He quickly answered, "They call this species the Kui." After hearing this, he thoughtfully observed it closely, unconsciously blurting out, "Kui." Qian, who was next to him, seemed to realize something and spoke up, "Are you suspecting this feather is related to the A-Bob bird?" Zhang Ping quickly stored the feather in the golden treasury, but he didn't forget to reply, "I can't say for sure right now. This area is so vast. There's definitely more than one species of bird." As he spoke, he moved forward with the others. Let's just search randomly for now. Maybe we'll stumble upon a clue. However, just as everyone was leaving, a strange eye suddenly appeared inside that tree trunk. Time passed in a flash, and the sky began to change color, casting a brilliant sunset glow over the entire landscape. In the meantime, Zhang Ping and the members of the cleanup squad were still diligently searching for the A-Ba bird in the rainforest. Cutting over to Si Qian, she was currently hiding behind a tree and observing, her target a flamingo in front of her. Without hesitation, she yelled out her skill, Glacier Storm, instantly causing the entire area to freeze over. This made it impossible for the birds to flee, but a few lucky ones still managed to escape and took to the skies. Seeing this, the cleanup squad members quickly rushed over. Lai Xian and the others appeared, decisively capturing them with ease. Time passed again, and by nightfall, the team decided to make camp in the forest, roasting the birds they had caught for dinner. They all gathered around the campfire. Shou Zhang suddenly asked with confusion, "Weren't we told this mission was supposed to be easy and very simple? So why haven't we seen any sign of the A-Ba bird yet?" He said while stuffing his face, feigning sympathy. "So many birds had to die like this. I truly feel heartbroken for them." Si Qian, sitting beside him, retorted, "You clearly didn't do anything, so why are you stuffing both your emotions and the roasted meat into your belly?" Shou Zhang shot back without missing a beat. "Who says so? If it weren't for my gas masks, you all would have been poisoned a long time ago." But they didn't know that from a distance, a figure was lurking, watching everyone. At that moment, Zhang Ping spoke in a cold voice. He calmly called out, "You, the one hiding over there, come on out. We've known you were there for a while." Hearing this, everyone turned around in astonishment. Jinba asked in confusion, "Are they enemies?" Xishan didn't think so, saying it didn't seem like it. But Shou Zhang was the only one lost in thought. "Could it be that I'm the only one who doesn't feel anything?" Man-Er then gently approached and asked kindly, "Don't be afraid. We mean you no harm. Where are you from, kid? Why aren't you home when it's so late?" It turned out to be a little local girl, and seeing she'd been discovered, she timidly showed herself, stuttering, You people." Then she blurted out a question that left Man-Er unable to hide her surprise. "Are you the heroes who've come to kill the A-Ba bird?" After everyone gave her some food, the little girl sat down and quickly warmed up to them. Zhang Ping asked in a soft voice, "Little sister, what's your name? Where are you from?" The girl quickly wiped her mouth and replied politely, "My name is Zhu Ju, and I'm a resident of Zhu Yuan village." Upon saying this, Zhu Zhou suddenly couldn't control her emotions and bit her lip. Then she burst into tears. Her voice choked with sobs as she recounted, "The A-Ba bird. They attacked our village, everyone in the village." Zhang Ping looked at Zhu Zhou with a gentle gaze, offering words of comfort. "Don't be afraid, we're here to eliminate them. Take your time and tell us everything you know so we can prepare well." Once her emotions had stabilized, the girl responded between sobs, "Actually, this is the first time I've met them. No, I should say, it's the first time I've seen their true form." Zhu Zhou began her tale. "A few months ago, a man from the village brought back a beautiful woman from somewhere." The girl meticulously recounted every detail so everyone could understand. From then on, this woman would sing every morning. Her singing voice seemed to have an irresistible magic, and gradually, the villagers stopped working and hunting, spending all day just waiting for her song. Zhu Zhou continued softly, "I didn't notice anything unusual at first, until yesterday, when I was knocked unconscious by a piece of fruit." The little girl continued her story. "When I woke up, I saw that woman's true face. It looked exactly like the A-Ba bird from the village's ancient legends." As she spoke, the ferocious face of the A-Ba bird appeared in the little girl's mind. It is said that they appear in the form of beautiful women and use their songs to control people's minds, and the spiritual power of these people eventually becomes their food, drained completely. Not stopping there, Zhu Zhou continued. "At that moment, I tried to wake the others, but no one reacted. Everyone was still immersed in the A-Ba bird's song and paid me no mind. Even now, the girl remembered their wicked appearance. As she added, my actions quickly caught its attention." Zhu Zhou was still left with an unanswered question. The girl said she fled the village in fear, but strangely enough, it didn't chase after her, and then I met all of you. Zhu Zhou looked over at Zhang Ping and continued, "Legend has it that whenever an A-Ba bird appears, a hero from the outside will come to kill it. I saw you holding an A-Ba bird feather, so I guessed you were the hero who came to fight the bird." Zhang Ping suddenly interjected, "It feeds on spiritual energy, so it can also mimic humans." He quickly deduced, "According to what you said, this bird's abilities must also be spiritual in nature." After hearing this, Jing Zhao turned and spoke, "I can help everyone identify the A-Ba bird's true form, but right now, I can't confirm whether or not its song has any special effects." Zhang Ping quickly stood up, then seriously broke down the strategy with all the members. "Time is of the essence. Zhu Zhou, you lead the way. First, let us help you eliminate the A-Ba birds. We'll use one in the village as a baseline, and then, by using the appraisal skill, we might be able to find some important clues. Time passed quietly, and the next morning, the cleanup team followed Zhuzhou's lead, quickly arriving at Zhuyuan village. The little girl walked with a very cheerful attitude, shouting her announcement, "Dad, Mom, I've brought the heroes home." Xishan glanced around for a moment and immediately noticed something unusual. "Something's wrong. There's no one around here." Zhuzhou wondered in confusion. Normally, the Iba birds should be starting to sing by now, right? At this, Zhuzhou fearfully lowered her head and asked, "Where has everyone gone?" With that, the little girl panicked and rushed forward to search, shouting, "Dad." Seeing this, Man Ni and Chen Ming worriedly chased after her, as she urgently warned, "It's dangerous. Don't run around." Zhuzhou paid no mind to those words and pushed open the door of a large building. The very next second, the girl suddenly flinched at what appeared inside, biting her teeth in fear. It turned out that a flock of Iba birds had already set up an ambush, and they looked incredibly horrifying. One of them suddenly let out a ferocious shriek, emitting ear-piercing cries as they swooped down from the rooftops to attack Zhuzhou and the two people below with terrifying sounds. At the crucial moment, Man Ni was staggered by the cries and she vaguely said, "It's a trap." At that moment, the people outside were also affected by that strange noise, all of them bewildered. "What is that sound? It's so piercing." The flock of birds then burst outside, carrying Man Ni, Chen Ming, and Zhuzhou. As soon as he saw this, Zhang Ping instantly recognized them and shouted, "Iba birds." Seeing this, Lai Shan and Zhang Ping immediately launched themselves in pursuit. The old man growled a warning, "Don't even think about running." Zhang Ping then activated Ming Wu, unleashing a rain of dark spears that pierced straight through the struggling, fleeing Iba birds. After that, Zhang Ping continued to use Ming Wu, successfully controlling their descent and bringing the four people safely to the ground. Above, in just the blink of an eye, Lai Xian had also quickly wiped out the remaining Iba birds. However, in a moment of carelessness, he was unfortunately hit by a surprise attack from one with an ear-splitting shriek, causing Lai Xian to become completely exhausted. He couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. When Zhang Ping saw that bird escaping, he hastily gave chase. "Don't you run." But he was stopped by Xishan's loud shout, "Wait, Zhang Ping." She explained that these Iba birds were too cunning. "We've been ambushed, and now everyone is injured. If we act rashly again, I'm afraid." Yan Long quickly reassured him, "Don't worry. Big brother Zhang Ping, I've already asked the nearby snakes to track the Iba bird's trail. The snakes say that these birds are the Kui." He glanced at the bird on the ground, musing thoughtfully. "It's true, we humans wouldn't directly introduce ourselves as belonging to the human race, would we?" Thinking this, Zhang Ping quickly used his appraisal skill, and the result came back in just a few seconds. Appraisal successful. Just as you deduced, it's indeed a mental type ability. Zhang Ping held out his hand, glanced at the two girls, and analyzed seriously. They do indeed possess mental type abilities. The power of the contract gem has granted me immense mental power, so that last attack had no effect on me. Some of the younglings can't move, so they need their parents to bring food back to the nest to raise them. The villagers might still be alive, they've just been taken to the nest. But if we delay any longer, it's hard to say what might happen. At that moment, Shibai suddenly appeared and advised Zhang Ping, "Listen to me. The people in this trial ground were created by the ancient ruins for the purpose of creating a training environment. Even their memories only exist for the awakened ones who participate in the trial. The most logical and safest choice is to wait until everyone has recovered and then act together." His eyes showed a hint of hesitation as he reluctantly replied, "But..." Zhang Ping looked down at the unconscious Zhuzhou and firmly retorted, "In my eyes, they are real, innocent, and helpless lives, and their lives are worth protecting. If there's still a glimmer of hope, I can't just turn a blind eye." Although everything is still full of unknowns, his expression immediately became more solemn. He declared loudly, "Don't worry, I'm confident enough to deal with those Iba birds. If we encounter a danger I can't handle, I can ask Senior Yi and Senior Su for help. I guarantee we won't fall into a perilous situation." Hearing this, Jing Zhao and Xishan couldn't hide their excitement. They both exclaimed in unison, "Then I'm going too." Xishan stated decisively, "My main focus is also on mental power, so my defenses definitely won't be affected." Following her, Jing Zhao was also extremely resolute. "I can help with mental protection, just leave the support role to me." Immediately after, Zhang Ping and the two girls mounted the back of the giant snake, letting it take them to the Iba bird's nest. "Adai, please lead the way." Then, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up in Jing Zhao, and she said to him, "Zhang Ping, can the people who stayed behind really withstand a counterattack from the Iba birds?" He gave a faint smile, his tone full of confidence. "I've already broken half the wings of those male Iba birds. For now, they won't dare to return to Zhuyuan village. Besides, the only other threat in this area is snakes, but with Zhao Yanlong here, we don't need to worry too much." With that said, Zhang Ping glanced down at Adai, conveying his gratitude through it. "Old Zhao, I won't forget this favor from the snakes. Shibai suddenly appeared, observed the surroundings, and spoke in astonishment. Something's not right. The layout of this nest is exactly the same as when I was here over 100 years ago, but the clearing speed is too fast. He asked in surprise, "You mean the ruin is intentionally letting us pass?" Mr. Situ replied seriously, "No, it's waiting for us to let our guard down." A moment later, Adai suddenly stopped, raising its head to look forward, then let out a few wary growls. He called out in confusion, "Adai." Zhang Ping curiously followed its gaze and immediately noticed something. This blood tree. Could it be? At that moment, a massive, sturdy, ancient tree appeared before the three of them and the giant snake. He happened to spot a few birds that looked very much like the Aba birds, perched on the branches, patrolling. Zhang Ping quietly hid behind a nearby tree to observe, then quickly used his appraisal skill. The results came back quickly. Appraisal successful. "These are female Iba birds, top-tier mutated beasts," he exclaimed in surprise, not realizing there were other Iba birds. Zhang Ping wondered if these two were responsible for scouting. The very next second, Zhang Ping immediately and quietly relayed the information to Jing Zhao and Si Shan. They're level 30 females, with innate magical abilities identical to the previous male. Their weak spot is the throat bone. Si Shan confidently declared it would only take 2 strikes to finish them. A short while later, the 2 Aba birds were suddenly drawn by a rustling sound from below and turned to investigate. It turned out to be a Dai, who had suddenly revealed itself, inadvertently alerting the 2 birds with their keen senses. They immediately noticed a Dai's presence at the base of the blood tree. In the moment they let their guard down, Si Shan and Zhang Ping seized the opportunity, suddenly leaping up to attack from behind. The two decisively used their own techniques to attack both birds simultaneously. The surprise attacks pierced through their bodies, causing the Iba birds to shriek in panic with no time to react. Wasting no time, Zhang Ping rushed forward, directly activating nether fog to conjure an iron chain that tightly bound their necks and dragged them down. They both landed safely on the ground. Jing Zhao then hurriedly reported, "I've finished scouting. These are the only 2 in the vicinity." He noticed a strange hole in the tree trunk and guessed it must be the entrance. With that said, he turned to the giant serpent, Adai. "Your body is too big, so wait for us out here." Upon hearing him, it let out a hiss as if to answer. A while later, the 3 of them slowly made their way inside. Jing Zhao was immediately astonished. "There's a vast space under this tree." Zhang Ping instructed in a serious tone, "Time is of the essence. We need to split up and move. You 2 stick together and support each other. If you run into danger, don't push it. Contact me immediately." Si Shan immediately replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping proceeded deeper by himself to investigate carefully. He held a self-generated flame in his hand. Zhang Ping faintly heard strange sounds and wondered doubtfully, "Is that the wind?" But then Zhang Ping realized it didn't sound like the wind, but more like breathing. He suddenly spotted a small, faintly visible hole in the distance. Zhang Ping followed the sound, crawling closer to the hole. The moment he looked up, a blinding flash of light suddenly swept past him, forcing him to wince and shield his eyes. When his vision cleared, his face couldn't hide the shock at the sight before him. The ground was teeming with newly hatched Aba birds, interspersed with a few eggs that remained unhatched. Zhang Ping gasped in horror. "Are these the Iba birds' hatchlings?" Zhang Ping's eyes darted around, quickly piecing things together as he thought. The breathing sound was coming from this place. Zhang Ping glanced down at one of the hatchlings, thinking quickly, its face looks almost identical to the female's. His expression suddenly turned grim, and he fell silent, just observing intently. At the same time, an urgent voice came over the radio. "We've found the villagers. It looks like they're just in a deep sleep. We're going to start bringing everyone out." Hearing this, Zhang Ping surmised that those villagers were likely sacrifices prepared for these hatchlings. Zhang Ping quickly summoned the dark scythe, thinking to himself, "No matter how human they look, in the end, this is just a relationship between predator and prey." He then resolved himself, "For every second you live, more innocent lives will be lost. The innocent had to be left here." The thought had barely crossed his mind when Zhang Ping didn't wait long and quickly wiped out the hatchlings. After neatly dealing with the newly hatched siren birds, he coldly turned and left, not forgetting to respond on the radio. "I'll be right there to help you too." A second later, a panicked cry echoed from the radio, making him stop in his tracks. The scene shifts to Si Shan's location, where she, while carrying someone on her back, quickly realized, "No wonder we found the villagers so easily. It turns out they wanted to cast a net and catch us all at once." In the sky, countless siren birds were lying in ambush. Seeing this, Jing Zhao rushed over, resolutely saying, "Sister, Si Shan, hang in there. We can't let them get their way." The siren birds continuously attacked them from above. Jing Zhao, holding up a shield, worried inwardly. This place is sealed and the sound waves are echoing non-stop. The mental barrier won't hold for much longer. A bird approaching from the front startled her, and she wondered, have the sound waves stopped? Jing Zhao shook Si Shan, shouting, "Sister Si Shan, snap out of it." She kept yelling, "Sister Sishan." This caused Sishan to suddenly open her eyes wide, and she created a razor-sharp ice spike with a wave of her hand, forcing the leader to leap high into the air to dodge. It watched the two take the opportunity to fly away and cursed. Damn it, why did the demonic sound stop? Suddenly, a voice from behind caught the leader's attention. "You damn chicken, where are you looking?" It asked in alarm. "When did you get here?" Zhang Ping, while swinging his sword to kill the siren birds, replied, "Didn't the injured guard in the village tell you?" He bluntly chopped off its comrade's head, his tone filled with killing intent. "Do I need to announce it when I'm killing birds?" The leader retreated in panic, its voice trembling. Who are you?" Without a word, Zhang Ping quickly advanced on it with his weapon. The leader's wings flared, knocking the scythe back. It thought decisively. Now is the time. It opened its mouth wide, gathering a deadly aura, and screeched, "Turn into my puppet, human." Rings of sound summoned by the leader relentlessly attacked him, causing even boulders to crack into tiny fragments. Faced with this terrifying power, Jing Jiao and Sishan had to cover their ears, cursing under their breath. "Damn it, this demonic sound is even more violent than before," it roared. "At this distance, taking my demonic sound attack, even if you're king level, you can't dodge it completely." It hadn't been smug for long before the leader froze, as if something was wrong. Zhang Ping raised his weapon high, taunting, "This kind of noise? You dare call this a mental attack?" It hastily dodged to the side, the leader shouting in astonishment, "Impossible! Why is my demonic sound having no effect at all?" Its pupils widened at what appeared before it, a purple hand reaching out towards the leader, accompanied by his voice, "It's time." That hand gripped the siren bird leader tightly, making it scream in pain. From above, Zhang Ping swung his weapon down, roaring, "Just be quiet." And then, he made a clean slash. At the same moment, the leader breathed its last. Zhang Ping turned his back on its dissipating form, clenching his fist, realizing something. "No wonder I haven't leveled up after killing so many mutated beasts. So it turns out you have to complete the trial to level up." A barrier gate gradually appeared in midair. Zhang Ping stood facing it, while Sishan and Jing Jiao were hiding behind an ice block, which also quickly shattered, turning into ordinary stones that fell to the ground. Sishan spoke up. "Wait, there are still villagers trapped in the lair. They're still in Zhuyuan village." Teacher Bai appeared and reassured them, "Don't worry, this teleportation gate has no time limit." Furthermore, he explained beside him, this kid directly ordered himself to hear no sounds at all in order to block the demonic sound. We need to undo it for him first. The two girls said in unison, so that's how it was. In Zhuyuan village, a voice echoed from within, "We are truly grateful to everyone." The villagers came over to ask, "But are you all leaving so soon?" Zhang Ping scratched his head and made an excuse. "We still have urgent matters to attend to." The village chief nodded. "If that's the case, then we won't delay your journey any longer." Everyone placed their hands on their chests. He began to chant, "Before you leave, as the village chief, I wish to bestow a prophecy upon the brave and devout-hearted. What has happened to you is not random, but the result of the silent turning of the wheel of fate." The village chief's words were spoken slowly. "The enemy you seek the strength to face is merely a pawn in a larger game. Continue to move forward." At that moment, Zhang Ping's system announced the completion of the Rescue Zhuan village quest, and he received a bonus reward. He was a little surprised and asked the village chief, "How do you know my name?" Suddenly, a cry rang out. It was Shou Zhang, who was excited about his reward. "This bonus reward actually helped me level up by 2 whole levels." The person next to him said jealously, "I put in more effort than you, so how come I only leveled up by 2 levels too?" Manhwa intervened, "All right, it's clear we didn't really help much anyway." Shibai, standing next to Zhang Ping, was also a bit surprised and spoke up. Normally, the experience gained from a trial is distributed based on the number of mutated beasts killed, but this time, everyone received a level up. This hidden quest reward is truly a surprise. Zhang Ping hurriedly asked the captain, "What did you think of the village chief's words?" He hesitated and said, "Wasn't the village chief just bidding us farewell?" Shibai was shocked and asked a question. "Did you hear a secret meant only for you?" he recounted. "It is rumored that those with infinite great abilities can influence the world's power. Moreover, the purification in the trial grounds further helps them touch upon the world's secrets. I formed the surface cleanup squad with the purpose of overthrowing the Chu family's tyranny, but in reality, it was by receiving secret guidance that I was finally able to change the fate of Mingju City. As for the specific details of the secret, remember not to easily tell others, as it concerns the direction of the world, so just make your choices according to your own will." Shibai urged, "Let's move on to the next trial location now." He replied solemnly, A quiet stream flowed down from the upper reaches, surrounded by grass, trees, and flowers. From high above, Zhang Ping's group passed through the barrier gate, free-falling through the air. Not long after, they plunged into the water with a series of loud splashes. Manny couldn't swim, so she surfaced and reached out for help. This current is pulling me under. Fatty, quick, throw out the life buoy. Shou Zhang quickly tossed out the buoy, defending himself. Who are you calling fatty? This is called a strategic buoyancy reserve. Zhang Ping surfaced and asked in a loud voice, "Is everyone okay?" Siyun replied, "I'm fine." Jing Zhao, sitting in a buoy, sighed and said, "Still okay." Shu Ji, blinking her eyes open, felt something strange. There's something in the water. She looked down, saw several leeches approaching, and screamed, "It's leeches! How dare you try to suck my blood?" Everyone grew worried as they were surrounded on all sides. "We're done for. We're done for. Looks like we need to get to shore quickly." Siyun frowned, as if preparing to slaughter them all. She slammed both of her hands onto the water, creating a block of ice that flung the leeches up, then growled, "You small fries only deserve to stay in an ice cellar." Zhang Ping immediately pulled out a green orb and shouted, "Looks like I'll have to count on you, Ada." A giant green snake materialized on the ground. He urged everyone, hurry up and get on the snake's back first. Aboard the snake, they chattered endlessly. Manny spoke up, "I can't believe this swamp is so huge." Shou Zhang looked down at the water's surface and wondered, "Are you telling me we won't find land even by nightfall?" Chen Ming added, "Can't you be a little more positive?" Siyun tilted her head and asked quietly, "Isn't this snake from the last training ground? How are you able to bring it out?" Zhang Ping looked back and said cryptically, "A blood pact is like Wi-Fi. It can transmit data across dimensions, anytime, anywhere." She cut him off wearily, "Speak like a normal person." Zhang Ping had no choice but to explain in detail. "Back then, when Yan Long and Yan Hu established their blood pact, I suddenly wanted to test something in that blood pact state. What would happen if A Long ordered Ada to accept my gem? Unexpectedly, the contract was actually a success. Afterward, I placed it in my storage space and brought it through the teleportation gate. Looking at it now, it seems like there's nothing unusual." After saying that, he pointed forward. "Look, see how happy those two are." Yan Long was now hugging Ada's head, crying his eyes out, "This is great, I thought I'd never see you again." His younger brother behind him held his head and muttered, "Big bro, you're embarrassing me." Suddenly, a sound came from the golden bracelet on Zhang Ping's wrist. "This is not good." Shibai asked worriedly, "Has anyone seen the mission notification for this training ground yet?" Siyun rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "Come to think of it, I don't think I've actually seen a mission notification." Jing Zhao gazed into the distance, speculating, could it be that we were so distracted by the leeches that we missed the mission prompt? She noticed something and pointed. "There's a soul's aura at the 3 o'clock position." The group followed her gaze and stammered, "Is that a person?" An old woman holding an oar stood on a boat and spoke. "At last, trainee warriors, you've finally arrived." She smiled, "Please follow me." Meanwhile, Shou Zhang seemed to be lost in his own world. He leaped onto the old woman's boat and raised his sword enthusiastically. "Is the princess in a castle or at an altar? I, the hero, will go rescue her immediately." Zhang Ping sent a telepathic message to everyone. "This could be a trap, we should be careful." But Shou Zhang was already on that boat, so we have no other choice. "Forget it, let's just follow." Chen Ming grumbled in annoyance, "This fatty is our real challenge." Finally, they arrived at the Poison Swamp Microworm Village. Someone walked while observing their surroundings. Even the village is built on water, maybe this training ground really has no land. Shou Zhang put his hands behind his head and chuckled. "See, this is all thanks to my brilliant and decisive leadership. I'm definitely eating extra rice tonight." Chen Ming threatened from the side. "Yes, you." Suddenly, an old man's voice rang out from inside. "Warriors, please come in quickly." Seeing everyone, his eyes lit up. Our Weizhong village has finally received a ray of hope. Everyone gathered in a circle to listen to his introduction. "I am the chief of Weizhong village, Wei Zunbo. Our humble little village has nothing special to offer you. I am truly sorry. I hope you can understand." Shibai spoke up curiously from Zhang Ping's bracelet. "What is village chief Wei and Hung to you?" Zunbo answered hesitantly. "He was my great-grandfather." The bracelet could talk, it seems. The mysteriousness of the warriors is truly beyond imagination. He continued his story. "According to the ancient teachings of our village, whenever we fall into hardship, the figures of warriors will appear, bringing us hope." Warriors, I suppose you are already familiar with this, so I won't beat around the bush and we'll get straight to the point. Memories of that time flooded Zumbo's mind. In the waters south of the village, there is a giant sacred turtle named the Zhuiyu Black Turtle. Its temperament is gentle and it's very friendly to people. I always believed that in the hearts of the villagers, it was the village's guardian deity. His tone grew increasingly somber. However, it has recently become violent, attacking many villagers. The Black Turtle's rampage has made us very suspicious. Now, we can only ask you warriors to investigate the cause, clear this fog of mystery, and restore its peace. Even if you can't make it return to how it was before, I hope you warriors can help us calm it down, to prevent it from harming more innocent people. Zhang Ping reassured the village chief. "Please rest assured, we will definitely do our best." He grabbed the boy's hand and exclaimed, "Oh my, thank you all so much." Zunbo stood up, gesturing with his palm towards the pot before them. "Warriors, if you don't mind, please have some of this soup to fill your stomachs. Although it may not be tasty, it's enough to fill you up." With that, he turned to leave, adding, "The sky is getting dark. You warriors should also get some rest soon. System warning. The strange dish emits a bizarre aroma. It's not inedible, but you really wouldn't want anyone to see you eating it." Chen Ming quickly called out, "Hey fatty Shou Zhang, come try your side dish." He sat in front of the pot, looking disgusted. "This pot is full of dark cuisine. I wouldn't eat it even if I were starving to death." Zhang Ping spoke up to soothe the mood. "Huai'er, don't worry. This soup should be safe. The villagers probably don't have any ill intentions." Jingzhao hugged Zhang Ping's arm and asked, "Is it really safe?" Saishan felt that something wasn't quite right and replied, "I haven't sensed any hostility since we entered the village, so it should be fine." Master Bai also thought for a moment before recounting. 100 years ago, when I came here to train, the village chief's name was Wei In Hung. I helped them find a type of bird egg to raise the black turtle. Back then, the black turtle was only the size of a wash basin. Jingzhao mentally reviewed everyone they had met and muttered, "It's so strange. A person's soul fluctuates with their emotions." Zhu Yuan village from the last training session was no exception, but the souls of these Weizhong villagers are like a frozen lake. Although they are alive, but... Zhang Ping scratched his cheek and asked naively, "Do you mean these villagers are like the living dead from Shengzhou village?" Shou Zhang popped his head in and chimed in, "Why don't you listen to what you're saying?" She poked her index fingers together, stammering, "I'm sorry, I can't explain it clearly either." Analyzing the situation, if no one has found any clues for the quest, continuing to search would be a waste of time. Based on past experience, the village chief's invitation is very likely related to the quest. Their conversation drifted in from outside. "Everyone, let's get some rest for now. We'll set out tomorrow." Everyone responded in agreement. Sunbo glanced toward the room and let out a sigh. "I hope these offerings are fresh enough." Zhang Ping's group continued their journey on the back of the green snake. One person grew discouraged, feeling as if they had been traveling for quite a while, his rear end completely sore from sitting so long. Shou Zhang looked down at the water, wondering how much longer this swamp stretched on. Sishan gazed at her and Jingzhao's reflection on the water's surface and slowly spoke. "This is different. I can feel that the water here is much deeper than any place I've seen before." Suddenly, she screamed, "There's something in the water, everyone!" Just then, a dark shadow shot up from the water, sending everyone into a panic. Chen Ming, standing on his sword, breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, we were prepared this time." Zhang Ping also flew up to ask how the others were doing. Standing on Sishan's ice platform, everyone replied that they were all fine. She sat at the front and announced loudly, "I'll create a few more footholds." He saw the snake suddenly ensnared by the monster and shouted loudly, "Adai!" Zhang Ping was confused as he saw Adai roaring while trapped in its grasp. "What is that gray thing? Another snake?" He gritted his teeth, his annoyance obvious. But he couldn't yet think of a way to deal with it. Suddenly, a deep vortex formed under the water, pulling them down, causing everyone to exclaim in shock, "It's gone." Zhang Ping observed thoughtfully and made his judgment. "No, I can feel that Adai is still somewhere nearby. Just like before, I should be able to issue a command at this distance." He took out the green orb and urgently summoned, "Adai, by my command, return to the contract gem immediately." The only response was the silence from beneath the water. Zhang Ping frowned, feeling uneasy. Why is there no reaction? Normally, when a contract beast returns to its pouch, it turns into a very visible light. He thought to himself, could it still be in the water? At that moment, a stream of green energy shot up from the water's surface. It flew towards the orb. Just then, a violent wave rose from the water, as if to attack them. Chen Ming immediately realized, so this is its true form. Zhang Ping put the orb away in his clothes and added, "It seems we've found the right one." A giant turtle emerged from the water, causing everyone to panic. Chasing Moon Mystic Turtle, everyone rushed forward, using all their skills to attack the Mystic Turtle. Not long after, its neck was bound by several purple chains. Zhang Ping grabbed the ends of the chains, forcing the Mystic Turtle's body down. He growled, "Let's see where you run this time." Zhang Ping ordered an appraisal. The system announced, "Appraisal successful." The information was quickly delivered. Mutated beast, chasing Moon Mystic Turtle. A mutated two-headed turtle species, potential of 13 stars. Rank peak level mutated beast, level 35, professional grade dark serpent talent. The dark serpent part can absorb moonlight and convert it into lunar energy. All of this is stored within its shell, which can significantly increase its other attributes. Moreover, it can also imbue its attacks with an ice attribute. The King Black Tortoise can consume the moonlight energy in its body to manipulate space. He gripped the chain tightly, his heart filled with anxiety. A royal level talent, and a spatial one at that. Zhang Ping shouted a warning, "Danger! Captain Jinba, get out of there now!" He turned around in surprise, asking, "What?" Before his group could even process what was happening, the creature spun around and coiled tightly around them. Shortly after, it spun violently, causing the water to surge. The black tortoise then dove beneath the surface, dragging his chains along with it. Zhang Ping, hovering in the air, panicked. "This is terrible. Everyone is being dragged underwater." Qingba frowned and proposed, "This place gives me an advantage. Let me handle it." He held out a green gem and said in a low voice, "Then I'll have to trouble Senior Su." Below, Jinba and the others held their breath, cursing internally. Damn it! To think it had a trick like this. He watched the black tortoise gradually surface and couldn't help but wonder, "Now what is this?" As it rose to the surface, Jinba recognized the technique and exclaimed, "River's countercurrent." The black tortoise was lifted out of the water by a whirlpool, flinging everyone away. Xishan and Jingjiao remained on the block of ice, assessing the situation. Qingbai emerged from behind the waves, cleared his throat, and said, "Sister Lu, keep making floating ice. Just leave the underwater combat to me." Jingjiao called out in surprise, "Grandpa." She then used her power to create an ice flow for everyone. Jinba dropped to one knee, complaining, "This water really stinks." The black tortoise roared from the sky, "You greedy invaders! You not only oppressed the villagers, but you also occupied the village." It stared intently at Zhang Ping, issuing a challenge. "And now you want to kill me too?" he muttered to himself. "Invaders? Could there be others?" A strange feeling grew in his heart as he wondered what the village chief was hiding. Zhang Ping slowly approached to explain, "Please don't misunderstand, we mean you no harm." But the black tortoise remained wary. "I won't let you get what you want." Just as it was about to attack him, someone intervened. "Wait a moment." A young man with a wound on his arm stepped forward, offering, "I'll stake my life on it. Can we please talk calmly?" Hearing this, the black tortoise paused for a moment. Suddenly, a dark shadow fell over them from above, causing it to dive beneath the water to hide. Finally, the black tortoise snorted coldly. "I'll spare you for now. That thing in the sky isn't easy to deal with." It taunted as it dove. "If you can defeat it, then I'll consider talking to you people." Zhang Ping grimaced. "What kind of joke is this?" He commanded, "Identify." Everyone cried out upon seeing a giant bird flying high above. "It's a mutated beast." The system announced, "Identification successful. Mutated beast, deep cold cormorant. Race, cormorant. Potential, star level mutated beast. Rank, peak, level mutated beast. Level, 39, talent, deep, cold wind. Its gular pouch stores an extremely cold, and it can use its wings to summon extremely cold storms." He asked irritably, "Why is everything at such a ridiculously high level?" The cormorant gathered all its spiritual power in its throat. A second later, it opened its mouth wide and unleashed a terrifying blast of energy. While holding the line with his comrades, Zhang Ping commanded, "Maintain the formation, don't break rank." Qingba was also instantly frozen by this spiritual energy. Xishan created a shield for everyone as Shui He cried out in panic. "This bird's breath is even stronger than a northern blizzard." She was also astonished. To think that just one breath could freeze the entire area. This mutated beast's ice ability is even greater than my own. Only Fang Lacian stood with his arms crossed, plotting a strategy. "Playing with ice in broad daylight? Then I'll show you what the sun is." He raised his hands to the sky, summoning a blazing flame, Scarlet Emperor's immortal body. Emperor Flame form, activate. Lycian threatened, "Are you ready to be turned into a roasted bird?" Struck by the flame, the cormorant let out a piercing shriek. He seized the opportunity to leap up and roar. "What good will that do?" Fang Lacian growled, "Shut your trap." At the same time, he swung his fist and landed a powerful punch on its throat, causing the cormorant to fall backward from the blow. Several vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around its body. A voice echoed from a distance, "Young man, are you trying to steal the credit?" Chang Chun slammed the cormorant hard onto the ice, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Get down here for me." He looked at it sprawling below and cleared his throat. "Freezing the water's surface is enough. Just behave yourself for me," Chang Chun exclaimed as he saw the icy aura pouring out of its throat. "An ice shock pouch? Feels like 0 yuan, huh?" He glanced at his fellow disciple and asked, "Old brother Wu, have you been frozen solid?" Qingbo jumped up and repeatedly punched the cormorant. "My ability is to merge with inorganic matter. Even if I turn into water or ice, it doesn't affect my movements." It squirmed, flapping its wings violently as if trying to escape this place. Jinbo led the troops into battle. "What a massive sun god bird. Today I'm going to make an all-bird feast." He cracked his knuckles and asked the two seniors, "Does anyone want to bet on who will be the first to break this bird's wing?" Changshin charged forward full of fighting spirit, even setting up a bet where the loser has to do 100,000 push-ups. Fang Lacian performed a beautiful move, unleashing the technique Beast King Fist Style, Tao Wu Bamboo Body. Instantly, the cormorant was surrounded by a blazing fire that seemed to want to incinerate it. Jinbo and his comrades punched it down onto the ice, shouting, "These roasted bird wings." Then he warmed up his arm, heroically shouting once more, "Here we go." Jinbo cupped his palms together and shot out a flame, which then erupted into a terrifying explosion. Jingjiao then turned to ask Zhang Ping, "Are they always this hot-headed?" He scratched his cheek and hesitated, probably because they've been holding back for too long recently. After all, the opponent isn't a king level with soul attacks. Feng Lycian stood next to the cormorant and scoffed, "This still isn't enough. I'm not having enough fun yet." Jinbo put his hands on his hips and nodded. As expected, there's still a huge gap between a mutated beast and a king level. It lay motionless on the water, but it looked very strange. Xuangui emerged and questioned, "Can't you guys smell the odor coming from that thing?" This scared the daylights out of Shoujiang. "Oh my god. When did you surface?" Sishan repeated its words. She was suspicious. An odor. Could it be? Sishan drew her sword, rushing towards the cormorant. She swung her sword and slashed its body, causing round pills to spill out. As expected, it's the soul lure pill again. Zhang Ping picked one up and brought it to Xuangui. "The smell is coming from this." "Xuangui, the intruders you mentioned earlier, could they be from the Zhu family?" It didn't seem to have an answer. "I don't know what this Zhu family you speak of is, but now it seems you really aren't on the same side as them, are you?" Xuangui explained, "We were chasing the Yu Xuangui in order to adapt to the energy of the moonlight. To combat the extreme cold, one must eat the eggs of the deep cold sea cormorant during its developmental period for the sake of the next generation's growth. So, a group of people would occasionally come to the village to collect the bird's eggs. A few days ago, a group arrived. The black tortoise's voice was filled with grief. They used this strange medicinal pill to control the cormorant and successfully took its eggs. I thought it was all over, but then they ordered the bird to slaughter the villagers. It blamed itself in a low voice. I was the village's guardian spirit beast. I immediately joined the battle, but I was no match for them and was gravely injured. They even tried to use the medicinal pill to control me, so I had no choice but to use moonlight energy to escape." He looked at the pill in his hand, wondering to himself, "I can't believe something like this happened. But why didn't the villagers tell us anything?" Zhang Ping turned to Sishan and said, "Cici, you freeze this soul-luring pill, and I'll go back to the village to get to the bottom of this." The black tortoise remembered the past and felt immense guilt. As a guardian beast, I couldn't protect the village. My oath to that master has also. Suddenly, the old man's voice rang out. "My friend, this is not your fault. We now share a common enemy, and you no longer have to fight alone." It widened its eyes in disbelief. "This voice is..." The black tortoise asked loudly, "Master Situ, is it really you?" The old man replied, "It is indeed, but I can no longer appear in human form now." It was slightly overjoyed to meet its benefactor again. "I never thought I'd see Master Situ again after all these years. If that's the case..." The black tortoise looked at everyone and suggested, "Then let's all go. I will take you to the village." Not long after, the black tortoise led everyone into the village. The group walked for a while, but the place was completely deserted. Zhang Ping glanced around, wondering where everyone went. Shoujiang also found it strange. Maybe all the villagers are taking their afternoon nap now? Saishan quickly asserted, "No, there isn't a single breath of life around here." Manor pondered, "How could so many people just disappear? Could it be that we've encountered ghosts?" Shoujiang asked tearfully. "Ghosts?" Jingjiao interjected, "They gave us directions just this morning. Even if they migrated, they couldn't have left without a single trace, right?" The black tortoise asked in surprise, "You guys really saw villagers here before?" Jinba raised his palm and replied, "That's right. They were very enthusiastic too. It's just that we really couldn't stomach that soup. Recalling the slaughter that day, I find it hard to understand, but I clearly saw the intruders massacring everyone in the village. Under those circumstances, how could there possibly be any survivors?" Jingjiao suddenly sensed a wave of energy from a small house, and she immediately dashed inside. Seeing her run after it, Zhang Ping shouted, "Su Jingjiao, where are you going?" Jingjiao bravely pushed open the door of the house. She frowned at what was before her. On the floor were several straw scarecrows emitting the energy she had just sensed. He ran over excitedly. "The fire is still burning. The villagers must have just left not long ago." Jingjiao picked up a scarecrow and shook her head, saying, "No, they didn't leave. They were never here to begin with." She gently stroked the puppet's face. The black tortoise was right. These villagers had long since died from the ghost puppet technique. Su Jingjiao recalled the recent events. They had placed remnant souls into these straw puppets, pretending to be alive. No wonder the villagers' souls felt too peaceful before, and it was a bit unnatural. She turned her head and emphasized, "They know that ordinary tricks can't fool me. It seems the enemy knows us very well." After that, everyone split up to search for clues. Jinba spoke up, "I'll go look over there." Chen Ming added, "I'll go too." Shou Zhang picked up the soup pot curiously. If those villagers were all arranged by the Chu family, then why didn't they just poison this soup directly? Man Ni turned her head back and explained, "Do you think everyone is as simple-minded as you? The Chu family must know about Zhang Ping's abilities. If they had actually used poison, it would have been easily detected." Sidhu Shiba analyzed the situation. "They wanted us to go to the Xuan Gui's dwelling to investigate. I'm afraid it was to find a way to weaken our strength. In the end, their goal wasn't achieved, so they fled." Zhang Ping thought with a serious expression. But how did they know so much about Su Jingjiao's abilities as well? The only one who knew about Su Jingjiao was Ma Bin, and he's already dead. Could it just be a coincidence? "Hey," Jin Ba waved and called out, "I found a clue. Come over here quickly." They stood before a lake emanating mysterious spiritual power. He suspected it was a portal to clear the stage. Chen Ming deduced, "It seems the reason we didn't receive a quest notification earlier is because the quest was completed long ago. So where is the enemy now?" The Xuan Gui glanced over, calling for Mr. Sidhu. He appeared and offered his opinion. If the order of clearing stages in the trial grounds is messed up, everyone would be forcibly ejected. Since we are all still here, it proves they have moved on to the next scene in the correct order. Shiba thought of a desolate desert, so it's very likely they are lying in ambush in the Flame Scorpion Desert. Zhang Ping faced the Xuan Gui and asked urgently, "We have to go now." "Xuan Gui, what are your plans for the future?" It looked down at the turtle shells on the ground and pondered, "I have nothing left to protect now. I don't know what I can do next." The Xuan-Gi gazed at the smiling expression of a baby turtle and thought, "New life will surely be born here again in the future. These little Xuan-Gis will eventually grow up and become the new guardian spirit beasts." He held out a spirit stone, pleading, "If the past cannot be changed, then why not face our common enemy with us? Xuan-Gi, we need your power." It closed its eyes and growled a few times. "Heir of Situ, you are much more interesting than that bookworm from the old days. Perhaps renewing the oath with you is the arrangement of fate." The Xuan-Gui quickly agreed, "Very well." Zhang Ping threw the spirit stone towards it. A system notification appeared, contract successfully formed, summoning the Moonchaser Zhuan Gui. It let out a roar and bowed its head to him. "The Moonchaser Zhuan Gui is ready to follow your command." The barrier gate opened, and this time, it was a desolate desert. Zhang Ping immediately passed through it, arriving in this desolate and remote place. He landed cheerfully on the ground, falling from the sky every time. "I'm almost used to the feeling." Zhang Ping was surprised to see no one around and wondered, "Where is everyone else? Didn't we all enter together?" He quickly raised his bracelet, asking the captain what had happened, but when he didn't get a reply, Zhang Ping grew more anxious. "Captain!" Suddenly, two strangers appeared from behind. As expected of someone with limitless power, Zhang Ping glanced over, listening to their conversation. To think he could deal with two high-level mutated beasts so quickly. However, our barrier is already in place. Lao Bai and his underlings bluntly declared, "Welcome to the nullification barrier." He stood back and let his subordinates charge forward. "First, I'll send you two awakened ones on your way." He quickly tried to summon his spiritual power, but it failed. Zhang Ping grew anxious. The nether fog can't be used. The two goons took advantage of his vulnerability and landed a powerful punch. Overpowered, Zhang Ping was sent rolling back several yards as he struggled to sit up, looking at the spiritual power vanishing from his hand and muttering, "A top-tier awakened curse master." Yuchu family really spared no expense on this barrier's construction. The two subordinates advanced on Zhang Ping with an intimidating aura. Their leader was incredibly smug. "Zhang Ping, can't use those powers you're so proud of anymore, can you? Don't worry, we'll put you out of your misery soon." Zhang Ping easily dodged while taunting, "Haven't you eaten?" That punch is a joke compared to Wang Jimin's. The next second, the man appeared right behind him with a raised fist. The subordinate threw a punch, using the momentum to launch Zhang Ping into the air. Gritting his teeth, he tightly grabbed the man's wrist, unleashing Beast King Fist, tumbling body. Zhang Ping used the momentum to spin out of danger, and not only that, he swung the man around in a full circle, then knocked him out with the ultimate move, Beast King Fist, Fang, shattering Heart Pierce. Suddenly, a column of purple smoke shot down, causing a terrifying explosion. Zhang Ping was surprised to see his blade had pierced the man, but he was completely unharmed. He muttered, "That's not right." He watched the man run to the other side, thinking, "I definitely pierced his heart, yet he's completely fine." Zhang Ping looked thoughtfully at his weapon. There wasn't even a drop of blood on the blade. Could it be? He observed everyone in front of him and muttered, "Are they some kind of puppets?" The remaining men watched the duel and started chatting. "Brother Fu Bo, want to bet how many minutes he'll last?" He replied, "What's the wager?" "I want that scorpion beauty you're raising." One of them quickly attacked with a club, but Zhang Ping ducked to dodge it. He dashed towards the crowd, thinking to himself, "To kill the snake, you must first cut off its head." They didn't hesitate and charged in together. Zhang Ping immediately used a Beast King Fist technique, Rapid Escape. As quick as a flash, he broke through their encirclement. Filled with fighting spirit, Zhang Ping charged towards the leader. He intended to stab his blade straight through the man's heart, but unexpectedly, the leader dodged the blow. That guy leaped into the air, leaving Zhang Ping staring blankly at his blade. The moment he attacked, the fog had returned. He slammed his sword down hard on the ground. As Zhang Ping was knocked back, he deduced that the core of the nullification barrier was on those two. Lao Bai frowned and grumbled, a sharp kid. Standing nearby, Fu Bo scowled and ordered, "Finish him off for me now." Once again, Zhang Ping had to find a way to escape as they attacked. Zhang Ping told himself he had to find an opening. Suddenly, on the opposite side, a man was holding a giant arrow. He aimed at Zhang Ping and hurled it with immense force. The razor-sharp weapon instantly shot towards him. Zhang Ping sensed the danger and glanced back at the arrow. He quickly did a flip, letting it fly straight past him. But contrary to his expectations, the arrow curved and came back around, its target still Zhang Ping. He tumbled several times in amazement. Its trajectory can be bent. Soon after, Zhang Ping was pierced straight through by it. Seeing him fall to the ground, the group rushed over instantly. They surrounded and held him down, as the leader stepped forward and said in a low voice, "An infinite-level genius." Fu Bo held out his palm and sneered, "You're just mud under my boots." Though restrained, Zhang Ping still asked defiantly, "How did you guys manage to isolate me alone in this scene? Where are my teammates?" Lao Bai, holding his weapon, smirked and said, "Telling you would be useless. You're about to die anyway, so take your questions with you to hell." He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and uttered, "Hell? I'd rather send you all there first." Suddenly, a swirling vortex emerged from the ground, causing them to cry out in alarm. "This tremor, what did you do?" A stream of turquoise energy emanated from Zhang Ping's body as he silently called out, "Soul Lure Seal Release." Zhang Ping questioned, "Weren't you using scorpions to see how long I could last?" Gradually, the vortex engulfed the entire central area. It sent them all into a panic, shouting, "What's happening? I can't see him anymore." Lao Bai raised a hand to shield his face, catching a glimpse of a flame scorpion's silhouette and muttering, "A flame scorpion." The boy's voice echoed, "I'll return this suffering to you twofold." The villains, surrounded by flame scorpions, screamed in terror, "This is bad. That guy has possessed a flame scorpion's body." The underlings relentlessly used their weapons to destroy them one by one. But there were so many that even the leader had to exclaim, "Damn it, there are too many. Where on earth is that guy hiding?" He swung his sword, slashing several flame scorpions to pieces, then hastily ordered, "Relay my command to all level 30 personnel. Even if you have to dig 3 feet deep, you must find Zhang Ping." A flame scorpion crawled swiftly across the vast desert with Zhang Ping inside it, sighing in relief, "Safe. I'm safe for now." He frowned as a series of images of them slaughtering flame scorpions appeared in his mind. Zhang Ping lamented, "It's happening again? Why can I see these images?" He closed his eyes and pondered. Could it be that a pure-blood body can resonate with the consciousness of hive-mind creatures? If that's the case, then I might be able to use this method to find my teammate's location. In an instant, the flame scorpion's body emitted several rings of energy, as if it were calling out to someone. Zhang Ping was anxious. Where are they? Not long after, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "I found them, to the northwest." And so, the flame scorpion crawled off in that direction. Half an hour later, Shibai's voice echoed, "Zhang Ping, who injured you?" Chang Chen also chimed in, "Kid Zhang Ping, we've been sealed in the contract pouch for a whole half an hour. What's going on?" He said in a low voice, "I was ambushed by the enemy." Zhang Ping used the pure blood body release technique to exit the creature's body. He quickly recounted, "They sealed my abilities." Zhang Ping's face turned serious, his voice cold. "The urgent mission now is to regroup with everyone." Seeing this, the old man encouraged Zhang Ping, "Hang in there." Suddenly, a dark projection appeared, the speaker incessantly calling his name, Zhang Ping. The soul lure ring had taken effect. The flame scorpions were being controlled by their aura. That's how those guys were able to track him all the way here. Lao Bai wondered as they suddenly stopped. His last appearance was here. After that, his presence vanished completely. He scrunched his face into a sneer, "Infinite level? Just a prey that's good at running away." Fu Bo proposed a plan. "Lao Bai, why don't you two go find that master?" Lao Bai flew into a rage, screaming, "Search for what? Who knows where to even look? This is our only chance." He raised his hand, cleared his throat, and commanded, "As for guarding this place, I'll have the fire scorpions search the surroundings." Lao Bai emphasized every single word. Find him dead or alive. In Manni's secret room, everyone was looking at the motionless Zhang Ping and making a preliminary assessment. His ribs pierced his lungs, causing 3 fatal wounds. "It's a good thing he managed to find us in the end." Sishan knelt and spoke up. According to the captain, the enemy completely restricted Zhang Ping's power. Since when did the Chu family possess this kind of ability? Shibai, standing nearby, was anxious to know more. "We'll have to wait until he wakes up to find out." Suddenly, there was a strange noise, and Man Ni immediately detected someone outside. Lai Shen, full of fighting spirit, declared, if they brought the fight to our doorstep, there's no reason not to accept the challenge. Not to be outdone, Jinba chimed in, Man Ni, let us out. We want to fight them. Chen Ming scratched his head and advised, everyone, calm down a bit. We don't even know the enemy's strength yet. Suddenly, he let out a dry cough. Jing Jiao quickly shouted, Zhang Ping is awake. Zhang Ping grimaced, clutching his head and asking, where is this? Weren't we in the trial grounds? Man Ni crossed her arms and explained, when we arrived at the Scorpion Desert, we realized you were the only one missing. We then tried to contact you multiple times with no response, so I figured you might be in danger. The desert environment is harsh, so to conserve our strength, I opened the shadow room. He suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly, that's right, those enemies. Jing Jiao tried to stop him. Wait. Zhang Ping slowly stood up and began to recount. The enemies are remnants of the investigation team, with some assassins from the Chu family mixed in. I suspect they were following us, and infiltrated the trial grounds. Among them are two particularly tough guys. Not only are they incredibly powerful, but they also don't feel pain or bleed. He recalled Lao Bai and Fu Bo and then emphasized, the secret to sealing my power lies with those two captains. Zhang Ping continued his account. When I launched an attack against them, my power was partially restored in an instant. I was incredibly surprised. To confirm this, I used a soul-luring pill to draw the swarm of scorpions, creating chaos. When the dust obscured their line of sight, my powers were indeed restored. That was the only way he was able to grab onto a fire scorpion and escape, Zhang Ping concluded. So, I'm guessing that as long as they can't see me, my powers aren't affected, Shibai interjected. If the Chu family had this trick before, they would have definitely used it against me already. This proves they must have learned this technique very recently. Sacred Ancestor Village, Tianchang Lake, neither seemed to be the source. He seriously raised another suspicious point. Furthermore, they were able to isolate me and me alone. Logically, there's no way the Chu family could affect the structure of the trial grounds. Zhang Ping rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Could it be as the village chief said? Is there a mastermind behind all of this? The enemies you are trying to gain power here to fight are nothing more than pawns. He closed his eyes, his mind a tangled mess. However, the clues we have right now aren't enough. The most important thing is to deal with this Chu family. Zhang Ping came up with a plan and spoke up. Even though we don't know where the Chu family got their tricks, at least we now have some idea of the enemy's team composition and abilities. The Chu family is holding their position up there, which means their methods can't counter the dark room. If I'm not mistaken, his eyes landed on Manny. They can't see Manny, and therefore can't restrain her dark room, which means we can return to the dark room to rest anytime we want. Zhang Ping emphasized each word. We can use this to our advantage and take them down one by one. The next day, that group was still scouring the desert. Jin Ba and Feng Lycian were also there to meet the challenge. He spoke first. I hear there are two very powerful pinnacle-level awakened ones among you. Is that right? Step forward on your own. He snapped his fingers tauntingly. Let's see what you're made of. Lao Bai grumbled with a frown. Where did these guys even come from? Fu Ba, standing behind two of his underlings, talked tough. Are you looking for a death wish? Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Hey, are you guys looking for me? The two of them turned around to see him approaching with purple spiritual energy in his hand and shouted, Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping clenched his fist, releasing a meager amount of power. He thought with a serious expression, just as I thought, my power has been restricted by those two. Zhang Ping recalled the previous battle and felt a sense of relief. But luckily, team leader Jin and director Feng are in their blind spot, so their vision isn't restricted. Lao Bai immediately gave the order. What are you standing there for? Go take care of him, he smirked mockingly. It seems you're all very interested in my power, Zhang Ping continued. However, you shouldn't just look at what's in front of you. Just then, his teammate attacked from behind, grabbing the two by their necks and slamming them to the ground, then quickly sent a message. Manny, open the dark room. She replied, Roger. Fu Ba, caught by the neck, cursed, damn it. They fell into a room. Lao Bai was still talking tough, taunting, you think you alone can restrain us? Just then, everyone else behind them spoke up. Don't forget about us, Qing Ba said sarcastically while rubbing his shoulder. You two brats seem pretty capable now, don't you? Lao Bai trembled as he called out to Captain Su. It's all because of Ma Bin. He's the one who made us. Fu Ba wondered to himself, isn't he supposed to be dead? His eyes turned bloodshot, his voice filled with rage. Cut the crap. I couldn't finish him with my own hands back then, so today I'll take my anger out on you. After that, the whole group rushed in and gave them a merciless beating. Jing Zhao, hiding behind Si Shan, muttered, This is the first time I've ever seen Grandpa so angry. One of the guys screamed, It's gonna break. My arm is gonna break. Si Shan suggested, Senior Su and the others can handle things here. I need to go outside and provide support. Zhang Ping and Jing Zhao eagerly agreed to go. We'll go too. Then we won't have to keep an eye on these two all the time. Meanwhile, back in the desert, Someone was holding a gold ingot and said excitedly, "Without those two around, I can finally use my ability." Gem contract. The contract allows a contract gem to be combined with special equipment to enhance that equipment's potential. Each piece of equipment can only be combined once. Zhang Ping held his weapon and whispered, perfect timing to test out a new move. Information was transferred to the enhanced war scythe, which could now repeat enchantment spells. It could also turn the enchantment spell into a ranged attack. There was no one in front of him at the moment, and the system prompt appeared. Fire Eater has been activated. Nether Fog Body has been activated. He decided to imbue the war scythe with both fire and fog to finish the job. Zhang Ping swung the terror tool, turning and flinging the group away. After a moment, he rested the weapon on his shoulder, silently watching them fall in defeat. A few of the underlings were shocked to see Xishan and Chen Ming arrive. They wondered if there were more reinforcements. Without a word, she plunged her ice sword straight through his body. He turned in confusion and asked, "Why are you all here?" Jing Jiao replied enthusiastically, "The enemy capable of causing interference has been locked in a dark room by Man Ni. Let's focus on cleaning up these grunts outside." Zhang Ping nodded and said, "Good." Only the two strongest, highest-level individuals were left. He raised his hand to summon the contract gemstone and whispered to it, "Senior Ye, I'll leave this batch of experience points for you." The man inside the contract stone chuckled gleefully. "All right." Meanwhile, Jinba had quickly leaped up to dodge a slash, landing softly on the ground right behind the minion. Jinba's eyes lit up as he growled, "Now's my chance." His entire body seemed to radiate a terrifying power. He unleashed his golden blood punch, sending the man flying into the air. Jinba saw him lean back to regain his balance, and was surprised my attack had no effect. The man brought his sword down in a slash right where he stood. Jinba looked at the two advancing figures and realized they were immortal. Lai Xian added, "The bodies of living creatures are still quite weak. They are even more troublesome than the living." Instantly, vines shot up from the ground and entangled them. Changshen urgently ordered, "Young friend Jin, young friend Feng, help me hold them down." The two of them leaped into action, each pinning one of the men to the ground. As Changshen controlled the vines to tighten around their necks, he growled, "Whether living or dead, everything needs energy to operate, and as long as it's a form of power, it must have a limit." Seeing them tremble violently, Jinba cheered, "That's amazing. Senior Yi, drain them completely." Shortly after, a coin engraved with a clown's face popped out from their foreheads. He squatted down, watched it fall to the ground, and asked in astonishment, "A clown's coin? So this thing is their source of power." Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Fu Ba had been beaten until his cheeks were swollen. He trembled and begged, "Stop hitting me." The two of them, who were tied up, finally surrendered and confessed, "I will tell you everything." Qingba carefully examined the two yin-yang rings in his hand and muttered, "You use these things to suppress the powers of others?" He recalled that when Ma Bin had killed him with a dagger, it had a similar effect. It seemed all this equipment came from the same source. Fu Ba stammered, "That's the gist of it, but this item requires both of us to be fully focused to activate it, and while it's active, we can't use any of our other abilities." Jing Jiao, who was standing beside them, gave a thumbs up to confirm. "I've probed his soul. He's not lying." He squatted down, his eyes brimming with killing intent as he asked the man, "Does that mean this thing was specifically meant to deal with Zhang Ping?" Old Bai hesitated. Qingba's shadow fell over them. His voice was filled with killing intent. "I'm about to start settling the score. Now talk. Who ordered you to target the Chu family?" He transformed into a terrifying figure, as if interrogating armed criminals, and warned the AI monitor, "If you dare lie, I will break all 10 of your fingers." Guess whose fingers would be broken first? The AI's. The legend goes that about 15 years ago, Zhu Yanping ordered us to transport goods to the trial grounds. Old Bai slammed his fist on the glass cage, yelling, "Give me some quiet. I had to stay up for 3 straight nights watching over you beasts." Fu Ba approached worriedly and asked Old Bai, "Are we really going to side with the Zhu family?" He turned, hands clasped behind his back, and sighed at Fu Ba, "Why are you always complaining? In this world, you're either a player or a piece on the board, and then there are the sacrificial pawns. We can't even touch the chessboard." He was still hesitating, but Old Bai suddenly noticed the person in front of them, wondering, isn't that someone from Xianlei? He didn't hesitate to use a coded question, "Hey brother, what time do we head out?" That guy bluntly stated, "Leave the goods. You can scram." Old Bai, feeling utterly disrespected, pointed at the man and roared angrily, "What the hell? My brothers and I risked our lives to deliver this cargo, and you want to dismiss us with just one sentence?" Seeing no response, he yelled again, "Hey, I'm talking to you." The man's entire body erupted with a terrifying aura of energy, pushing Old Bai back. In a disdainful tone, the man sneered, "An insect like you dares to touch my divine aura?" Seeing Old Bai thrown to the ground, Fu Ba called out worriedly, "Old Bai." The man slowly spoke one final time as he summoned a demon to threaten them. His final word was a definitive scram. The scene shifts to the lab, where Qingba turns his head and asks, "You're back? Have the enemies outside been dealt with?" Zhang Ping gave a soft in response. He looked at the older man, puzzled. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Su Qingba proceeded to explain the situation to everyone. Zhang Ping rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So that's how it is. But why would the Zhu family want the heart-devouring illusion fox?" He thought to himself, and who is the mysterious person they mentioned? Is the nether fog also involved? The two men looked at Zhang Ping as if he were a demon and fearfully pleaded. "We were just following orders at the time. We really don't know anything." Shi Bai stepped in to clarify. "These two aren't lying. It seems that low-level guys like them wouldn't know the full story. However, the Heavenly Constant Fox's ability to distort perception is the same type as the heart-devouring illusion fox's." Old Bai saw the image and screamed in terror. That's Situ's demonic visage." Shi Bai frowned and interrogated him. "Where is the person who received the heart-devouring illusion fox?" He shook his head and replied, "We don't know either." Old Bai recalled the past and continued, "He had us follow you, and after we completed 2 trials, he left. But his power and his many items were clearly beyond our comprehension, so we don't know which faction he belongs to." He added fearfully, "A monster who can freely enter and exit the trial grounds. That guy could very well be one of the infinitely powerful ones." After a moment, Old Bai seemed to surrender. "I've already told you everything I know. As for all the things we did to you in the past, you have no reason to keep us alive anyway. Whether you want to kill us or beat us, it's up to you." Fu Ba broke out in a cold sweat, stammering out a single word, "Please." He bowed his head and pleaded loudly, "Please, give us a chance to live." Old Bai looked confused. "Fu Ba, you?" Fu Ba didn't hesitate to tell him why. "Old Bai, you taught me that I have to learn to recognize the way things are. Small-time people like us are destined to have no influence on the world. It's better to live on your knees than to die on your feet." The two were so moved they rubbed their cheeks together and cried loudly. "Fubo, Old Bai." Zhang Ping was also speechless at this scene. He thought to himself, "Why do I find this a little disgusting?" He sternly assessed the situation, although these two weren't high-level. They were at least veteran members of the investigation team, so they must have a good grasp of the situation outside the city and within the team. Besides, he might still need them to identify that mysterious person later on, so they still had some value to be exploited. Zhang Ping summoned 2 green spirit stones and threatened, "I can give you a chance, but from now on, you must completely obey my orders. You just have to honestly swallow these gems to sign the contract." Zhang Ping's tone was filled with killing intent. "If you want to live, then you better behave." Fu Bo quickly realized this was even crueler than the Zhu family's deadly oath. Old Bai added, "So that means, after eating this, we'll have to be your slaves for the rest of our lives?" He gritted his teeth. There was truly no other choice. In the end, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the core. The next morning, the group continued across the desert and arrived at a white, snowy field. While traveling, everyone felt exhausted from the bone-chilling cold. Fortunately, they reached a city that stood guard over the vast fields. Without hesitating for too long, they immediately went inside to find shelter from the wind and snow, and so, Zhang Ping's group found an inn to rest at. At a tavern in Bai Tai town, everyone was gathered around a lavish spread of food. Shou Zhang mumbled while stuffing his face, "This is totally worth the money. Even if I die, at least I'll be a well-fed ghost." Man Ni, who was next to him, chimed in, "I can't believe the currency from Mingzhu City can be used here, so we won't have to worry about anything from now on." Zhang Ping ate calmly while listening to their chatter. Shi Bai spoke up, "When I first started my training course, this place was just a tribe, but now it's developed into this." An older man behind them, chugging a beer, asked quietly, "Hey kid, you folks look like you're from out of town, right?" He turned his head and replied, "I heard there's a beast tide coming to town tomorrow." The man mumbled, "A beast tide?" He practically drooled at the thought, his tone a bit excited. "Oh, you're talking about those dangerous wolves, aren't you? They say that when the wolf pack attacks, outsiders always come to help the townspeople fight them off." He put a hand on Zhang Ping's shoulder and concluded with, "But that's all in the past now." His cheeks were flushed as he said confidently, "You all must have seen that big guy on the city walls, right? That thing can shoot 5 giant arrows at once. No matter how many dangerous wolves come, it's useless. You guys can just sit back and enjoy the free ride." Zhang Ping looked surprised and asked in return, "Is it really that simple?" He suddenly noticed Jing Zhao turn towards the glass window, sighing. Zhang Ping walked over and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" She turned her head and replied softly, "Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've been back to Mingzhu City." Jing Zhao gazed into the distance and said in a low voice, "I wonder what the city is like now." Back in Mingzhu City, day was breaking. Clouds drifted high above, and workers were busy at a construction site. Ziming held a blueprint and urged loudly, "If you can't finish repairing this wretched shop within 3 days, then I'll throw you all into the wall." One person stammered, but the materials. He cut him off, shouting, "No buts. I'd better smell bread tonight." In the distance, two people were whispering, "Vice City Lord Huang is really working hard. I heard he acted as a lapdog for the patrol team to climb to that position." At the City Lord's mansion, a group of subordinates were reporting, "Your Highness, the renovation work in the city is almost complete." From a human perspective, this was a natural disaster that was resolved by the patrol team. Shiyu, with her legs crossed, asked wearily, "I wonder if the pigs in this city are eating and sleeping well." The subordinate flattered, "Everyone praises the way you rule this city, Your Highness. And what about the Chu family?" She stood up and nodded. "I know what you're worried about." Shiyu slowly walked up to him and questioned, "The king is imprisoned by Situ Shibai, so you're afraid the Chu family will take this chance to sneak in. Is that because you don't trust me?" The subordinate immediately bowed and refuted, "No, I wouldn't dare." Her tone grew even harsher. "It's only a matter of time before the king kills Situ Shibai. As for this dog of a Chu family, a dog is only a dog when it barks." Shiyu uttered coldly, "As long as the leash is in my hands, it's fine." The subordinate turned his head and reminded her, "But that Huang Ziming, no, I mean Chu Ziming, he deceived us." She wasn't surprised at all and said, "I know. That's why the Chu family proactively sent him back so he could atone for his actions. We do indeed need his status as Vice City Lord." Besides, Shiyu felt her purple spiritual power surrounding the construction site and affirmed, "He wouldn't dare to deceive us again now." She squinted at the crowd outside the glass window. Suddenly, a figure's reflection appeared on the glass, accompanied by a voice. "Looks like you guys have been developing rather quickly, huh?" The startled subordinate spun around and yelled, "Who's there?" Shiyu immediately shouted to stop him. "Wait a moment, that person killed the subordinate directly," and even added, "Remember, you are all just pawns on my chessboard." The dark figure stood beside the corpse and warned, "Mind your place, little fox." She asked, trembling, "You, what did you come here for?" He reached out his hand and summoned the pure blood body, then explained, "You should know that our clan cannot reproduce." He let this stream of blood energy pierce into the subordinate's body. He continued, "Even if we can replace humans, it won't change the current situation. As our numbers are constantly declining, the subordinate seemed to have been revived, and the man's tone grew colder. Therefore, I have decided to tell you how to continue your lineage. Now that you have captured Mingzhu City and have enough resources, that method will no longer be difficult for you." The man hesitated. "Does that mean we'll turn into demons?" He questioned loudly. "Enough. You want to go back to the snow plains, don't you?" At the snow plains, a pack of wolves in Zhang Ping's group were advancing together. He whispered, "The time is near. Everyone, split up and move out." A bald man spoke up. "Young man, no need to be so anxious. Come over here and give me a hand." Shou Zhang looked through his binoculars and reported, "It looks like they're almost here." The wolf pack quickly chased them all the way here. A shout rang out, "Fire!" Instantly, thousands of arrows shot forward. One by one, they were struck by the arrows, seemingly unable to escape this attack. The people on the wall watched them fall and wondered, "Are these weapons really that powerful? It seems we don't even need to lift a finger. But why is the scent of foxes mixed with the blood of these wolves?" Zhang Ping seemed to realize something and shouted, "Something's not right." He gripped the city wall, stammering, "That thing." Zhang Ping looked at a wolf sprawled on the ground and recognized it as a sky-howling fox. The foxes endured waves of bolts raining down from the ballistas, continuously charging forward only to fall. Baldy Gong smiled in satisfaction and grunted, "Humph. These things aren't even enough for a warm-up." Looking down at the fox corpses below, he thought to himself, "It looks like it's almost over. Time to get ready to clean up and have some hot soup." Baldy Gong immediately loaded a crossbow to prepare for the next volley, but the crossbow got stuck, making him curse in annoyance. "Huh, what the hell is this?" This piece of junk crossbow had to malfunction at a critical moment. The people next to him also exclaimed, "Ours is jammed too, this one too." Baldy Gong looked over, annoyed and confused. "What's going on?" At this critical moment, another wave of sky-howling foxes charged forward. It made him think in despair, "We're done for." Suddenly, a fireball flew from a distance straight into the pack of foxes. It incinerated them. It turned out the fireball was from Zhang Ping, who muttered, "I knew it wouldn't be this easy." In contrast, Jin Ba beside him was excited. "I should have let my fists teach them a lesson from the start." Baldy Gong gave an order to his subordinate. "Go get the chief engineer here, now." The man immediately accepted the order. "I'm on my way." Zhang Ping's group had already charged forward by this time. They attacked the monster horde. Just like that, spectacular attacks were unleashed, with Zhang Ping's fire and Xi Shan's ice weaving together. Alongside them, Lao Feng was fighting ferociously. On another side, Shou Zhang shouted happily as he fought, "Taste the might of my powerful swing." After a while of fighting, the area was littered with the corpses of sky-howling foxes. Chen Ming moved away, reminding Shou Zhang at the same time, "That's enough." Their bodies have already been smashed into mincemeat. He complained resentfully. It's not often I get to face an opponent weaker than me. Can't you just let me have some fun? Zhang Ping said to everyone with concern. Why hasn't the mission completion notification appeared yet? Chen Ming beside him speculated, could there be some that got away? He looked at the monster corpses and said, besides, these sky-howling foxes recently. Where on earth did they come from? Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from atop the wall. Huang Gong, Wang Gong, you two are finally here. Baldy Gong respectfully asked. The crossbows suddenly stopped firing. Could you two please take a look for me? Huang Gong put his hands in his pockets and grumbled. You called us here for such a trivial matter? Wang Gong next to him also looked openly annoyed and said, that's right, we're not even fully awake yet. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Nightwalker hidden mission activated. Zhang Ping immediately leaped up, causing Lai Xian to call his name in confusion. After jumping onto the city wall, he summoned his weapon, his face darkening as he stood opposite the two newcomers. Immediately, Zhang Ping didn't hesitate to slash at Huang Gong, sending him falling backward with a cry of pain. Knocked down by the blow, he shouted angrily, where did this psycho come from? Zhang Ping calmly looked at the two and remarked, such poor acting. In Zhang Ping's eyes, these two appeared in their true forms, which were two disguised sky-howling foxes. Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes and cursed, you two beasts. Jinba and Sishan looked up at him in surprise, their expressions a bit confused. At the same time, several people moved to stop Zhang Ping, but he continued to press them. How did you get in here, and what is your purpose? They clamored and shouted, quick, stop him. He immediately warned, be careful, they are celestial foxes, just like Ji Wei Lang. They can eat people. At this point, unable to bear it any longer, Chok Gong angrily yelled, that's enough. He stood protectively in front of the two and said, Huang Gong and Wang Gong are the chief designers of the crossbows. Their contributions to the town are clear for all to see. Chok Gong angrily pointed at Zhang Ping. On the contrary, you people attacked someone as soon as you arrived without distinguishing right from wrong. He criticized, I think you all want to steal the credit, secretly sabotaging things. Causing the crossbows to malfunction, all foreigners are a disaster. Our Mila was furious at this moment, but couldn't say a word. Lord Chok Gong ordered the chief engineers to be taken for treatment and to lock the foreigners in the dungeon. Zhang Ping tried to resist, shouting, hey, don't go. The scene shifts to the dungeons of White Iron Town. The entire group was locked up. A guard even threatened, you better behave in here. Shou Zhang, beside him, looked at him doubtfully. Zhang Ping, why didn't you let us resist? With just this prison, we... Zhang Ping looked at him coldly and explained, killing the foxes is easy, but finding their den is the hard part. I intentionally let them bring us to this secluded dungeon to make it easier to conceal our actions. Shou Zhang then crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and nodded. Agreed, that makes sense. Those two fake foxes, but in human form, seem to have a very high status in this town. If we kill them, we'd probably have to become fugitives out there, and the mission isn't complete yet. I don't want to live as a wanderer out there. His expression did a 180-degree turn as he muttered greedily. Besides, the food is pretty good. There's meat with every meal. Chen Ming frowned and looked around. He suggested, how about we secretly kill those two foxes and show their bodies to the villagers? Suddenly, Zhang Ping was startled by a voice echoing from a distance. What's the rush? We haven't even had dinner yet. Eat, eat, all you think about is eating. He immediately realized, is that the voice of those two foxes? Outside, the two celestial foxes in human form were secretly up to something shady. Wang Gong grumbled, those deadly foes are at least level 30. If we don't leave, are we going to wait to be skinned for a necklace? Huang Gong wondered doubtfully, where on earth did they come from? Not only did they ruin our plan, but they could also recognize our true identities. Wang Gong placed a hand on his shoulder and said, right now, the urgent matter is to inform our other clansmen about this, otherwise we might get caught in the crossfire tomorrow. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. He vigilantly turned around and shouted, who's there? But there wasn't a single soul behind them. Huang Gong laughed teasingly, your hallucinations must be acting up again, right? If you're hungry, hurry back to the den and gnaw on some frozen meat. A purple mist suddenly drifted into the alley. Zhang Ping's voice rang out, inspect. Meanwhile, Wang Gong was angrily scolding his companion, hungry my foot, I just want to survive right now. He hid in the alley as the system's voice sounded, inspection successful. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, Snow Clan, Celestial Fox, the Snow Clan's power can alter a creature's perception, it can modify the target's perception. The scene shifts again. A guard was standing there, intently counting the number of people inside this cell. Afterwards, he screamed, damn it, why am I one person short every time? Everyone in the cell appeared completely calm. Jing Zhao spoke up, hey, Mr. Guard, you've already counted 3 times since breakfast. Maybe you should try counting on your fingers. Shou Zhang chimed in, that's right, that's right. We are all law-abiding citizens, unlike that Zhang Ping guy. Realizing he'd misspoken, he quickly covered his mouth. It's true what they say. You don't fear a strong enemy, you fear a stupid teammate. His words made the guard realize something was wrong. He grabbed his sword and shouted angrily, "That's right! Where's that leader? Guards, get over here. We have a prison break." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light appeared behind their cell, and Shan exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the teleportation array of the moon-chasing mystic turtle?" The guard raised his spear and questioned them warily. "What tricks are you guys trying to pull now?" Shan narrowed her eyes and warned the team, "This place is about to explode. Everyone spread out." Her words were followed by a massive explosion that shattered the ground and rocks. From within the blast, the mystic turtle appeared. Meanwhile, the members of Zhang Ping's team were all complaining, "Ouch, that hurts." Shou Zhang grumbled in annoyance. "Next time, could you not be so sudden?" Then he noticed the guard next to them had fainted. Shou Zhang held his face in his hands and said worriedly, "We're doomed. No amount of explaining will work next time. I really don't want to sleep out in the snow." The mystic turtle then spoke to the team, "Everyone, get on. Zhang Ping sent me to pick you up. He's made some new discoveries about this mission. After you clear this stage, you won't have to live here anymore." The scene shifts to Huang Gong and Wang Gong, who have reverted to their true forms. They were two Chang foxes. They both walked into the room and asked, "Is everyone here?" Inside, many foxes were sitting around a long table, waiting. One fox with red hair was named Hong Kong. It seemed he was the leader here. He pointed and scolded angrily. "Out of 300 brothers, is this all that's left?" Then he berated them loudly. "Why didn't the two of you just die out there?" They sat down in their chairs. Wang Gong slammed the table and announced, "There was nothing we could do because outsiders interfered." Huang Gong continued, "The wounds on this guy were also caused by them." But he then said excitedly, "Besides, you don't need to be so pessimistic, as long as we have that equipment. Getting as many brethren as we want will only be a matter of time." In the middle of their meeting, boom. The entire wall was blown to pieces. Zhang Ping's team had entered. Jin Ba led the way, taunting, "I was wondering what that foul smell was. Turns out this is a fox den." Hong Kong cursed warily, "You guys were followed." The one next to him exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. How did these people get through? How could they?" Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind the foxes. The figure spoke, surprised, "Your ancestors came to me in a dream and told me to clean house." Hearing this, the Chang foxes froze in shock. Hong Kong slowly turned to look, his face filled with fear, his voice questioning, "Leader, how?" "No, that's not right. Who are you?" In response, a blast of nether fog shot towards them. They stared up blankly. The Chang foxes nimbly dodged this surprise attack, seizing the opportunity. From behind, Feng Lai Shan raised a flaming fist and said, "You've still got us to deal with." As he threw a punch at Hong Kong, he yelled, "Eat this." Hong Kong was slammed into the shattering ground, while Shu Ji also unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches on an unlucky fox. She kicked left, stomped right, kneed them, and then boasted loudly. This move is called the Jade Shattering Combo. Remember it well, in the afterlife. At the same time, silvery white swords appeared in mid-air. Chen Ming stood there, waving his hand to control the swords as they flew up and pierced through the group of celestial foxes one by one. Shui Ji had appeared behind him at some point, slapping him on the back so hard it made Chen Ming cough up blood, while smiling and praising him, "Good job." A short while later, the pack of celestial foxes was completely defeated, with only two reverting back to their human forms. It was Huang Gong and Wang Gong. They trembled as they leaned against the wall, saying, "Don't you come over here." Zhang Ping growled, "Answer honestly. Where did you guys come from?" "Staying here was an order from Prince Yu, wasn't it?" Wang Gong clutched his head in fear and answered, "I don't know who you're talking about. We were born here." Hearing this, Huang Gong angrily shouted a warning, "You idiot, shut your mouth." Shan stepped forward, drew her ice sword, and held it to his neck, threatening in a cold voice. "Still want to cause trouble?" Huang Gong acted tough, snapping, "Celestial foxes will never become slaves to humans." He frowned and glanced at Wang Gong, after which they transformed back into their original forms while shouting loudly, "We're going to die anyway, so we might as well go all out against you." The ice sword in Shan's hand was shattered by their attack. Zhang Ping's face darkened, a murderous glint in his eyes. He immediately swung his scythe in a wide arc, cutting them down. That single slash finished off the celestial foxes, leaving a massive gash on the cliff wall. Shan stretched and smiled with a sigh. "This time, we can consider the training course completed normally." Xiu Zhang added from behind, "But after everything that happened in Bai Taizhen, I think we can forget about getting any hidden achievements." While everyone was preparing to leave the cave, Zhang Ping was still looking around and searching. He vaguely noticed something. He walked over to a crack in the cliff wall and wondered, "What's that sound?" His eyes widened at what he had just discovered. Looking in from the outside, it was like a laboratory with giant test tubes. They were the bodies of celestial foxes in various stages of development. Zhang Ping looked at one of them and wondered aloud, "What is this?" Afterward, the whole group entered the laboratory and stood before the large test tube, where Zhang Ping thought to himself, "I've seen things like this in movies in my past life." He reached out to touch the test tube, thinking, a place like Mingzhu City shouldn't have this kind of technology. The more he thought, the more tense Zhang Ping became. Why does this feel a little familiar? Beside him, Xiao Zhang was curiously looking around and exclaimed, "This machinery is even more sophisticated than the things I've built. This has really opened my eyes." Jing Zhao reached out a hand to investigate. "I can't sense any souls. Could this also be something created by the training grounds?" Manhwa picked up a nearby notebook and started reading. Then she announced, "No, this contains handwritten experimental data, which proves someone created this place. Experiment log number 217. She read aloud in alarm. Create a completely new species. At that moment, the silhouette of a fox appeared inside the test tube. Sishan said with a serious expression, "In other words, the celestial foxes were artificially bred by someone." Manhwa also nodded and mumbled. No wonder there were no previous records of celestial foxes. It turns out they're a new species. The illusory image of Qingbai behind Zhang Ping also showed surprise. Damn it. Those little foxes that I transported back then, son of AB times TH, were they all just test subjects? Mr. Situ beside them also analyzed. Plus, time in the training ground flows slower than in the outside world, so it's reasonable that the cultivation of the heavenly constant Fox King was very slow. Meanwhile, Manny, who was reading the notebook, spoke up again. "Wait a minute. There's still other experimental information recorded in the document. The title is The Potential Development of the Saintis, and the experiment was conducted in the Lost Forest." She looked regretfully at the burnt notebook and said in frustration, "But the subsequent content seems to have been destroyed." Jing Zhao came over, rested her chin on Manny's shoulder, and asked, "The Lost Forest? Isn't that the name of the next training area?" Zhang Ping also walked over with interest and speculated, "It seems that if we want to know the truth, we can only continue with the training." His eyes sharpened as he said, however, "To prevent the emergence of new heavenly constant foxes, let's destroy this place before entering the next training ground." The scene shifts to Saint Ancestor Village. The atmosphere was a bit quiet inside a room where Quan Ting was laid upon a formation array. Ao Shui was standing there, and upon seeing Zhuo Ming enter, she frowned in annoyance and asked, "What are you doing here?" The old man slowly spoke. "You promised me before that after you break through to the King Realm, you would bring the body of C2 Shi by, so naturally, I came to check on the progress." She raised her hand, and streams of golden energy appeared, surrounding her. A Shu replied, "If I want to break through to the King Realm, I must completely absorb the Saintess's power. During this time, I have put in a lot of effort to study this type of formation array. As of now, I am 70% confident." Quan Ting's body was lifted up by her as she affirmed, "Today is the day I become a king." From inside the house, a pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky. Zhuo Ming was also terrified by this power, looking on with admiration. Is this the power of a king? However, strange purple lightning bolts appeared on Quan Ting's body, which made Ao Xiu a little surprised and worried. She narrowed her eyes and looked intently, and right after that, a massive explosion occurred with Quan Ting at its center. Its pressure pushed Qi Li back some distance, while Ao Xiu was sent flying by the force, painfully coughing up blood. Just then, a strange person approached from behind and said, "This commotion is really not small at all." The black-masked man stood right behind her and said sarcastically, "If I weren't here today, your Saint Ancestor village might have been blown to bits." Ao Shui frowned in recognition. "It's you." The light faded, the explosion stopped, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Quan Ting's body lay there motionless, as the man mysteriously continued, "Can Chen Quan Ting's power continuously evolve? Across this entire world, this is truly a special existence," the black-masked man emphasized. "If his development is properly guided, he could very well become the strongest person in this world. And you, wanting to absorb all of that power before it's even fully evolved, what a complete waste." Ao Shui angrily questioned, "Isn't this village supposed to be completely sealed off? How did you get in here?" He scornfully asked her, "Did you really think these nobodies could stop me?" Outside, the guards had been taken down, lying all over the place covered in blood. He Mian continued, "It's a shame that what I prepared for Jun Ting at the trial can no longer be used, but now I have a new research subject. So this time I won't hold you accountable." Ao Shui narrowed her eyes, recalling the past, and asked, "The trial? You just wanted Chen Jun Ting to kill her own father to further stimulate her potential, didn't you? Truly disgusting." He glanced over, feigning displeasure. "Don't say that. I came here this time specifically to help you break through to the monarch level. I can improve this formation for you. It just needs 100 hearts from awakened ones as a catalyst. It's a deal." Ao Shu turned away and agreed. "All right, I happen to be tired today anyway. Zhuo Ming, go brew a pot of tea." At that moment, the image of a majestic fox appeared. the Moon King of Tian Changho. Next was the Sun God Bird, the divine bird of the Zhu family, followed by the appearance of Ao Shu, accompanied by He Mian's inner thoughts. So the saint-devouring ancestor is Liao Shui, he muttered with a smile. Now, every faction is on the verge of possessing the power of a monarch. He Mian planned with a sinister smile. All the chess pieces are in place. Zhang Ping, don't let this game of mine become too boring. All right? The scene then shifts to Zhang Ping's team. The group was walking through a misty forest. Shui Jie looked around doubtfully and said, I've seen this tree 3 times now. Are we just walking in circles? Jinba waved his hand in front of his face and grumbled, this fog is way too thick. You can't even see 1 meter ahead. Shou Zhang also squinted at the compass in his hand, reporting, the compass is completely useless here. The trial mission requires us to kill someone from the outside. Does that really mean we're supposed to kill each other? Zhang Ping finally spoke up. Theoretically, a person can enter this trial ground alone, so it wouldn't assign a mission that a single person can't complete. Shou Zhang was skeptical. But didn't you say before, Captain, that the trial ground can adjust the trial based on who enters? Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared behind them and spoke. Judging by your appearance, you're from the outside, aren't you? The entire team whirled around defensively, asking who was there. A girl appeared, holding up her hands and explaining, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm a resident of Wuyi Town. I came over to check on you since you all look like you were lost. If you'd like, I can lead the way for you. Jing Zhao also reassured the group, I've checked. She doesn't have any malicious intent. The scene shifts to another part of the forest where the girl leads them to a large gate, saying, We've arrived. This is Wuyi Town. Zhang Ping assessed the area. The fog is much thinner here. There must be some kind of barrier, right? Mr. C2 replied. As I recall, Wuyi Village was just a small, rundown village that only sold funeral supplies, right? How did it grow into this? Then he spoke up to ask another question. And if you've become a wandering spirit, then something must have happened in this trial ground in the past, correct? The girl turned back, her expression growing strange as she said, As for that, it's a long story. But first, the gate swung open, revealing many residents of Wuyi Village who began to shout, Welcome to our town. They were all gaunt spirits, floating right in front of them, smiling as they welcomed the trial group. The scene shifts to a house in the town. Oh, that night, Zhang Ping's group was led to a room and served a delicious meal. They sat around a table laden with food, as spirits floated around serving them. Xu Zhang looked fearfully at the town's residents and whispered, Can this ghostly place really serve us? I can't even hear their heartbeats. Jing Zhao brought a piece of food to her mouth and said, Not all spirits will harm humans. Anyway, I still believe in them. A resident also came forward to explain, Don't blame this gentleman, and back in the day, our own legs would turn to jelly just from seeing a spirit. Zhang Ping spoke up and asked, You were all human before. Why did you end up like this? His face darkened as he recounted, We encountered giants as tall as 10-story buildings. He squinted, trying to remember, and asked, Giants? At the same time, he thought to himself, Isn't that the one? The man continued, Sadly, after we became spirits, our concept of time seems to have become increasingly vague, so we no longer know how many years ago it happened. In the memories of the townspeople, that day, the fog in the forest inexplicably disappeared, and then 4 mountains of flesh fell from the sky, their eyes glowing with a deadly red light. After that, they trampled the forest to pieces. With their huge bodies and ferocious instincts, the people fled in terror. Faced with such monsters, they had no way to fight back, and the village, was completely turned into ruins. Not a single villager escaped, and everyone died in the disaster. Then, after an unknown amount of time, everyone was suddenly and miraculously brought back to life. After waking up, they discovered that they had all turned into spirits. After that, the fog once again enveloped the forest, and the giants seemed to lose their target because of this, stopping their actions. It was also at that time that an outsider came to the village, and under his leadership, they were not only able to rebuild the village, but also use the knowledge he shared to develop the village into what it is today. For that reason, he became the great sage of their town. After hearing the story, Zhang Ping slammed the table and stood up, thinking that an outsider could actually affect the environment of the trial grounds. Could that mysterious person be related to the creation of Tianchang Lake? He asked urgently. Where is that great sage now? The scene shifts again, as the resident leads everyone to a house in the town. This is the sage's residence. He led Zhang Ping into the room and announced, Great sage, an outsider has come to see you. The man pulled back the curtain and spoke. Why did it take so long this time? A thin, frail man. His limbs were bandaged and he was on an IV drip. He squinted and questioned, This isn't like you at all? Did you bring the wrong person? What a muddle-headed old man. Standing beside them, suddenly realized, You are Chen Wenhao. Zhang Ping was also astonished and asked the Chen Wenhao, who disappeared more than 15 years ago. Then they asked if he was Chen Junting's father. A light flashed in his eyes, then he excitedly tried to lunge out of his wheelchair. repeatedly asking, "You know Junting? How is she now?" The resident beside him worriedly said, "Great sage." He turned and instructed the resident, "You can go out first. I want to talk with them for a bit." He replied, "Yes, sir." After that, Man Ni explained Chen Junting's current situation. Wen Hao sat on the chair, sighed, and mumbled. In the end, it was still unavoidable. He slammed his hand on the armrest and said loudly, "I clearly said I'd trade my life for Junting's." That man actually dared to break his promise, but his rage caused Wen Hao to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Zhang Ping anxiously rushed over, placing his hand on him to perform a healing transfusion, while saying, "The man you're talking about is our common enemy." His eyes narrowed suspiciously as he asked, "What exactly did he do?" Wen Hao sadly took a cloth to wipe his mouth and began to recount the story. Years ago, he left Mingju City to train and happened to meet a very talented girl. She was not only well-read and reasonable, but also incredibly gentle and virtuous, so we quickly got together and became husband and wife. Later, Wen Hao found out she was the saintess who had escaped from the Saint Ancestor village at that time. Li Aoxiu had completely seized control of the Saint Ancestor village, and the saintess's power helped her escape Li Aoxiu's brainwashing. It was for that very reason that she realized the extent of Li Aoxiu's oppression and fled. But the days that followed were filled with relentless pursuit from the Saint Ancestor village, and Junting was born under such immense pressure. Because Li Aoxiu was a major criminal wanted by Mingju City, and his wife had the status of the saintess of the Saint Ancestor village, they couldn't possibly ask Mingju City for help. In desperation, Wen Hao secretly contacted his father, Chen Shueli, and tried every way to get him to bring Junting into the city to be raised. But just as the two of them were about to send Junting away, assassins caught up to them. To protect Junting, Wen Hao's wife fought with her life on the line but was still no match for them. In that moment of imminent danger, that man appeared, who turned out to be Blackface. In the blink of an eye, he slaughtered all of the pursuers and even swore he could protect Junting completely, but the price was that he had to come to this place forever and live with the wandering souls. Returning to the present, Wen Hao sat on the chair, sighed, and said, "At first, I thought doing all of this was for Junting's sake, so it wouldn't be a big deal. But later, I gradually realized that this training ground is just that man's back garden. Whether it's the fog or the giants, they are all controlled by his hand alone. He used me to cultivate blood essence and used the resentment of the wandering souls to nurture the giants, then waited for Junting to come and kill me for his amusement. We are nothing but tools for his entertainment." He sadly continued to share, "I don't know how many years I've been trapped here, but to keep me alive, he continuously sent medicine. But this time, he stopped sending the medicine. I thought I was finally being released, but it turns out it was because you all arrived." Suddenly, a tremor hit the building, causing it to shake. Wen Hao immediately realized the problem. He explained, "It seems my time is running out. That man once said that, once I die, the fog will dissipate and the giants will regain their strength." After hearing this, Zhang Ping angrily retorted, "What are you talking about? I won't let you die." But Wen Hao had lost all hope and given up. "What's the point of all this? No matter what I do, nothing ever changes." Zhang Ping tried his best to persuade him. "Didn't you just say that after you die, those giants would finally be able to regain their power? Then let's use this chance while they haven't fully recovered and go kill them all." Wen Hao's eyes became lifeless as he spoke. "No, that's not what I meant. Even if we exterminate all the giants, what would change?" Looking at the family photo, he continued, "Reuniting with Junting was the original reason I kept on living. Now that my wife and child are both gone, no matter how I get my revenge, they will never come back." His voice grew somber. "No matter how hard I try, no matter how desperately I struggle, the world just takes everything from me." Hearing this, Zhang Ping's face darkened and he called out, "Chen Wen Hao." He continued to mumble, "I don't want to go on. I don't want to live such a tiring life anymore. Come on, kill me, and this trial will be over." He couldn't hold back any longer and yelled, "Chen Wen Hao, you think this world is unfair to you? That it's taken everything from you?" Hearing the accusation, he was stunned. The young man's voice rang out again, "Stop being so foolish. All of that is to be expected." Zhang Ping grabbed Wen Hao by the collar, continuing to knock some sense into him. The living corpses of Holy Ancestor Village, the divine bird beast, tamer of the Zhou clan, Mingju City being farmed by the celestial fox, and even the wandering spirits in your own small town. Nothing in this place makes sense, and nothing will ever go the way we want it to. This world is a real piece of work. Do you think everyone else doesn't know this? His eyes widened as he continued, "But so what? Are we supposed to just give up resisting and make a graceful exit? No, I will keep fighting. I will keep struggling and resisting until the very last moment of my life. I will absolutely not let that guy get his way." After letting out that long tirade, Zhang Ping's voice softened as he advised, "That guy is toying with your life. If you want to give up like this, then use this dagger and end it yourself." He turned his back to him and pointed to the door, saying, "Make your choice. Die like a pathetic insect." Watching the giants approach, Zhang Ping asked him, or become a demon of vengeance. On that day, everyone remembered the terror of being dominated by giants. At that moment in Wii Town, the appearance of the giants sent everyone into a panicked retreat. The giants are here. Run. In the trial zone, even wandering spirits have physical bodies. A resident hiding in an alley covered his face in fear, wondering with doubt, where can we possibly run to? We're dead, for sure. We're definitely dead this time. Manhwa suddenly appeared, reassuring everyone, don't panic. Let's figure out a way to deal with the giants together. Another resident shouted in shock, a seven-headed monster. Xuangui appeared in everyone's sight and asked, are you calling me a monster? Shou Zhang immediately quipped, who else could it be? Inside Wenhao's house, Zhang Ping was making an announcement. Chen Wenhao's condition has temporarily stabilized. The rest is up to you all now. The pure blood body has been activated. Outside, 4 teams were formed to deal with the giants. Team A consists of Jin Ba, Lu Sixian, and Chen Ming. Team B includes Feng Lixian, Bai Dai, Zhou Qing, and Bai Longfu Ba. Team C is the old-timer duo, Ye Changchun and Su Qingbo. Finally, Team D is the newcomers, Cheng Shuiji, the 2 Zhao brothers, Yan Long and Yan Hu, along with the giant serpent Adai. Everyone shouted in unison, understood. Zhang Ping frowned in thought from inside. Those giants still haven't fully recovered their strength. Splitting into 4 teams to deal with the 4 giants simultaneously is the most effective way. I hope nothing unexpected happens. The scene shifts to somewhere in the enchanted forest. Team A advanced inside. Jinba observed his surroundings and said, the fog has really cleared. That mysterious person was actually able to do this, but this way we can get a clear look at the giant. Its enormous figure appeared. Jinba looked up at it and said, this is the giant our Team A is responsible for. Let's go. Then he called out to Chen Ming. A flying sword appeared. Chen Ming immediately stood on it and raised his hand in response. Understood. He rode the flying sword, gliding towards the giant's head. It was sticking out its long tongue with terrifyingly glowing eyes. Chen Ming launched streams of blue energy towards it. At the same time, he shouted, go! Those streams of energy struck the giant's body directly but only left a small hole in its body. It glanced over, looking unfazed. He summoned more swords and assessed. No blood, the wound is regenerating very quickly, just like the 2 puppets from before. Suddenly, the giant's massive arm swung towards Chen Ming. Luckily, Jinba rushed in and blocked it. He reminded him, focus. After blocking the blow, Jinba jumped down and asked, in other words, these giants also have a core controlling their actions, right? Chen Ming confirmed, that's right, just like the ugly emblem on the heads of the 2 puppets from before. But this giant's body is too large, I can't determine where its core is. Then he suddenly raised his voice, team leader, I want to use the power of the mystic gold blood. Jinba asked doubtfully, my power? Didn't you say you could only maintain it for 30 seconds? Chen Ming replied, I've been training my physical strength with Director Feng and everyone else. I should be able to maintain it for longer now. Seeing Chen Ming's determination, he smiled and said, looking at you now, you've probably already figured out a way to deal with it. Go. Then Jinba encouraged him. All right, but you must know your limits. Chen Ming took a vial of yellow liquid and drank it, thinking to himself, by drinking this power-infused blood, my abilities will be enhanced, but it comes with a heavy burden on my body, so I can't use it for long. He could now control the golden sword. Chen Ming sensed, while my abilities are enhanced, my flying sword can turn into an intangible sword aura. Swords appeared one after another under Chen Ming's control, he calculated. Therefore, the speed of one of my slashes can reach the speed of light. A barrage of swords shot straight towards the giant. Chen Ming used the skill Dimensional Sword Chi Slash. Jinba, beside him, also transformed using the golden blood, unleashing its full power. Chen Ming reminded him, the giant's regeneration speed can't keep up with my slashing speed. Once the core is found, team leader, you must land a fatal blow on it, he replied. Got it. Chen Ming frowned and thought, this isn't working. The efficiency is still too low. I need to expand the attack range. He looked down and shouted, Lu Sixian, I remember you have the ability to create mirror surfaces. Can you place them around the giant? She hesitated and replied, but my ability can only be used to mesmerize opponents. He urged, don't worry about that, just trust me. Blue streams of aura enveloped her as she quickly responded. Understood. Sishan then used her skill, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. It formed panes of mirrors surrounding the giant. Chen Ming, while channeling his energy, smiled in praise, well done. He then combined his technique with hers. Water Mirror Rain, countless swords continuously stabbed into the giant, revealing a red core. Simultaneously, Chen Ming shouted, found it, that must be the core. Kimba used Golden Finale and charged into attack. Chen Ming also cheered for his team leader, shouting, die. A powerful kick, like a bolt of lightning, descended upon the giant, striking the core on its chest. The core shattered, leaving a large hole in the giant's body, and having lost its core, it collapsed in front of the three members of Team A. Kim Ba praised him. As expected of you, you came up with a countermeasure in an instant. The next combat team leader can be no one other than you. Sai Shan took the opportunity to report Team A's giant has been successfully subjugated. Chen Ming frowned unhappily. Forget it, it's too troublesome just thinking about it, just let Lu Xishan handle it. She took out her communicator to relay the giant's characteristics to the other teams. These giants are like the puppets we've encountered before. Their weak point is the core in their chest. Kim Ba added, just destroy the core to stop their movements. While Zhang Ping was listening to the report, Wen Hao suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, horrifying him. His face darkened as he pondered. What is going on? Why have so many internal injuries suddenly appeared in his body? Suddenly, a voice from Team A came through the communication orb, catching Zhang Ping's attention. Get out of the way! On their end, the giant had revived and was attacking again. All three of them quickly leaped away to dodge, and Xishan landed nearby. She hurriedly updated the report. Intel has changed. The giant's core is indeed in its chest, she said, looking over at the giant in front of them. It was perfectly fine, its eyes glowing red with deadly intent, as she continued. But the dead giant has come back to life.